every week or every other week or something. But this style, like, just come through. Maybe we have like Latasha come through and listen to some new music or some shit. And like, what's your favorite spot in LA to get food from? And like, let's just listen to music and eat good food and chat, bro. Like,
I'm trying to pull up too.
That's right. Like, have a listening part. Have you ever seen Black House Radio? Are you familiar with that on YouTube?
Probably not. I'm in rodeo.
Yeah, bro. Yo, we gotta get into that. I do want to talk a little bit about that, but I'm just gonna show you real quick.
Yeah, heck yeah.
Black House.
I'll probably know if I see it, like, but you know,
because this is like definitely inspired me to like release the.
First of all, did you see that Tyler get on the Hey Now beat?
Absolutely.
The West is up.
Up. It's the best time to be here,
the
bro.
West
like,
is up.
Are you kidding me? Like,
very cool, very cool. I'll get into that too because I got some updates from that specifically, Compton.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Killing it.
Yo, I went to that TDE concert, that Toy Drive concert that they did.
How was that?
Bro, it was lit. It was so fucking fire.
Yeah.
Like,
almost
just to be in that energy and like, it was packed. Like that place was packed out.
I saw the videos and pics and stuff. Yeah.
Packed out. It started raining. Man, what? Okay, so this is Black House Radio.
I was thinking that's not the Zach Fox one because he's the elevator joint. Zach Fox is the one in the elevator.
He has done elevator, but this is him at Black House Radio too. He did a set with them. But yeah, it's like literally a house and people just come through. They have tons of different DJs come through. Yeah. Shout out to Texas. My homie Texas put me onto this.
Dope.
And yeah, they just like literally sit on the couch and mix. And so I don't know, just like
you know what's so cool about this? And I think we've had this discussion. I think we've had this discussion in the faculty chat maybe, with a bunch of the deans. But it's so cool, or it might have been in one of Jamie and Girl and Pastels. It might have been one in their spaces.
Okay.
But it's just so dope seeing like the I'm gonna say younger crowd of creators. Like I'm always dating myself, but just like think outside the box. Like you know how what Doja Cat had her partnership with Airbnb. Like just thinking outside the box when it comes to where you can do what you want to do and how you can do it. Like they don't care. Like you're saying, like he's DJing from a couch in a house. That's lit. Zach Fox is nuts, and he's got a fan base that goes crazy.
Yo,
he's hilarious.
He's so fucking
I didn't
funny.
even know. Like, okay, so with Zach, I was just introduced to him through Abbott Elementary.
Yep.
So that's and I didn't know he was like super uber talented, because he does his like, jokey freestyle and stuff on the show. Mm-hmm. I didn't know he was like actually was in there. Yeah. So when I found out, I was like, oh, he DJ and he does all this. He's got this music background. I'm like, I had no idea.
He was at Fest. He was a DJ at FWB Fest.
You lying?
I swear to God, bro. Let me show you. You about to trip.
You're lying.
I swear. I promise you. Look at this.
That's fly. See.
Nah, it was he went on after Latasha.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I saw the video and pictures like from Latasha's set and killing it. Shout out to the homie Path. Path was going in.
Yup.
But I did not. I think now that you're telling me that, I think I remember that, but I did not put two and two together like at all. That's fly.
Where is this at, bro?
Can the chat hear the music or?
Nah, I muted it.
Muted it. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm like, no.
It's me and Steph. After his set.
Yo, you out here living life.
He was being mad silly too. Like, bro, like I was like right there with the Osmo with that camera.
Okay.
It was like 1%, and I was just like in the zone, like recording.
Swag. He did not care. He's in his element.
Yeah.
All right, bro. Okay, so all right, I have a question for you, Raven. Because going into 25, we need to have more of this. We need to have more of this on chain. Well, it doesn't. Whatever. It doesn't
More
have
of
to
what? The Black House Radio?
No, just creative people of culture, thinking outside the box, doing whatever they want.
Oh yeah.
That's what Web3 is all about.
Yeah.
So
I want to help them get on chain. Actually, Black House Radio.
do it. Send them a message.
They're out here, and yeah, I want to like help them get They have like a whole archive of all these videos that.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what the blockchain's for.
Exactly. That's
So
what I'm
then I
saying.
can
The
collect
archive
it early.
Yeah. Yeah.
You feel me?
Yeah.
So, if going into 25, okay. So one of the things that I feel like I heavily dropped the ball on, is and it's been talked about a lot, but we should have had some kind of event, IRL, conference, meetup, something. I should have had something early, like 3 times now. So when it comes to like this space, like what would be some of your ideas, if you can share, like some of your alpha, some of your ideas on if you were to throw an event, like a 50 million, because
that's happening.
Shout out to the Masquerade. You already killed it with that. So
Yo.
Going forward, where's your soundboard? You need the soundboard. You feel me? Got the Asada dropping on your Logic.
Yo, for real though. I'm like, what is that? Got Asada on the keyboard. That's crazy.
That's lit. It's lit. But yeah, I want to know. I want to pick your brain, like, because for me, actually, this would be a perfect stream to like tell you what I've planned personally in my head, and also have pitched to the faculty and to other people and to like investors and whoop-de-wop.
Okay.
Event planners, like I've gotten to the point where we need to go.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I said before, we were at that splits conversation. Like,
okay, word.
Let's figure out the splits and let's move.
Yeah.
Right. So, like for you, what would you do? Because in 25, like
it's up, bro. I'm already knowing. I'm with you. I'm so excited. Like
I can't even imagine what's gonna happen in January. I can't.
Just stay ready so you ain't got to get ready.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
like,
it.
So what are some of the things like that you would do? Obviously, like Zach Fox has already been at an FWV event, like DJing. Like who would you want at your event? Would you do speaking stuff? Would you just not? Would it just be party? Would it just be this? So I'm asking all these questions because we brainstormed all of this for Onaji.
Yeah.
And I'm not there. Here's the thing. If I had the capital, if Onaji blows up out of nowhere and like we're getting, I don't know, 100, 200, 300 ETH secondary sales or something crazy that I know that all these other projects are getting on the back end, that they're not like, hey, we had 50 sales today.
Right.
Like, they're not saying all that.
Exactly.
If I get something like that, I'm going in on everything. So I'm already brainstorming the craziest stuff. I want to have an Onaji bounce house.
Okay, that's fine.
You blow it up.
Yeah,
and it's like it's university themed, so it's either like a dorm room.
Oh shit.
Or like a registration desk.
Okay.
And just people just go in there and that's the type of things like, well, what do you want at your event? I want that.
An Onaji bounce house. I like that.
And I've researched makers in LA.
Yeah, that can make a custom bounce house.
And it's not that it's expensive.
Yeah.
But it's not that expensive. It's not impossible.
Right.
It's not even close.
Right.
So tell me like when we go to if you can share like what's planned for the next like 50 millimeter
collective like event.
Manifest it. Let's go.
Man, I feel like I really just want to build like a solid like foundation, whether it's like a bi-weekly like meetup to just like hoop and like hang out kind of thing. Like I just really want to like build and foster deeper relationships that then I can like, cause like the Meta Masquerade, I definitely want to throw another one of those.
Yeah.
Like I want to like make that a reoccurring thing for sure. Cause that shit is just, that was just so elite and nobody was doing.
I missed that.
I'm mad you missed it too.
I was out of town.
Yo, like nobody is doing that the way that we had did. Like
they wouldn't even think of that. They don't even. They wouldn't.
it was so next level. So I like that vibe too. Like I like getting dressed up, you know, getting a suit on, getting a fresh cut. Like we had masquerade masks. Like people showed up in masquerade masks.
After the Sunnies. The after party for the Sunnies or something like
that. That could potentially be
or the second annual Sunnies or something. I don't know. Like I'm saying, you got these crazy connections in the space, Raven. Go in.
Well, that's what, you know, I have been spending a lot of time like journaling. Like I literally, the prompt is, what do you want? Like, what do I want? Like what, even like a stream like this to where it's like we're having conversations and enjoying a meal, but like us just being ourselves and chopping it up.
Right.
And like, like I don't have the vision yet for like what an event would look like in the near future for 50mm Collective.
Okay.
I know it's something, but I don't know, because I've also learned, you know, there's a lot of different ways you can tailor an event. Like, is it a workshop? Like, are people learning things? Is it just like a meetup?
Right. That'll vary based on the people or that you plan to have there.
Yeah, like how many people do you even want? Because then that determines like, is it a party or is it just like a get together, like chill vibe? Yep. I'm also not a yeller, so I'm not trying to have like it be super loud and like, you know, that I don't know, but
like when you're trying to network and stuff with people,
exactly.
Like you don't want to talk over the music and like
never, because I don't last long. Like I'm like yelling, and then about 20 minutes, I'm like, I need some tea, peppermint tea with some honey or something. You know?
I feel you.
Yeah, dope. Bro. But I do think the possibilities are endless.
Anything's possible.
And I think like me and Alex Hutchie, we just went to Long Beach.
Y'all been killing it.
To Chomp. I guess Chomp's an NFT project on base, but they hosted an event in Long Beach.
Really?
That was in collaboration with a DJ collective out here. Bro,
you gotta tell me these things. Shoot me the alpha.
I didn't even know.
Last minute.
Well, yeah, he just like was like, "Oh, you're in LA, you should pull up." And I was like, on the fence. I was like, "Oh yeah, let's go check it out."
Yeah.
Because usually, like, the events that I have been out here in LA that are Web3, it's not necessarily like value aligned demographic. You know, like it's not. Okay. It's just not the people who I'm trying to like.
Yeah.
Hang out with on a fucking Saturday afternoon, you know. But this event, they were, and the event was fly as fuck. Like the event was dope. Hey, give Chomp more money for more events, especially if they're in collaboration with the DJ.
Chomp, I don't even know Chomp, but give him more money.
Yeah, it was a vibe, bro. And the other thing too is like, should I say this?
That's up to you. It's your stream.
I'm going to say this.
Recording space. This is a recording space, not financial advice. Not
I'm going to say this. Like, a lot of events in the past that I have been going to, it was a lot of dudes. A lot of, like...
And from...
Just a lot of dudes. And I'm like, can we get some ladies in the mix?
Just
like
the diversity. Just that word again. That's it.
Just more... Just different people. And this last event, Chomp had the diversity.
Sick.
It was great. It was a great event.
Sick.
Also, I also want to shout out Boys Club, because anytime Boys Club has an event, it's lit. Like,
see, that's what I'm saying. I'm dropping the ball. I need an event,
bro. Like
a something.
So,
well, Najee Deans, I'm coming back to the faculty chat.
Y'all need me because
waited too long.
The thing about like Web3 events is like, I don't even know how to say.
Yes, you do.
We just got the sauce, bro. Like, we just know what's what, and we got the sauce. And like, a lot of events don't have sauce or seasonings, and so it's just like
bland.
We gotta bring the sauce. Like, let us come and bring the sauce. Like, I got the secret sauce. Let us just come and cook, you know. And I know that's what y'all would do. So
yeah. Because that's what I was going to ask you. I was going to ask you, like you said, well, I haven't really like super brainstormed it and stuff like that, but you know what events you've been to that have been fly as hell. And you know what events you've been to that are like, I could have stayed home for this.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Same for me, right? And it was cool because early in the space, like the first year, 22, the Waconomy crew.
Oh, word, yeah.
Waconomy and God, I'm forgetting the name. Web3. It was Web3 something. What's the something? Dang, I'm gonna get crucified for that. Not doing that name. But that's where I first met you.
Okay, yep.
In LA.
Yeah. I do remember that.
Web3 pull up. That's it. Web3 pull up.
The event that they hosted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the space. They had spaces and all that stuff. And then
Mm-hmm.
I was on a panel in there. That was my first, like, they invited me for a panel. And so that's kind of like what I thought the events were.
Got you.
And I quickly found out going to like conferences and any events with the NFT in the name or the Web3 in the name or the ETH in the name. And I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
But I still had an open mind. I still had to be there. I still had a network.
Totally.
But I would have much rather had more fun at a cultured event.
Yeah.
Like even and it's crazy too, during FarCon in Venice Beach, right?
Yeah.
We went over there and it was like, shout out to you over there too. That's why I got, it's like epic. But
yeah.
Just going to that event and seeing like a cultured event with the sauce right next to not sauceless.
They left the sauce at the crib.
They had maybe some ketchup. But it was just interesting seeing that. And, I'm a super like aware person. I have to be.
Yeah.
As a parent, black, all that stuff. Like,
absolutely.
And I'm just like hyper aware of like what's going on in my surroundings anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Growing up in where I grew up, it was 1% black at the time. It's like up to 4% black now.
Word.
So like when I'm in like LA and stuff and I'm like, oh, this is excellent. Then I went to Afrotech and I was like, holy.
Damn.
Have you been to Afrotech
No,
yet?
I haven't.
We'll talk about that, but that's insane.
Damn.
So it's like I'm always moving with like and especially just being in LA now and having the awareness to be like, okay, this is a black event.
Yeah.
In an area that they don't really see a whole lot of us.
Right.
It's not even a matter of want to or have to or anything. It's just they just don't.
Right.
They just don't, right? And just being at that event and kind of like there was a situation I had to go had to leave. I had to go to the bathroom, right? And I went and I was looking for whatever, and I guess one of the people that was working the event and another event was like, hey, like what are you doing? What are you doing over here? And it was a base sponsored event.
Oh, word.
All I was doing was looking at the base backdrop banner.
Yeah.
Like what do they call those? Step and
repeat. Yeah.
I just learned that word, like, or that phrase, like.
Yeah.
But that's all I was doing. But I don't know. Like, she was just like, hey, like, what are you doing? Tyler?
Yeah,
like,
trying
where
to
are you going?
Trying to
like,
check you. Yeah.
I was like, what do you mean? And I was like, she's just looking at me like. And I quickly got the vibe like, oh, you not where you're supposed to be.
Right.
And I was like, oh, okay, cool, I get it, whatever. I kind of got upset. I kind of got more upset in the moment just because I was like already feeling like I was like representing the Onaji fam.
Yeah.
And I kind of like was like, this lady has no idea who I'm not anybody by any stretch of the imagination. Right. But when I walk into some of these events, they're like, oh, B. And then, I get that kind of energy where people are looking like, who is that guy? Because I'm getting hugs and love and all that stuff. And it's just like this girl, this person, staff, they have no idea who I am.
Yeah.
Which also put it in perspective, like we're early still. It's the beginning.
Yeah.
But I was just like, dang, like we're at an event here. Like I'm here for a reason, clearly.
Right.
I'm looking at this banner that nobody knows what this is.
Right.
Like, that, like, what do you like? So then I just went to the restroom, whatever, came back, and I was like, all right, you got it, like, whatever. Like,
yeah, that's unfortunate. Cause like, just like, why is that even our experience?
Well, that's the reason why I made Onaji. That's exactly why I can't leave this mission. That's exactly why I'm gonna stay here. So.
See, this is why I have to have two screens.
You're all good.
See how this happens? The devil is a liar.
But yeah, so for me, man, I've been planning an event for like multiple iterations of some. How I can do NFT tickets, like Raven. The plan I had. No, we'll talk about it. I'll put it on there because if anybody comes out with it, they'll be like, oh, you know. But it was fly. I'll tell you. I'll tell you the whole thing because we're going into 25. Like
There we go.
Yeah. So it was cool too because I was trying to like tease like a whole rollout on the Insta. Have you seen the Onaji Instagram page?
No,
like
but I can't right now.
Our layout. Like I got the old school like mural, going all the way down the page, like that old school old.
Oh yeah.
But we teased like I kept saying going into 24, oh, we're gonna double up. Like 24 is the year to double up, right? It's kind of like our little like mantra or whatever for the year. And let me see, OHNAHJI.
Thank you.
No, you're good. There you go.
H?
Yep. There you go. Cool.
Thank you.
So I was like, we got to do an event. So I picked the date and everything. Like I researched like what happens in LA, like around different events and stuff. I was talking to one of the homies that's a planner. And it was just like, you have to log in to see the rest. But I had these big plans. So what I wanted to do was kind of like the VCon vibes a little bit, steal a little sauce from that, where we could do an event that you have to get the NFT as a ticket. Like there's no way around it type of thing, which was really easy. That's fine. What I was going to do is get with all of the homies that we love, musicians and artists and videographers, whatever, to do an Onaji mixtape.
Oh, dope.
So the Onaji mixtape was going to be like, and it was going to be half, it was going to be like, I had the whole thing planned out. It was going to be half like nighttime club vibes type of thing, whatever, after party, block party style, because university theme. And then the before was going to be marching band style.
Okay, word.
Right.
I like that.
So I was going to be half and half, and I was going to reach out to people, collaborate, even produce, do the music if I have to on some, whatever, fill in the blanks, right?
Word.
I was going to do that. We're going to drop that as an NFT, do cover, and I was going to reach out to artists to do covers.
Okay.
For them.
Got
so
you.
Different covers for the mixtape.
Yeah.
Different tracks. The different tracks and the whole thing, and also you can do rarity where you do like the hidden the hidden rare ones that can be variants of the albums.
Okay.
So I was gonna do that album art different. Reach out to my favorite artists, whoever wants to ride thinks is a cool. And I reached out to a bunch of the artists, some of the artists, music artists, and they were like, "Yeah, bet. Let me know. Say less." And then so all I was gonna do is use that mint, that music mint NFT, the soundtrack as your ticket to get into the Onaji. What did I say? We weren't gonna do Onaji Con because Onaji Con is like big. Like you think con convention, you think big. It was
right.
We were gonna call it Spring Break.
I like that.
So it was gonna be it was tight. It was Spring Break. And I had I had the bounce house idea. And I was using Midjourney and all that stuff to visualize.
Yeah.
Like I have all
Next
of that.
level,
Yeah.
By the way, to do that, to be able to like use Midjourney to like actually
concept.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's insane.
So I was doing that, and so I was gonna have the event. I was like thinking about do we do it as like a 3-day weekend thing, 2-day, 1 day? I think I wanted to do like a 2-day where the first one's like, networking and maybe a panel. So we were thinking like a Friday, Saturday thing. So the Friday is like the work week, like you're in school in the university. Then the Saturday, we're going to kick it, chill, party. I was there. It was there. It was just, what's the splits? Can we get some sponsors? Let's roll. So if I had money, Raven, it was on. I have ideas like crazy.
Yeah.
Like, so I mean, would you want like, what's that sound like? Does that sound like something you would want to come to type thing? Like, you know?
Yeah, I feel like I definitely feel like Onaji. That's like so in alignment with like the marching band aspect of it. The like, bro, I love that. I think like, yeah, man,
25, we can do, or 26, whatever. Like, that's a big thing. You got some ideas going crazy.
Seriously, because like I want to like now I want to see like the Mid-Journey concepts because
I'll show you.
like,
I'll send them to you.
Did you ever go to I don't know if they actually, now that you mentioned when you moved out here, are you familiar with Anderson's Pack's Pack House event?
Mm-mm.
He would throw this event.
Pull it up.
And yeah, that's a good call. It was like Echo Park area.
Okay.
Go to Google. Google has better photos. But he would like bring a bunch of different music artists and they would perform, and then there was like they had a bounce house. They did like free haircuts for kids in the park.
Yes, a barber. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Somebody braiding, like.
Oh shit, this was it. And I was a volunteer photographer this year, actually.
Word.
Whatever year this is, maybe 2021 or something.
Sick.
But that's like a kind of like what you're mentioning is reminding me of Pack House.
Was there not one for 24?
Not well. They switched. It was like here in LA, and then I think like maybe last year or the year before that they went to Oxnard, California. That's where he's from.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me see if I can do like what year was it? Was it 2021? No, maybe it was before the pandemic. There's pre-pandemic and there's.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
So many people are building some cool stuff.
Cause yeah, like I was in the pit, like taking some of these photos.
Sick. Look at you out there.
Yeah. But yeah, it was just a dope free community event. They would raffle. It was like around Christmas time.
Yeah.
They would raffle off prizes and things like that. But yeah, as like you just kind of like briefly mentioned the Onaji event, like that's what came to mind.
Sick.
It was something like that. But
very, very doable.
It's totally doable. And yeah, and I think even too, like what I've learned with hosting events is like it's good to have like consistent, like smaller community things to where people will like show up for that. So then like, all right, this is my core like 10 to 20 that I know gonna be there.
Right.
I
think that's for us too. It was super cool. It is still super cool, but it's like the pros and cons of everything, right? We're not all based in the same area. Like one of my biggest selling points, right, for the Onaji fam, when I was shilling those tokens like crazy, is like we are a global thing. Like I have deans all over the globe around the clock, which is cool. But when it comes to like the IRL side, that's hard. That's much harder. Like, but I mean, if I had capital, I would fly out my deans, like come out, like, put them up, all that good stuff. But like, that's like, for us, it's like we scaled in a bunch of different senses, but in other ways, not so much. But it's cool because like, that's just like the organic way that we grew. It's the organic way that it rolled out.
Yeah.
I wouldn't change a thing, obviously. There's several points in like crypto and my journey in emerging tech where I was like, dang, there's plenty of points where I could have been like one of the yacht boys or on the boats. Like, that's it. I don't care what's going on in the rest of the world type of thing. Right. So everything happens for a reason.
Totally.
And like, if it wasn't time at that time, it wasn't time at that time.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So everything is going to happen when it needs to happen. And like, it's cool. Like,
amen.
Like
you're in divine alignment, most definitely.
Heck yeah. I try.
All right. To start wrapping things up,
yeah.
I want to talk a little bit about rodeo.
Cool. We can talk about all the platforms.
You are the rodeo maxi of like people that I know. Yeah. Like you're most active on there. Can you talk? Can we talk a little bit about like your experience, the art that you're putting on there, why you're so active on there, like what you like about it? Yeah, let's get into it.
Okay, cool. So where you want me to start? So Rodeo is one of the new social platforms. It's kind of like, what do we call it? Decentralized social, DeSo.
Oh, is that what?
Yeah, that's what that means. DeSo, decentralized social. So like one of the Web3 blockchain, platforms. We're trying to pivot from the Instagrams and different things like that. Especially Prime just lost his Instagram count again. So it's like, the censorship and whatever. It's like we don't own what's going on these Web2 platforms. It's the whole point of what we're doing.
Yeah.
So Rodeo is one of them. Rodeo is kind of like, to me, the biggest, like, aesthetically Instagram quote unquote killer, right? Or trying to do. So for me, it felt like the UI UX felt really seamless, and like I knew how to navigate it, just because it's like an Instagram, like the whole vibe. It feels the buttons are everywhere they need to be, type of thing.
You weren't tapping around like trying to search for things.
Right. Like it wasn't. You're good. It wasn't like with like Orb. Shout out to Orb. Shout out to Orb team. Shout out to. Hey.
This is Rodeo.
I follow that artist. Dope work. Well, yeah, it's going in. So it's like a little it's like an Instagram style feed, like features the art. People have their individual profiles, but on there you can collect the work. So you can mint and collect the work. And it's cool the dynamic of how they've gone through it. And did you see my YouTube video about Rodeo?
Oh no!
Early, yeah, you didn't even know we had a YouTube channel out.
Nah.
Yeah, nobody does, but that's fine. So while you pull that up,
go subscribe to.
Just go.
It's Onaji YouTube.
Yeah, just search. I guess just go YouTube and search Onaji. And that's one of the things we talk about too. Is like when you're building stuff, just make a unique name.
Yeah.
And then, that's it. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm sick of like the derivatives and there you go. Yeah, that middle one. You don't have to click it now, but you can watch. I don't know, but cringe. Watch it.
Yeah, okay. But, abort.
No. But I talked about what was that? 8/17/24. 8/17. When the Rodeo team was rocking, it was kind of some controversial with them. The Rodeo team is the team behind Foundation. It's the same team. It's their pivot. So Foundation was one of the the marketplace / galleries.
That's where I launched a lot of my stuff.
Exactly, for Web3 work, for NFTs, digital collectibles, whatever. It was one of like the best galleries, marketplaces for artists, and they really champion the artists, right? Unfortunately, it's just like Clubhouse. I didn't get an invite, so I was just like,
"You didn't get an invite to Foundation, bro?"
I'll be left out of a lot of conversations. It's okay. Yo,
I'm
here for Rodeo, so check this out. No, I'm there now, but when they opened it up. So they opened it up after, like, over some time. But yeah, in the beginning, the big run, I wasn't there. No big deal. I didn't really have a lot of work. I was going the 10K PFP route anyway, so I didn't have work to, like, put on there. So, but yeah, the team is super talented. Everybody loves the Foundation team, loves Foundation, what they're doing, how they champion the artists, all that good stuff. Then they kind of got a lot of flack for how they were moving with Rodeo. And I thought it was a little unfair just because when it comes to like, and maybe this is just me being a founder and in the position I'm in now, you have to play where everybody's at, right now. Like you have to navigate the space how it is. You can't deviate and change so many different factors and variables, or that people are just gonna be like overwhelmed. Like like everything about what you're doing is different. I can't.
Yeah.
Sorry. Like. None of this feels familiar.
Yeah.
So you have to have some level of familiarity when you're building anything, especially in emerging tech. So to me, and what we're seeing now going forward, their execution was flawless. But I already knew that because it's the team from Foundation. Yeah. That execution was already flawless.
Yeah.
So they got a lot of flack for like how they kind of like pivoted the Instagram page. It was kind of like Foundation is cold turkey, boom, cut it. We're on to the next thing. But I mean, anybody who knows that all this work is on chain. It's not going anywhere. They didn't kill, a lot of artists were saying like my work was featured on the page, like, and that's gone now type of thing. But I mean,
is it just they're not making like any consistent like updates to Foundation? Because
they still are.
Oh, okay.
Right. They're not, and the team has said that they're not abandoning Foundation.
Yeah.
They're not.
It's just in addition to Rodeo.
Correct. This was early. We had to be on desktop.
Totally.
Next wave is mobile. If they didn't pivot to mobile, then this would have to go away, and then everybody would be mad.
Yeah.
They need Rodeo because we're going to a mobile route
for sure.
to sustain this.
Yeah.
And a lot of people didn't understand that.
That totally makes well, and too, because like when Rodeo launched, I feel like it was like the beginning of the mobile pivot, like because like we had said earlier, for the longest time, like it was taboo to have your wallet on your phone.
Correct.
Like
it was dangerous.
Yeah.
Said, like dude, people okay, shout out to the homies, but I've been in spaces where, people are like, no, don't do that still. And I'm like, I'm over there like, should I jump in now? Like, no, it's because I'm one of the ones who told them like in the early days, like it wasn't as safe. Yeah. But now that it is, I'm like, let me chill for a minute. I'll go in the back end. Like, things are different now.
Yeah. But, and it's good to have multiple wallets, right? Like you have your mobile wallet to do your hot girl shit and be reckless or do what you gotta do, but then you also have like
top boys as well too.
They be
reckless. But, yeah, no, 100%. You got but for me, and I feel like the addition of Rodeo and some of these other apps, I'll name them, all my favorites for sure. I'm not quiet about it. It's getting safer.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's like damn near impossible to get rugged on Rodeo. There's not a way around it. Now, it's still keeping the themes of decentralization, which is crazy because, okay, shout out to Raven, Wakanami, all the fam when they were doing, talks on going through like terms and conditions and stuff like that, right? We all just fly through those bad habits. But now you can toss those in GPT, summarize it, tell me what's different, tell me what's new about what's
in this
off
new
about
terms
this.
Of condition. Okay,
exactly.
got you.
I read, I see through Dean of Business, Dean of AI at the U. He's like, tell me what's like, go look in the terms and conditions for that, right? So I did it one day and I was like, this is the this is a crazy thing to say. This is the flyest terms and conditions I've ever read. This is.
What do you mean by that?
It's for the creator. Their terms and conditions are written to like where we care about people. And I've never read a terms and conditions like that.
That's interesting. Okay.
You should check it out. So yeah, so when in free time, whatever, if you're bored, you're not gonna be busy. But the terms and conditions shocked me.
Okay. For Rodeo.
Yes.
Okay.
They shocked me so much I wanted to go and read the Foundation one to see if that was the same ethos, and I think it probably is. I didn't go check yet because I got busy. Rodeo's popping. But it's the terms and conditions is a safe space, which is insane to say.
Wow. Okay.
And that's what I'm saying. Like they're outlining, and we had a conversation on Najee U Saturday about term and conditions for Meta. Remember when Meta played in NFTs for 2 seconds?
Yep.
I read that terms and conditions on this. We went through that, broke that down into space, and it was pretty fly. And it was cool because, they did a really good job. They had to of explaining what blockchain is, what NFTs are, who owns what. Like those are the main things. And those businesses, they have to get that perfect.
Yeah.
And Meta's terms and conditions was really good on that. And so is Rodeo's. It's like, if you want to read the terms and conditions on how to move in the space building an app, go read those terms and conditions.
Okay, word. Okay.
I guess that's some crazy alpha. I don't know. They probably mad I'm saying this on camera, but oh well, like whatever.
Yeah.
You gotta put me on payroll to tell me what not to say.
Yeah.
Just kidding. But Rodeo's dope because it's familiar. But like as you were saying, we're pivoting from the desktop era to mobile first. You can't out the gate be like let people play with millions and trillions of dollars out the gate on a new tech like that. You can't do it.
Yeah.
And the space wasn't allowing for it, right? So it was a perfect storm of, innovation for them to just be like, okay, we're ready to drop our joint. I know for a fact, right, that the way that it's built, they can easily turn the switch on turn the switch to include everything that all the old foundation people, artists were kind of complaining and upset about that's not in the functionality for rodeo. Easily, it's like a line of code.
Oh wow!
That my homie could put in.
Yeah,
because I got plugged. I got my homie over there. We talk about that. I'm about to put him on a space. He said you want to pull up, so I was like, cool.
Okay, yeah.
So it's good. Like,
yeah.
But it doesn't surprise me. I don't understand why that's surprising to anybody because Foundation was incredible.
Yeah.
And I didn't even get to play on Foundation. The more and more I'm on rodeo, I'm like, dang, I wish I got an invite to Foundation. Like that's how good it is. So
how do you the one hang up I have with rodeo is a 24-hour mint period.
Okay, so tell me about that.
That's like
you think that's an easy thing that they could easily take out?
Yeah, I feel like that we should be able to toggle that shit on and off if we want to.
You don't think they could do that?
I feel like we should be able to as creators.
But you don't think that they can add that in?
Yeah. I think that they could. I think that they can. Yeah.
Then they will. Like, do you think that's a hard change to put in the app? Absolutely not.
Nah, but that's what's deterring me from using the app.
Correct.
Yeah.
Because the reason they have that 24-hour time is just to generate, momentum, eyes, like a shot clock type energy.
Yeah.
I don't know what's the word for that. I don't know, but.
And they did have that when like an auction started on Foundation. Really? So like you put a piece up there, but once somebody had to place a bid and then a 24-hour.
That's cool. That's a cool dynamic that they played with. Yeah.
Yeah. Rather than like you just put it up and then the clock starts.
So people would probably say that are you aware that they're adding the secondary and the flips?
I saw that. I don't really get it.
Oh my God, it's so dope.
Tell me about it.
It's so dope. That's literally their answer to the 24-hour. So the 24-hour thing is like, dang, my favorite artist, whatever, I can't collect this piece because it's expired. Like that's it. I can't collect it anymore. Mm-hmm. No, sit tight. Boom, flips. Now you can go back and collect anything, offer some money for earlier pieces. That's literally how the space is supposed to work, Raven.
But like, what if no piece is minted within 24 hours? Then that piece is just dubbed?
Post it again.
Deleted and posted off of
Deleted and posted again. If nobody minted it, it's not minted. Yeah. It's not on the blockchain. And that's in the terms and conditions too. Oh my God, it's so dope. I'm such a nerd, but whatever.
Now this is helpful because like, when we were tied to our desktop, like once you put it on the blockchain, it's up there. Yeah. So it's like, it's almost like was bad practice to put it up there again if there's no action, there's no.
Because you're diluting the previous pieces. You're lessening the value because you're adding more. Like if there's a one of one and maybe somebody minted it or whatever, it was minted, but it's in the creator's wallet or something like that. And then later on they minted it again because of the 24-hour shot clock, right? That devalues. Now there's two. It's a two of one. It's not a one of one anymore.
Right.
With this, the way that it works is these are posts like Instagram. You post it, whatever. They hold it on their own server type of thing.
Yeah.
They, in the terms and conditions, have also said that they don't own any of the work that is posted but not minted, and they make that distinction on purpose because you kind of have to, because then the pieces get minted and they don't own it. So it's genius. Oh my God, they did such a good job with the terms and conditions, Raven. I was shocked. Okay, so with that, right? The shot clock.
Right? Like you can edit. I'm tapping around here, and you can edit, but it's only within the first hour. I can't delete it though.
Your old post? You should be able to, unless it's minted.
Nah, nobody has.
Then you should be able to delete it.
Collectors, no collectors.
It won't let you?
Nah, it just says edit, and then.
Maybe it's maybe
a special feature.
No, like a time frame for that, but maybe let's see. But that doesn't make sense because that would free up like bandwidth on like in the server type of thing. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
Wait, you're tripping. What's the motorcycle picture? This one? Raven, I'm into that.
There's no collectors on it.
Are you really? But you're not seeing numbers there. Your app is.
I minted
your app is tripping. No, I'm just playing. I thought I have that.
I also have this other. I put this Jake Paul up here.
Maybe I'm tripping. Let me go to
I did a couple of motorcycle ones though, so it might have been.
Oh.
That you might be thinking of.
Nope. No, it was the Onaji color one. You know me. I'm a sucker for those palettes.
Oh yeah, word.
Oh no, yeah.
Oh no, I didn't.
Is that somewhere else? That's Zora or something. Or?
Maybe I put that one on Zora. I don't know if I minted that one actually.
I don't know. We'll dive into it. I'm not sure, but yeah, you definitely should be able to delete. Maybe see, I got offers and stuff. So I got this offer has been accepted. I've been missing flips, but it's all good. It's funny too because the way they gamified it. Like, of course, it's attention and they're trying to gain attention. That's their job and stuff. But it's like not super addictive. It's like you remember how like the team behind Instagram was like, we're coding in mechanisms that keep you in the app, but we care about people. It was the original Instagram team before like they got acquired by Meta and stuff or whatever.
Okay, got you.
So they're like, yeah. And then a bunch of the devs and engineers, they're like, yeah, I don't let my kids and my family play with the app that I built because it's addictive.
Yeah.
And then they're like, yeah, I would never build this. Like it was just like snowball effects. Hopefully we don't go that route with AI because, bruh. But
yeah, please, Lord.
Like, we'll be all right. We'll be all right.
Yeah, we will be all right. Yeah.
But I don't know. You should be able to delete. I'll do some research on that. But
yeah, let me know. Let me know in the Discord.
But yeah, so I mean,
because I got a couple.
But even if nobody collects it, post it again. Still, they're trying to take like the ethos of how we already post content. And that's how Zora too. Same.
Yeah.
And they're trying to make it like seamless to collect it, and it's got credits. You can buy the credits through Apple Pay. It's like we're at the seamless place now that artists and people can get on this app. They can gain rewards, top collectors, all that stuff. It's like the UI is perfect. But I've been adding a lot of feedback to the devs too. It's just dope.
Oh yeah,
so,
yeah.
Cool.
That's a cool part of being like involved right now is like the accessibility to founders and devs to where you can like in real time help carve and mold like how these apps are being created. Yeah, it's dope.
And it's not even from like a standpoint of I need some like credit or something like that. It's like I'm just able to network with you.
Yeah,
like, it's valuable.
Yeah, totally.
So it's the thing that like the platforms need the artists and the artists need the platforms.
Yeah.
And they can work together.
Totally.
I promise you. Because I do it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like, it's cool. It's cool because people can mention, so the 24-hour shot clock, people were complaining about that. Their answer to that was, we have this new feature, flips. They're secondary. This shocked me because all of this work lives on chain. So you can go look at like my elements, our Onaji elements on OpenSea and on any other ETH marketplaces or base marketplaces, right? Mm-hmm. So these are minted pieces that you can flip and trade and send and sell and stuff on other secondary mechanisms. But then they said, no, we're gonna make it easy in our system and introduce the flips. The flips are dope because it's a 5x or a 10x or 100x. Today, they actually just dropped 500x. So there was 3 options before. Now there's a fourth is 500x.
Can you break that down? Like, what does that mean?
So these are quote unquote penny mints or free mints, right? None of the mints were free ever. There's always a blockchain cost, like on all the chains. It could be fractions of a cent, or it can be on ETH. It could be $20. On Bitcoin, it could be $20, $30, $40. Like it's expensive, but this is on Base. So Rodeo is built on Base. Transaction fees are pretty small. So, but each mint, I believe, now don't quote me, but I believe it was like 25 cents. Then maybe it went to like 30 cents ish, 30 cents. I feel like there are some fee changes happening.
Yeah.
that I don't know if they're getting announced, but like for me, I'm like, okay, this feels like I could have bought more than, like, does that make sense? Like, I feel like I got 2 pieces when I looked at the balance and I transferred some money over or whatever, and it should be like about 3. So I'm like, and like when I'm minting my own pieces, I think since they turned, this is a guess, I could be completely wrong, but it feels like when they turn on the flips, you don't get a discount for minting your own work anymore, which is probably valid. Because you could just, I don't know, like, you know, people could, I don't know, run the numbers of like some of these collections we're doing back in the day. Like, I stay away from that stuff, of course, but you know, organic only. So, but with the flips, so each post already is like what, 25 to 30 cents, we'll say, on all the platforms. That's like the free mint meta.
Yeah.
And so you got the 5X, you got the, which is 5X is $1.30 something or whatever. The 5X is like 310, 315. I don't know the math, but it shows you in the thing. Like, and then, or it does it by credit. So you don't even have to do any of that. It's just like the credit. And then 100X. And then, so the 100X was cool because the 100X, and I haven't hit 100X yet. Like, haven't got a 100X flip yet. I've got a bunch of 5Xs, got some 10Xs, haven't got 100. It's cool because like, it's like a milestone. Oh, we should tell them like, put that in your profile, like how many flips you were able to, if you hit those badges, like you got, I'm giving too much. I'm giving too much. That's what I'm saying. But like, I love the team. That's why. And
they need to love you back with the consulting fee.
Nah. They got, I'm sure they've talked about the things, the ideas that I've brought up for sure. But 100X was kind of special because the 100X at the time, what was $30, was about like, you know, was around like the 30 to 35, which was the price of the Onagis. So 0.01 ETH right now is like, you know, the 35 with ETH at 3,500. So I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. I don't know why I just connected that. I was like, it's still really kind of affordable and cheap, but like it's full circle to where we priced Onagis, the OG Onagi PFPs, like exceptionally low on purpose because we wanted to get more people access to be able to purchase them. We could have set the price at whatever we wanted, you know? But that was you know, me and Prime, we were like, no, we want this affordable. We want as many people to participate as possible.
Right.
So we even were explaining to them, no, this is kind of like a free plus shipping model as well too, where your gas, your tax, whatever you want to call it, is going to be exorbitantly higher than the price of the purchase. So we were having those gas fee conversations, all that good stuff early on. But it was just cool to see like the 100X flip in rodeo was like the same price as the OG Onagi.
It's kind of like a full circle.
It is. Yeah. Now
they had to see like with Onagis where everything was with the tech then to now we're on mobile. It's like I feel you.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Going through like the, you know, Twitter's Sexy Hexy, and then they got rid of it. And when Elon came, it's like, you know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't know what that is.
The hexagon frames.
Oh, word. Oh, yeah.
Called the Sexy Hexy.
Yeah.
Well, so it's like all these different little full circle pieces. I'm gonna tell that. After this call, I'm probably gonna hit my boy up and be like, yo, or maybe your stream, you can clip this part of the rodeo thing and it'll go, you know what I'm saying? Your little,
let it get them start cooking.
Get them start cooking. Or this is the intro for people to like rodeo goes crazy, and you can point back to the numbers on that and then be like, hey, that's the point of documenting everything. That's what blockchain is, document. Okay, I'm getting off track. But okay, so for me, like I'm working, this is clearly me working on 18 different things at a time. So with Onagi, the only pieces that I put on rodeo, which somebody looking at this feed would be like, okay, cool, whatever. I don't know. But there's regular artists on there that just like post everything, like work in process, maybe selfies. It don't matter, anything that you want to post. Like it's your Instagram. Video yet or no? Yeah. They have animation, video. Yeah, all that stuff. There's a music tab. There's a memes tab. There's pixel art.
I don't think you can categorize video. I don't know though.
There's just animation is a category.
But I uploaded the Sonny's video to Rodeo.
What category did you use? Or you didn't have it at the time?
I don't think no, I
okay, that's all right.
No category. Yeah, no.
But that's what I'm saying. With the categories, it's a flip of a button. They can add and take those off at any time.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what I'm saying? So, Yeah, but the coolest part for me was that rodeo, the number one category still has the most action, is the generative art one.
Yeah.
And we were talking about that. You were asking me about in the Discord, like, I'm not tapped in with art blocks, generative art, any of that.
Nah.
I love it. I love it. So for me, I was learning like how to build it and just generative art. And when we say generative art, it's basically like art created with code, essentially.
Okay.
Like no paintbrushes, no Photoshop, no digital anything. It's just like it's code-based art, which aligns with PFPs and like, you know, the generative stacking, which is different because that's more like art based than generative art is as far as like
specifically code.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly. So I have a script and I can print as many of these as possible. If right now I got 73 of them. Blender.
Okay.
Yeah. So what I did was, and I'm learning a bunch of different things at a time. I told GPT that I want to build such and such. I need, and you know, I have the technical whatever verbiage for like the isometric. I need, you know, random cubes or
okay, yeah,
you know what I'm saying, in different palettes and whatever, blah, 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 blah. So I had this idea to take. This is a long story short, but I had this idea of the elements because I was diving into feng shui again because I don't know, every I don't know quarter I like revisit like, okay, my home feels cluttered or whatever.
Yeah.
So feng shui, we got the 5 elements. It's got fire, earth, water, metal, or whatever, right? So I made these 5 buckets of colors, and this is me having several conversations with GPT and Claude trying to build out, this generative art project, and it wasn't planned to be on Rodeo like at all. That just happened to align with, I need a place to drop some stuff. This is a cool place. I need to play with this app. I don't have really content, but GPT got my back.
Okay, with the generative project.
Right. And at the time, or still, the highest category right now is generative art. So I'm meeting a lot of generative artists and, you know, just diving in that side by getting to explore generative art, the code, GPT, Blender at the same time. So I told GPT what I wanted, and I had to tweak it, of course, but it gave me, I said, I need a script for Blender that gives me blah, 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 whatever, just piece it together. Did that, several massaging over, you know, a couple weeks. And then I finally got it to where I wanted to get it. I'm super huge on like randomization. So it's like it picks a random bucket of colors. So of the little colors, it randomly puts those colors on all the facets or all the sides of the cubes, has a random number of cubes generated. and then you have the elements.
Okay.
So I tossed that on Rodeo. It's doing okay. It's like, it's not like, there's some really like dope artists out there, but it's cool because I get to collect a lot of work too. And I just, you know, take a lot of that funneled, you know, money from like Rodeo, and then just like, you know, it just stays like that. So, I mean, like creators, people on Instagram, people with huge followings, like if this blows up, the creator economy is here. It's here. Like this tool will do what it needs to do.
Right. Versus like if essentially like you're saying like taking what us as creators taking what we put on Instagram
and not getting nothing for it, and then having to pay Instagram to reach our own following that we have cultivated.
So then, like, but taking that same content but putting it on something like Rodeo, you're saying is like that's where we should be.
That's where we're going.
Yeah. As like creators, we should be focused on like
keeping ownership of your stuff and getting paid for your work.
Yeah.
So this Rodeo has the potential. The way this is structured, this has the potential to OpenSea's no longer. This innovation right here shows me that they know where things are headed.
Okay.
Yeah. And this is only one of the apps. Zora, they know where it's headed. They're having a hard time on the marketing side and the tech side. Jeez. And like pairing that together and getting the message out to people. They're dropping the ball several times on that. It's going to be hard to repair that trust.
For sure.
But their app is real good. Not as good as this.
Yeah.
It's not. But Zora's like desktop app also is not really as polished and as good as Foundation either, though.
Totally.
So, but they're doing a pretty good job. The other app or the ecosystem, right? We're talking about like Lens, the blockchain under Polygon.
Yep.
Just raised $31 million to build.
They are coming.
They're here.
Yeah.
And
but like even so in a bigger like 31 mil, like what?
And I mean, me personally, that's light. For what I know Lens can do, I've been in Lens for a minute.
Yeah.
I was like, we were connected. Like we had early access, like usernames and stuff. Now you got to pay like $10 to get on the app, right? Or some whatever. Yeah. So it's like, Lens has been cooking.
For sure.
But the only problem is like, it was on Polygon. Polygon was kind of like a, where OpenSea was like, people are just like, okay, yeah, that's the old thing-ish type of stuff. But no, it's still, the tech is still brilliant. It's still, gas fees are super low. It's EVM, So they're cooking. Orb's cooking. You've seen Orb's cooking with their app. It's like the social media is going nuts. Mm-hmm. But this right here with the flips, with the rodeos in the lead. Okay. Now, there's another app. Have you heard of Surreal?
Just from when you post about it.
Surreal's my homies too.
Is that a mobile app or is that desktop?
Both.
Both?
Yeah. Go surr.app. See what chat's talking about. I'm
My keyboard isn't working.
Oh, chat said we were frozen for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
It's all good. But it's fixed now.
Yeah.
Okay. Go it's just SURR. They like abbreviated or whatever. SURR.app.
SURR. What'd you say?
Yep, .app. Maybe. I'm just kidding. This is gonna blow your mind.
What blockchain is this on?
EVM space.
Okay.
So they got a For You tab that's basically a For You tab for everybody. It's not, algorithms or anything like that. But yeah, it's just an artist place. Now, coolest thing about Surreal, I'm about to shill Surreal. I love Surreal. They're the homies. They show Najee a lot of love. But it's Zora and Base together. So when I'm looking at new art like every day, I explore on Surreal.
So are things that are being what's getting like you have to mint on Surreal in order for it to be populated here or how?
Nah, go back home. So that creator, the one with the
this one?
No, the cartoon one. I think it's Reek. Is that But they've been going crazy. I don't know. Yeah, or Reg, I don't know. But they've been going crazy. They're supposed to be going that.
Oh, this is from Rodeo.
Exactly.
Oh fuck.
Yeah. we're at markets. We're at
Surreal is cooking.
They're all cooking.
That's pretty dope.
They're all cooking.
I like that.
So go to go ahead.
Okay, so in terms of minting on like your own smart contract,
we don't need that anymore.
It doesn't matter.
We don't need that anymore.
Why?
When you mint on or you post on Rodeo, and this was a design team decision. It's one smart contract, right? So you don't
like Foundation old days, like when you would mint.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's right. My bad, bro. Or like OpenSea, like you would mint and it's like on one whole.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. But theirs was like a lazy mint because they're trying to save money. Yeah. So every wallet or account or whatever, when you start posting and it happens only when you post and get minted.
Okay.
Starts your contract address for your collection. Right. So Elements has its own collection address, right? That you can search on. You can search on Basescan, Etherscan for Base, and I can edit that on OpenSea. I changed the name of it from because you know how you see Rodeo post for everybody. So that Rodeo Post
This right here?
is a smart contract name
Okay.
for everyone, a default one for everyone. I changed mine to Elements through OpenSea.
Okay.
So when you go to OpenSea on mine, it doesn't look like Rodeo Post. It looks like Elements.
Got you.
So, and they'll easily let people probably change that. His work is provocative, but he's going in.
It's a family show.
I know, right. But yeah, it's funny. But yeah, that is work on Zora and on that's a Zora piece. Zora. Yep. Yes. You even know the yeah, you can tell the aesthetic. Which is cool. Every blockchain has their own personality. It's nuts.
And so, as people post to their own Zora accounts on their mobile device, it's populating automatically to Surreal.
This is just a blockchain aggregator, indexer. Yep.
Okay.
A pretty one. So remember when we had ETH.co, ETH.xyz, where you basically put in your, like, I would go to onaji.eth.co. That actually works still, I think. But
I think so.
Do it. Pull it up. I got you. I got you working now.
Onaji. What was it?
ETH.co, and then the other one is .xyz. But one of them is
So like something like putting your work on a Manifold smart contract isn't necessary anymore.
That one's gone now. So go. It's a XYZ one that's still alive. It's just sad, but. Putting your work on what?
XYZ. Putting your work on like a Manifold smart contract.
You can if you need that. But creators aren't going to need that anymore.
What would indicate something needing that though?
You tell me. What do you just need it to not be deleted by the platform, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. That's not gonna happen with Rodeo. You're minting it. They can't touch it. So this is like, one of the older aggregators, indexers or whatever, like wallet scanner type of things. It's basically a scanner, like Etherscan, but it's in a pretty format. That's what Surreal is.
Okay.
It's Surreal. This is cooking this. This is the evolution of Surreal's the evolution of this, and it's cooking. It's cool.
Very cool. Looks way better.
So I mean,
and I appreciate. Shout out to CY.
There you go. See,
I appreciate I feel like for a long time, we were asking for
stuff like this,
filters, like easy filter system, videos.
But that's pretty hard though, because not hard, resource intensive, whatever. Because basically, this is just looking at. We'll say this is looking at the blockchain or looking at an Etherscan. And that Excel spreadsheet of what all the crap is, they have to go in and see what kind of file is attached to this NFT, and then bring that back and then categorize it. So it's a little back end work, right? Especially if the platform wasn't planning on doing something like that. That's really hard to add in after the fact. Okay. Yeah, extremely actually, especially because the blockchains were hard to work with earlier anyway.
Got you.
Now the blockchains are easier to work with, and these companies are cooking. Now, Surreal has been building for years, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is dope.
Super. It was one of the first ones that had like the filters where I could go in and I can see my content that is PDFs that I can read on, right? Like my books tab or whatever, and the music tab, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Remember when I was making all those AI, I have all these explorations. It's nuts. Remember when I was playing with those AI music tools, making songs for 747 Crash? I used to use this to listen to them because it was the only one with the music tab.
With the music tab, okay.
Yeah.
So then you would upload them to what? Where were you uploading them or minting them to? Like Zora? Or were you minting them?
It was a Zora contract.
Zora,
but I was using, I think those are base.
Okay.
So, but that's what I'm saying. Like all those different nuances and stuff, the creator's not going to need it.
Yeah.
Rodeo said base works. Let's go.
Yep. Because it's just too much to think about.
It's too much.
Jesus.
So
all right, yo.
Let me show you this real quick.
Yeah, let me see.
So this is
the mobile. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So same thing that you saw earlier, just right. But I check the recent tab and see what I can like go, you know, grab from.
It's
Zora,
nice that it's
grab
just
from,
aggregating everything though from everywhere,
and
or
it's
like
fast.
yeah, from Base and from Zora, because like.
And then so I got this tab in the middle, shows me how much I've earned. Like if I have some to claim, I can claim right from this app. Like Rainbow. Rainbow has that too. Shout out to Rainbow too. But I got some, you know, some a little bit, nothing crazy, you know, not money kind of go, but and then this one is like me, right? So my profile, so my collected and the created and all that good stuff. So these are gonna probably just show a bunch of like Zora ones.
So would you mostly use Surreal for like collecting? Because you're not. Are you posting? Are you using that to post too?
Yes, you can. So I think so. This is a newer update for them as well.
Oh, okay,
You
word.
can post, and then but it's the same type of thing. So I got this, or I can do whatever.
Yeah.
And then I've posted. What have I posted from here?
And does it go to Zora or to Base, or do you choose your fate?
It wouldn't let you choose. I believe it's Zora though.
Okay.
I believe. Wait, say it again.
Like
Zora
when
or
you-
Base?
Yeah.
It's Base because is it?
Like you know, like where?
No,
Where does it go?
I think it's Base. But don't quote me. Yeah, so this piece that I put up, I think this one went to no, this not. I'm getting confused now. I don't know, but it doesn't make you let you pick.
Yeah.
Type of thing. It
Yeah.
just That's a great question. I'll ask her. I'll find out. But it's either Zora or Base.
Yeah.
Zora Chain.
Exactly. That's what
Or
I'm wondering.
Base.
That's what I'm wondering.
Because Base stuff is on Zora, so I would almost say like as a developer it would be Base, because Base plays well with Zora,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
Does that make sense? That's why it's so confusing, but that's why it's super chaining it.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm ready for the point where none of the shit matters, and we.
It's here. You just gotta.
Well, we're still talking about it though. Like.
We're only talking about it because the creators that, you know, did well with Foundation or were hoping to do well or were wishing that it was their time on Foundation didn't champion Rodeo because either A, the mission vision wasn't explained well enough. And also, I retweeted the tweet from, what's his name? Kayvon, I believe.
Yeah, Kayvon.
Yeah. He said he's excited now. Like before, it was kind of stressful. You could tell he was like, you know, just let us cook. Like,
Yeah.
you know, let us cook. And we were on his helmet, like heavy in spaces on the timeline. Like, nah, you screwed us, right? And it's no, he didn't. He's helping.
Well, and because Foundation is still there, like.
But even so, but to the artist's point, they're saying like, you know, it was an abrupt change that could have been communicated.
Word.
But
a lot of things in this space.
But I mean,
yeah.
right. But he said something, was it on Warpcast or it was on Twitter or something? I responded to it and he was just like, yeah, it's go time now or something. And I was like, it was something to the effect of like, I would like, somebody asked me, what would I change or whatever? Yeah. So I asked him or something like, it wasn't just like, this is a terrible story, but I asked him, I tweeted, I was like, well, what would you change anything? Or like, what would you change and why, or if you would? And he was like, I wouldn't change a thing. He said, innovation is messy. And I wouldn't change a thing. Me personally, I would have told them what I was trying to plan to do a little. Like, let me cook, here's why. But he's like, there's big dollars behind this. Like, they're moving fast and time is of the essence.
Yeah.
They know time is of the essence because Bitcoin's at 100K.
Yeah.
25 is going to go crazy. New administration's coming in that says they're crypto friendly, whatever. He was saying he really didn't have time to be like, this is why we're doing what we're doing.
Right.
He was just saying like, trust us or don't.
Yeah. Damn.
And it was me, and I was in the back end like, this man is cooking.
Yeah.
The team is cooking.
Okay.
Shipping updates week after week. It's like, I'm so excited. It's crazy. I need to create something, do something. I don't know, but yeah.
All right, so you tapped into Surreal, tapped into Rodeo. I'm definitely going to continue to explore Rodeo. I mean, Foundation, I loved Foundation when that was, had its.
It's not going anywhere.
It's not going anywhere, but when that was like the place to be, that was a good time. So I'm excited to keep exploring the tools. And
Shout out to Foundation. If we got any, money bags in the audience, I got a 427 ETH piece on Foundation. It's another exploration, but
go check it out.
It's worth it.
It is worth it. Yo, this has been a time, Chad. What? 3 hours?
You know how we do.
Come on.
You know how we do.
What a stream. This shit has been live. We ate good food. We had a great conversation.
Absolutely.
Bro, thank you
Culture
so
shift.
much.
Culture shifting.
Hey, I think that name is gonna stick. I was like really trying to think through the name of the stream, and I think it's the culture shift.
Don't change it on me. I've collected it.
Yeah, okay.
What
I meant for the streaming aspect of it.
Okay.
We had the podcast,
No, keep it going.
But I think the streaming, we're just
keep it going. The name stays.
Yeah. The name stays. The name stays. We got the stickers on the mic.
I'm invested in the IP, Raven.
I got you. Nah, it
Okay.
stays. Yo, this has been honestly like phenomenal. I was a little nervous about how things were going. We had a couple of hiccups here and there, but
We're good.
overall,
We good.
amazing.
Lots of gems.
Bro, so many. And honestly, thank you for coming through, sharing the gems, sharing all your insights as always.
Heck yeah.
That is you are the guy. Rodeo. Tap in with your boy, because this guy.
They know.
They know. He got me. I downloaded the app because of you. 100%. I was like, I'm not sure.
It's a good time.
Yeah.
It's a good time.
All right, I'm about to put my motorcycle pieces up on there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep.
Because I'm going to collect more of them. I have one.
I'm gonna keep putting them up there.
Y'all be getting me out there too. I know there's some creators out there that should be making the sunset colors, the magenta yellows on purpose. And they're like, I want to see how many he'll go in a row, and I will keep going.
Yeah, that's facts. We saw in your rodeo. I mean, you collected over 600 pieces on rodeo
Yeah,
alone. So.
yeah, it's fun.
Oh man. All right, chat.
But now the flips are here. I'm like, let's.
Okay, but how did so what you listed on secondary for
No,
a flip,
so
or-
no list.
Okay.
People can only offer at this point. So that's what I'm saying. They can easily turn that on
They can only offer you 5x, 10x, 100x.
right now.
Okay.
At this current time.
Yeah. Okay.
And 500. That happened today.
500x. Okay.
That's a new thing that happened today as I was driving over.
Push the other button. The
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But that's an easy button to push. From a dev perspective, it's literally adding another column and changing the number.
Yeah.
The computer does the rest. It's a calculator.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Yeah, they're cooking. But yeah,
Nice.
Rodeo. We're gonna get more active on Rodeo. Keep checking that out. Chat. Thank y'all for tuning in, pulling up, dropping some chats in the chat. We're gonna keep continuing to explore this streaming journey. I appreciate y'all being on the journey with me as I'm figuring things out. What else can I say?
Where we can find us. Onaji. We're in Onaji everywhere.
Yes,
OH,
please. Yeah.
NAH, JI. You will come across that name for sure.
Tap in with the Onaji fam, especially if you're new to Web3. If this is kind of been a bunch of jargon, but it sounds like I might be interested in that.
Yeah.
The Onaji fam is the fam to tap into, to come and get educated, to ask the questions. We listen and we don't judge.
For sure. we coined that without coining it. Let's go.
Yeah. Yo, for real.
But
anything
100%,
else?
yeah,
Anything else to say to the fam?
thank you for inviting me. Thanks for everybody who tuned in. As always, showing we got day ones that just keep coming around, showing love to the fam. Appreciate you.
Locked
We got some. I'm not going anywhere. We're only gonna continue to keep cooking. I promise you.
Yes, sir.
We're at the beginning, and we've built something for longevity, not for a quick flip, nothing like that. It's I'll do those with the elements.
yeah.
But we're everywhere. If you're a beginner in the space, this is the future of the internet.
Yeah.
You can't escape. It's not really possible to escape the shift that's coming.
Yeah. It's not going anywhere, and it's literally only going to continue to grow.
Yeah.
So,
Just learn it. Tap in with, if you're looking for a crew that has your best interests at heart, for real.
Yeah.
OH, NAH, JI.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yo, thank you again, bro. This has been phenomenal.
Big time.
Chat, much love to y'all. As always, stay hydrated, stay blessed, and we will catch y'all on the next stream. Peace.
Yep.
What's good, y'all? Welcome to the Culture Shift with Raven 50mm, where we are reimagining podcasting by leveraging blockchain and emerging technology to experiment with monetization and distribution methods. It's Women's History Month. Shout out to all the incredible women out there, all of the grandmothers and mothers, sisters and aunts, and all of the women impacting their circle of love. We recognize you, we honor you, we lift you up in this moment. This month, we will be highlighting some brilliant ladies and creating a space for them to share their story, brought to you by the Legacy Portrait Project and 50mm Collective. The 50mm Collective is a community of BIPOC, trans, and queer digital artists and allies that work together as we pioneer the digital renaissance that's currently happening right now. The 50mm Collective has a YouTube channel with helpful tutorials on how to get set up and get started with archiving your digital artwork on the blockchain. Have you ever been asked, what's your story? That was a question for me when I began my artist journey. And I had never thought of it before up until that point, but as I began to open up and share more of my story, so many things started to unfold. Something special starts to happen when you're invited to share your story and breathe life into a higher version of yourself. The Legacy Portrait Project is a mission-based endeavor aimed at empowering marginalized communities by creating a space to share their story of who they are becoming. Legacy portraits are AR-activated photographs that come to life with video narration sharing the subject's story from their perspective. Think portrait meets mini documentary. Really cool stuff and an innovative way to expand storytelling. All right, so now let me introduce our special guest that we have today. I'm so excited. This is another family affair. Sheila Darcy is a visionary artist and the founder of Sketch Poetic, a creative expression practice that empowers individuals to express, reflect, and heal. In 2021, she authored the book Sketch by Sketch, A Creative Path to Emotional Healing and Transformation, which has since been translated into 8 different languages. Standing at the intersection of art, tech, and wellness, Sheila is a pioneer dedicated to promoting arts and healing. She collaborates with organizations that seek innovative approaches to address holistic healing, encompassing mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual well-being. Her expertise has been sought after by notable brands including Google, Disney, Toyota, Sony, and Nike, just to name a few. I am honored to welcome our special guest today, Sheila Darcy. Sheila, how are you? How you living? How you feeling?
Hey.
Thank you for joining us.
Oh my God, talk about vibe check. That felt so good. I mean, it's always funny to listen to the superlative intro, but I will just say I'm just happy to be here with you, Raven. You and I go way back, and it just feels like I'm having a conversation with a really good friend. So I'm happy to be here.
I would plus one that, because it honestly, anytime we have a conversation, it's just like I feel like I learn a little bit, I grow a little bit, and it's really beautiful. So I'm excited to have this conversation for other people to be able to take part of now and listen to. So I'm going to get right into the questions here. What sparked your creative journey initially, Sheila?
The short version, mental health. The longer version is my lack of awareness that I even had a mental health issue. So it really is a fascinating journey culturally. I grew up in a Filipino environment, and we just never talked about mental health, and it's such a universal theme across many cultures. And we just never talked about our emotions. We were very expressive. We're in a very expressive culture, but it doesn't mean we feel the emotions that we're feeling. And I grew up with a lot of traumatic experiences, but I pushed them all down to survive. And then, when you look at the world and you see what people deem as successful, you strive for that. So I basically carved a path and went down a path that was focused on ambition, performance, achievement, and also not only because I wanted to prove myself to society, but I wanted to make my mom proud, my family proud, right? And that was a big driver for me. And so, yeah, I actually was always as a young kid, Raven, I loved to draw. But I think as I got older, and art, and it's such a great metaphor, art became more about what people thought. It had to be perfect. All of the things that cause people to push their creativity aside. I ended up focusing more on business. And in the business world, a lot of things that they herald as values aren't the things that are necessarily healthy for you, like profit and, always about the next thing. And so basically, yeah, I got burnt out about 8 years ago. I was at the peak of my career. I was a managing director of an agency. So I got to everything. I got to the place I always wanted to be, Raven. But inside, I was a wreck. I was not mindful, had a lot of physical anxieties, like my gut was off, and I just wasn't present. And ironically, I didn't go to address my anxiety. I went to address my fear of flying. So yeah, I know a lot of people don't know that, but as part of my job, I had to travel to grow the business. But my fear of flying got really bad to where I'd have to get drunk to get on a plane, and I would drink the entire flight and then end up throwing up because I got so drunk. And that's a part of my story that I'm open about because I have a lot of empathy for people that have addiction or use things to numb themselves. So that's kind of the thing. And anyway, the short part of that is that when I decided to address my fear of flying, the therapist that I was seeing asked me if I had a safe, a safe way to express my emotions. And I said, as a kid, I used to draw. And that was kind of the genesis and catalyst to Sketch Poetic, which is the brand and the methodology. And basically, when I left that therapist's office, Raven, I said, oh my gosh, I want to try doing this every day, but I knew I couldn't do it in the job that I was in. So I committed to leaving that job. It took me 6 months to leave because I was in a high position. So I wanted to make sure I was leaving it in a good place. And then I committed to going to this coffee shop every day before I went to this new job. And it changed my life. So that's what led me to Sketch Poetic.
Wow, that is incredible. I didn't know that backstory of
most people don't.
Thank you for sharing that. You had mentioned enjoying drawing as a kid, and I'm curious on what kinds of things did you enjoy drawing when you were a kid, and how has that progressed into your practice now?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked that because it's one of the things that I find the most fascinating about my journey. So when I was a kid, I had to draw things that I saw, and they had to look exactly like the way I saw it. So I was such a perfectionist, and photorealistic was my ultimate goal. I wanted to draw it in a way that you thought it was a photo. And I think that's a metaphor for where I was, right? I really felt like it needed to be exactly how I saw it. And so it was such a control thing. So the other thing is when I drew as a kid, I did it to disconnect, to escape my life because it was so tumultuous. So it was, and I don't think I knew it back in the day when you're a kid, because when you're a kid, you just do it for the sake of doing it. You don't overanalyze any of it, but you realize in hindsight that I did it to escape. When I drew, I just imagined and I just, got disconnected from myself. So the difference between then and now is two things. One, I don't sketch what I see. I sketch my emotions and how I'm feeling, which is very abstract. It's very surrealist in its expression because I'm not obsessing about what the outcome is. I'm focused solely on the process of purging what's inside of me out. And so that was a huge leap for me to not worry about what it looked like. And that's part of the healing. And then the other part of it is I didn't do it to disconnect. I did it to connect back to me. I had to find me. And one of the things I talk about, I told you in my past, I was in agencies and an executive in agencies, and we'd have to work with brands, and we always talk about transformation, right? Transformation is a very popular word in the world. But for me, my definition of transformation is remembering who I've always been. Going back to that. And it's a different type of transformation. It's the shedding, it's the getting rid of all the deep conditioning, the systems, the cultural beliefs, what society has told us. And that is a lot of work. But I do it I do that through my sketching. I unpack it all and I give it permission to be seen. So I'm giving myself permission to actually see for the first time all the stuff that was within me that I didn't want to see.
Wow. That is so powerful and really beautiful. Geez. So what kinds of, as your process and practice has progressed, have you seen a difference in the sorts of sketches that you create as you're processing through your emotions?
Yeah.
Can you
I
speak to
mean,
that a little bit?
I get chills thinking about it. Honestly, one of the things when I do my daily sketching, Raven, is I'm very present, but I oftentimes don't reflect on the journey. So even though I'm very present, I sometimes these conversations, and that's the reason I get chills, is it makes me think about like, oh my God, at once it feels like a short journey, but at once it feels like a lifetime. But yeah, if you looked at my very first sketch, it really was to get rid of my anxiety. So it looked like this. Looked like scribbles and doodles. You look at it now, and by the way, I'm celebrating my 7-year anniversary, April 19th, of daily sketching. It's huge. Every day for 7 years, I've been sketching. And if you look at it today, it would be intimidating for somebody to jump into the practice looking at my art now, because now it's so detailed and very clear. There's so much clarity in my sketching. So it's not as, it feels like it's not as raw as it was when I first started, because the rawness was real when I first started. Like, talk about vulnerable. You're like putting yourself out there, and I was doing it at a coffee shop, which is really funny, right? And I'm doing this in a public setting, which is all part of my story. Because one of the reasons I think it was very healing for me is I was able to get present in a coffee shop, and I noticed that when I would look up every now and then, I'd get in flow, I would see people looking at me, not necessarily at sketch. They're like, I could see they were enthralled to whatever it was I was in, like this energy field of like, what is going on? And that was the healing field. It's like, clearly it was somebody that was creating for the sake of something deeper and bigger. It wasn't, because I've been to coffee shops and I've seen people draw, and I think I'm more interested in the drawing than I am the person. And what I noticed was the opposite. People were more enthralled with what is going on with her. Like, they were fascinated because I was in a place where I was in awe. I was like, right. What the hell is going on? And so, yeah, as I've evolved in my healing journey, it is a byproduct from my sketches to have evolved, because it's part of, and even though I've been using pen and paper this entire time, I guarantee it, if you had done a time lapse from day one to where I am, you would see the marks feel different. The way that they're put on paper is different. I also experiment with coffee and painting and color and shells, and I'm very experimental and playful. I just play more a lot. Like, if I could, I would just play all the time and I'd be naked. The truth, Sheila, is just let's just take everything off and just have fun. Like, that would be the true essence of me. Most people wouldn't know that about me, though, because I think the veneer is like, oh, she's so put together. I'm like, no, really, I'd rather just be naked in the desert and just create.
That is very two contrasting things, as you have like your power blazer on, and like
exactly. I know, it's so funny.
I love it though. I love it. You briefly touched on or spoke on adding coffee and color to your work. Can you speak a little bit about that process, and like what kind of mediums you're using to like add the color, and then also, what inspires that, a single ink sketch versus, okay, in this one I'm feeling like I'm going to add color. Like what kind of this determines that for you in your process?
The answer is the feeling. First of all, it's always the feeling. Always the feeling. The coffee was actually an interesting story. At the coffee shop, I was sketching, and somebody accidentally bumped my table, and the coffee spilled in my sketch. That's how that came to be. So to me, that was a divine intervention. And I was just enthralled with the idea that accidents happen, and if we can create beauty from those accidents, how beautiful that story is and that message. So that's the way I think, Raven, and you and I share this, is that we really do come from a place of positivity, but not from a place of Pollyanna, like everything's got to be good all the time. I could walk the path of constant negativity, and there's a lot to be negative about, but I do try to see. So when that accident happened, I could have been like, damn it, coffee in my sketch. But I didn't. I genuinely thought that was meant to happen. And what am I supposed to do with that? So the coffee, and so ever since that, my coffee and ink sketches actually hold a lot of special meaning. and the energy of it feels very different for me. It's almost like I was meant to play with coffee. Then the first medium of color I played with was with watercolor, and I chose watercolor because it's hard to control. You know, it's really hard to control, especially if you're doing it in the way I do it, which is more surreal and abstract. If I were doing it to try to paint a flower, I would be much more controlled. But I really was just playing. And so I just wanted to use something that was more in alignment with the healing journey, like at the underscoring everything I do, Raven, and you know this, it's about arts and healing. And yes, while I'm walking the path as an artist, I'm still Sheila that feels driven to tell the story of how powerful art can heal. Like I never would have thought that I could be who I am today had it not been for my art. And like you said, there's two sides to me. There's the Sheila that has existed in the corporate space for so long. And then there's the Sheila that truly feels the most, I'd say, whole when I remove all the veneer of what it is that I've held myself back from believing in myself because people have told me that's what I should believe, right? That's what I meant by naked. It's not just being naked for the sake of physical nudity. It's naked in the spiritual way, naked in an emotional way, naked in a mental way. Just so out there and so open that there's nothing to hide. And interestingly, when you don't hide things, either people opt out. That's been one of my most profound healing insights is that, you know, for a long time I avoided conflict. I didn't want to hurt anyone's feelings. And if, you know, a relationship runs its course, it runs its course. But I noticed when I was walking the path of healing, people just opt out. They're like, I don't want, you know, this isn't my vibe. This isn't my energy. I'm like, great. I don't have to confront anyone anymore. It's great. So anyway, yeah, it's been fascinating. But color is just a metaphor. It's just an expansion of the play, an expansion of seeing the world differently. But I'll always be a huge passion in black and white because it forces me to actually see the world in the shadow and light the way I see it, and that I can sit in the wholeness of both.
Awesome. I love that. Can you share a little bit about the book that you published and how that came about and just speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, the book came about also another divine guidance. I will say that a lot when I say I'm divinely guided. I'm not afraid to say that because I know people have a certain, resistance or affinity to divinity. But what I mean by that is when I surrender to the process, I know something bigger is at play. And this book was another great example of it. So probably months into it, like 3 months into my daily sketching practice, I remember having a very innocent moment at the coffee shop, Raven. I was breathing steady. I was relaxed and I was still and I was silent. And I went, do people know art heals? I was like, do people know art heals? And then because I came from business world and I was a facilitator, I did a ton of workshops for my work. I thought, I want to teach people what I do, what I'm doing, without knowing really what it was that I was teaching. But because I came from that background, I was able to deconstruct it. So I did workshops before COVID, like actual in-person workshops at my house, and then COVID hit. And then I did them via Zoom, which was great because it opened me up to a global audience. But in that moment, that 3 months in when I started sketching, I'm like, how do I scale this and do this? And then I got this Instagram message from a wife of a former coworker. Her name is Rachel. She's the other writer in my book, but she was supporting me. She comes from more of a teaching background. Mm-hmm. So she helped me create the scaffolding of the book. But she reached out to me and said, Sheila, I have been watching your journey on Instagram, and I want you to know you've changed my life because I've been watercoloring again. And I've been going through a nasty divorce. Like it's helping her. Mm-hmm. And I thought, wow. And she said, if you ever want to write a book, I'm there for you. And because I listened, I heard beyond what she said. I literally had just thought, like, how do I scale? And then within days, she reaches out. So I said, yes, let's do it. So she helped me. And then I got an incredible publisher. That was an interesting journey of being an author. But the one beautiful thing that I will share is one of the inspirations of my book is The Artist's Way, which is a very famous book by Julia Cameron. And when I got a literary agent, she asked me who my dream editor and publisher were. And this is how naive I was. I said, I don't really know editors and publishers that much, but I would love to have the same editor and publisher of The Artist's Way. And that's who I got.
Wow.
Like, serious. It's in it. Anybody that knows how hard it is to get into a big, like, I've been published by Macmillan, Hay House, and Penguin. I don't say that as a bragging right. I'm just showing you how divine my path is. Like a first-time author, I just trust that everything is meant to be, and it always does. I'm so patient, and I'm so trusting, and those are the two words that are so resistant to being versus doing. I was a doer my entire life. I am now just being who I am, and everything just falls into place when it's meant to come into play.
Yes.
I love it. Like, I love everything about it. I know you're geeking out because I see it manifesting and expressing in you. I see it every day when I watch you from the sidelines, Raven, and sometimes not in the sidelines in front of you, but I will say I'm a huge fan of yours. I love your evolution because you're the embodiment of what I believe.
Wow. That. Oh. Thank you. Yeah, and that is exactly why I'm geeking out, because I'm like new in what you're speaking. Yeah. And South by Southwest this past trip was honestly like such a beautiful, just that divine guidance of just like, and you know, it brings a lot of peace, like as a creative and as an artist in this career of like every day is just kind of, you're trying to figure it out and like hoping that you can make this sustainable and last. And when you just, like you had said, surrender to the process and just kind of, instead of trying to do everything, you're just existing and looking and listening rather than trying to figure everything out for yourself. It just, like you said, things just start just literally falling into place. And wow. Can you speak? Yeah. Can you speak a little bit about, like, I know how I get into alignment to be able to like receive those kinds of, I call them divine downloads as I'm like trying to figure things out. Can you speak a little bit about how you go about surrendering to the process and getting in that posture to just remain open to the divine guidance?
Yeah, you kind of led me to the answer. What you said was looking and listening. I'm going to give you a different nuance to what you said, though, to answer your question about how do I surrender to the process. I would describe my process as witnessing and listening. When you're a witness to something, you take yourself out of the equation and you look at things as if they're happening for you and not to you.
I like that.
And when I first started sketching, I'll give you a great example. I was terrible at meditating. I tried meditating. I think I've tried meditating my entire life, but it just never stuck because my mind, I mean, I thought I had ADHD, and I'm not saying that because I know I take it seriously that people have that, but I genuinely didn't know if I did because I had a hard time focusing, multitasking all the time. And I know I don't, because now I can be very present. But what I was experiencing is somebody that had a hard time quieting their mind. What I was experiencing was somebody that had a hard time being still and silent. And I mistook that as somebody that had potential ADHD. It wasn't that. I was running away and not listening and not witnessing what was happening. I was so caught up in the noise of it all. I was so caught up in the freneticism of life. And so, yeah, when I'm sketching, I'm able to, and there's a book called Surrender Experiment by Michael Singer. He touches upon this idea of the soul versus the spirit. And your soul is really the thing that sits above it all, that is literally observing everything. And if you can tap into that, and one of the things I would like to say, Raven, because I always love to clarify this, the word healing, I say healing a lot. And depending on who you're talking to, again, resistance. Healing is woo-woo, healing is this. My definition of healing is actually not woo-woo. My definition of healing in the sense of what I do is when your subconscious and unconscious becomes conscious.
Ooh.
I like which is a very scientific definition, right? And so when I'm sketching, what happens is there's a current. So this is going back to the whole I'm frenetic and chaotic. In the past, when I try to meditate, I would try to push all those thoughts away or trying to quiet. I was like, God, be quiet, be quiet. And you're like getting so frustrated. But when I sketched, I did the opposite. I was witnessing the current, and then suddenly a dress would show up, or my grocery list would show up, or I gotta call my mom, or man, I'm so sad, and all those thoughts come through. The difference now is, as I'm witnessing those thoughts, I ask with curiosity, which is the key. If you want to know what it is, the key emotion that I process when I'm doing the surrendering to the process is curiosity. So when I see a dress, I go, that's curious. Why did I see that dress? Or why am I sad today? There's nothing. And in my mind, I'm going, there's nothing to be sad about, Sheila. You got a great life. And so curiosity and witnessing it truly is what surrendering to the process is, because you're in the moment. Not to mistake it with overanalyzing. Other unique part of Sketch Poetic that makes my book unique to other creative expression books that are out there is I actually, all my prompts, there's 40 prompts in my book, all of them are connecting to your body. Every single one, whether it's through breath, or I have you stand up, or I have you notice your hands and how the grip of the pen. My entire purpose is to get you into your body, because that is part, that is the intuitive tool that we have neglected. We think of intuition as the third eye, or intuition as our gut, but we forget that our entire body is an intuitive tool. It's always telling us something. We just don't listen. Yeah. Even when we meet people, this is what you and I were talking about before we started this, is that discernment. Your body discerns before your mind does. It's interesting. It's pretty powerful, actually, if you can tune into it.
Yeah, I mean, it's necessary. Discernment.
Especially in the world today.
Absolutely. When things are just, everything seems so fast.
And divisive. We are in a very fragmented, divided world right now, more than I've ever experienced it in my lifetime. But it doesn't mean that it's a bad or good thing. It just is what it is. But if somebody is in the extreme of any division, their energy is equally not as positive to experience as somebody that, because it's just hard. It's just a hard world to traverse right now, because we, as somebody that talks about peace a lot and healing, those words are pretty tricky right now. If you want to know the political climate and the global climate, the word peace is very, it's very complex, and who would have thought the word peace would have ever been a complex topic, but it is now. So I'm just sharing that as an aside, because that's why I'm always in the feeling part. It's not words. It's just our bodies, it's energy that we're experiencing. So we're not talking, we're just experiencing.
Absolutely. The next question I have for you is, what is something that you are currently excited about? What's something that's bringing you joy currently?
A lot. First of all,
share.
A lot. Yeah. I have, because I know that life is transient and not everything is permanent. So when I say I'm feeling a tremendous amount of joy, I haven't for a long time in this way that I'm feeling it. So I'm embracing it all, and I feel like I'm in a joy minefield right now. It's like everything is so joyful. So I'm excited about a few things. One, I'm finding my voice as an artist, and so that's why I'm doing larger pieces and expressing myself. So I did a huge canvas and finished that, and I'm working on another big canvas. I haven't really shown it, but it's because I'm doing it for myself. If it gets into a show, great. But if it doesn't, that's okay. I'm also excited, again, as part of finding my voice, is and this is alpha. I'm really excited.
Yeah.
It happened yesterday, but I got invited to speak at the International Consciousness Forum, which is people traveling all around the world and coming to Madison to talk about the topic of consciousness. And there's scientists and academics and psychologists, and they're just now introducing artists in the last few years. And I'm one of the artists that gets to talk about what I do. And that's huge for me, right? Because now I can talk about, I just really believe artists are going to, we're already activists in many ways, but if we can become activists in spaces where usually artists aren't invited to, artists aren't usually invited to academic spaces. Artists aren't always invited to spaces of science, but I seem to have bridged some of that. And that's my goal, is let me bridge more artists in this world, because we're doing, Raven, when you create, right? When you're doing these documentary styles and the legacy portraits, you're using your brain as neuroscience, right? You're also using academic thought, because you're like geeking out on the technicalities of everything. artists have such complex understanding of these things. They just don't have the language to speak about it, right? But it's there. And so I think that's why when I look at my life, this is about my story, right? I go, why is somebody like me that came from the business world for as long as I did now standing in the position of art, tech, and wellness? It's because I can speak that language. I can talk to executives. I can talk to brands, you know?
Wow.
And I was meant to bridge. I'm a bridge builder. And that is my goal, is I'm supposed to bridge these worlds that artists would normally probably feel intimidated by. And I used to feel intimidated by going into the art world. Like when I first went into Web3, that was the first space where I felt so welcomed as an artist. Truly, you know, because galleries, right? All the gatekeepers you have in the traditional art world. No, Web3, that's why I always have a love. I will always have a love for Web3. No matter how much people poo-poo on NFTs and Web3, I have only met people like you, and the collective creators have been so welcoming and so warm. Yeah. But yeah, I'm excited about those two things for sure. Playing bigger and then being able to speak about the importance of what we do as artists and how we heal the world through it. We can heal the world through what we do.
That is, congratulations. Like what, that is massive. See, I didn't want to like interrupt because, you know, we're recording a podcast and stuff, but I was come
shout away because it's you. Thank you. It's
yes.
you. Yeah,
come on. What that, and wow, that is, first of all, yeah, major congratulations. You deserve, like, totally. You are, I could not think of a better person. And I really like what you touched on there of, like, it's a little bit trickier for artists to be able to articulate what we're trying to express or why we think our art is important, and that's why we make the art, because that's like, that is how we process and kind of that's our way of articulating, you know, the significance. So I appreciate that acknowledgement because it is that's something that I find myself battling with. Like, I have to write a description for this piece, and it's like, just
ChatGPT. Use ChatGPT.
That's been the game changer, because
it has for me too. And I'm a writer. I love ChatGPT for that reason. It can be helpful if you're using it for your own benefit. Yeah.
Whoa. Yeah.
But I wanted to touch on something here because it makes me laugh, because the way artists talk about the intimidation of storytelling, marketing, the business of art, right? There's so much intimidation and fear around it. I'm laughing because like I said, I've been in the business world for so long. The way that we talk about art is the way that they feel. Like, it's literally funny when I talk to business people and corporate people and they think about art. It's like, oh my God, it terrifies them. It's just funny because it's, no matter what side you sit, there's a terror on the other side of all of it. And so if I could just show that it's really not as terrifying as you think to be an artist. You can be a rock star executive, you can be a rock star doctor, you can be a rock star lawyer, but you can still create and play the guitar and dance and sing. But for some reason, the proposition of that is terrifying for a lot of people. So just know that it sits on both sides. The terror is on both sides. I find it very comical, but that's what we're supposed to do, is help show people it's not that scary.
Mm-hmm.
Especially storytelling. A lot of people are very uncomfortable telling their stories.
Yeah, I have a thought on that.
I'd love to hear it. Why don't you share?
I think, and I can only speak from my personal experience. Like, for me, coming into Web3 and going into Clubhouse rooms and things like that, that was really the first time I had been asked, like, what's your story?
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, I've never been asked that, and now I have to really, like, think about that. And just having this space I think people are afraid to share their stories because they haven't before, and that's like a new thing. And like, I remember I would type it out in a note, my story, like how like my own story, I'm typing out a note to read, because I would get so nervous that I would black out and not remember, like, what I said or what I was reading, so I would literally read it. But being but having that space to just have the time to share and speak on who I was and things that I've gone through and share my testimony, that like,
yes, I love that word, your testimony.
Yeah, it really like shifted, it built a lot of confidence within me, because things that I was sharing I hadn't shared before, and but I had overcome them, but I wasn't sharing them because it was like I don't know if it was like shame or if it was more of like it wasn't that big of a deal kind of thing, but like it
I have a thought around this that may be a good reflection for you, because I'd be curious if you felt this shift. This is the shift that happened to me, of why I'm able to tell my story now and I couldn't before. By the way, I used to be terrified of public speaking or any sort of speaking. Interestingly, I was successful in the business world, but anytime I have to pitch work, I would get the worst stomach ache, and I practically almost threw up before that. I mean, I was terrible. I hated speaking. Now I can speak, and I mean, I'm sure I'd still be uncomfortable in a big stage, but my point is I'm comfortable, and this is the reason. When I didn't know who I was and I hadn't walked this path of healing and spirituality, when somebody asked me what my story was, it was more like a timeline description. This is what happened. Beats. This is what happened. It wasn't really a story. It was just like a mementos of events. Now, when I talk about my story, I do it for two reasons: to connect and to inspire. And in the past, I think those two weren't the reasons I would share my story. I was so caught up in, what do I say that's going to be important and matter in the world? What do I say that is going to make the audience be engaged? What do I say that, is going to be meaningful? So it was always with the other person or the audience in mind. But when you walk a path of healing and spirituality and joy, which is what I've been feeling lately, you really do share your story for one reason alone. You hope that somebody out there connects and feels inspired to action, to change, because they need to hear it. And if I can reach one person, then I've done my job. That's truly the way I go into any of these things, whether it's a podcast or an interview or my art. My art is that every day I share my art because it's my story. And that's why I started doing those voiceovers over my reel. Is it dawned on me, if technology is forcing me to do reels now, first of all, because you have to use reels to even be seen anymore, how do I use that thing that's been forced upon me to connect? I always come from a point of connection, Raven. Always, because when you're living a life of purpose, as you know, it's all about that. That's how you change people's lives, and that's how you change the world, is to connect and get people to connect back with themselves.
Yes. That part too. And realize, how worthy and valuable each individual person is.
Every person has a story to tell. Yes. Every person's story should be told. Yeah.
Beautiful. I just have a couple more questions here for you, Sheila, and we will start to wrap it up here. It's always a great conversation with you. I can't even front, like, always just a great time.
Yeah, same. I feel the same. Thank you for receiving it in that way. I always feel in flow with the right people. I feel very much in flow at this moment. Like I get lost in the whatever this is we're doing. I just get caught up in the exchange in which we're experiencing. So thank you.
What does culture mean to you, Sheila?
Ooh, it's a great question. As somebody that lived in corporate culture for so long, I know what it's not. Culture isn't forcing people to believe and align with a set of values that aren't in alignment with them. So the opposite answer is, what is culture to me? Is when a collective can come together to share a set of beliefs and values that are intrinsic and genuine and authentic to them. When we can get to a culture, and this is Web3 as well. I'm going to go back to Web3. Web3 is a fascinating study of culture to me. It's a fragmented society of people, or a fragmented collective of people trying to find their people. truly, like in many ways. And so we have these mini cultures, right? But at the core, and this is what I would like to believe, and maybe this is the hopeful Sheila that will continue to exist and help be present in the space for this reason. The hopeful part of me is when we all, from Clubhouse days to Twitter, we all came into Web3 and NFTs with this idea of creative sovereignty and creative ownership. Like this idea that we as creators, it makes me emotional. I don't know why I just got really emotional, but I'm just going to let it be. But I think as creators, as somebody that's a new artist, I think we've always seen a path that's just full of gates and full of like walls of gatekeepers and people saying you're not good enough. And it has to be this to get in a gallery, or you have to look a certain way. And only, you know, I just watched the Frida Kahlo documentary, and she was fighting the fight as a woman. You know, it was always men in the art world, and it continues to be in many cases. But I'm sharing this because going back to the culture for me is as much a expression of values and beliefs as it is an expression of desire and hope for the future. And if we can, and Web3, remember that the intention of why we even joined the space was around creative sovereignty and creative ownership and community and connection. And that's the culture to me. It's that desire, that intention, that vision. And you see cultures go sideways because they leave the culture to a subset of people to define it, you know, in the world. And that's where we get it messed up and wrong, is that not only do we let a subset of people define the culture, but then we align out values and beliefs to them. And that's what I saw in corporate America. When I say to you, I know what culture is not, is we used to joke that we drank the Kool-Aid. We drank the Kool-Aid, and you fit in and you played the part. But you did it because you wanted to belong. You didn't do it because you felt in alignment with the values.
Okay. You know? Yeah.
You know, don't mistake belonging, a desire to belong, culture. It's so not the case. Like I said, sometimes it's easier to know what something isn't than it is to know what it is. And culture is not belonging. Belonging is, you're the only person that can feel the belonging. You know, I could give you all the reasons, Raven, that, like you told me about South by Southwest and the way you talked about the boys club, right? Is
yep.
Of it? That their culture was so inviting, so warm. You felt it like you belonged.
Yeah.
Right.
And that was my first event.
But if you did not have that sense of self, there's nothing, no invitation, no warmth that could have made you feel belonging. So it's a two-way conversation. Culture is a two-way conversation. It has to be in order for it to fully express what we want it to be. So I'm so passionate about this topic. So I'm glad you asked about it.
That was there's so many gems in what you just said, like so many just nuggets. I'm taking a timestamp note because I want to I'm going to go back and listen.
Again, source. Awesome. We're in flow. That's what happens.
I love it. Okay, 2 more questions for you here, Sheila, and then we'll wrap it up here. How do you define legacy?
Oh, look at you, Raven, dropping these profound questions. Oh, wow. This is a good one. How do I define legacy? I can only answer it for me because I wrestle with this a lot. One of the ways that I found liberation and freedom is when I remember, I don't even know the date what it was, Raven, but I remember when I started walking this purpose-driven path, this spiritual path. And I had this knowing that my impact is going to, my deep, true impact. So I already know I can create impact in this world today. But my true impact, the reason my soul came into this world and is here and is doing the Sheila Darcy sketch poetic thing, my true impact will not be felt in my lifetime. Meaning, I won't see it while I'm here. It liberated the crap out of me because as somebody that was so ambitious and so driven my entire life, when I took the goalpost and the finish line off the path, I was like, oh, I could just be every day Sheila. And as I create impact, I just know the real impact I'm going to make, I won't be in this lifetime. So that's legacy for me. Legacy is not being beholden to a time frame, beholden to a measure of success that I've somehow grabbed in my head that that's what it is. legacy, and Maya Angelou said it best. It's the way we make others feel. It's truly, truly the best legacy, because it's what people remember. People don't remember that famous quote. People will forget what you said. People will forget what you do, but they will always remember how you feel. I might have butchered that quote, but it's the same idea. So legacy for me is not measured by time or by some sort of measure of success. Legacy is a state of being and knowing that it transcends all of that.
Powerful, powerful. And the last question I have for you, Sheila, what do you want your legacy to be?
That art heals. It's just that simple, and it's an immovable object and purpose that I know I was asked and invited and called in to be a part of that movement. I'm one of many people that have been talking about this. For some reason, though, in the way I'm saying it and the way that I've been led to it, I'm able to reach more people because of that bridge building. Like I said, I can talk to people of this world versus this world, and I'm able to somehow language it so that they can connect with it. So my legacy is a bridge builder, and that art heals, and and when I say that, again, I won't see it in my lifetime, but there will be a point in time where the world will give credit to artists and creators for healing the world, because we are doing it every single day in the way we were showing up for ourselves. And so I just want us to be intentional about it. Just be intentional.
Ooh, that was good. That you can't see behind these glasses, but that got me a little bit there. Wow. Sheila, thank you so much for just your time, your energy, just the insight that you have provided during this conversation. Like, I know so many people will be blessed by hearing this, and so I just want to thank you.
And I just want to say thank you. Like, listen, I've done a number of conversations and interviews, and I woke up with so much excitement and joy to have this one, because when I say I have been watching you and observing you, and I really want you to receive it. You are truly the embodiment of what's good in the world. And I want you to continue this path. You're going to change so many lives that you already have. And I know you've had to make some really difficult decisions to get here, but it's all worth it. It's all worth it, Raven. Like, I have experienced so much in life, and I wouldn't have expected where I am. Now we're both getting teary-eyed because when you feel called and live a life that is so driven by something bigger, there's no greater gift, really. And I see that in you. I'm so proud of you and so happy for you.
I got trying to do this outro. Like, oh.
Your outro is I'm out. I'm out.
Yeah, let me go. Blow my nose as the outro or something. Oh, goodness. Wow. I received that, and I thank you. Oh, man. Just let me take a...
Yeah, actually, I have water, too. Let's drink together.
Oh, man.
But this is it. If people want to listen and watch and observe us and witness us, this is what they've got to observe. Real, meaningful connection.
Truly.
It's just not another interview. It's not just another conversation. It's not another episode in your long list of libraries, Raven. People need to experience these moments as real moments, right? And this is why social media is so damaging. We just flip. So I feel like I had to take a pause and recognize that, we just finished talking for an hour, and I just felt a beautiful connection to you, and I wanted to reflect that back to you.
Thank you so much. I received that. Thank you all so much who tuned in and listened to this episode, especially to everyone who is going to collect this when it hits the blockchain. That is what sets Culture Shift apart, is these episodes are archived on the blockchain. And not only that, but they're also being sold for crypto, and every guest earns a percentage of those sales for being so gracious with their time, energy, and perspective. If you listen to this and are wanting to learn more about crypto art, digital assets, and the blockchain, reach out. Let's connect. There are so many resources, and I would be honored to help you get started on your journey. This is the Culture Shift with Raven 50 Millimeter. Thank you all again, and we will catch y'all on the next episode. Stay hydrated, stay blessed. Peace.
Peace.
All right. What is good, y'all? Welcome to the Culture Shift with Raven 50 Millimeter, where we are reimagining podcasting by leveraging blockchain and Web3 tools to experiment with monetization and distribution methods. It is Women's History Month. Shout out to all the incredible women out there, all the grandmothers and mothers and sisters and aunts and all the women impacting their circle of love. We recognize you, we honor you, and we lift you up in this moment. This month, we will be highlighting some brilliant ladies and creating a space for them to share their stories. Brought to you by the Legacy Portrait Project and the 50 Millimeter Collective. The 50 Millimeter Collective is a community of BIPOC, trans, and queer digital artists and allies that work together as we pioneer Web3 and NFTs. The 50 Millimeter Collective has a YouTube channel with tutorials and helpful info on how to get set up and get started with archiving your artwork on the blockchain. The Legacy Portrait Project, while inspired by my grandmother's battle with dementia, is a mission-driven endeavor that is aimed at empowering BIPOC, trans, and queer individuals. Something special starts to happen when you are able to share your story and, where am I at here? Something special starts to happen when you're invited to share your story and breathe life into a higher version of yourself. Legacy portraits are AR-activated portraits that come to life with video narration, sharing the subject's story from their perspective. I'm super, super excited to announce a Legacy Portrait Tour. That is right. This project is going on tour around the country, bringing these innovative portrait sessions to different cities, with the first stop being in Austin, Texas during South by Southwest. The tour will be connecting with folks at two major events. Number one, the Brand New Summit, a conference hosted by Boys Club. Shout out to the wonderful ladies of Boys Club. And destination number two, Rest Fest, a wellness and healing festival hosted by Mutual Love. Shout out to the good fellas of Mutual Love. And then after Austin, we will be heading to New York during NFT NYC. We'll be putting together a creator house and meetup for our community. We are currently reaching out to value-aligned brands and companies to be part of this initiative. So I'm really excited, y'all. It's going to be special. This is a God dream, and I'm fully anticipating the goodness of God to show up and show out for us on this Legacy Portrait Tour. All right, now let's get into our guest here. We have the brilliant Asia Shiori. She is a 22-year-old powerhouse in the world of social media and beyond. As a beauty, fashion, and lifestyle creator, she brings her unique blend of passion and expertise to everything she touches. From makeup tutorials to cooking demonstrations, Asia's social media platforms are a treasure trove of inspiration for thousands of followers. But nah, Asia isn't just a social media sensation. She's also a double major in public relations and fashion at Tennessee State University at HBCU, paving her way to success both online and in the classroom. Asia is also in the process of launching All the Vibes with Asia Shiori, a podcast that promises to be your go-to destination for all things fabulous. I am thrilled to welcome our guest, Asia Shiori. Asia, how are you? How you feeling? How you living? Welcome to the Culture Shift.
Thank you so much for that amazing introduction. I am doing well. How are you?
I am happy to be here. I'm grounded in gratitude, and I'm excited to get into this conversation. So thank you for joining us.
Yes, of course. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Definitely. Let's get into the first question here. What sparked your creative journey? We went through a lot here with all your endeavors, and I'm just curious on what sparked that for you.
I think that God just kind of blessed me. Like, he put me in a space where I got to grow up around creativity. Like, my dad, he was a producer. And then, like, my mom, she owns a fashion school. So, like, I kind of grew up in the realm of, like, fashion and beauty and, like, lavish and, like, kind of being able to, like, live it up and take the world and make the world what you want it to be and not transcribing to who the world says you're supposed to be. So I think that with that mindset, I was always, like, embraced for being creative. And then also, like, being in a space where I was able to go to a diverse school like growing up K through 12, I was able to go through diverse schooling. So I never seen like just one set type of person. So I think that that also like helped like push my individuality a lot. And then I think that I just started, I don't know, I just started pushing through. Like, I don't know. I started doing YouTube originally when I was like 12 years old. So
Wow.
it's literally been like I knew what I wanted to do. Like I knew what I was put to do. I knew that I was different and that I wanted to be able to promote change and unity. And I think the way that I was raised, the only way to promote change is to be the change that you want to
Mm.
see. So I think that that's what really fueled me being creative. So that's why I put myself out there in so many different aspects, and I challenge myself to be the best at whatever arena I step into. So, yeah.
I love that. Thank you for sharing that. You're currently majoring or double majoring in public relations and fashion at Tennessee State University, which is a HBCU, which for those of you who may not know what that represents, it means historically black colleges and universities. Can you speak on your experience on studying fashion specifically at a HBCU and what that means to you?
So anyone who knows HBCU culture, it's all about the look. It's all about making sure that you look your best because when you present the best, the I guess the idea is that when you present the best version of yourself that you can, more doors are open and like less doors are closing your face. So if everyone is presenting their best version of themselves, you can only like have an amazing outcome. You can only have success come from that. So I think like being at an HBCU, Tennessee State specifically, I think that we are very like heavily driven on dressing outside of the box and being innovative and bringing a style that sets us apart. Because as we know, like HBCU culture, every HBCU is known for the fashion and the dressing, but you want to like be a staple. Like your goal is to be a staple. So everyone like really promotes modeling and fashion designing and styling and working together, collaborating. So it'll be like photographers working with stylists, working with content creators, working with brand owners, like all of that is in one place. So
Wow.
it's like you put your best outfits on. I don't know how to explain it. Like they sell totes, hats. There's a pop-up shop for sneakers every time you go out the door. Like it's crazy. So we definitely, you know, we
Yeah.
push.
So, can you describe the style? You said that each HBCU has their own kind of specific style. Can you describe the style of Tennessee State University?
I would say sophistication meets swag. That's what I would say because
Ooh.
I think that we are very good at like we know how to like put on a fancy dress, or the men know how to put on a suit and tie, and like they know how to put it on. But one thing about us, we definitely do force you to like be yourself. Like we force you to, you can, everybody can have the same black suit on or the same white dress on, but you have to find a way to make it you.
Word.
So I definitely say like sophistication meets swag because we're always going to present our best self, meaning whatever room we walk into, we're going to be dressed for the occasion, we're going to fit the occasion, but we're going to be so us. It's going to be so swagged out, you like you can't touch it. It's us.
I love that. I love that.
Yeah.
Um, we had mentioned your upcoming podcast, All the Vibes, with Asia Shiori. Can you speak to what inspired that and what your process has been creating that show?
So originally, about 2 years ago, I decided that I wanted to like start my podcast, but I just was in a space where I felt although this is something that I want, I have some like self growing to do before I put myself out there and like I put myself in a space to push that. Because like I feel like when you have a podcast, you have a certain responsibility to be able to like articulate yourself and be able to adequately push the message that you want to push.
Hmm.
And I think that it takes a certain level of like self-confidence in order to do that. So I knew that I wanted to do my podcast, but I just felt like I had some more growing that I wanted to do. And then through school, like the me being a public relations major, one of the things that I had to do was I had to come up with an idea, a concept, and like a production plan to execute to figure out what I would want to do. And so I just was like, now's the time. Now's the time, because if I'm gonna be putting my energy towards anything, and I already do YouTube and I already do like Instagram and stuff, if I'm gonna be putting my energy towards anything, put it towards something that I've actually been working on creating. You know, so
Yeah.
I just was like, now's the time. So
I love that. You had mentioned in your response there, building your self confidence up, and can you speak to maybe a couple of your favorite ways in which you boost your confidence and boost your self esteem a little bit? I know I got my personal ways on, like, whether it's putting on my favorite playlist and I'm like jumping around, dancing, and just like letting all the anxiety just like get out my body like that, and that like helps me, give me a boost. That's just my my personal way to go about it. But I'm curious on some of your like top 2, top 3 ways to just like, oh, okay, now I feel better, I feel good about myself, let's get it.
I think it depends. Like for me, I would say one thing that I'm definitely very big on that I don't think a lot of people do is I'm very big on like self dating. Like I take myself everywhere. I'm the woman that I can literally go to dinner, sit at a 5-star restaurant by myself and eat the dinner. I can go to a movie, I can go anywhere and feel, like feel okay, because I'm so used to taking myself out and putting myself into the spaces where you typically need another person there or feel more comfortable if another person's there. It's like if I want to experience that, I'm still gonna go. If I want to bowl and I don't have anybody to bowl with, I'm gonna go bowl by myself. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that I would say like the small things that I've done are being a lot more sure of myself. So like if I have an idea or if something comes into my head, I stick to it because I truly believe that God would not have put it in my head if it was not for me. Like everyone has a dream, everyone has a purpose, and that's why we dream it and we don't just wake up saying it. That's why we dream it, because it's between you and God. You had that conversation and he lets you know what your plan is supposed to be and where you're supposed to be going, and you keep your mouth closed and you get it done. So I think it taught me to be a lot more like sure of myself. Another way is definitely through music. I love to dance. I love to do that. And then also like through my presentation, like being the best version of myself I can be. I love to be versatile with my outfits. I don't limit myself to a skirt or a dress. I put on whatever I want to put on. And whatever makes me feel confident that day is what I'm going to walk in. So I think those are like my 3 main things. Just trusting myself, um, putting myself out there as far as like putting on my clothes and just putting on my stuff. And once I put on my clothes, it's like, okay, I'm bad again, I'm confident now, I look good. And
That's
then
right, that's
also
right.
like, yes, and then also like the naturalism, like just being able to be natural. Like I had to embrace that because for a long time I felt like you need makeup and you need this, that, and the third in order to be beautiful. So I think getting back to like my natural self was just a big confidence booster for me.
Mm, beautifully said. I like that a
Thank
lot. Thank you
you.
for sharing that. um I have a lot of questions. I'm trying to decide where to go from here. So with studying fashion, can you speak a little bit on? I love just like how, as a photographer, I really appreciate good styling because I feel like a good style is what elevates the photo. Like you can do so many things technically, um, right, in terms of like composition, lighting, exposure, that kind of thing. But when it comes to styling, that's out of my hands and into y'all's hands. And so I just really appreciate the stylists. And can you speak on a little bit of like the process of what goes into making a piece, like when you're making clothes and making different pieces and things like that? Like what is like if you had to like break it down into steps, like what's your process like in creating fashion?
I think that for me, my process is I'm very like conceptual. Like I like to concept design, if that makes sense. So like right now, I'm in a very Afro centric like space. Like I'm in a space where I want to challenge like people's way of thinking. Like I want to put on clothes that like I don't think I would see anybody in, or like I want to wear pieces that I feel like if you were to see this piece, you would say that's so strange outside of the box. Why would somebody wear that until you see it in the outfit? So
Mm.
I think that for me, yeah, I'm just very like conceptual, and then also I'm the way that I style things is like if I need, say I know I want a mini skirt type outfit, but I don't know like the color or the pattern, or I don't know how I want it to fit, or I don't know if I want it to be a maxi or a mini. I just know I want a skirt. I know that's the kind of vibe that I'm going for. So what I'll do is I'll find like an accessory. So whether it's the bag or the shoe or the sunglasses or a hat or a bracelet or a chain, like whatever my main staple accessory is what I'm gonna base my outfit off of, as opposed
Ooh.
to building the outfit and then accessorizing around it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, I
that's a
like do it backwards.
that's a little cheat code right there. Appreciate
Uh-huh.
that. That's dope.
Of course,
Can
of
you
course.
share on the same wave as helpful tips and tricks? Can you can you maybe share some tips for somebody who is listening to this and they're like, dang dog, I'm trying to get my style game up a little bit. Like I got these different colors, like maybe how you go about like putting together or like certain colorways that you're seeing trending together right now, like maybe just some tips for somebody who's listening.
Got you. So I don't know if y'all could tell by like what I have on, but like the color scheme that I've been like hesitate or gravitating heavily towards are like brown, black, beige, white. Like those have been
Okay.
like my colors. But I also love like styling people with pops of color. So my main tips would be number one, color block. So don't wear like if you're gonna wear brown, don't wear the same brown throughout your whole entire outfit. If you're gonna wear brown, try to wear things that complement it. Like if you're gonna wear like a brown top, then you could pair that with like a mustard yellow bag, and then you could do that with like a different color shoe. Like make sure that you color block because you don't want to come across too matchy matchy. And then also because that's the worst. You don't want to come across too matchy matchy. And then also just trust yourself because I promise you, it's always the outfits that you second guess the most that you look the best in. Like it's the ones that when everybody around you is like, oh, I don't know if you should wear that before they see you put it on. Like
Okay.
when it's laying down in the bed and you're like, okay, so this is what I'm thinking, and you piece it together, and everybody's like, oh, I don't know about that until you put the outfit on. Then you put it on, and it somehow makes sense. Like it somehow goes together. That's the vibe. So I think just trust yourself and color block. Do not wear the same color. And then
Trust.
also
Oh yeah.
experiment with fabrics.
Oh,
Like
like
if
different
you did like a
textures.
mustard yellow shoe, exactly. If you did like a mustard yellow shoe, but you had a fur zebra bag with a brown fit, boom, color block.
Oh.
That's it.
Hey,
That's it.
go ahead. Hey, I hope y'all taking notes because you know what I'm saying, Asia over here giving y'all some gems because all we got some
Hmm.
conferences and things coming up. I'm speaking to my community now. Hey y'all, we got some conferences and stuff coming up. So like, we can put some fits together now thanks to Asia's tips. Appreciate you.
Right.
I want to switch gears here a little bit and transition from fashion to talking a little bit about your culinary expertise and the different dishes and things like that you enjoy making. Can you speak on some of your favorite things that you like to cook and what inspired that joy that brings making those dishes?
Yes, of course. So I feel like number one, the things that I love to cook, I'm a sweet I'm a foodie, but I'm like a sweet kind of girl. Like I don't like baked foods. Like I'm not like big on cupcakes, cakes, cookies,
Okay.
stuff like that. Even though I'm definitely good at like making it. Like I can make chocolate mousse. I can make anything for real. But I'm definitely like I love for like savory food to have a sweet taste to it.
Mm.
I don't
Okay.
know. I don't know if that makes sense, but like I like things like curry chicken, honey barbecue wings, um, beef ribs, mac and cheese, collard greens, spaghetti, ziti. Like I like the like traditional food,
The
and then
staples. Yeah. Yeah.
also exactly like the staples, and then also like Jamaican food. So I love like roti.
Is that your
I just
background?
love yeah. So like my mom is German and my dad's Jamaican.
Oh, word. Okay.
So I
Damn. Cool.
definitely do like love it. I know, right?
What's German food
But
like?
I don't know. I was raised by my like literally my whole dad's side of the family. I'm not
Said no
don't know
bratwurst for
nothing about
me.
that. Don't know nothing about that.
Oh shoot, that's jokes. I'm just
Yes.
curious because do you do a lot of as we're talking about like different countries and stuff? Do you travel? Do you do a lot of
hmm
traveling? Okay.
I love to travel. I've been to Germany once. I've been to Jamaica. Um, I've been to the Dominican Republic,
Oh,
and
Dominican's
then I've
beautiful.
traveled like throughout the United States.
Okay.
So
Okay.
yeah.
What has been your favorite place in the U.S. that you've traveled to? I'll,
I'm originally from New Jersey and I live in Georgia, so I'm gonna say Jersey just because it's home.
really, Jersey?
But I would say that just because it's home. Like I'm used to like the team parties and like going out, being able to
Okay, the
have fun.
culture
Like
of
that Jersey,
Jersey. The culture.
right?
It's not for like the scenic
Yeah,
beauty of.
no.
Okay.
I think the scenic.
That's what I was like. Now I've been to
Mm-mm.
Jersey and I had.
Yeah, and it's not the best.
But no, the people
I
there,
don't
it's a
know.
vibe.
I
The people
think
are a vibe there for sure, for sure. Like
yeah, like I feel
culturally,
like they are so chill. Like they like so chill. I don't know,
definitely. They was
but I also think like Florida.
okay, okay.
I don't know.
Florida's nice. Florida,
I don't know. I haven't been to LA yet, so I can't talk about LA, even though that's where I want to go.
that's
That's
where
what I'm
you.
trying to do.
Hey, there you
That's what I'm
go.
trying to.
Let's breathe life into that dream one time for the one time
Right.
because that's what's about to happen.
That's where I'm trying to go. So
Yup, that's where
yeah.
you're about to go.
Yo.
Cool. That's yeah. You need to go out. LA is. Ah, shout out to LA, my LA fam. I love LA, and just like it. People always say it's a vibe. They're not lying. I can't describe it other than like it's a freaking vibe. But it is like so. I lived out there for 8 years, and I didn't realize like how fast and like like constant it is until I moved back to Michigan, and I was like, oh, so this is how like every day usually is like it's like very
Yeah, that's how it goes.
slow pace and like there's
Trying to figure
nature.
out what to do without the day or throughout
Yeah,
the
yeah,
day.
yeah. Um. Oh, this has been such
That
a.
was definitely my switch up too from like Jersey to Georgia. Like in Jersey, everybody is like very, even though the vibe is very chill, like everybody is very like, everybody just be chilling, but they are very fast paced compared to like Georgia.
Do you think
Like
that?
Georgia, unless you're
Do you
in
think?
Atlanta,
Do you think the pace of New York kind of trickles into the pace of Jersey of like that kind of?
for sure, because like I think for sure, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but I definitely do think so. Because like my brother and I, we're the same age, and we live like 10 minutes away from each other. But I was in Jersey, and he was in Harlem, in New York. So it's like it's literally that close. Like all you have to do is cross the bridge, literally. So I think that because it's so close, everything is so intertwined. Like you can live in Jersey and work in New York, or vice versa. It's like one of those states. Like it's very close. So I think that it does trickle down because everybody's there. You know?
For sure, for sure. That totally makes sense. And when I was visiting, that was like the vibe that I was getting to because, yeah, it was just a good time. I have a couple more questions here for you, and then we'll start to wrap up. Thank you so much again for your time. This has been a a really wonderful conversation. What is something
Thank
that
you. I really appreciate you. I'm sorry. Before you get into that, I just wanted to say I really appreciate you and thank you so much. And I love your vision and what you're doing and how hard you're working and seeing your success. Like, it's very inspiring. So thank you.
Oh, I received that. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Hey, we making moves, man. We moving and grooving. We moving and grooving.
You know,
Um, so what is something that you are currently excited about? Something that you're looking forward to? Please share.
as far as like career wise or
Oh,
as far as like just
career wise,
anything.
and we'll break it down into three sections, like career wise, and then school wise, if there is anything. Sometimes school can be exciting. I don't know, and then personally.
Okay, so I'm gonna start with career wise first, and then I'll do education, and then I'll do personal. So the way that you said it. So career wise, I'm very excited to launch I'm very excited to launch my podcast and be able to show people um how I do things because I don't want it to be like a traditional like sit down podcast. I just wanted to have like some segments where we do sit down and just podcast. But I also want to be able to show people how to cook their favorite dishes during like holiday times and how to style outfits and how to put outfits together. So I do want to be versatile, but I'm very very excited about that. I've been working on my whole production plan for like a long time now. So I'm very excited about that. And then as far as my education, I'm a senior. I'm a first semester senior. So this December I'll be graduating. So I'm very excited. I'll be graduating with both of my degrees and going into graduate school. So I'm excited about
Wow.
that.
Yes,
You know,
congratulations. That's massive. Seriously, and double
thank
majoring,
you,
like, sheesh, killing it.
thank you. And then personal, um, I'm excited because bless you. There are things that I want to get into, like as far as like having my body done, like having certain things done to my body. So this year I am planning on doing something, having something done, you know. So I'm excited about that, having the surgery done.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, congratulations on all of these things that are going to happen. We're speaking it into existence and breathing
Yeah.
life into that. And I have just a couple more questions here for you, Asia. What does culture mean to you?
Um, culture to me means togetherness. I think that culture means it's the safe space for a community of people that are similar to embrace each other. I
Mm.
think that culture also influences individuality as well. Because I think that people oftentimes confuse culture with tradition. And although they go hand in hand, come on, stay with
Spitting.
me. Although like they do go hand in hand, like culture and tradition, I think that culture does promote a certain level of individuality because culture can always be elevated. Culture can always be like something different can always be added to culture, you know? So I
Yes.
definitely that's my definition. You
Wow.
know.
I think that's been my favorite take so far on what culture means. That is very well said. Wow, thank you for sharing that. Um, last question here. It's a two-part question. How do you define legacy, and what do you want your legacy to be?
Um so I define legacy as something to be remembered by. And what I mean by that is like your family. Like, so say your family name is your legacy. Your family name is the name that was established by whatever member in your family did something big to create a foundation for y'all to always maintain a certain lifestyle, a certain level, like a certain livelihood, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that that's what legacy is for me, but I also think that there can be legacy is like you don't have to be like rich to have a legacy. That's what I'm trying to say. But also I feel like legacy is like the mindset of having something to be remembered by.
Mm.
Like that's like what Beyonce said in 16 Carriages, where she's just like, like we have a whole bunch that we want to do. Like there's a whole world that we want to achieve, and there's a whole bunch of stuff that we want to achieve. And I'm not going to stop until I've created that legacy, so that when I'm gone and my kids and their kids and their kids are here, they can still benefit off of the fruits of my labor. They can still have something to be remembered by, and they can still always hold themselves up to the standard of that name, that legacy that we created. And then what was the second part of the question?
And what do you want your legacy to be?
My legacy, I want to be a powerhouse. I want to be known as a successful, strong, trailblazing Black woman of trans experience. I want to be known as a woman that not only kicked down doors and walked through them, but held everyone's hand and walked them through the door as well. And I think that I want to have a legacy of being kind and being inspirational. Like, I want to be able to inspire people. I want, outside of just my family and outside of just the people that I'm connected with, like meaning my blood family and my chosen family, just outside of them, I want to always be a source of inspiration behind anybody. When they think of my name, I want them to hear strength, and I want them to hear courage, and I want them to hear power. And, so I think that's what I want my legacy to be. And I think that I'm going to do that through, beauty and fashion and lifestyle and cooking, and just encompassing being a lifestyle creator for me, and watching that grow and see how I could scale it through my clothing line and through my cooking line, and, through everything as I scale. We'll see, but that's what I want. I want to be able to inspire people, and when people hear me, I can be a source of strength for them. And when I'm gone, that source of strength is still there.
Well, you are already doing an incredible job of paving that legacy. And yeah, just thank you again for joining. It has been amazing getting to know you a bit more. Do you have any last plugs or any last things you want to let our audience know or anything like that before we start wrapping up here?
First and foremost, I want to say thank you so much for having me. This was such a dope experience, so thank you so much. Anybody that wants to follow me, you can follow me on Instagram at ASAP Asia, ASXP Asia. And then if you want to subscribe to my YouTube channel where all the vibes with Asia Shiori is going to be, you can definitely subscribe at Asia Shiori. And yeah.
Awesome. Make sure y'all go follow Asia's Journey on Instagram and on YouTube. Be on the lookout for that podcast that's going to be dropping soon. I'm super excited for that and for you to begin that journey as well. And thank you all of you who tuned in and listened to the live stream, especially everyone who's going to collect this when it hits the blockchain. That is what sets Culture Shift apart, is these episodes are being archived on the blockchain. Not only that, but they're being sold for crypto, and every guest earns a percentage of those sales for being so gracious with their time, energy, and perspective. If you listen to this and are wanting to learn more about crypto art, digital assets, and the blockchain, reach out. Let's connect. There are so many resources, and I would be honored to help you get started on your journey. This is the Culture Shift with Raven 50mm. Thank you all again. We will catch you on the next episode. Which will actually, I'm going to be taking a break here for a couple of weeks because I'm headed to South by Southwest. I'm super hype about that. Make sure y'all subscribe to the YouTube and follow the journey. It's going to be bananas. Like, I keep saying I'm documenting the greatest story never told until now, because, like, it's, the way that God is moving is like,
so dope.
Is wild.
That is so dope.
So yeah, we'll be back with Culture Shift in a couple of weeks. But in the meantime, stay hydrated, stay blessed. Peace. Y'all have a good weekend. What is good, y'all? Welcome back to Culture Shift Podcast with Raven 50mm. We got Big Trav in the building today. What's good, Big Trav? Thank you for joining. Thank you for taking the time. I know you're super, super busy. How are you doing, though? How are things with you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me. Honestly, I'm always just grateful to have opportunities to be on other people's platforms, especially platforms that I respect. So thank you for, wanting to do this conversation.
Absolutely. Most definitely. You have been at it with the public goods and with the Build-a-thon. Can you speak? Okay, so before we jump into the project, can we get a little precursor on how do you define public goods?
It's funny you say that. I just submitted my nights and weekends homework today, and I like put that in the video I submitted. But basically, anything that everyone and anyone can benefit from. Everybody has access to it. Anyone who wants access to something can get it and benefit from it. It's that simple, right? And that could be a number of things like parks are public good. Public art installations are public good. Open source software, right? That's a public good. And then like there's a lot of cool Web3 projects like Pizza DAO is one of my favorite references, or Blunt DAO, that are turning smoke sessions or pizza to public goods by providing access to whoever's looking for it and wants it. So yeah, just anything that anyone and everyone can access and benefit from, really.
Okay, so these can be goods. They can also be services.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's it's a pretty broad scope. As long as you're contributing to the greater good, it sounds like okay.
Yeah, that's kind of how we define it at PGC for sure. Like it's a broader, because we think that allows for more creativity around projects, doing different public goods. If we kind of leave it broad and then let our community decide, well, whose idea is cool enough or is is within our idea of that. Our community will decide that at the end of the summer with our grant situation, how we're dispersing the grants. It's community voted. So
okay, and then can you talk a little bit on, if somebody this sounds like super interesting to somebody, they're like, yo, how can I get involved in this? You had talked about at the end of the summer that people could submit for grants. Can you talk a little bit give some insight into that?
Yeah, today's the perfect day to do this because our website, the member tokens are actually live. We're soft launching it. It's hard launch on July 4th. So if you're watching this after July 4th, which I assume most people will, it's available now on our website, publicgoods.club. And you can just go get a membership token there. That membership token is cool because 55% of that purchase is like 0.0015 ETH plus like gas fees. So like about $5 to $7, let's say, worth of ETH. 55% of that goes to our treasury, which is going to be a portion of the grants. We're going to get more. Ideally, we'll get more grant funding from partners, outside funding, but internally, 55% of every member token purchase will go to that treasury. It's going to be split up into grants later on in the summer. The number will be defined closer to the end, but the goal is to split up 100% of the grants equally, the money equally within the treasury for grants. And every holder of the tokens will be able to vote, similar to Artist Program, right? You're familiar with Artist Program because we're both in it. But similar to Artist Program, everyone will have votes on the submissions. And the challenge that we'll use to call for submissions is really just asking for a creative public goods project that'll do the world some good, put smiles on people's faces, just have some positive impact, no matter how big or small. Ideally, it should be an idea you can execute with $100, right? Something small. It doesn't have to be anything huge to have impact. That's kind of what we're trying to do with this one. And yeah, so to get involved, you go get a member token at the website. You can also collect our free mints. We have free mints collectibles of the brand journey as we've been building this. So we've been posting things like that on Zora, but they're on Base. So you can go collect that there. Those proceeds also go to the treasury as well. And if you're not on chain and you're not ready to do that yet, you could just make some memes, do a repost, share videos, right? Tell somebody else about it. Just be involved, contribute however you want to, honestly.
That's awesome. I love this idea. What inspired this this project, and why was it important for you to start it now?
So many things inspired this project, to be honest with you. But I say the journey started last summer in Paris, actually around this time at ECC. I was around regens, which I didn't know was a thing at the time, but I spent my whole time.
What is a regen?
Regens?
Yeah.
So regens are people who are using crypto for positive things instead of just trying to get rich, like degens. Degens come into crypto just on some degenerate trading. Let's make money, blow our bag. Regens are I don't know if you know Jimmy Cohen, but Jimmy Cohen, he just broke the Guinness World Record for the most trees planted in a day, and it was funded by DAOs and different Web3 organizations. People are doing things like that. I would say Pizza DAO is more regen for sure. They're providing pizza to the world. There's GitHub, Gitcoin, that whole side of the Web3 space is regen. So I spent my whole time in Paris with people from Gitcoin and all these regen projects and going to dinners and these little parties at houses. And I'm just hearing everybody's projects and ideas. I'm like, dang, this is crazy. These people are doing really positive things. And so for about a year, I just kind of like watched everybody's projects and kind of just did my research like I normally do, just, you know, like downloading things in my mind and cooking up. Like I'm a creator. So like I'm always looking to like build something or like improve something, right? And I'm seeing all these things that I think is cool. And the really like the last piece of it was like artist program. I love how that grant situation went. And I was like, oh, this is cool what they're doing for artists and empowering artists in this way with small grants, and letting members vote. I was like, we could do this with public goods or something else. And it just happened to be public goods because I was thinking regen minded and stuff like that. So yeah, that it was a number of things. And then the artwork came from me stumbling across this old Pharrell browser game, like Pharrell character creator from like 2006. I found it again and it gave me the idea for the artwork. So that's like where the style inspiration comes from the member tokens. But yeah, so like so many things went into the gumbo of Public Goods Club for sure.
That's brilliant. I love that. I was reading the article that you had published to Mirror, and I was like, I kept seeing regen, and I'm like, what is that? But I like that
Yeah.
way better because I'm like, dog, like,
All right.
I get like the degen, you know, what we're doing
Yeah.
there, but at the same time, I don't. That doesn't hit. That doesn't resonate. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah,
It doesn't really align as much with a lot, especially a lot of artists and creators. But we don't. That's what we know of because most of us came into space, you know, during the height, or a lot of us came into space like during the big bull run, like 2021, and things like that. And it was all like trading your art and getting the highest. It was very degen, you know, focused. So like most people are just used to that and know that. But yeah, there's this whole other side of the Web3 space thriving and doing all kind of cool shit.
Yeah, and that's what, like, you had mentioned Pizza DAO. Another one that comes to mind is Nouns DAO, which I've been I've heard about them, but the deep dive only recently started, right? And I'm like, yo, I met some
That's a deep rabbit hole.
Bruh. I feel like it's never ending. Like the proposals are just like I've just been studying proposals and just like what they've been up to. I met some Nouns breakdancers out in LA.
Oh,
like
wow.
so
Yeah,
wild.
right.
All these different pockets. When you think of public goods, like what would you say are like your top 3 examples that really like more so not so just like stand out but like resonate deeply?
In the Web3 space or just in general?
I'd say in general. Yeah.
Okay, in general, parks. I love public art. I'm a big fan of public art, like KAWS. I would say KAWS statues,
Okay.
right? The artist KAWS. You see a KAWS statue, like there's like one of my favorite things to find when I'm in cities. I'm like, is there a KAWS statue in town? Like I'm gonna go find it. Like that's a public good. Parks, libraries, right? Yeah, things like that. I like being outside, so those kind of things. I'm trying to think other examples of public goods. Open source, any kind of software that's open source. I'm a huge fan of that. Any kind of CCO artwork, I'm a huge fan of that. All those kind of public goods as a creator. You know, people having that to be able to be used and learn from and built upon without having to worry about any kind of red tape is like amazing.
Yeah, that's a really great point. You had mentioned a few times, you know, your background in being a creator. Can you speak a little bit about, you know, when you're not building for public goods, like what are your favorite ways to tap into your creativity? Like, do you do music? Are you drawing? Like what? Yeah. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, I'm a lifelong artist. That's the only thing I actually have always identified as, like my whole life as an artist. And now it's crazy because like I've zoomed out so much as what an artist is, right? As I get older and I just put in more hours, like it's just I zoom out. So that's why I'm like I'm a builder, but I'm a builder in the Web3 space because I'm an artist. I'm a creator. Like I'm non-technical. People constantly think I'm technical because you know we do all these projects. It's like I work with a bunch of devs and technical people for like the last couple of years. So now like I kind of learned the lingo a little bit, but like past MySpace pages, I don't code. Like, you know, I used to code MySpace pages, but that was my ceiling, you know? But as a creator, honestly, like I work in all kind of mediums, so many mediums. I experiment, like I'm super curious. I just love tinkering. It doesn't have to always be so serious and so deep of like my whys and whatever. It's just like sometimes I just thought something was cool and I wanted to go do it. Like the last maybe like 2 years, I've been using AI. It's like my main medium. So now most people who are finding me are thinking like I'm a new artist who only has done art because of AI. And I'm like, dude, I went to college for art. Like I've been doing art since I was a kid. But you know, that's just how it goes. Like people hop on the journey at different points, and that's just their context. But I'm a lifelong artist. I've had, you know, a career as a designer. I've had a career as you know, a good career as an artist, honestly. And you know, musician. I produce music. I write. I've been I toured as a DJ with multiple artists in the past. I've worked as a creative visually with a lot of, you know, big artists and things like that. So yeah, I'm an artist. Like I'm an artist, 100%. Like I don't limit myself in any way creatively. And I don't think anybody else should either, honestly, but I surely don't. So like I could draw if I want to. Like I grew up traditional mediums, but like now everything's mostly digital that I used to work with just because I like it. It's just new and it's fun.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's a really good point that you make with, you know, growing up as an artist and the evolution of technology and different tools to tinker with, and kind of that evolving the artist and creator journey to like now we're tapping into builder territory with like technical things, and
Yeah.
it's fun though. It's like, yo, how can we put like what
You're
ways
blurring the lines.
Yeah, and just like what ways can we push this box and like, you know, stretch these boundaries a little bit. Like it's so much fun.
Yeah.
Wow, man, I'm really excited for you and what you're building here. And
Thank you.
what would you say is like your bigger vision for Public Goods Club? And maybe you don't have one yet, but is there? I just want to come in agreement and in an alignment with what that bigger vision is, so we can, you know, accelerate that manifestation as it happening.
No, for sure. A global recognized brand where positive and good impact is attached to it instantly, right? Like you see Nike, you think peak athleticism and, you know, forward and innovation. You know, same with like Apple, things like that. Things that when you see it, you just certain things come to mind. When you see the PGC logo, I want people to think positive impact. You know, like on a global level, and that to be globally recognized wherever that icon or whatever shows up, and to be around for years, right? Like to sustain. I built a lot of things, you know, come and go. I would like, I think I've just been trying to chase something that has real legs and can sustain for a long time. Mm-hmm. And like I said, reach a global audience, but I want to do it this time and get that recognition for positive impact on the world. I think that would be it'll be good use of my time here at this point in my life. So
yeah, that's brilliant. I love that. Well, those are really easy there with the mic. I got like cables and mics and
it'd be like that.
Yo, for real though. But no, those were really all the questions that I had for you. I really appreciate you taking the time to just like get into this a little bit. And you know, my goal with this is that folks who aren't in Web3 can see like positive projects like what you're doing here and get like a more positive perspective as to folks like yourself who are, you know, participating in making things that are really going to generate or impact the next generation and generations to come. So I appreciate 100%. You and the work that you're doing. And shout out to the team. We know that you're not a solo squad. Shout out to the squad.
Shout out Webby. For real. Like I couldn't build half the stuff that everybody sees if it wasn't for the team Webby. So I got to shout out Chris, Jack, Ken, Skoho, Giassi, the whole gang. Cause it's not just me. Everybody else is super low key. They're real devs. Like they're super low key. They're super like, but like I'm on socials. I'm trying to get the word spread out, but the gang definitely makes all of that possible. All the ideas I have in my head that I bring to them, they're like, yeah, we can build this.
Amazing. So, yeah. Shout out to the team. And shout out to you. Keep doing what you're doing, yo. And I'm excited to
likewise.
Continue. Hey, I received that. Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm really excited to see how this continues to progress. And yo, definitely hoping to. I'm excited to see the results of. This is like separately, but I'm excited to see the results of On-Chain Summer and see how and also like please let us know how this will definitely be out like post On Chain Summer, but just like as we're having a conversation, let me know however we can support. I can amplify that kind of thing. Because like if it comes down to like, hey, we need the community to vote on some shit, because you know how they like to do that. Like,
yeah.
Come on now,
Web3. Yeah.
Anyways. Thank you again, Big Trav. Appreciate you, and also appreciate the team. Excited to see where this vehicle of funding public goods is headed, and I'm excited to be on the ride with y'all.
Likewise. Thank you again for just taking time to do this and even wanting to do this. Thank you for just showing up in the space and being more representation. You know, I think that's, you know, we're a small group here. They're just trying to be heard in this space that's this so new, and you know, we're the minority in the world, but in this space it feels even more a minority a lot of times. So I commend and salute anyone I see consistently showing up and just trying to, you know, be heard and you know, bring others into the space just so they, you know, can identify, see themselves in the space already. So like I just salute that, and I really want people to know the weight of that, what we're doing right now. I think it'll only be appreciated truly in hindsight, of course, but I think what we're doing right now and where we're at right now is just like, it's insane that we're doing this, right? Like it's like the internet all over again, and people have no idea, but we're here now building. And even if the world doesn't seem to care sometimes, it's like, it doesn't matter. We still have to do it. So like, just want to give you a kudos for just showing up and doing the work as well.
I appreciate that. I received that full-heartedly, because whoo, you already know the grind it take to be here.
It ain't easy. It ain't easy. None of this is easy, for real.
All right, thank y'all for tuning in to Culture Shift. This has been an incredible conversation here with Big Trav and Public Goods Club. Stay tapped in to see all the good that they're going to bring to the world, because A, it's inevitable. It's coming. Thank you again. Stay hydrated. Stay blessed. Peace. Let me make sure we're alive on the gram. Let's see how this is looking on the gram. Oh, looks good on the gram. Gonna go live there. Oh, this is so exciting. I'm so glad that this is like finally working. I spent so long last year trying to finagle, because audio is not my pocket, but we here with it now.
All right, it's gonna be your pocket.
It's about to be. We working on it. Media and entertainment for the masses. Let me get this mic right. Yo, I had Grandpa Joe tapped in on Wednesday on Facebook with Black Dave. Like he texted me after, and he was like, "Hey, I saw you on Facebook. Great job. That was," and he was like into the conversation. Multi-generational show right here, y'all. All right, let's get into it. I'm gonna get into this intro, and then we're just gonna get right into the nitty-gritty here. What is good, y'all? Welcome to the Culture Shift with Raven 50mm, where we are reimagining radio and podcasting by merging the two together for immaculate vibes, while leveraging blockchain and Web3 tools to experiment with monetization and distribution methods. Brought to you by the Legacy Portrait Project and the 50mm Collective. The 50mm Collective is a community of BIPOC, trans, and queer digital artists and allies that work together as we pioneer Web3 and NFTs. The 50mm Collective has a YouTube channel with tutorials and helpful info on how to get a NFT wallet set up and get started with archiving your artwork on the blockchain. The Legacy Portrait Project is a mission-driven endeavor aimed at empowering BIPOC, trans, and queer individuals. In a world often marked by adversity, the Legacy Portrait Project strives to create a haven for storytelling, utilizing visionary tools like future framing, visualization, and AR technology to uplift marginalized voices. Legacy portraits are still photographs that come to life with video narration, sharing the subject's story from their perspective. The Legacy Portrait Project's mission goes beyond capturing moments in time. It's about fostering human connection, advancing social change, driving socioeconomic empowerment, and ensuring the legacy of each subject is forever memorialized on the blockchain. Right now, the Legacy Portrait Project is running a raffle for 3 people to win $1,000 off their first Legacy Portrait. You can sign up for that at legacyportraitproject.com/contact. All right, y'all. First of all, happy Friday. It is a great day to have a great day. And it's a special day because we got Natalie Crew with us today. Natalie is strategically leveraging art and culture for global social impact. Natalie is a beacon of hope in the Web3 space for people of culture. She architects transformative projects like the Metaverse Musical Festival and co-produces Huayas Festival nested in southern Spain. Natalie spearheads impactful events, creating place-making initiatives and collaborative projects across the globe and digitally. Notably, she co-produced the Global Empowerment and Cultural Summit and served as social producer on Comedy Gives Back Laugh Aid, featuring Adam Sandler, Bob Saget, and a laundry list of prominent comedians. Foreseeing the potential of Web3, Natalie launched Web3 Uncut in 2022. This dynamic tech lab fosters initiative microfunding and incubation experiments, empowering artists, creators, and the global creator economy. A tenacious leader with a keen eye for opportunity, Natalie is a driving force in the cultural and technological landscapes. Natalie Crew, thank you so much for being with us here on Culture Shift. How you living? How you feeling? What is good?
I am so happy to be here with you. I'm in a good space today. I ain't cussed nobody out today, so we're good.
Amen. Amen. Amen to that. Yeah, right. We just getting started, so.
Yeah. We still got 20 million hours for us today.
Yeah, don't try it. Natalie ain't the one, y'all. Let me just some of y'all might know
Natalie. Out of the way.
Yeah, let me just preface. Some of y'all might not know Natalie like that, so that's cool. I'm gonna let you know she ain't the one. So she is the one, but she not the one. You know what I'm saying? All right, Natalie, let's just get right into it. First question here. What is your origin story for getting started here in Web3? Like, what brought you here? What landed you here? Let's get into it.
So two things. I always tell people that I have kind of I would say 3 eras in crypto. And I would say like 2013. I had known this guy from New York City. I lived there for several years, and he owed me hella money. And I'm like, bro, like it's been like a long time since you owed me money, and like this is ridiculous. It was like crazy Jamaican dude, super street. That's a long story for another day. But he had owed me money, and I had done him a favor, and so I'm like, bro, like you got to cop up now. And he was like, man, all I got is Bitcoin. I'm just like, bro, I'm like, and I knew about Bitcoin because I'd always been involved in like kind of the underground, the underbelly of like the internet and kind of these like subcultures. And so I knew about Bitcoin. I knew about alternative currencies. I'm like, bro, I need cash. A girl got to pay the rent. He was like, I'm just gonna give you half cash. I'm gonna give you some Bitcoin. It's not really worth anything right now, but I'm gonna give it to you. And I'm just like, I was so pissed off. And it's not that I didn't want the Bitcoin. I just really wanted the cash. And plus, I was hungry that day. I can specifically remember that I was super hungry that day. And so he gave me some Bitcoin on this. And it wasn't like now, like where you just send somebody like to your MetaMask or like your wallet. He gave me these pieces of paper. I was so mad. And so I held on to those pieces of paper. Story down the road. 2018-17, I had known these guys, DJ Lethal Skills and Van Digital, aka Vandal, and they're in Malaysia propping up the hip hop scene there. And I've known them for like many, many years. The international hip hop scene is super small, and they were involved in this early decentralized social media platform called Steemit, and they were also running something called Hip Hop on the Blockchain. And I was watching them on Facebook. No promo to you, Zuckerberg. But they were doing some really cool stuff. I'm like, what are y'all doing over there? And they're basically like, oh, come check out this Hip Hop on the Blockchain thing and Steemit. And I got on Steemit, and I never left Steemit until Justin Sun rugged us. Also another story for another day. And so they had different communities and cool cultural things happening, and people were sending each other Bitcoin, and it was a really wild time. And so that was kind of my second era where I actually started to get really invested in kind of the idea of building community on the blockchain, and also the idea of like porting cultural initiatives and projects and like really propping up artists on the blockchain. I started to see the opportunity very early on. And they modeled exactly what that meant, and they modeled that with value. And I was like, damn, this is interesting as hell. Like, I gotta be a part of this thing. And during those days, it was definitely different than it is now. And then my third era was, and I'll make this quick, is that I was on Clubhouse, and there are people talking about crypto. And obviously I was already knee deep in crypto by now. And I was like, what are y'all talking about? They're like misinforming people. They wouldn't let people on stage. They wouldn't let anybody answer questions. Clubhouse was a very weird place from the beginning. And so, and there was a bunch of VCs talking about Bitcoin. I'm like, y'all absolutely 9,000% do not know what you're talking about. And then I happened to meet a bunch of ragtag degenerates, and somehow we made NFTs.tips. Black Dave and Cas Vegas and the homie Bitbuzz and Alan Henna and Pepe Cash Millionaire and Joseph aka Quantum. All these people came together and we just ran rooms, which I will never do again, by the way, 24/7. We built up niches like photography and film, and it was just a beautiful time till it wasn't. And so, but I value the time that I spent with Black Dave and Kaz and like all these people and the kind of relationships we built. And so that was like my third era and probably the most epic era. And so, yeah, we championed a lot of artists to come into the space do that. So, yeah. Long story short, but not really.
No, thank you for sharing that. And yo, who was that? Somebody I was talking to those Clubhouse days, probably Black Dave, to be honest. Back in the day when we would spend when those rooms would go like 12 hours, fam.
12 hours. I'd be like, oh, why am I up for the third day?
Yo, and I was like, hey, God bless those folks who was hosting those rooms, because like y'all really were doing the Lord's work with just not only like educating creators and artists on like the tech side of things, but also just cultivating a space in which we were able to come and share our story and feel comfortable enough to pull up and like share who we were and who like the artwork that we make and things. And I feel like for a lot of artists, that was like the first time somebody asked, what's your story? And we were able to like for me, I was like, oh shit, I got to think about that kind of for a second and like, work on that. But no, just, hey, God bless y'all for hosting those spaces for real, because that shifted the trajectory for a lot of artists' careers and helped propel like us really into this Web3, because this is, once you're in it, you in it. And so like you gotta have your community of folks, of people to like that you trust, that you can lean on. And to go into the next question, we talk a lot about community in the Web3 space, in the NFT space. I feel like that word in particular kind of gets bastardized a little bit, just like thrown out there. And I'm curious, for somebody who has played such an impactful role in community, and for real community building, like bringing people together for real, how do you define community? And well, we'll start with how do you define community?
I think everybody has their own definition of community, but I don't start there. For me, community, I always start with what can community provide for people? Community in its pure essence, in my opinion. And a lot of people, let me just backtrack. A lot of people do bastardize community. A lot of people do extract by trying to build these like manufactured communities, whether it's big brands or like people in Web3, and it makes me sick. But to like kind of move forward, my idea of community is a place that fosters kind of how do we like gather? How do we convene with each other? How do we build community? And what does it mean to like galvanize around the thing or each other? And so the communities that I love and the communities that I've built over the last like 15, 20 years, whether it's in culture, like Web3 or like music, have always like fostered belonging. And so for me, that's always been like the key component. How do we give space to people to come and bring themselves, like whether it's like your multidisciplinary self or your 3 selves or like whatever that looks like for you? How do you come into a space and you're able to like be yourself? Because when you're yourself and you don't feel pressure to like perform, and that's the thing that I loved about Clubhouse. We're like, I don't care if you come from like Podunk, like Michigan, shout out to Michigan. I don't care if you come from Iowa or like you're a photographer or you build kind of like brick houses, like come and be yourself and like tell your story from that perspective. And I think collectors or people will kind of, at least the ones that hold their weight in the space, will kind of understand like where you come from and hopefully like attach themselves to your story and like begin to like follow you and your journey. And so for me, fostering belonging has always been like a key component, and also being yourself. I've been in so many spaces or quote unquote communities where you can't be that and everybody's performing, and it's kind of it drags you down in so many ways. And I think ultimately I just want to bring, if nothing else, like those two things are what community is, and you can kind of like build from there. What are your collective values? What are your individual values? And how do we share space together? And we can build whatever community looks like to y'all from there. So yeah.
Beautifully said. I like that answer a lot. You do a lot in the space, and you work on
Too much.
and you work on various projects. I'm curious on what your process is like for selecting projects and initiatives to work with.
I always lead with values. And so and I've been a lot of people that know me, they've seen me be in spaces and I'm like smoking people out. I'm like, are you in alignment with the artists that like I rock with in the space? Are you in alignment with the values of like the blockchain? And so a lot of people are not. And so I'm pretty hefty, especially on the latter thing. Are you about decentralization? Whatever that looks like for you, great. But do you at least believe, sorry, my cat just jumped on the window. Do you believe in some semblance of that? Do you believe in equity, like how we share space together, how we share and redistribute power? Like kind of what is your perspective on your existence here, and like how do you kind of step back if you're taking up too much space? And so I always a lot of people are, when they look at the table, and by the table I mean like when we're negotiating kind of these projects with people, I'm always thinking about those things versus like the money. Like we'll get to the money in a second, but like the values is important because I've been in spaces where people are like, I believe in this, I believe in that, and then are hella extractive, or they want to sell you out or try to like bulldoze their way in, or like do kind of things that I don't align with. And so alignment is so key for me to even kind of think about working with the project. And I advise a bunch of projects in the space, and a lot of them, alignment is always been kind of the key thing for me. So yeah.
That
No
is
fuckboys in 2024.
no, we like over and done with that those shenanigans. Speaking on values, can you break or go through kind of like maybe 4 of what your core values are, and while you're working through this process? So
Mm.
just so to have some like insight for other creatives and artists to kind of know what to look for, and I think too, like your values come within they're your core
Yeah,
values,
yeah,
but to a
yeah.
certain extent, providing some insight on like what you're looking for and what those are.
Um, my core value, like the first one, is absolutely like integrity, and like under that, transparency. Are you honest? Because I'm pretty like blunt. Most people, I used to get in trouble all the time as a kid for doing so. And so I always ask people like, is this person coming to the table with integrity? Do they actually like believe in that? And I don't ask people that. Like I simply observe and like watch you and how you move. Um, are you extractive? Um, for me, like I believe whatever table that I exist at, I always try to bring value. Not try, I do bring value to the table, and I expect the other party to do the same. And so whether that's a share in like energy, or how we kind of the resource we bring to the table, or the people we bring to the table, what does it actually look like to kind of collaborate? Collaboration is also like a huge it's maybe it's not tangible, but collaboration and how we share space together is something I ultimately like. Anything that I work on, especially like this year and like moving forward, I want to make sure that I'm collaborating with people and not just be like, you do this, you do that. Cause I could be hella alpha and like I could boss you around like all day. But I don't, I want to share energy at the table with people and not have to like bring mad labor on my back or you. And so, like, what are you actually bringing to the space? And the other thing is like I value communication. I always tell people I keep it funky. And so, and that's how I roll. And like how we negotiate the levels of that is cool. But like I'm always gonna keep it funky and keep it 100 at all times. And so I value open, honest communication. And that hasn't always been the case for like people I work with in the space. And so um I can go on and on and on with like all these things that I value, but like if those things are in place, like we can move forward and we can negotiate like what the rest looks like. The last thing I would also say, I also value people that are hella open minded. I don't like transphobic, queerphobic, anti-black folks. I will not fuck with you. Period. I know I would probably get censored on the internet, but I just can't. In 2024 and any year, and I've been this since a kid. I don't condone any of that. I also need people to stand on their values, stand on businesses that everybody's saying on the internet, and that it's not negotiable. And so like I value people that are open minded and come to the table with that. And so yeah, because my people gonna come, you're gonna have to deal with them.
Boom, drops mic. Truly though, thank you for sharing that insight and that perspective. I think that's really important. And especially as artists, right? Like I feel like there's different reasons as to why everybody isn't involved in Web3, but as artists, you know, we're sensitive about our shit, you know, like we really gotta be in alignment with you, because you feel it. That's the thing, is like 2022 was a little bit out of alignment for me, and you feel it, you know.
Yeah, I'm very like I have like a strong energy read on just people, place, and things, and I've always again like been that way. And so I I was in a meeting yesterday, and this I could feel it. I'm just like, and I just sort of asked them like the thing that was like kind of yanking at me, and they confirmed it. And I was like, I appreciate your time, gotta go. And so if I feel that kind of it's like ringing a towel. Like when I feel that, like I have to go because I know it's kind of speaking to me in terms of like your energy, and I can ask you all the questions I want. But that type of observation, when you kind of know yourself and you get deep into like um kind of your spiritual space and deep into like who you are and like getting to know yourself, you start to kind of feel people out a little bit more clearly and start to think with clarity. And so, and then you're able to read people more like vividly. And so I get that quite often, and I just got to speak on it. So yeah.
Yeah. No, thank you for speaking on it. Oh, kick the mic. That's not the right cable to be kicking. Oh my goodness. That was like, whoo. We're good though. Still got audio levels. Well, to kind of switch gears a little bit,
Yeah.
from that, what is something that you're currently excited about, whether it be we'll start within Web3, and then we'll go to, on a personal level, what you're excited about.
I'll keep it funky. Web3, especially for the last year, has not gotten me very excited. I do love Black Dave's token chat. I ain't gonna lie. And so that feels like home most of the time. But I am kind of excited about public goods funding, not the current slate of platforms or kind of the way people are thinking about it. But I have been convening with a few people around what does it look like to build more equitable public good funding in Web3. How do we actually kind of share resources? What does it look like to prop up artists for real and build like a micro economy, or I call it circular donut economy here? Because at the moment, this is not it. And so I'm very excited about the people that I'm kind of galvanizing around to build kind of these kind of hyperstructures, as they call them. And so, but I'm not really excited. I know it sounds strange for somebody who's been here for a long time. I'm not really excited about what's happening kind of in Web3 and kind of the push to like just, you know, I think Black Dave was talking about in his chat, the 90 DC CC FFF, whatever they call it, clothing drop. And I was like, is this what we're really putting out in Web3? And so I think ultimately, like, we really have to challenge ourselves and really think about what we actually want here. And so I'm not going to wait for people to kind of radically imagine that. I'm just going to do what I do and put out my own stuff. And so I was just kind of disappointed in kind of the current slate of things that are dropping around here. And so, yeah, not excited about a lot around here.
Hey, that is fair.
Yeah.
What are some, to kind of go piggyback off of that, like what are some changes that, I don't know if I want to ask like changes you want to see, or like what are some, I think the better question is like what are actions that need to be taken to see the change that like we all got in Web3 thinking it was. Like I feel like we all came in here thinking, oh, this is the digital revolution. We're about to shake up the world. We're gonna make all this positive impact, and like, but it kind of starts to feel like it's the same game being played, but with just different people, and then like maybe you might get, you know, I don't know. Can you? I feel like can you speak to it a little bit? Yeah.
Yeah, I know where we're going. The shifts that I would like to see. Personally, I would love for people to stop getting drunk off this idea of like mass adoption. It's not real. And these people are the same players. Like, let's keep it funky. When we look at the market makers, I'm not talking about the influencers. I'm not talking about kind of the people who have like the loudest mouths in crypto or like the biggest like bags on these Twitter stages. I'm talking about the market makers. Some of them are the same people that come from like Web 2. Some of these are the same people that are making markets in Web 2. And some of these people are the market makers or the industry kind of valves to turn things off and decide who gets platformed and who doesn't. They're the same people for the most part, and the people that aren't the same people live and exist with those people. And so from my perspective, and so I ultimately need us to like stop getting drunk off the Kool-Aid and really kind of see what has happened in Web3 and how much we've deviated. And I'm talking about the surface level. I still exist in kind of the underbelly of like crypto with like a lot of the Bitcoin cats and knee deep in stacks. And so, which is the L2 of Bitcoin. And so they still think the same way. It's like, don't get it twisted, but the surface level of crypto, especially like music NFTs and like NFTs in general, like we're hella drunk off the Kool-Aid. Like we have to think about the next not tomorrow, but the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years, what is the actual end game of this space? And if it's not decentralization, if it's not sharing and being equitable and redistributing wealth, if it's not putting money in the pockets and stop making people going through hoops that actually need it while you're giving money to these same market makers with no kind of like fluff or obstacles in the way, Houston, we have a problem. And so I want to see us really galvanize around these more radical ideas that we kind of birthed into. Otherwise, we won't be here. Like crypto and all that will be here, but we won't be here as like this quote unquote community that exists here. I'd also like to see people stop waiting for somebody to save them or waiting for this like crypto savior. We got to get out there and get it and put out those proposals and kind of knock some of these doors down and bulldoze these obstacles. And if you want to put out a clothing line, if you want to build like a universal basic income thing or whatever, like we have to champion and galvanize around those things and build power, which I think is something that we don't talk about. How do we kind of collectively and build power around some of these proposals and projects that we want to push forth and kind of start to just like bulldoze through these doors? Like we have to do that shit. Otherwise, you're going to wonder why some guy got $6.9 million in ApeCoin to build like an investment vehicle for like ApeCoin, and you can't even get like $1,000 proposal passed. And so how do we actually like build kind of do some power mapping and say, hey, like I want to build X, Y, and Z. How do we build some shit around that? Because we talk about people that don't like, oh, we're not celebrating Black History Month. Most of these people are not Black at these damn platforms, y'all. Most of these people are not Black at these protocols or chains. And those of us that are Black, we literally are kicking in doors all damn day. And to some extent, it's, at least for me, like I continue to do the work, but it doesn't mean that I haven't dealt with some fuck shit. It doesn't mean that I don't deal with kind of the agony of continuing to like do that labor. I'm going to continue to do it. Don't get it twisted. But I need more folks to jump on board. I need more folks to be like the Kianga Ellis. I need more folks to be like myself. I need more folks to be like the X, Y, and Z and start to like kick down these doors and start to redistribute these funds at some of these big DAOs or some of these protocols and chains. Otherwise, we're going to continue why they don't celebrate us on Black History Month and throw a Twitter space when they should be giving us 10, 20, 30, 40, $50 million to prop up this damn community to do the things we want to do instead of like, I don't want a Twitter space. Fuck you, your Black History Month Twitter space. I don't want a damn like party at NFT NYC. Like, give me $20 million so I can build a UBI program. Give me $40 million so I can like build up a cultural exchange project or to like fund Cas Vegas or whatever to build the things we actually need here. Fuck your Twitter space. That's how I feel. So
And just to be clear, Natalie is saying fuck y'all's Twitter spaces, not this one. Not
no, not this one.
Not our,
not my people.
not ours. So don't come back with me and say, well, Natalie, no. Okay, she talking
y'all
about
know
y'all.
I live in Twitter spaces, but I don't want to be at your Black History Twitter space. That's not real to me.
No, for real. Because guess what? We Black January and March and April and all the rest of the months of the year.
All the way to Kwanzaa.
Truly. Oh wow. You just where to go from that of what you all that you just said. Cause like, yo, you're oh man. Okay. Let me just get into the next question. Because yo, just gems, honestly, mic drop like nope, I'm just gonna get into the next question. Well, before I get into the next question, I gotta shout out the homies who pulled up here. What's good, Ed? Yo, it's so good to see you in here.
Hey,
Black
Ed.
Dave pulled up. We got Jared in here. What's good, Mel? I'm so happy that y'all have pulled up, showed love, hanging out in the Twitter spaces. Appreciate y'all. Just gotta acknowledge them real quick. Oh, man. Get some water. Got me charged up over here. So to continue on, so you're not too excited about what's going on in Web3, which understandably. Personally, well, actually, I want to talk about your artwork. I didn't know you was dipping and dabbling in the artwork. Like, you do so much, Natalie. Like, dog, you be out here. How do you have time to be creating artwork, too? Like, I got it playing. If you're watching the live stream, on the left side of the screen, you can see Natalie's artwork cycling through. It's amazing. I love these collages. Can you speak a little bit more on your artistic side and your artistic process? Yeah. That was a very exciting. I was like, oh, Natalie, bit okay. Yeah, can you speak a little bit on that?
So I've always been like hyper creative, like not just like producing festivals or projects, but I've also like art has always been like a personal thing. I've worked in the art world and navigated that space for many years, and so amongst other things, so being creative again like has been a very personal practice for me. It's the one thing that's kept me like on solid ground, so to speak. And so I typically do a lot of multimedia, multifaceted, wild collages. I also have been messing with AI for many years, and so I kind of depends on what I do. Some watercolor stuff too, but that's just like I'm bored watching Law and Order's episode 832, and so I'm just gonna do some watercolors real quick. And so and a lot of my work kind of traverses, especially like your own, like my work traverses kind of identity, kind of archival stuff. So I pull out a lot of archival stuff. A lot of my work kind of talks about my own familiar history, and a part of that is like grappling with kind of the ways in which just my father's family in particular was often like silenced or engaged in how to like deal with erasure amongst themselves and also in society about their own history. They basically grew up in dirt floor poverty, and my father was actually like a sharecropper. People think slavery ended in like 18 whatever, like sharecropping. This is like the 70s. My dad was still like sharecropping for this family that like owned my family. And so that just that familiar history around that is something that I've been trying to wrap my head around. And so, and there's also kind of like a lot of family secrets and all the stuff that kind of rose up because of kind of that back end around them being like super poor and not having food to eat. And so they migrated to like California in the summer around the 70s to kind of escape that dirt floor poverty, only to be kind of wrecked by the quote unquote war on drugs, which was really a war on Black and brown people and poor folks. And so I talk a lot about, and so my collages, people will look at them and they'll see like a slave shack and a cotton field with the white lady painting like this cotton field. That's kind of what the kind of collage most people like. And so, and I'm like, if you look very deeply into this like collage, you'll see like little stories. And I often describe kind of the background of all this stuff. And so then I have work that's like more fantastical. I had a wild imagination as a kid. That's how I escaped my own chaos and like family dysfunction. And so I also do a lot of fantastical stuff with AI, and it's just kind of like an escape for me. And so, but I haven't had a lot of time in this space because I've been doing a lot of projects and kind of holding a lot of space and labor for those projects. And so I'm just kind of getting back to that at the moment. So yeah.
Awesome. Thank you for
That's
sharing
it.
that.
Oh
And
yeah.
you had mentioned cultural erasure and
Hmm.
things like that. I'm curious. Can you speak a little bit on your opinion on like using the blockchain for archival purposes and yeah, just like what you think, what your thoughts are on that.
My perspective on kind of this is this. I we've brought forth a lot of like consumer driven like use cases on the blockchain, but amongst like a few of us, we obviously talk about this a lot. You got Sursu, yourself, and like other folks that are kind of like centering this conversation. However, the blockchain can be used to like store some of our stories on chain. The blockchain can be used to kind of create ways in which people can kind of transact and interact around that in ways that I don't think museums and these other cultural institutions, which kind of I just keep it funky, like whitewash and kind of sanitize like our stories and how we kind of perceive them, how we interact with them, how we kind of exist with those stories in these kind of very sterile spaces. And so, and that goes for like what I call the academic chitlin circuit too. And so I'm, and so like I can talk about like hip hop archives and like a lot of kind of ephemera and archival works are stored at various like hip hop archives around the states. However, who has actual access to them and accessibility to these archives is something that we actually need to have a conversation about. I can't just go to Cornell. I mean, I probably could, but we can't just go to Cornell, Harvard, or at least other spaces and be like, let me go see X, Y, and Z. It's some of it's very like closed off and like it's not just going to the actual space, it's the actual people who are put into place to actually like harness and gather this ephemera and these things. Why are those things in those spaces? Why are we not putting on the blockchain where we can make it accessible, where we can allow people to kind of riff on those? Because hip hop has a long history of like sampling, hip hop has a long history of kind of open access and open sourcing. Why are we putting it into like this academic cave where most people can't even travel or traverse to or gather in? So I look at hip hop, I look at my own kind of cultural like background and looking at how we're pulling archives and how we make that accessible to people to kind of remix, to kind of play with, to kind of and that be a vehicle for people to kind of understand and wrap their head around our history, our collective history, our individual history. And so I don't think archives should be in a file cabinet. It can be on the blockchain where we can create the space to like play around that. And also preservation, provenance, all that other stuff, obviously. So that's how I feel.
I love it because I feel the same way. I'm like, blockchain is like, I feel like right now the best way to archive history. And in addition, I like, cool, you want to put it in the institutions, et cetera, do that, whatever, but also put it on the blockchain, like so that there is that accessibility factor to it. Because I'm in Michigan. I'm trying to think. I mean, we got the Holland Museum, you know what I mean? But
Yeah, I got
like
the museum. I would also say, no names, but I know y'all gonna be watching this episode. But there's a hip hop museum somewhere around New York City, and they get to pick and choose who gets to tell their story. And a part of that is very problematic. A part of that is rooted in the academic chitlin circuit. A part of that's kind of rooted in rewriting like hip hop history to kind of center some folks who have given them a crazy amount of like access to these stories. but there's so many threads to like hip hop history. There's so many threads to kind of how people galvanized around this culture. But if we look at this landscape of academic history in regards to like hip hop, we've seen people kind of reduce those threads to like this one thread of history. And a part of that to say like, hey, I don't know if people know the Black Spades, but like you won't hear a lot of academics talk about the Black Spades, but you can't talk about hip hop without the Black Spades or gang culture or any of these things, which is hip hop is rooted in that. But we have a lot of academics in these archives completely engaging in the erasure of like that part of the history. And so the blockchain, we can say, hey, Grandmaster Flash or even international cats that I know that have put Apple Clapple, who's my homegirl, the queen of hip hop and Latam, one of them at least. We say, hey, like you can put your history on the blockchain and tell your story. You don't have to wait for a museum to put your stuff up there. We can create exhibitions. We can create our own archives. What does it actually look like to build up these digital archives and these spaces in collaboration globally? Because these museums, these academics aren't doing that. They're picking and choosing who gets to be lauded or who gets to be celebrated and who does not. And it's very classist, very problematic. And anybody listening to this, y'all come from the academic chitlin circuit, you can run one. So that's I've had a long standing problem with that. So that's how I feel about archival stuff. So.
Yo, Natalie in here cooking. I need to get some once I get some sound effects, I'm gonna be so annoying. I can't wait. I'm gonna be I'm gonna be doing the air horn, the bomb drop, I'm gonna get it's gonna be fun. Okay, we're cooking. So I only have a couple more questions here. I could talk to you all day about this. This is like, this is what I live for. I love it. Thank you again for your time and your energy with joining us today and just dropping these gems. So we were talking a little bit about culture. We talked about it a little bit there. And so I'm wondering, what does culture mean to you? How do you define culture?
So once upon a time on the academic chitlin circuit, I'm kind of like a cross between a sociologist, anthropologist, but without the colonizing. And so I tend to think very sociologically around this idea of culture. Like culture encompasses all of who we are. And first and foremost, I love to focus on kind of language. And language obviously is not just spoken. Because there's kind of saying, if you take away somebody's language, you also kind of extract and take their culture. And so we've seen kind of the erasure and depletion of like languages across the globe, thousands of languages kind of erased from the face of the earth. And also along with that went kind of cultures. And so I'm always thinking about how do we actually preserve our mother tongues, and not just the spoken language, but also like our creative language, our creative practices, our language around like artistic kind of outputs. What does it mean to be what does culture mean to be in our digital society, and how do we kind of what is our relationship to these digital societies that we're kind of erecting or building or kind of existing in? And so I think about culture in that aspect, and everything that we are is culture. However, some of y'all in Web3 ain't got culture, but that's here nor there. We gotta address it, y'all. Only use salt and pepper. Like
we need to. Web3 has a culture problem. Like there is a cultural problem. Like, dog, it's true though, because like, I'm sorry, now I didn't even mean to cut you off. I was thinking about that this morning. I was brushing my teeth and I was just like, Web3 got a culture problem, dog. Like, how you gonna say for the culture and you don't even know what culture is? It's just like that's mad confusing. Like,
I always tell people crypto is culture. If you again go to the underneath the surface of all the shit that's happening in the space, you'll find culture. Like, I'm not talking about the Bitcoin maxis. I'm talking about the Skrillas. I'm talking about the Connie Digitals. I'm talking about like the fake rares and like these cats. Like that is culture. Their ideology, the language, the kind of things that they have to say about kind of the space, their perspective on it, like how they exist here is culture. The technological aspect of those particular communities, and I will call them communities, it's cultural. However, again, we have the surface level thing that we often only see because we don't know that there's something underneath the surface of this thing we call a digital ocean. And there's culture there. There's always been culture here, but we've kind of allowed kind of this weird kind of surface level thing to platform people who don't have culture, who don't exist here. And they constantly call people with culture like the woke mob or the angry mob. And like these are people who have been heavily platformed in the space. And so there is culture here. It's just often hard to see and often hard to kind of observe that if you only kind of live on a Twitter space or you only live on in a certain Discord. No shade of the Discord. I was in Discord 5 seconds ago. But there is a culture and there's a vested kind of interest in preserving that culture. And it's been even more challenging more than ever to preserve that culture amongst kind of the kind of huge push to kind of platform people who don't have that shit. Like these are people getting all the damn money. They're getting hundreds of millions of dollars. They're doing all these things, but they don't have culture. They don't have a perspective. They don't have a POV. Their POV is get crypto bros money. That's it. Win Lambo. That's not culture, bro. So yeah.
Yeah, I feel like we could have an entire conversation around the topic of culture. Because too, because there's like subcultures, and I feel like there's like pop culture, which I feel like that's what sometimes people are striving for, is like popular culture. But my homie, like tech culture is not like the popular culture. You know what I mean? I had tweeted today that in 2024, I'm predicting more collaborative and equitable or more equitable collaborations between tech builders and creators and artists, because there's like just potential for so much positive synergy to happen. But because there are these really cool tools and powerful tools being built, but nobody gives a shit because they're hard to use and the internet is the website is confusing. So
keyword website confusing,
bruh. So work with a web designer and like a creative director to like help get. Anyways, I'm available. I can send you all my consulting fees if you want to talk further.
Holler, pay my friends.
You know what I'm saying? But like
hashtag pay my friends.
Oh man. Okay, Natalie. I got one more. Well, I guess it's 2 questions in one.
Okay.
To wrap it up here. How do you define legacy, and what do you want your legacy to be?
That's a loaded question for me. I'll answer the latter and we can work backwards. For me, I think I have established my legacy in the space, and I'll continue to do so, but I've literally propped up like so many wild projects in the space. Like Metaverse Music Festival was in that time, there wasn't anything necessarily like that, probably except for the Whip meetup. Shout out to the homies. And we galvanized like thousands of people across like the metaverse, like the real metaverse, not the Sanzar crap. But like we galvanized, we broke Crypto Voxel server, which is now called Voxels. We broke Decentraland. And my legacy, and especially in respect to that project, we brought a lot of artists in and we platformed them to like the 9th degree. We brought a lot of communities in at that time. Everybody in that space, including like the OG Bitcoin guys. Shout out to the homie Skrilla. I don't think people understand kind of the magnitude of that project. It also took a lot of wind out of my sails on the back end, but that's the story for another day. But my legacy is inherently tied to like that particular project and what we're able to like do at that time. And the technology low key was not there, but we made it work. And the people that were, whether it's Musashi or like homie Lindsay with an E, or like Skrilla, Connie Digital, like all these cats from all over the place at that time in Web3 music, or crypto music as I like to call it, came together like Voltron. And like we haven't been able to like replicate something of that nature to this day. And so like I my legacy will forever be cemented on the blockchain because of that. So that project, NFTs.tips, regardless of like what happened with that project and me like literally burning down the house in a 2-3 hour like clubhouse room, I will forever like respect Black Dave and Kaz Vegas and BitBuzz and all these cats that galvanize around NFTs.tips and the tens of thousands of artists and devs and community builders and all the peoples and that we're able to kind of platform and push out there into the world. And many of them are for a long time were doing extremely well. And so and these are not just artists in the States, we're from South Korea and like Nigeria and like all over the place. So I'm super proud of the work that we were able to do in that time and the photography and film and like all these niches that people readily had ignored were able to come into fruition. So nobody can ever knock me or Black Dave or like any of these people, because our legacy in terms of like that room on Clubhouse, that small room with a ragtag group of people, nobody can ever knock me or us for the work that we did. And the 10th, that club I think was like 60,000 people by the time we like burnt that shit down. And so like I will forever kind of hallmark that. And there's other things that I've done in this space in terms of like DAOs and building up like the community frameworks of Seed Club and Protein and all these, and these are like prominent DAOs in their heydays. And so like, nobody can ever knock me for that or the things that I've done. And so like I feel like I've cemented my legacy, but moving forward, I hope to kind of erect some of these funding structures so that we can no longer be in a space where we're powerless or begging or groveling for money from these protocols and chains. And so we're able to build like multi-billion-dollar funds to support arts and creatives. And it's not an investment fund. Like reparations were due like 500 years ago, bro. Like it's time to pay up. And like I've done a lot of shit in this space, and so it's time to get my bread so that I can support people in a real fucking way, and support artists and build the things that I wanted to build that I haven't had the capital to do so. And I, in that respect to my legacy, I'm not asking you for investment capital, bro. Like give me the bread. We built up mad protocols and chains in that tips room, and so people, it's time to pay up. You know, everybody's got to get their due. And so I think my legacy is about archiving. I'll land here and say this. I was reading on the timeline the other day and I saw this book about NFT history. And like nothing in this book is about that time on Clubhouse and how much work was done and how much energy people put out and how many artists actually came out of that space. And it actually kind of made me a little bit sad in the second, but I also realized the power and time and access we have at this very moment, that's important to tell our stories. That's why I love what you're doing here at Culture Shift. It's important to kind of archive those stories. It's important to interrogate that period in time. And so my legacy will be archiving those stories. My legacy will be propping up folks like you and propping up other homies to make sure that we can continue to do that work. It's not just me, it's all of us that got to do that shit, that are able and have access and the tools and want to do that. And so I hope to kind of erect those things, but the funding structures is something that I've kind of been mulling about for like a minute. And so that when I build this multi-billion-dollar public goods funding platform for creatives and impact projects, that's my legacy. That's the linchpin for me. And so we'll see. So
Boom.
I've done the work. My legacy here, whether you want to recognize it or not, is here nor there. I don't need validation, but I put in the work. I got the stripes.
Facts. No, that is facts, and we recognize it. We see you out here, Natalie, putting in the work, and we recognize it. We honor you. We appreciate you, and yo, it's so true. Like honestly, probably everybody who's in this Twitter Spaces room right now Natalie has helped you in some way, shape, or form, whether it was getting guidance from her voice, listening it into Clubhouse, or now, you know, we're all on Twitter Spaces here, or you literally DMing her and getting your questions answered because this guy right here. And so I am forever grateful for you and your contribution to this space. And whoever wrote that book, we need to maybe do a little rewrite or something, because like I did see that on the timeline and I was actually curious. I was like, Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm not knocking those artists who are there. Like a lot of them did kind of platform and like build up the space. However, 2021, 2022 was we led the bull run. Like that whole entire room and like adjacent kind of communities literally are making OpenSea like damn near $1 billion a month. And so like I like how we don't get included, and I don't need validation. I've never been that person, but I'm also like, if we're talking about archiving history, if we're talking about legacy, if we're talking about making sure that Black and brown folks and other folks who contributed to the current kind of energy that exists in the space, you can't talk about the history of NFTs without talking about 2021 to 2022. Like,
Absolutely not.
period.
That's what started. That's what kicked off. Like 2021. That year was a rodeo. Like we was out here, boy. So like, and I don't know what all is included in that book by any means, but I do know who has been here building the foundation from the very beginning, and so to me that's another form of erasure, which we're trying to get away from. So like, I think we can, well, and not even to knock anybody, it's just like it's the wild west right now. So like, if we don't establish these principles and like these ways of moving to be like, no, that's not cool. You know, actually this happened. We got to fact check a little bit. Like if we're not setting the tone in that, then it's just going to be like a free for all. So we need to start establishing some principles here in Web3 and
principalities.
Exactly. It's about the principality of things sometimes, you know? Like, goodness. All right, y'all. Thank you everybody who joined in. We got a bumping room in here on the Twitter Spaces. I'm not sure about who joined for the live stream. I can't see all that. I need a bigger screen. We'll get there in time. But Natalie, yo, you are a blessing. Just thank you so much for being you, for showing up and showing out and keeping it funky at all times. The funkiest of all. Just keeping it 100. Appreciate you so much.
Always. And it's mutual.
I receive that. Thank y'all again for tuning in, and we will catch y'all on the next episode. Stay hydrated, stay blessed, and have a good weekend, y'all. Shoot, it's Friday. Go ahead, go outside, touch some grass. All right, I'm ending the Twitter Spaces. About to end the live stream. Peace. Y'all have a good one. Make sure we're good on. Get this going on Instagram here.
Okay.
Oh, this is so fire. Looks good on the gram there. Excuse me. All right.
I'll have to give you some of my cheat codes, because I have. Well, we'll talk about it later. But
Yeah. Hey, I'm here for all the cheat codes. But all right, y'all. All right, cool. Check. We got audio. We can hear each other. We're get this cord out of the way here. All right, let me get into this intro, and then we're just gonna get it started. What is good, y'all? Welcome to Culture Shift with Raven 50mm, where we are reimagining radio and podcasting by merging the two together for immaculate vibes while leveraging blockchain and Web3 tools to experiment with monetization and distribution methods. This is brought to you by the Legacy Portrait Project and the 50mm Collective. The 50mm Collective is a community of BIPOC, trans, and queer digital artists and allies that work together as we pioneer Web3 and NFTs. The 50mm Collective has a YouTube channel with tutorials and helpful info on how to get a NFT and crypto wallet set up and get started with archiving your artwork on the blockchain. The Legacy Portrait Project is a mission-based endeavor aimed at empowering BIPOC, trans, and queer individuals. In a world often marked by adversity, the Legacy Portrait Project strives to create a haven for storytelling, utilizing visionary tools like future framing, visualization, and AR technology to uplift marginalized voices. Legacy portraits are still photographs that come to life with video narration, sharing the subject's story from their perspective. The Legacy Portrait Project's mission goes beyond capturing moments in time. It's about fostering human connection, advancing social change, driving socioeconomic empowerment, and ensuring the legacy of each subject is forever memorialized on the blockchain. Right now, the Legacy Portrait Project is running a raffle for 3 people to win $1,000 off their first Legacy Portrait. You can sign up for that at legacyportraitproject.com/contact. Today is an incredible day because we got Black Dave joining us today. How you doing? How you feeling, Black Dave?
I'm good. Every day alive is a blessing. So I'm good. I mean, I'm happy. I'm happy. Like I can get on the internet. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on. Like life is good. I'm on the internet. Like, people can't get on the internet. I know it's not a lot anymore, but it's still a lot. So I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well, and that is very, very true. Like I think sometimes we can, because it's so accessible for us here, we can kind of take that a little bit for granted. But God bless the internet. God bless you, Black Dave. Thank you for joining us. A little intro for Black Dave here. First and foremost, Black Dave is a legend, but we're going to get more into that in a little bit here. But Black Dave is a recording artist, producer, engineer, and artist focused on both traditional and non-traditional means of promoting his artwork. Having established himself through the use of blockchain and NFT technology, Dave is known to be a multidisciplinary creative, citing anime, rap, hardcore rock, streetwear, and sneaker culture as influences for his work. As a child, he spent many years unknowingly watching anime with his grandmother before formally discovering it through the cult anime Berserk. A proud native of Charleston, South Carolina, Black Dave played bass and produced in several bands ranging from punk to metalcore, moving to rap music in 2014 with his first mixtape, Owl Eyes Part 2. His music experiments with creating an intersection at rap, rock, and lo-fi, and in 2020 he recorded and released a 3-song EP each month. Wow, look at that work. Since 2021, Black Dave has been placing a lot of focus in Web3 and NFT technology, creating art, music, and experiences using technology, making the NFT 100 list in 2022, among many, many, many other successes. Black Dave, thank you for joining us on Culture Shift. Really appreciate you. And I'm just going to get right into the first question, especially after that intro. And what sparked your career as an artist?
Um, okay, I feel like it started long before I probably realized. Like, mm, when you're a kid, the what you want to do when you grow up thing is like always super practical. Um, I I played sports and then I got into skateboarding. Professional skateboarding would have been cool, but I wasn't like good at it, or like I was maybe too afraid to hurt myself or whatever. But I skated like diligently, like every day for years and years and years. And um, I jumped on my skateboard the other day. I'm definitely too old, but it is what it is. Um, but I think coming out of high school probably was like the time period. In high school, I started playing in bands, and around the time I was like 2021, I had like gone on tour ish with this one band, and we'd gone to record and do all this stuff. And I was like, oh, this could be cool. Like, I like making music. It would be cool to make music for a lot of people or whatever. Um, and around that time as well, I was getting super into streetwear. I'd started my first clothing brand. Um, I right after that had gotten like into photography and stuff like that. But I feel like the version of me that exists now in terms of like what I might view as success probably didn't really pop up until like 2011, 2012. Like I was like mid 20s, um seeing like Pyrex from Virgil, seeing ASAP Mob, seeing just like all these different intersections of people who are making music who are also influential in like fashion, who are also influential in like directing and styling and blah blah blah. I feel like that was when I started to see like the pathway a bit more. Like it was a little bit more real or whatever. And so um I think that's kind of when it started. And then I just was like, I want to make stuff that I think is cool. Um and that's still the goal, and that's always the goal. So that's kind of how it started. I think artist is such a artist is a great catch-all, for everything. But I know that people also um sometimes like to be recognized for their specific art. But I'm definitely like a broad art vibes type beat because I do so many things. I hope that's a solid enough answer.
Oh, absolutely. That was perfect. Um, can you talk about like what are some of your, because you do a lot of exploring and creating, and that's one of my favorite things about just like how you practice is because you're so involved in so many different things, you have all of these pockets of knowledge. And are there certain aspects of your process and your creativity that draw you that are more apparent and more, because I feel like too as artists sometimes we got to do a lot of things out of necessity to like get our work out there and et cetera, et
Mhm.
cetera. So like what are your like your mediums that where you're practicing artistically, and then the things to where it's like I got to do this as a um, promotional thing or as part of just like the career aspect, the business aspect of being an artist.
So I started my first clothing brand in 2011. It was called The Comeback, with an exclamation point at the end. And it was all one word. It was all lowercase. It was like really Tumblr aesthetic vibes. And I had shot a lookbook with one of my friends, and I didn't like the lookbook. I didn't like the video. I didn't like the photos.
The friend shot it, you're saying?
Yeah, the
With
friend
okay,
shot it. Yeah. I didn't do all that. So that like the end of that year, I bought a camera. So, well, the next year in 2012, I bought a camera and I got into photography like super heavy. And for many years, I was like, yeah, I just want to like shoot lookbooks for streetwear brands. I was really into like, there's this photographer. He's actually in Web3 somewhat. His name's Stefan Vanasco. He used to go by Van Styles. Um, and his whole thing at the time, like in streetwear culture, was he used to direct porn. And so he would shoot porn stars in streetwear. And I thought that was the coolest idea. And so what I did essentially was like just like shot hot girls in cool clothes. So it's like I would just be like, yo, I have this 10 deep t-shirt. Yo, I have this Jordan jersey. My sister was a sneakerhead. So I would like take her shoes and like that's what I did for a few years. And then like obviously like that aesthetic became the Instagram girl or whatever. But like before that, that's what I was doing. That was like my bread and butter. Like I was making money, like shooting photos. And I think that started out as like a necessity. And I had like a perspective that I wanted to put out because it was like, I know creatives hate this where it's like they're on the mood board, but you don't hire them kind of vibes. But that was kind of what I just had to do because I didn't have any money. And so I literally like bought like the base level like DSLR camera at the time. I had a Nikon D5100. I gave it to my sister recently. Um, and yeah, that's just what I had to do. And then from there I got into video. I had learned how to design my own websites. If you're my age, like millennial age, a lot of kids learned how to code from MySpace profiles. Um, and so I'm kinda of that. I wasn't really coding my own MySpace profile. I was cool with the default joint. Um, and and I learned how to do like graphic design from, making t-shirts and stuff. Everything I think was like necessary, but it felt like the more things I was able to do, the more I was able to control the vision a bit. Because I feel like everything I'm doing comes from like this hyper specific, like I was inspired by this specific thing and I really need to get that off. And if I hand that to someone else, because that's what happened, like the first lookbook was like hot girls, cool clothes. And it was just like not the girls were hot, the clothes were cool, but the photos didn't translate that. And so yeah, it's just, I think almost every skill I have now is based out of necessity. Even like I record myself, I make a lot of my own beats, I do all the mixing and mastering, like, and the other day I tweeted that like this stuff isn't designed to be a flex. It's just that, you know, it needs to get done. I edit my own videos, I take my own pictures, I edit them, like whatever. So um everything that I think was a necessity, I tried to turn into part of the art or the brand or whatever. Um, and so I think one of the biggest compliments I can receive as a creative person is when multiple mediums still speak like me. So like if someone says like, "Oh, that photo looks like you. Oh, that design looks like you. That song sounds like you," whatever. Biggest compliment is just like seeing that my single language can translate across different mediums. So, yeah.
I like that. I like that. That end response of like being able to translate your style, like who is Black Dave, across like your design elements, your music, your photography. That's that's a special kind of skill, and your work does translate through that. And as it's I was going through some of your work, and um there's always such a relevance of pop culture in, like, the flips in your single cover artwork and your album cover artwork. And I'm wondering, because you had mentioned anime and how that plays a heavy role in your inspiration, and we see that as a common theme throughout your artwork too. And can you speak a little bit more to, in your bio, you had mentioned unknowingly watching anime with your grandmother early on before formally discovering it. And can you speak a little bit to uh, that experience, and then how that later on came to be more relevant in your artwork that you were creating?
Yeah, so I started, so like, Saturday morning cartoons. So like right after Saturday morning cartoons, like 11, 12 o'clock, like when your parents are trying to make you go outside and shit, like Sci-Fi, the Sci-Fi channel, it was called back then, like um they would play anime. And so you would end up watching like Ninja Scroll or like some other like way too adult for you anime stuff on it. And back then they called it Japanimation. And so it wasn't even like that was like MTV had a thing called Japanimation where they played like Aeon Flux and like the Max and like these a few different anime shows. And then Toonami picked up in like what, like '03 maybe. Um and that was like when Dragon Ball Z was coming on, Sailor Moon, et cetera, et cetera. So in '99, when the Dreamcast had come out, I had rented this game called Sword of the Berserk Guts Rage, and I bought it recently, like last year, for like $65 or something. So like vintage gaming or whatever is so cool now. So everything's so expensive. Um, and so I bought the game and I was looking it up online because like Dreamcast had like a web browser in it. It was like really the first system with like a full-on web browser. And Sega's my system. Like Sega Dreamcast is the best video game system to this day. I don't care what anyone says. And um so from that I had learned that there was like a manga and like this whole story and all this stuff around Berserk. And I had learned about anime through researching the game. And then from there it was like, oh, like this is a whole thing. And I just thought like Japanimation was just like a cartoon a Japanese dude made, which it is, but you don't realize that it's like a whole lifestyle, it's a whole culture, it's a whole thing. And back then I was like in eighth, ninth grade, maybe eighth grade. And so that was, I think, the jumping off point for me of really recognizing anime formally. And then as I continued to like make music, so like the first band that I had done vocals for in like 2005, it was like a electronic hardcore band. Most of those songs are about video games, or anime. So like there was a song that was all about a Pokemon battle. There was like a song that like referenced like sword fighting in samurai movies. And then when I started rapping, it was the exact same thing. So like from my first tape, I was already rapping about anime. I was already putting anime samples in my music. I was already putting like kung fu movie samples. I was already like rapping about anime, like using real references. Um, so even like I feel like sometimes when like someone tries to get me to rap on the spot, I'll just rap one of those old verses because they're just like they're still anime verses, even though they're like 10 years old at this point. And so that's kind of where it came from, but it's always been in everything. And I feel like I was never someone who was trying to separate that different aspects of my life because I feel like everything you are makes you who you are. And so everything you're into or whatever. And so that was always it was like I used my tastes to define my work. Um I I like I know that artists do this, but I always use the word work instead of art, and I don't know if that's like what I'm supposed to be doing. And I feel like there's probably some psychological thing about the use of the word art versus the use of the word work, and probably like context and stuff like that. But that's like the anime foundation for me.
Thanks for sharing that. And I I I feel you on the art versus work. I combine the two.
What do you say?
I say
You say
artwork.
both?
Yeah, I say
You say
artwork.
artwork?
Yeah.
Oh wow, I don't do that. I never say artwork. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because I felt that kind of like same way. I was like art, but it is my work, and even though I'm having like a freaking amazing time doing all of this stuff, it's still work. And so I'm like,
Yeah, it's still work.
I gotta put that respect on it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like artwork, and so I combine the two together.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never say, artwork feels to me like someone who's outside of both talking about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like if a writer is like writing about it, they're like, I love the artwork. But like if an artist is talking about that, they're like, I love the work. But if like someone who doesn't do art but isn't formally writing about it, they're like, oh, what great art. And it's like it's so weird because it's definitely perspective based, but it's like artwork feels like academic almost,
Yeah.
but I think that makes people take it more seriously. That's sick. Yeah, I really like I don't know what it is. I really want to like deep dive on that, but I have no clue. Like that's so funny that you say artwork and I say work.
Yeah, and the
yeah,
fact that
crazy.
like, and I'm wondering too, like as we have artists in the Twitter space listening, like what that thought process is like for other people too, because I'm like, are other people even, I never even thought to think, are other people thinking about this until you just said that, and now we're having like this exchange of like artwork, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I overthink every detail of everything. What's funny is like I was talking to my friend before this, and I was like, I'm gonna go on this, and I'm not gonna remember anything I said after it's over, but everything's gonna sound like me. It's just like as long as I don't lie, it's cool. And then like I realize as I'm doing these, I always leave like these like little bits of thoughts that are like, that was interesting. The idea of art versus work versus artwork. And I'll remember it like in like 3 weeks. I'm like, yeah, what do you think about the word art versus like out of nowhere? So, but I'll forget this conversation in like 10 minutes after it's over and be like, oh, I'm like, oh, I talked to Raven. I don't know what we talked about though. Like that's what'll happen. So that's crazy.
that's super relatable, and because like same, and the only way like I'm able to remember these is watching them back, and because I got to go back and edit sometimes and that kind of thing. But when that pops up again, if you do remember the conversation, hit me and be like, yo, remember what we was talking about? It came up to the
Listen, I've said stuff that have become like the whole point of a podcast episode, or like titled. Like I do this one podcast, and it was like this was like a moment too. Like it was something I was talking about a lot, of this idea of like valuing creative people based on like how you see them and not where they are in that moment. And we talked about it for maybe like 5 minutes, 10 minutes in the conversation, and he like named the whole podcast after that because it was like the way I said it, like valuing creatives on like their, I don't remember, like on their possibility or whatever. And And like I went back and I was listening to it and I was like, I said that? And I was like, I did. And I remember thinking about it a lot. And so sometimes you'll catch me like in a moment of being really into a specific idea or concept, and I'll forget that idea or concept or like expand on it or whatever. And then I'll be like, I did say that. But I still think I was saying valuing artists based on their potential. So it's like, I'm sure you have specific questions, but it's kind of like Web3 makes this make a lot of sense where like a lot of people are looking at a lot of new artists and new creatives and discovering their work for the first time and learning about them and stuff like that. But like, you know that this isn't their final form, right? And so the type of work that you're looking at and wanting to get into and wanting to buy and stuff like that, you kind of want to like buy music or buy art from an artist who isn't going to quit, right? And you want to buy music and art from artists who's going to get better. And so like if you're looking at work or art or artwork from someone, you really like sometimes it's like that work itself isn't the thing, but you recognize the potential. And so you're supporting the potential of an artist just as much as you're supporting the specific work, art. And so like I think it's super interesting to look at the things that people make and try to see the potential of what that person who made it could be. And so that was like I still love that concept. Yeah.
No, yo, you're cooking right now. That's because no, for real, like Web3, I'm telling, like it's different. It's a different because of like the tech and the use cases and all of these just different components that are involved here. That is so true, and you articulated so like I try to say what you just said in so many words, but it don't come out the like. That's why we need you, Black Dave. Like we need you to articulate these kinds of things because like yes, you have to. There are so many artists who are thinking in that same wave, and we're making things that are beyond just the artwork. Like we're creating, whether it be new systems, new structures. We're like innovating in these crazy kinds of ways with these tools. And so like the artwork is literally just like one vehicle. And like we got 10-car garage type shit, you know. It's just one car that I'm gonna take this one out today and go and like try to be a vehicle of change with this one vehicle. And in Web3 there are we got a couple of different vehicles we can use and explore. And yeah, you said that just so perfectly. Before we move on from the anime, because I have some of your single artwork cycling through here from manga. I hope I'm saying that correctly.
It's manga is what people who don't read manga say.
Manga, thank you. Pronunciation matters, yo. Like words mean things.
But it's so interesting because like you saying manga lets me know like your depth in it automatically. It's not. I don't even think it's wrong. I think it's American, right? Like you know, like I don't think it's wrong. I just think it's American, and so it's like I feel like once you get past a certain point, you're like, I gotta say this the Japanese way, you know? And so
right.
I think that's like I'm the pretentious asshole. You're a regular person. So shouts out to you.
Well, and I'm gonna be straight up. Anime, that's not my bag of tricks there. That's like but I have deep respect because I know and I'm gonna sound like so. No,
I'm ready. I got your back. I'm gonna support you whatever you say.
I love you. I appreciate you, dog. The only anime that I've tuned into is Hunter vs. Hunter.
Hey, that's a good one.
Oh, and that makes me want to go experience more. I just don't even know like where to begin. Anyways, I'm getting off on a tangent here. But while we're on the concept and talking about anime, can you speak to the process of how you create how you went about creating the covers for manga? I say it right that time?
So yeah. So some of them some of them are like flips, some of them are rips, some of them are like redraws, some of them are AI, some of them are all these different things. Something I picked up early on from like and this is, I want to preface, this is regular creative director shit, but something I picked up specifically from Kanye and Virgil was like a laptop full of images, right? And like just having folders on folders on folders of stuff. And so as I read manga, I save good looking um like frames to my computer. So I have like a folder full of manga panels, and so sometimes when I'm going through and looking for a song, I'll pull a manga panel and then I'll kind of like design it up to make it look like something that feels like my vibe. And that's a lot of times how I land where I land. So one thing you'll notice about a lot of my covers is that most of them are manga and they're not actually colored in. They're normally just like the lines, and then I'm doing other things with it. Um, a lot of the ones that are full color are normally AI generated, um, which uh, I understand the frustration around AI, especially for people who draw. Um, but I also see it as like a tool that really powers up what I'm able to do individually. And like for me personally, I'm really interested in working with the artists who inspire me more than I am interested in creating my own work that is inspired by them. If that makes sense. Like I feel like a lot of people who like are like, oh, I'm killing like fucking, you know, Steven Spielberg with my AI video. It's like you don't want to work with Steven Spielberg instead. You know, like why kill him when you can like work with him? And so for me, it's like I understand that right now I can't afford, you know, to work with Boichi or you know Oda or whoever, right? Like, uh, but I can create works that inspire me that hopefully doesn't disrespect them, um, but can still tell my story. And so, for me, it's a mix of different things. Definitely, like I think more than anything, I think that it's curation in a sense. Obviously, some people can call it theft, some people can call it like AI bullshit or whatever, but I think about all of it as curation. I think that the reason that I have a style is because I have a specific taste. And so without my taste, I wouldn't land where I do with anything I make.
Very well said. Yeah, you do have a very like I was saying, like you're and it's we have to acknowledge the fact that we can recognize your work across the blockchain, like across this new ecosystem. Like I can be scrolling or go on wherever you're minting your work and be like, yeah, that like your work would stand out. Like I'm to the point where I'm like, yup, that's Black Dave. Yup. Or like your hands are on it in some
Hmm.
way. And yeah, that is like that's goals. That is I feel like that's like as an artist, that's what you're striving to get towards. So then, you know, you're you're global. Like you get that you start to be recognizable without even having to like be a face. So essentially, like your work is like going beyond you
Yeah,
in a sense. Yeah. So
yeah, I appreciate that. And it's like it seems inspired by a thought by me, or like it seems inspired by something that I may have done, the same way that like I am so inspired by things that other people have done or thoughts by other people. And so like I always say that one of my biggest goals is to like continue the story of the people who inspired me, and to like inspire kids to do whatever they want. So hopefully like if there's some kid out there especially who like is into anime and is black and hasn't been able to fully find the vehicle to like combine the two or combine that with rap music or whatever. And I know like anime is way cooler now than it was in 1999, but like that's always been the goal. You know, we can't let like Megan the Stallion carry the whole anime torch by herself. Like I'm just as poppin'. You know, I already got my college degree, so like I was a little bit ahead of her, so let's go. But yeah. That's definitely a thing.
Yo, that's facts. There can be more than one. Let's just say that.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely.
And there's no competition in your authenticity. So if you rolling in your authenticity, that's meant for you. That is for you. I have a couple more questions here for you, Black Dave, before we start to wrap it up. This has been a super dope conversation. I really appreciate you taking the time,
Of
energy
course.
to come and join us on Culture Shift here. What's something that you're currently excited about, whether it be personally, professionally, culturally? What's something that you're excited about currently?
I feel like we're really stepping into the realm where the world accepts that creatives aren't just a single thing, especially rappers. Like I was watching the Vince Staples, Vince Staples show just came out. Make sure you go watch that. It's genius. Um and he was talking about like the whole idea of like rappers doing more than rap, but he had gone as far back as talking about like Will Smith and Queen Latifah and like Jay-Z in business and like all these different things. I thought that was super interesting, because normally it's super hard to cross over. It doesn't make sense to regular people when you start crossing over. Um, but I feel like a lot of the doors are really getting blown off in that sense. And I think that people are interested in like not as big people doing it, right? Like Tyler the Creator today, like just announced that Louis Vuitton collection. Pharrell is the creative director over there after Virgil. You know what I'm saying? Like there's like stuff happening where being a rapper, people understand that it comes with like a series of skills that isn't just putting words on a sheet of paper, and like a series of like cultural influence and cultural understanding and taste, that is more than just writing words on a sheet of paper. The words on the sheet of paper is a result of all of the other things, right? And so I feel like we're entering that era in a really big way. I know that a lot of people aren't excited about the state of rap music broadly, like in terms of superstars and stuff like that. But I feel like a lot of creatives are stepping into themselves and doing it in a way that covers more than just music. And so I'm pumped for that as somebody who's been trying to multidiscipline his way through for the last decade or more, couple of decades, shit. And so that's like what I'm super super pumped about. And uh I'm also like coming up on this coming up in the next like bull market, like in Web3 or whatever. um I'm feeling ready to compete with the best of them, you know what I'm saying? And I think I always was ready, but I think that I this might be the era where I can really start to claim some of those spots. I think that a lot of people kind of shy away from like being noisily competitive or like outwardly competitive. I was in the Black Dave Token chat. I was talking about how like I'm not always happy for people when they win. Like, like sometimes I'm mad because I know how fire I am. It has nothing to do with like me not being happy for them. It's just like I don't really care about what happened to you. It should have been me. Like whatever, you know? And I feel like uh not enough people can recognize that in a non-malicious way. Like um in my intro I talk about being on the NFT 100. In 2023 I didn't make the list. But everybody else who made rap music made the list. I was mad as fuck. You know what I'm saying? And so for me, it's like I recognize and I'm pumped to see the homies do well, the culture do well broadly. But it should have been me. I should be there. You know, it's like I'm as good as y'all. I'm as smart as y'all. I make as good music as y'all. Like, and so sometimes like I get really, really, really excited about competing with the people at the top. And I think that my season for that is coming. Where you're talking about me in the same breath as your favorite founders and other Web3 endeavors, as opposed to just thinking that I'm a guy who talks trash on the internet about people who make NFTs and music NFTs and stuff like that. So that's like, I think what I'm personally excited about is just like being able to play the game, like playing the NBA and not in the G League, right? If the G League is, I can't beat them either in basketball. So, so yeah, that's where I'm at.
I wish I had some sound effects to go off on. I'm getting there, but like, yo, I would be like air horn, round of applause, all that, because facts, like you have been the one since day one, truly, like just holding the torch for so many creatives to just it's oh man, I don't even know how to put it in words. Like, you've really paved the way for people to, you've put in the work, not only creatively, but also just to like help folks. And so we are speaking that into existence. 2024 is the year of Black Dave. He's coming with the best of them because he is the best of them. Like, I'm excited to see that come to fruition and start to be like, go ahead and drop that list again, NFT Now, or whoever did that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
those are my dogs, by the way. Like, I rock with them, and like I feel like too, like I always tell people, like, I know people dog NFT Now just because like they're like the mainstream vibes, but like back in 2021 when no one gave a shit about Black people and NFT Now was just getting started, they pulled up on us and they showed out, like they made sure they always represented what we had going on. Like, I feel like obviously if you're somebody who like doesn't give a shit about identity, then, which is like mostly just like white dudes or whatever, but like if you don't care about identity, then it's like, obviously this looks crazy, right? Like, it's Black History Month right now, and it's like, obviously it looks crazy. Like, I've only seen 2 Black History Month things happen this whole month. And it's like, looking at that, it's not like I'm saying give me a job because I'm Black. I'm saying give me a chance because I'm Black, because you weren't giving me a chance before. And I think a lot of people get caught up in this like diversity, equity, inclusion stuff, that like people look at companies, they're like, look, they hired, you know, 1 million bajillion Black people and no white people, and now the company's going down. DEI is bullshit. I don't care. Like, I just want to be able to be like in the same room so I can show you I'm better than them, or I'm as good as them, or whatever. I can do the thing. And so NFT Now always showed up in that way. They were like one of the first like publications to really write about me. Them, like the Blockchain with Sean, like very few people was really, really rocking with me, even though like I was onboarding like thousands of people in the Clubhouse era. And so it's like, I always fuck with them. It's not a knock that I didn't make the list in 2023, even though I should have. It's just that you know, yeah, this time around, I want people to like, it's like, I'm a Frank D. God stan, right? Like, I'm that level already. Like, y'all just won't give me the stage for it. And that's how I feel, right? Like, I feel like all the biggest founders in Web3, like, y'all gave them the stage, but if y'all gave me that same stage, I can play the same game. And I know that's like, I normally don't talk like that much, but like, that's how I feel all the time. Like, everything I'm doing, everything I've done, all the ideas I've had, music and outside of music, I've spoken on panels, I've done interviews, podcasts, blah, blah. Like, I'm out here, like, yeah, that's the 2024 energy for sure. It's just like, I'm out here, like, y'all gonna see me, whether you want to or not. So, yeah.
Amen to that. I'm hearing on time for all of that.
Yeah, that's a lot of energy.
Bruh, keep that energy. Keep it up. We in February. We got 10 more months to go of the year. Keep that energy all year, truly, because like more artists need that energy coming into the, like, you know what I'm saying? We've been here putting in the work, putting in the time, like bringing people together and sharing knowledge, like, truthfully. And that, like, to sit there and onboard people and like break stuff down.
You were there back then. You already know.
Dog, what? That is the Lord's work. Like, true, like you got to sit there and meet people where they're at, and maybe they don't know this part of the internet, so you got to explain this part of the internet, bruh. Okay.
You know how many times I explain that dang MetaMask Fox to people? People will be like, yo, the Fox is following my mouse cursor around. I'm like, yeah, it's just like a design feature. Like, I don't know what to tell you. It's not watching you. Like, I'm sorry. Like, yeah. It's cool though. Like, cause it's like, if my goals are to inspire people, then I obviously got to teach them along the way. And like, patience is one of my best qualities. So I tell my girlfriend all the time, I'm like, look, I don't got much, but I got patience. So let's just like do that. So yeah.
Oh man, this is I got two more questions here, and then we're gonna wrap it
Yeah,
up.
run it up. I'm sorry I talk so much.
Yo, don't apologize. This is what this is for. Like, it's literally just it's just a conversation. Like, really, this is me and you. Whoever want to tune in, appreciate y'all for pulling up, kind of thing. Actually, I got to shout out the Black Chain because they're in here. What's good with y'all? I know that's Sean behind that.
Shout out Sean.
All day. Go check out Proof of Culture. Sean's been working on Proof of Culture podcast. We got to plug that real quick. Shout out Sean. They have been consistent with that, and every episode has been fire. I've listened to every episode, and I'm like, yo, dog, for what? I'm over here taking notes. Like,
Sean is mad underrated. I think like it's Sean's one of those people, and it's so funny because I feel like I ran into somebody else who like tries to give Sean energy, but it's not, because like on the low, I don't really know what Sean does, right? Like on the low, like I don't know what Sean does, but I know when Sean shows up and talks about things and writes about things and presents things, it's always at this level where I'm like, hold on, what does Sean do? I don't know, right? But I'm always like, hold on. And I feel like there's like this level of like care and depth and like in the presentation of what Sean does with the Black Chain, especially, that I'm like, yeah, this is how someone sees someone, right? Like if you say I feel seen or whatever, like Sean really makes sure that that's always done in a really high quality, really authentic way. But yeah, like if someone was like, oh, what's Sean do? I was like, I think Sean just like got money and like cares about art and cares about Black. I don't know. Like I'd be like, I don't know what Sean does. Sean writes, Sean talks, she's smart. I mean, like, so I really rock with Sean, and I appreciate like really wanting to show up in a way that like highlights everything that we're doing and highlights a lot of people who like who have it but don't get to get on that stage, that metaphorical stage I've been talking about for the last 5 minutes. So yeah.
facts. Shout out to Sean all day, because yo, that what you had said about feeling seen, that they got something special going on with that, because that's true. And like creating that platform with the Black Chain of, you know, I feel like a lot of us that was my first write up as an artist and being featured and highlighted like that, and that things like that, having opportunities like that to share your story and share what you're about, that opens doors in like just internally, like within you, like you start to show up like more confidently.
Yeah, like, yo, I'm interviewed up. What you mean?
Yeah.
I'm written about. Are you for real? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Google
I got
me real
you.
quick, fam. Go ahead and hit a Google search real quick, my G.
Let him know. Yeah. Type me up. And like, it's crazy because like we never know who's watching us, right? But we know that like somebody has to take a first chance on us. And Sean has always done that. And then what ends up happening is someone somewhere else goes, yo, I read that Black Chain interview. You're pretty dope. I saw the work, da-da-da. And you're like, you couldn't have interviewed me before you read that if you thought I was fire. And so like, you really gotta understand like there's a level of taste there too. Like to be able to like find the people first. Yeah, you definitely need to get Sean on, because I need to know what Sean actually does.
I'm working on it. I'm definitely working on it, because I got the same question. I'm like, but you're right. Like anything that Sean's hands is in is like, yo, wow.
Yeah. High quality.
It's super high quality, right? Yeah. Shout out to Sean. All right, last two questions here for you, Black Dave. What does culture mean to you?
Oh, you know, because because I'm always thinking about nonsense. I actually have a formula about culture that I'm working on, like I have this idea for putting out like presentations. Like, you know how like you have like a keynote presentation somewhere and you're like the main speaker somewhere, you have all these slides and shit. So I have a version of this called Web3 has a culture problem. And it's essentially like I would give a talk and I have all these slides that match it. And so one of the things in it is it says culture equals context plus content. And so like if you think about that algebraically, I don't want to get too crazy, but since someone can come back and listen to it or whatever, like if you think about it algebraically, right? Culture minus context is just content. Culture minus content is just context, right? This is just like, moving to the other side of the equal sign kind of vibes, right? And so culture has to be made at the intersection of context about a specific thing and content that can show that thing to other people. And that creates a culture, right? Because culture requires other people. And if I'm into something by myself, it doesn't matter unless there's content around it that other people can consume to get into that culture. And so I think that culture is a combination of content plus context. And that's essentially what my whole slideshow presentation speech is about, is this idea that like the first slide says like what is something that every Bored Ape Yacht Club holder likes? Every single one. And there's not a thing that all of them like because it's just content, right? It's not, there's no context to it besides all of them being in the NFTs, which I guess is the context, but it's not really context, right? Like there's a million fucking NFTs. Why that one? And so, and it's like, if y'all all like money, cool. But that wasn't what happened at the time. And so I think I say the same thing about CryptoPunks, kind of like I lead it with that. Like, what do all these people who have this thing have in common? And that tells me why Web3 is broken, because people aren't buying shit for the context of it. So now the content exists, the ape, but the context doesn't exist, because like, why the fuck do I care that I want to own a thing that is about a bunch of monkeys who are so good at trading stocks that they have a yacht club? Like, that's stupid. That doesn't mean anything. Like, I'm looking at this 90cc collection right now and I don't want to go too deep, but like, what's it about? Like, who is this for? Like, I don't see anything. And so like, to me, like 90cc is content, but there's no context. There was context when it was just a black t-shirt, right? Because the context was the tech. But now that you're trying to make real clothes, you got to have real context. So, yeah, that's what culture means to me. I know that's really like academic, but it helps me a lot when I'm thinking.
Yo, cook. We could have a whole separate conversation about those three things that you just mentioned: Bored Apes, CryptoPunks, and this 90cc situation. Because same, I mean, and as people of culture, when we see these things, we have these sorts of questions of like,
yeah, immediately
ASAP. I'm like,
who's this for?
Yeah, literally.
What is this? Why? Like, why that? Like, what is that? Yeah, why'd you do that? Like, yeah, you're not by yourself. I definitely like. I was watching anime and stuff this morning, so I didn't want to go on like a Twitter rant before this, because I hate when I have some shit going on and then I throw out a tweet that randomly becomes a banger and overrides the important thing that I said earlier that day. So like, I didn't want to like go off and then people be like into it or whatever. And it's kind of pretentious or whatever to be like, yo, I'm about to throw out a banger tweet, but like, what if, right? Like, and so I'm always like, if I'm about to throw out a hard opinion, I got to make sure that like I'm not busy, you know? And so that's really what it is.
Yo, to speak to that a little bit, are you familiar with the app called Yup?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm new to that, and
I've been on it.
I be feeling the same way though. Sometimes I'm like, dang, I kind of want to throw this out there, but like, I'm trying to, show this artwork, this drop that I got going on. So I'll
Yeah.
schedule it though. I'll schedule it for like.
Oh, you'll schedule the mad tweet like, yo, I'm mad right now, so y'all gonna notice in like 3 days.
Yup, and I'm gonna send it out there, and it's not even necessarily the mad tweet, but the one that I think might be a banger and might like stir up some conversation a little bit. I'd be like, I'm gonna keep it and I'm gonna save it in the tuck, but I gotta stay focused on this right here.
I gotta sell this artwork.
Yo, facts, big facts. I'm holding back into getting into this conversation about culture with what we were just talking about. So let me get into the.
You got it.
Man, the last question here for you, Black Dave. How do you define legacy, and what do you want your legacy to be?
So I've been watching this anime. Oh god, what anime was it? Well, so they were talking about, and I know this isn't the exact word, but they were talking about how like someone is like legendary when they're done, there's no one who can replace them, right? Like you're really legendary when you die or whatever, exit the scene, let's use that. But your presence hasn't been able to be replicated, right? I really resonate with that. I definitely want to create a presence that's really hard to replicate, but can still inspire a lot of people. I think like we think a lot about like a lot of the quote unquote greats and how we'll never be as great as them, but there are so many people pursuing that same greatness, and I appreciate that. Like Michael Jordan or like Kobe Bryant or LeBron James, right? Like a lot of people want to be the next Jordan, but to be the next Jordan, you gotta do some things. And to be the next Kobe, to be the next LeBron, you got to do some things. Like this man's, 40 playing like 18-year-olds. So it's like, I'm a Lakers fan, by the way, but like, I'm not a LeBron fan. I'm a Lakers fan. I just want to make that clear. I'm a Lakers fan. I was a Lakers fan before. I'm gonna be a Lakers fan after. But like, I think for me, I'm really trying to figure out a way to like leave a stamp that can't be covered or can't be written over, while also inspiring the next generation. So for me, it's really about, and it's really funny because this, I feel like, is part of the same legacy that the people who inspire me are putting out, is like, I want people to be able to win by being themselves to the max, right? Like if you look at Pharrell and in skateboarding before it was cool, and the types of beats he was making before they were cool. If you look at Kanye and the whole pink polo thing, and even like the type of music he makes, or you look at Virgil and like the repurposing of polo, or you look at Tyler the Creator and like how his whole message is like, do what you want, don't worry about whatever other people are into, like Kid Cudi, et cetera, et cetera. Like for me, like I want to continue that story because those are the people who inspire me, and then I hope that someone can look to me as a continued example of that. So whenever I exit the scene in whatever version that looks like, whether it is my passing or me retiring from whatever bullshit I do in life, like I hope that someone can say, yeah, I saw Black Dave and that made me really want to do this. I saw Black Dave and I'm really inspired to be myself. Like if I can become a millionaire off of rapping about anime, that's really a goal, right? Like if I can become famous or whatever from like designing clothes that have anime characters on them or whatever, anybody can do whatever the fuck they want, and that's really my goal. And so like I hope that like whenever I exit the scene, I'm just keep saying that, like whenever I exit the scene, someone sees what I did and uses that as fuel for what they do, and we can continue pushing that story forward, because I think what inspired me might inspire others, and the same way that what inspired me came from someone who was probably trying to inspire others. So legacy, I guess, looks like that for me.
I love that answer. Black Dave, you are already doing an incredible job of leaving that legacy. And thank you again for joining us here on Culture Shift. We appreciate your time. We honor you as an artist, and just appreciate all that you do, and just like the the innovator and the pioneer that you are. Like, you be going into the deep waters, and we're like, hey, is Dave okay over? He good? Okay, we can go check it out now. All right, I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
And so
I got to write a whole mirror post about it before anybody understands what's happening, but we're going to get there.
Absolutely. We're already on our way. Black Dave, appreciate you, fam. Thank y'all again for tuning in to Culture Shift. If you joined on the live stream, we got some folks in the Twitter space. I got to shout out Natalie Crew real quick. Who else we got in here? Ragdoll, TK, Blackchain has been here for a minute. We had Boss Logic in here. We had Onaji fam in here. Just appreciate y'all.
Gang shit. They
Seriously.
a lot of the Black Dave Token community, I want to shout y'all out. So shout out to y'all. They're probably talking about me in the chat right now, but I'm trying not to look at my phone. So
yeah, go definitely go check out all of Black Dave's work. Like, yo, he be in the streets, okay? You heard it here. He be in the streets, and he's leaving his mark on this space and just in the art world in general. Thank you again. We will be back on Friday with Natalie Crew. We got Natalie Crew joining.
Let's go.
This is a big week. This is a big week. Oh my goodness. Glory to God. Thank you, Jesus. Seriously, man. Just like showing up and showing out. Answering the prayer one time for the one time. Thank you. All right, y'all. Thanks again for joining. And be on the lookout for this being archived on the blockchain. And yeah, stay hydrated, stay blessed. Catch you on the next episode. Peace. Thanks again, Black Dave.
yes.
Let me make sure we're live on Instagram. Instagram's kind of always like a crapshoot. It's just like, oh, is it working? Is it? Oh yeah, we're good. Go live there. Thank you, Jesus, for the progress that we've made in this time here. All right. Let's get into this. Get this cord out of the way. All right, I'm going to do the intro here, and then we're going to get into this conversation. All right. What is good, y'all? Welcome back to Culture Shift with Raven 50mm. We are here reimagining radio and podcasting by merging the two together for immaculate vibes while leveraging blockchain and Web3 tools to experiment with monetization and distribution methods. Brought to you by the Legacy Portrait Project and 50mm Collective. The 50mm Collective is a BIPOC, trans, and queer digital artist collective that's made up of allies and artists that work together as we pioneer Web3 and NFTs. The 50mm Collective has a YouTube channel with tutorials and helpful info on how to get a crypto wallet set up and to get started with archiving your artwork on the blockchain. And the second sponsor of Culture Shift is the Legacy Portrait Project. And the Legacy Portrait Project is a mission-driven endeavor aimed at empowering BIPOC, trans, and queer individuals. In a world often marked by adversity, the Legacy Portrait Project strives to create a haven for storytelling, utilizing visionary tools like future framing, visualization, and AR technology to uplift marginalized voices. Legacy portraits are still photographs that come to life with video narration, sharing the subject story from their point of view. The Legacy Portrait Project's mission goes beyond capturing moments in time. It's about fostering human connection, advancing social change, driving socioeconomic empowerment, and ensuring the legacy of each subject is forever memorialized on the blockchain. Right now, the Legacy Portrait Project is running a raffle for 3 people to win $1,000 off their first Legacy Portrait. You can sign up for that at legacyportraitproject.com/contact. All right, today is a great day. It's a special day because of everything we had to get through to go live and have this conversation with the one and only Juju Mama. How are you today? Thank you so much for being here and joining us. How you living? How you feeling?
I'm doing well. I'm happy to be here. I'm glad we worked through our traumas and dramas and trials and tribulations. Here we are.
Amen. Yes, truly. Let me intro y'all to Juju Mama here. Juju Mama is an artist, curator, yoga instructor and entrepreneur. She has artwork across multiple NFT marketplaces, including Super Rare, Zora, and Exchange.art. While crafting stunning artwork, her art explores themes of identity, connectedness, and Black culture. In addition to being an artist, she's also an art curator, curating some of the most exquisite collections to grace the blockchain with Etienne World. She is quickly making a name for herself in the crypto art world as an intentional artist and builder in the NFT space. Sierra, are we using the government here?
That's
is
fine.
it
That's fine.
Okay. My bad. Cause we
You can use either.
All right. Sierra, also known as Juju Mama, is with us today, and we're just gonna get right into it. We're gonna get right into the questions here. What sparked your career as an artist?
Oh, life. No, really. I mean, like life experience. Like a lot of my artwork is people doing things, couples in relationships, people with like family members, people by themselves, like expressing like loneliness or grief or sadness. So a lot of my art is just like inspired by experiences of being a human and like being in the world and existing. And then I have artistically inclined sibling that has also been an inspiration. Like he's a really good traditional illustrator. And growing up, we would draw together a lot, and that was like a form of bonding.
Oh, that's beautiful. So is that your only sibling, or do you have a big family, or what's the family? How's the family like?
That is my only sibling. I have one younger brother who's 3 years younger than me. And that's it. It's just a small crew. Just I'm older sister. Just are you an older or younger sibling?
That's what's up. I'm
Or
the oldest. I'm the oldest of 5. So I have 2 brothers and 2 sisters. Yeah. I love it though. Like I love my family so much. Like they are, each one of them is like just so unique, and yeah, they're amazing. No, that's dope. That's really dope. That's dope that you and your brother are able to connect on that level, you know, of like artistically and creating.
absolutely. It's and then too, like I don't know, like you like paint and sips.
Paint and sips, okay. Yeah. I
As
could do
I
a
get
couple of those.
older too,
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate a good paint and sip as I move through my adult years. I'm like, okay, hold up, this is kind of grown and sexy. Let me.
Yeah. For real though. No, that's paint and sips are a good time. Those are a good time, and I feel like okay, so that's interesting too that you, because I follow a lot of your artwork in the AI artwork, but that's cool that you have a traditional side too of can you speak to a little bit about that? Because has that artwork graced the blockchain yet with the traditional work?
Very little. I think I have like, no, no, I don't think I've minted any of my physical. I've posted pictures of it, but I haven't minted any of my physical art. Only my AI art.
Oh shoot. Okay. That's really cool though. Are there any particular themes centered around like people or family that you find your artwork gravitating towards more so? Any
Yeah,
themes
I
or
find that
emotions?
absolutely. Romance and love is like a big theme. Like especially when you look at a lot of the recent work I've been putting on Zora, it's a lot of especially in the captions. Like I try to be expressive, not just in the art visually, but in how I choose to title it. And a lot of the captions just have to do with like feeling all the feelings for somebody, just like really being caught up and in the vibe. And like, yeah, I just love love and I love to express it in my art. And I think it's obvious when you look at it.
It is very apparent. I wanted to see if that was what your answer was going to be. Is there any particular like moments in your life or Yeah, like specific moments that you try to bring across in particular works.
Yeah, absolutely. So like a recurring theme in my art is like a lot of like interracial couples, which is not like I don't have any type of interracial couple fetish. I'm just the product of an interracial couple. And my husband is of a different culture and race than me. So I'm also like creating a new interracial family. So I just find it, I don't know, it's a very like interesting experience. I don't, is it one that you identify with? Are you also like multiracial or are you like just straight up?
Yeah, yeah. So I'm
Yeah.
half Hispanic and half African American, and I was raised with my Hispanic side, and so that's like a lot of my like culture with it. Like I had to do. I feel like I had to do a lot of searching to like connect with my black side and my African American side, like on my own. Um, but like my family, Latinos, like yeah, like that is like Mexican culture for real. Yeah.
Okay, so you feel me then. It's like very interesting, like coming up and having just like a mixed race or culture family. And then like especially also being a person who's kind of like racially ambiguous, it's just created a lot of like interesting experiences in terms of how I perceive myself and especially how other people perceive me because I've realized that regardless of what I am or how I identify people will see me and reach their own conclusions and assumptions and that's just the nature of life. So interracial relationships are like a huge theme in my art with a lot of the couples, and then like also god, this sounds kind of depressing. It sounds depressing but yeah, like deep sadness, like something I've talked about a lot in other podcasts is like having PMDD and like overcoming PMDD, which is just like really severe premenstrual syndrome, like with really severe mood swings and going into like deep spells of depression and anxiety and feeling really low and bad. So like a lot of my artworks also just explore like themes of isolation and loneliness and just like those moments of just like feeling like hopeless, which is like a polar opposite of like romance and love.
But it's real. That's like you said. Overall, your work is capturing life's moments, right? And so like life is about the ups and the downs and figuring out how to navigate that. When you talk about the more difficult emotions to navigate, would you say like when you're in those times and those headspaces that create like what kind of are you creating artwork that resembles that emotion that you're feeling, or are those the times when you're creating the romance side of artwork that you're trying to like get to that place?
That's a good question. Okay, so like something that I've noticed because I make text to image AI art, so I'm like typing text prompts with words and like before making text to image AI art, I was journaling a lot and I was like journaling incessantly almost every day, like all my feelings, just like writing them in my little journal. And I noticed once I started prompting and making AI art, I noticed I wasn't really journaling. Like I
Mm.
wasn't feeling inclined to journal. And then I really started like pondering on it and I was like, oh snap, it's because the feelings and sentiments and words and energies that I would put into my journaling, I'm just channeling it into like a different form of expression and like I'm using it to make prompts to make my art. So like typically when I'm making like sad or lonely or art that's like kind of down, that's usually where I'm at mentally in the prompt. Like I there was one time because like I be in my feelings and it was not that long. It was like I don't know my last birthday. I always find something to cry about. Like I am such I think I got sick on my last birthday and I legit was just so sad that I my husband took me to a nice restaurant and I got so sad because I couldn't enjoy the food because I legit just had a terrible stomach ache and we ended up having to leave.
I
And
feel like
then
that
like
is something to cry about. Like
in the car on the way home, I was just like, ah. So like whatever, I'm on my phone and I'm on Midjourney and I'm like typing a prompt and the prompt is like, it's my birthday and I can cry if I want to.
Wow, immediately to like create the art, like wow, that is.
And then I typing all these things and like I ended up getting a piece of art and I could go back and I have to go back and find it and send it to you. It's like
Please.
this girl like sitting at a restaurant with like a food, like a plate that's half eaten and like birthday balloons and she's just like there and sad and crying.
No way! Wow. As you're like in the
So
car, like probably like wiping tears, like as you're prompting. Oh my goodness, that's like
oh my god.
that is a perspective that I hadn't gotten before when it comes to AI and prompting. That like really. Thank you for sharing that, because that like really brings like the humanity into. I mean, it just that wow, that was like that just makes so much sense. Like seeing your work, like there is so much humanity into it, and so to hear that like vulnerable, genuine moment, yeah, wow, that was
Oh my goodness.
yeah,
Yeah, it's crazy. So absolutely, there's a lot of like yeah, there's a lot of raw experience and emotion that goes into making, and of course the AI does its thing, and I'm always impressed by I'm like, dang, like it imagines things beyond what I can even comprehend or begin to think of, and that in itself is like a privilege and honor to have access to the tool.
truly, that's a very good point. I want to shift gears a little bit and talk about your. We were talking about your artistry, but I want to get into talking about your curating work and your curatorial process, and just like that when you switch gears, and like how you've what that process is like, shifting gears from focusing on your artwork to tapping into curator mode and getting into your curatorial bag.
It's it's a pleasure. It's a nice balance to like, because I don't know, you know, you're a creative. You can kind of get burnt out on your own stuff, especially if you're just like back to back to back to back. You can kind of get worn out. So there are times I need a break from looking at my own art, and when I'm curating, it's just it's nice, and it's almost like dang, I don't want to sound exploitive, but it's like free inspiration. Like I swear, because I'm looking at awesome art all day, and it's like I can't not be inspired. Like I can't not let these like visuals and themes and stories like stick with me and influence me. And like that to me is even better than anything. Is just like the way it enriches me as an individual is just like priceless.
You do such a great such a great job in curating these different would you call them exhibitions, or would like
Yeah.
okay I want to make sure I had the language correct there. And your focus has been can you please say it so I can make sure that
Okay, so it's Itan.
See, I knew I was
Itan.
slipping in there with the A. I'm
That's
from
all
Michigan,
good.
so I be doing some weird things with A's and I's, and the accent be going crazy. I'm like, dog, what you just said? I'll
It's
listen back,
okay.
and I'm like, what are we doing? Itan World. Yeah, what inspired that curatorial? I feel like it's an ongoing curatorial project, because we see, you know, multiple exhibitions coming out, which I'm just like, when's the next one? This is so exciting. And so what inspired that initially?
Oh, there is there's like a surface level kind of way I got there, and then there's, you know, you're a spiritual person connected to God and source energy.
Amen.
Then there's also like, you know, a more complicated and deep version of how I got there. The shallow version of how I got there is last year during the summer, for the first time ever, I sold out an NFT collection on OpenSea. Yes, OpenSea somehow. I don't know how it happened, but I sold one out, and I had like
You're not about to just speed past that. Like, wait a second. Let's acknowledge that. There we go. There we go.
So yeah, no, I was on a roll. It was like I was doing good. It was like my first of a couple that sold out within a few months, and I was just like, I was feeling myself. I had like 1 ETH in sales, and I was just like, you know what, like I want to spread the love, and like I want to buy some art. So I did like a shill thread, and I was like, all right, y'all, I just sold out my collection. I want to like buy some art. Show me your art, and whatever. There were God knows how many responses, hundreds. And then I just noticed, I couldn't help but notice, and anyone who's in the NFT space is aware of this. Like there's a huge Nigerian community in the NFT space. And if you're not aware, I don't know, you haven't been looking because they're everywhere. So like I'm looking through my comments and I'm just seeing just Nigerian after Nigerian, and like sprinkled in there, like maybe there's somebody from like Benin or Togo, somewhere else in West Africa, but it was almost all Nigerians. In terms of the art that stood out to me, that was like cool stuff, like charcoal works and ballpoint pen drawings and like just amazing stuff. So I'm like, dude, this is awesome. So I'm doing my show thread, I'm shopping, I'm buying from all types of artists, and then like, I don't know, something says to me, like, you need to like all of these Nigerian and West African artists that you've discovered through this shill thread, like you need to round them up. You need to round them up and get their art all in one place, because like Web3 is not seeing or valuing or caring about like African art, and like all these other like trash whack projects are selling out and getting so much attention. And it's like, why are these incredibly talented people who like whose lives could be changed from one of these sales like not getting any attention? So like that was the initial thing in terms of how Eton came to be. And then we did an open call. A friend of mine, Jinmi Abduls, who's also like an Afrobeats artist, helped me curate like the initial cohort of Eton artists, and then we did our first exhibition. But then like that aside, more deeply in terms of Eton, like I guess, okay, so my dad is Black and my mom is Puerto Rican and Italian. So I'm half Black, and like many Black people in America, there's always been like a sense of like disconnection from like just like heritage and cultural roots. Like obviously we have our African American culture that's very strong and prominent here in the United States, but like in terms of just a sense of where we come from beyond that, you know, like beyond this few hundred years, you know, Africans as African Americans, we can tap into like this ancient lineage. So that being said, in recent years, through technological innovations, ancestry and DNA, all this stuff, my dad discovered that our African and our African American is like Nigerian. So like, and then a few other things came, like Togo came up, and Benin and Cameroon, like a few percentages, but like my African is West Africa. So like it's fascinating that things have come full circle, because I never intended to go down this road, but it's almost like I was meant to be sure. Down this road. So here I am.
Beautiful. Wow. That is like, and so you found that out about your ancestry after you had been
out before Eton. I found this out probably like a couple years before Eton. But there was never like, I mean, it did inspire Good Juju, which is my crystal store, like, okay. Which is 5 years old, and you know, Juju is West African witchcraft and magic. So it has inspired different moves I've taken, but I didn't set out on this journey to create this African art collective. It just like fell into place and worked out.
That's beautiful. I love just like you seeing that there's like a need for something and just being like, cool, I'm gonna do it. And like just going after it. Cause that's like my whole vibe is like, cool. Like even with starting Culture Shift in these Black History Month, celebrating us during Black History Month, it was just like, really? Nothing? Cool, bet. We're about to do this ourselves. And it feels way better, honestly. Like these conversations have been incredible, and just like learning about different people and artists, and now we're connected. Like it's been lit. This is great. Well, I wanna ask, so what are your future plans with curating Eton? Do you have like there's some conferences coming up with Web3 and NFTs? Do you have work plans to like showcase some of the artists during the conferences? Like what we're thinking here?
Yeah, so there is so much planned that it's like insane. So we just had our first physical exhibition literally yesterday
What?
in Nigeria.
Yo,
Yeah,
what? Wait,
yeah.
wait, 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 wait. We got to talk about that. We got to talk about that. Like, let's killing it. I told y'all. I tried to tell y'all. Killing it. What? Okay, let's pull over. We're going to talk about that. Share some details. Who was highlighted? You said it was in Nigeria. Like, what? How did that come to be? Like, fill us in.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. So much has happened recently. So when Eton was born, we were a foundation world on the foundation marketplace on Ethereum. And recently we've kind of like spread out and, you know, we've branched out to Tezos and things like that. But a big goal for the collective was to not just exhibit digitally on Foundation, but to also have the exhibitions shown physically at any gallery of good reputation willing to work with us. And I guess I shouldn't say I guess through the work I've done with Eton, which in just a few months we had like over 10 Ethereum in sales in the foundation world, like a gallery.
I'm trying not to interrupt, but I'm so excited. Like,
yeah. So, and then like all other type, like we had some like really prominent collectors and like so whatever. Like a gallery in Abuja, Nigeria, like came to take notice of Eton World and basically like reached out to me and Eton and were just like, hey, like I see what you're doing and like I want to work together and like I want to like curate like exhibition and like ultimately just asked me to like work at the gallery and like curate exhibitions in coordination with them with Eton. And like and the one that happened yesterday was our first one.
Yo, what? That is massive. Like seriously, congratulations. Like
thank you.
That is so incredible. What?
Thank you. It's like kind of like I don't know. I couldn't be there physically, obviously. I'll tell you about plans to visit Nigeria later this year, but like I couldn't be there. But there were so many photos and videos. I posted them on my Twitter and on Eton's Twitter and other places. But it was a great success, and it was a lot of work organizing it. So I'm proud it turned out well.
Wow, as you should be. That is so massive. And honestly, what a testimony to just like being obedient to like this thing of I feel like I should be doing this thing and I'm not really sure what's gonna and then look at that. Like what? Because it's one thing to curate digitally and that's what I love about this space is how accessible it is to like curate artwork and even showcase artwork with metaverse galleries and things like that. But it's a whole nother level when you get it into the physical, baby. Like that's like we are cooking when it gets into the physical locations, and just like it's an accomplishment for you, but also like the confidence boost for the artist to be like, yo, I had work shown at this gallery, yo, that changes that you start walking a little with your chest out a little bit, introducing yourself with some bass in your voice. You start to, really show up. Oh wow, that is so beautiful. Like so many artists are gonna have been blessed by that, and that's just like that's incredible. Great work.
Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you appreciating me. And this was many of the artists' first time being physically exhibited in a gallery. So they were like, their excitement just made my heart want to explode. Like that when I saw the pictures and videos of them like standing, that they're just like, like you can see they're so happy. It just like, it's very touching and moving. And like also for them to like see their art in a gallery in their home country of Nigeria and like be able to go and see it in person, like it's just awesome. So I was proud.
That's something special. That's really something special. Great work, truly. Like, wow. I had seen some photos on the timeline, but I wasn't quite sure like where or what was going on. So to like hear you tell the story and hear that here, wow, is like that's magic right there. Oh my goodness.
Yes, it's on Foundation. It's called Binary Opposition. There are like almost 30 artworks, black and white photographs that are available. They're all one of one, like legit photos. They're not AI photos. They're taken by a photographer with a camera of a person.
Right. For real photographs.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. That is incredible. Definitely go check that out, y'all. Go on Foundation. Check out that. Is it? You said it's a Foundation World or is it an exhibition? Is that the same thing now?
It is. God, the Foundation has rolled out some new. Okay, so Eton is a Foundation World, but Binary Opposition, the specific exhibition, is its own situation within Eton. So you can find it by searching Eton or Binary Opposition, either.
Okay, cool. That's great to know. We'll make sure folks go check that out. Well, I'm getting into my next question. This has been like, my next question is, what's something that you're currently excited about? And I feel like we touched on that briefly, but I would love to hear more about anything, whether it be, artistically or even personally. What are some things that you're getting excited about currently?
Okay, so I guess in a general sense, I'm getting excited about the fact that like I've been making AI art for a while, like good AI art for a while, and I'm not like tooting my own horn. Like I see this stuff that's out there,
because it's the real deal. Like yeah,
like it kind of hits, like it's kind of good, and like I feel like finally. Something I'm excited about is like I feel like finally people are noticing, like taking note of like, oh wow, like this isn't like some low effort like crap, like this person is really putting a significant amount of like intention and time and effort and technical skill into what's happening here. So like that's exciting, especially because just recently Forbes and Rarible had like an art contest and I was the winner and I was AI art. Yes.
Yo. So much sauce, like so many wins.
Too much happening.
Yo, talk about Black History Month for real. Like,
good to me. I can't lie. This has been one of the best Black History months for me. It's just like
this is only the beginning too. Hey, 2024, it's all coming for you, Sierra. All them dreams, all them hopes. Like, that's just the beginning of it. Wow.
Receiving that energy. So that was awesome. That was like, to me, it was like the door opening wide open for like good things to come with my AI art, which is like awesome. And then other stuff I'm excited about, like I'm going to speak at NFT NYC. I spoke last year, so it'll be the second time. I'm excited. I mean, last year they had me the last day of the conference, like the last hour of the conference. There were like 20 people sitting in front of me. So this time I think I'm like the middle day, a little earlier in the day, so I'm hoping there's a better turnout.
Awesome. Oh yeah, it will be for sure. That it kind of set you up there a little bit for that last time, like.
So whatever, I'm going to talk about AI art. That should be good. And then the last thing I'm looking forward to is like we're planning like ongoing physical exhibitions in Nigeria at the gallery we're working with, which is called Countervail Gallery in Abuja. And we're planning or trying to plan like a really big exhibition for June, but it requires like sponsors. And we're in this process of like with a pitch deck trying to solicit sponsors, hopefully someone in Web3, so that we can get some different, like screens and tech resources to just make it a better experience. So God willing, I can collect funds for this. I plan and hope to go out to Nigeria in June for this exhibition, if we can find the funds and pay for everything.
Oh yeah, that's definitely about to happen. Wow, that is. So that's what you were saying. In terms of, you had mentioned you might be visiting Nigeria. Is that?
Yes.
Okay. Very cool. June. Hey, a lot can happen between now and June.
I hope so.
Do you have your pitch deck together and everything, and you've been already like reaching out? Okay, cool.
I've been sending it. If you know anybody, hey, anyone who's listening this, like, and that's the thing that I noticed too is like, whatever, not to, I don't know, these DEI initiatives are hot. People are looking to spend money to support minorities and people of color, and it's like, this is completely focused on African, like legit Africans. So it's like, I don't see why not.
Right.
Why not give me the money?
Yo, for real. And I would actually like to hear your thoughts on this of like, I get it. What gets me really excited about Web3 is like, just like this really unique intersection that we're operating at with the tech and then the finance and the art and things like that. And I just feel like, you know, there are certain artists, certain creators like yourself who are, who, you know, this ecosystem is more than just the art. Like you see it as like a vehicle to really, you know, enrich and empower other people's lives. And yeah, can you speak a little bit how, just like how you see Web3 as being like, or I guess like more of like this potential of collaboration between, you know, the tech companies and the creators to like, I don't know, just like, not to sound cliche, but to like bring more positivity and more impact into the world by like using these tech and tools, and art kind of being like the vehicle for that. Can you like, I don't even know if that was a question, but just speak to what your thoughts are on that.
No, absolutely. I'm catching what you're putting down. Yeah, nah, this technology is incredibly powerful, and it's just, I don't know, man. It's like any powerful force can be used for good or for bad. And it's just like, you know, there are people whose only perception of crypto and Web3 is scams and illicit, you know, human trafficking, drug, who knows, you know, like Silk Road, you know, and it's just like, okay, well, that's not all that's happening here.
Right.
And then there are people like me on the complete opposite side of the spectrum who have like only had like I've made cool friends, I've learned a new language, I've connected with people all across the globe, I've made all types of money, I've circulated my art across the world. It's just like I feel nothing but good feelings, you know. So my perception is molded on the positive experiences I've had. But that aside, I feel like it just kind of boils down to like, yeah, man, if you know better, you do better. And it's just like, I know that this technology can provide resources to people that need it. And now that I know that, like, I can't unknow it. Like, I can't, like, just act like I don't know that there are a ton of incredibly talented people making art on the blockchain that no one looks at and just be like, okay, like, well, I guess they'll figure it out. Like, nah, like, I'm going to try and make someone see it.
Yeah.
So I think like in terms of, you know, tech and art, it's just like the technology when combined with art and artistic innovation, like creates opportunities that wouldn't otherwise be available for people who like kind of desperately need opportunities because their environment and circumstance is prohibiting them in one way or another. I feel like a lot of people in Web3 are blessed to have a first world experience, many of us in America, and not face real plights in terms of, and by real plights, I mean like, I don't know where my next meal is coming from. I don't know if I'm going to have a roof over my head tomorrow. Like these are our basic necessities. And luckily, many of us have access to these things. So if we can use the technology to buy someone's incredible art and help their basic necessities be met and help them live good, why would I not do that? Like, that's crazy, especially when it's one of my Black or brown brothers and sisters, and not just Africans, people of all shades and colors everywhere. So I don't know. I know better, so I do better.
Very, very well said. Very well said. yeah, I'm not even gonna, I'm just gonna leave. We just gonna leave it at that. You know better, so you gonna do better. Cause you can't like make people, you can't like shame people into doing better. You know, you're not gonna like, oh, you're not doing this or you're doing this. So it's nobody's listening to that. Like I think what you're doing by leading by example is the best example and to set and just show people like, hey, you know, I know better, so I'm doing better. I love that. I love that.
I hate complaining. I hate complaining and I hate listening to people complain. And I feel like, okay, I'm not going to complain. Like, I have the resources to like do something about this. So, like, I'm gonna. And it's worked out well, thankfully.
Hey, and it's going to keep working because it's already your steps are already ordered. You just are following them out. Okay, so just a couple more questions here. Oh, this has been such a great conversation. Come on. See, I knew it had to happen through all the technical shenanigans. I was like, you know what? We're about to make this work. I love it. Thank you. Thank you, God. Couple more questions for you, Sierra, aka Juju Mama. What does culture mean to you?
Whew. That's a deep one. Culture. Culture to me, I guess in the most like simplified context, is kind of what ties us together as human beings and how we find meaning in the world and our interactions with each other and how we form identity. So that can be through music, through food, through clothing, through our relationships and the type of people that we choose to congregate with. Culture takes many forms, art, obviously. So I think it just depends on how you want to slice it. But I think every way that we show up in the world as humans and engage with each other is like a manifestation of culture in one way or another.
I like that. That was beautifully said. I like that last part there of how we show up is culture manifested. I like that's really good. Last question that I have for you. I guess it's a two-part question here. How do you define legacy, and what do you want your legacy to be?
Legacy. Legacy is like the aftertaste. Legacy is the aftertaste you leave behind. Once the meal is gone, what aftertaste you leaving in people's mouth? Is it sour? Is it sweet? That's what it boils down to. I don't want to leave a sour aftertaste in anyone's mouth for any reason because I don't like when people do that to me. It's unsettling. It doesn't make you feel valued. It makes you feel crappy. I try to leave people with good impressions and good vibes and good feelings and good juju, and that's why I'm Juju Mama. So yes. So what was the second part of that question?
Second part of the question is, what do you want your legacy to be?
Okay. So yeah, aftertaste as a legacy. So I want my aftertaste to be sweet. I want people when they think or read or see about me to see that I moved with intention and that I cared and that there was genuine effort and energy. Because that's the thing. I feel like there's a lot of there's no other way to put it. There's a lot of half-assedness in the world. There's a lot of disingenuine people just showing up for clout or praise. There are people who stage them helping homeless people just so somebody will comment and say, good job. There's all types of craziness out in the world. So I want my legacy to be that I was genuine and that I showed up, like really showed up and wasn't pretending to show up. Like I didn't just put a black square on my Instagram profile picture.
Hey, you know what? Let me turn down my mic.
Let that be my legacy, please. Okay.
Not the black square. Oh.
Yeah. Please put that on my tombstone. Here lies someone who did more than just do the black square. Because, man, I'm tired of people. I really am. So it's just like, yeah, my legacy is that I did what I said I was going to do.
Hey, you're doing all that and then some. And so you are doing a great job at laying that foundation for that legacy. And just thank you again for joining us here on Culture Shift. It is so exciting to see you just keep killing it. Keep just like what? Win after win after win. We are rooting for you. Keep sharing because like now I need to know, like, are you going to Nigeria in June? Like, you know what I mean? Like now I'm invested in the story now. So no, this has been an incredible conversation, Sierra. Thank you again for your time and your brilliance and your artwork and your the curated collections and exhibitions that you are bringing to the blockchain. That is super, super needed. And just want to acknowledge the time and energy and attention that takes to put together. And so just thank you for all of that. And thank you to everybody who tuned in to the live stream. This episode will be on podcasting services as well as on chain. So you'll be able to collect this as a digital collectible, and we'll be doing something cool and fun probably in the future with people who collect them. So be on the lookout for that. Thank you again for joining. Stay hydrated, stay blessed, and we will catch y'all on the next episode of Culture Shift. Peace. What is good, y'all? Welcome to Culture Shift with Raven 50mm, where we are reimagining radio and podcasting by merging the two together for immaculate vibes while leveraging blockchain and Web3 tools to experiment with monetization and distribution methods. Today is a special day because we got Tyler Givens in the building. I guess not technically in the building, but you know what I'm saying. And this Culture Shift is brought to you by the Legacy Portrait Project and the 50mm Collective. The 50mm Collective is a community of BIPOC, trans, and queer digital artists and allies that work together as we pioneer Web3 and NFTs. The 50mm Collective has a YouTube channel with tutorials and helpful info on how to get a NFT wallet set up and get started with archiving your artwork on the blockchain. And the Legacy Portrait Project is a mission-driven endeavor aimed at empowering BIPOC, trans, and queer individuals in a world often marked by adversity. The Legacy Portrait Project strives to create a haven for storytelling, utilizing visionary tools like future framing, visualization, and AR technology to uplift marginalized voices. Legacy portraits are still photographs that come to life with video narration, sharing the subject's story from their perspective. The Legacy Portrait Project's mission goes beyond capturing moments in time. It's about fostering human connection, advancing social change, driving socioeconomic empowerment, and ensuring the legacy of each subject is forever memorialized on the blockchain. Right now, the Legacy Portrait Project is running a raffle for 3 people to win $1,000 off their first Legacy Portrait. You can sign up for that at legacyportraitproject.com/contact. All right. Like I said, today is very... Oh, thank you. I'll receive that round of applause. Today is a special day. You know what I'm saying? We got Tyler Givens here with us on Culture Shift. And Tyler is a very, very special artist and just human being. Tyler's work explores weaving traditional mediums with emerging technologies, and it explores the power of escapism as a means of deliverance and invites the viewer to confront and interrogate the foundations of our shared realities. Inspired by anime's philosophical depths, the flamboyance of 2000s fashion, and a Christian upbringing, their creations evoke themes of sex, freedom, and the apocalypse. Their work is simultaneously a tranquil escape and a confrontation, a journey into the uncharted territories of self-discovery and liberation. Tyler Givens, everybody, welcome to Culture Shift. Tyler, how are you doing? How you living? How you feeling?
I'm doing much better today. Yesterday I had a full-on spiral starting in the morning, and I feel like I'm feeling the residual spiral this morning, but knowing that it's gonna get better. And it's raining outside in LA, and I love it. It's my favorite weather here. So I think today's a chill day.
Good.
How are you doing? We made it through all those trials, too, getting this started.
Okay, for real though. Well, I'm first of all glad to hear that you're doing well. Today is a great day to have a great day. So, very happy to hear that. And did you say you're in LA?
Yeah. So I moved.
Oh, okay, yeah, let's get into it. Talk about it a little
Yeah,
bit.
let's get into it. I moved 5 months ago following my breakup with my ex.
Mm,
Uh, and so it's been an adjustment because, well, I was ready to leave New York. I had been there for 11 years, but I wasn't necessarily ready to come back to LA, which is where I grew up.
okay.
So I'm back at home in my childhood bedroom, actually. And it's an interesting experience to be here for a few reasons. Like, one, I recognize that like I left LA at 18, like because I was running away from I think my family and like the people here, and I studied at NYU. And then also coming back here is really special because my parents just went through a divorce, and so I'm like with my dad right now, which is really interesting to both be sort of going through similar but very different experiences at the same time.
Mm,
And it's also been great because I'm closer to my family, and that's something that I've been really desiring since the pandemic, really. Um, and I've been hanging out with my grandma a lot. She like wrote a book. I won't say about like a fictionalized like memoir of sorts, and so I'm helping her put that together. And I've just been like on my must go on like my eat, pray, love like 2 month trip to Mexico City on this Sunday. And so yeah, I don't know. It's been a big transition coming back. I feel like I'm in like a positive limbo where I don't really know like what's up, down, left, or right. I think I know what I want, um, but at the same time, given everything that's going on in the world, I'm like working on like detaching from sort of like these really absolute goals that I had, um, especially goals that I had when I first entered the Web3 space and before. It's like everything has shifted so much that I'm trying to just like lean into freedom and like being present and like just the simple pleasures, like watching the sunset. That's where I'm at.
you
Yeah.
are like literally speaking to my soul. Like I feel like we are like walking side by side on a very, very similar path. But this is not about me. We will talk about more about this in the back channels. But
Okay.
wow, Ty, like like even down to like spending more time with grandma, like literally.
It's special.
Yo, seriously, like so special. Can you speak to um what some of your goals were initially like coming into Web3 and how they've shifted as you're in this kind of like transitional space right now, and yeah, kind of speak to a little bit about that.
Yeah, totally. Oh my gosh. So one, I was like, okay, so before Web3, I was dabbling a lot in creative industry. So I worked in fashion for a bit after school. I studied photography at NYU and I wanted to be a fashion photographer. But before I went to school, I wanted to be like a cinematographer. I just wanted to make movies. But I thought that studying photography was maybe like a more streamlined approach to learning cinematography because it's focused on just visual literacy. Whereas like the film program at NYU, from what I understood, was you kind of at least like the first year and a half, you kind of did everything and then focused on what you wanted to do. And I was like, I don't want to do that. And also, I was 18. I had the most naive beliefs and delusions. I was like, I'm going to go to New York. I'm going to study photography. I'm going to become the next like Tim Walker, which I feel like I'm kind of on like still working towards something like that, but like went around the fucking loop to get here. Weird. So I was working in fashion and then I was working in post-production. And throughout all of these moments, I was always like working on sets or like just like trying to learn as much as I can from every sort of person who operates on set. And so around like 2020, before the pandemic, I started writing my first short, which has not seen the light of day. Thank God. It was horrible. It was before I even knew anything about the importance of like story structure. And I was just like, I'm gonna be a rebel. I'm gonna write like something sexy and like bad, you know. And all this is to say that I had really high goals of wanting to like make, you know, my first feature film by, let's say, like 25. I wanted to have my first, I don't know, photography cover by like 23. I entered the space and I was like, I remember calling on my friends that were artists. And I was like, and also my ex being like, oh my gosh, like NFTs, this is the ticket. It was right after the Beeple sale. And I was familiar with Beeple's work because we would always like study his projects at the post house that I was working for. And so I was like, Beeple just sold this piece for like $69 million. Like, we're about to become millionaires. I was on Clubhouse every day for like 12 hours. Just like listening to NFT tips. And, you know, I met like you, I met everyone, Diana, Latasha, like everyone in Jot, like in these spaces, Andre. And then I remember like like it took a while, it took like a few months for me to get my first sale, maybe like 3 months or so, or maybe two and a half months. I minted my first work in March 2021, and I think my first sale was like around the digital diaspora in like end of May of 2021. And I remember like everything was selling, all these show opportunities were coming up, and I was like, yeah, like I'm gonna become a millionaire like tomorrow.
That's how I felt.
Yeah, I know, it felt so exciting, but you know, I think I was humbled really fast. And it was a really, like, basically by the end of 2022, like all my sales kind of stopped. I think that was around the time that, you know, Bored Apes, I think they dropped in April of 21, and then by the end of 2021 they were like flipping, you know.
Mm-hmm.
We saw the shift to PFPs going into 2022, and I was stubbornly like still focused on like, yeah, like I'm gonna have like my big like financial break, and my identity was super attached to, I guess, like the financial transactions of my creative work. And so I kind of like crumbled. So my goals entering the space were to become a millionaire, fund my short films, live a fabulous lifestyle, be a artist rock star, and make films that were rebellious and like broke the structure.
And what about now? What are some of your?
Oh yeah, and now I still want all of these things, but I think I'm just like, so 2022 was what I call like my spiral year. I felt like I lost the sense of myself. Like interpersonally, I was just like going through like, who am I? What am I even making? I don't like the work that I'm putting out. I feel like I'm just churning it out, like trying to keep up with this space, with the trad art world I was dabbling in. Although funny enough, I felt like my works on paper, which is where I started, were way better perceived in the traditional art world than like my digital works were necessarily in like the Web3 world at large. So like wrestling with that, I had just finished writing my first feature with my brother at the end of 2021. And we had like an amazing opportunity to have just getting feedback from like some really big power players. And I felt that our first draft wasn't really where maybe they were expecting it to be. So then I like crumbled under that pressure. I just had a lot of pressure on myself. So then I was kind of like still stubbornly going after this, but around 2023, so last year, is when I started to just sort of shift my mindset from like trying to like detach myself from the like material side of things being what is of value to my work, and like really trying to reconnect with like what I want and what I want to build. Not necessarily for myself to enjoy, but for like the next generations to be able to like reap the harvest of, so to speak. And then that's when I started to feel, I guess, more in my body and more in my head again. And that vision involves building systems of education for other queer and trans artists and storytellers. I still want to obviously make all the money I can so I can redistribute and like properly set up physical spaces and as well as like digital spaces and create my movies and build out this whole Neo Eterna universe that is like, you know, in my NFT world. I want it to be as big as Disney, you know, but I also want to take from the Web3 model of like more equitable structures and where we have like, you know, everyone's getting equal pay and like everyone gets royalties from the films and like we can just start building up our communities that way instead of like the individual approach. Like I want to like make this so that people recognize me as this like powerful creative and sort of ignoring the community aspect of it, because I think now more than ever it's like community is super duper important, but I think it's really difficult, at least I'm finding it's really difficult, especially having moved to LA from New York, to like foster like a IRL community. That's what I feel like I'm really missing in my life. I think it's really difficult to connect. I feel like all of my friends that have similar visions are spread across the world, because everyone's moving out of the US too. Well, not everyone, but like a lot of my friends have moved out of the US or have moved just to different states. And it's a challenge sometimes to build like that. And I think also to just like build in this moment in the world, or even to keep like that momentum up, because it's like, damn, like so much intense stuff is happening right now.
Yeah, I feel you on that. And I think too, like after the pandemic, or just like during that, or post-pandemic, we're just like, a lot of us are just longing for connection of like, where are my homies? Like, where are my people? And then too, I think, you know, adding to the equation of being trans and queer, being BIPOC, adding like these different things, it kind of makes and then also being in like Web3 and things like that, it can kind of be a little tricky to find your quote unquote people and like where, and just to, because in more so in a sense of like feeling comfortable and just being like, these are my people, in a sense of like comfort of like, okay, I can like really show up as myself here and I don't have to like code switch or do anything like that.
Yeah, the code switching, the performing, like, yeah. It was exhausting. It was definitely exhausting.
You had mentioned the world that you're building, which I absolutely love, like the characters and just like the different things that I see you share of. I'm probably I don't want to butcher Neo. I don't want to butcher the name.
Oh, Neo Eterna. I think that's maybe a working title, because it's kind of hard to say, like Neo Eterna. I think maybe it should just be Eterna. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
It's evolving. It has space to evolve and grow, which I also love. But can you speak to a little bit about that world in particular that you're building, and to where you're drawing your inspiration from as you're building that world?
Yeah, totally. I love that question. Thank you. So the world came about by accident. It was a really happy accident when I entered the Web3 space. Because before, so I started with works on paper, and they were kind of like self-portraits. Oh yeah, I have some right here. I can show you. Okay, so for instance,
cool.
This is an example of that. So when I got into Web3, I was like, oh, you know, the market's, it's given 3D, it's given CGI, let's get into it. And so this another artist in the space, Lisa Odette, had like made a micro course on like, you know, creating your characters in 3D and like rigging and all that. And I was like so happy that she made that, because I had a 3D background, like a very rough 3D background working with Cinema 4D, but I had no idea about like ZBrush or sculpting, digital sculpting, or rigging really. And so I followed her course. I made my character, which was close to what you just saw, but in 3D. And then I made my angel character, which is like the first one that I put on Foundation. It didn't sell, but it was fine. And when it did sell, I was like, yes. And it sold because Diana Sinclair had put like together a thread of artists who had work. And then remember Ito, that whale?
Was it the egg?
Yeah. Yeah. Whoever they are, they bought it for like 0.75 ETH. And I was like, yeah. And then the digital diaspora happened. And I made my second character, which is like the princess, S in parentheses, indie royalty. And I remember when the auction went live, I was like, you know, in Clubhouse, I don't think we were at Twitter Spaces yet, but in Clubhouse, they're like, yeah, like try to be engaging when like when people were like bidding on your work, blah, blah, blah. And so like I created this whole story that the princess was like escaping from their family who didn't appreciate that they were like non-binary. And so they were like running, and at the same time, they were running away. At the same time, there was like this huge duel happening in the Coliseum. So I would like tweet the bidder's name, like, oh, like they dealt a blow to whatever collector would bid before them. And I was like, oh, this is cool, like this whole like fantasy world. And then I think that's around the time I was like, oh, this could be like its own little universe. Like we have an angel who's like here. I don't know what they're doing yet. But then we have this princess who's just like running away from their family to, oh, that's what happened. They were running away to like the New York City of the world, which is what I called Neo Eterna. So that they could just be a free diva, you know?
Yeah.
And then the fourth character, the fourth piece I made was like Sexy Slutty Demon Slayer, who was like this queer, like kind of like mask person who wore a long blonde wig with like pink barrettes and had like this like dick wand that shot rainbows. And there was like in the whole tweet world that I had put together, there was like the Neo Eterna Dome, which was inspired by, I don't know if you're familiar with like Thunderdome, which was like this big hard style festival in the 90s in, I think like Rotterdam, I believe. So there was like the Neo Eterna Dome happening, which is like, you know, the annual rave. But at the same time, there's like this demon takeover, because I draw a lot of devils in my work, or demons in my work, which I'll get into later, because I grew up in the church, and like the extreme morals of the church I was in were kind of confusing, because I feel like there's a lot of moral gray area, I think, in our lived existence. But I felt like, for instance, they're like, if you're gay, you're going to hell. I'm like, but I'm a good person.
Right.
But you know, how does this happen weighed in God's eyes? Like in that way, you know, in the God of this church. Mm-hmm. So anyway, there are all these demons taking over the rave, and then Sexy Slutty Demon Slayer arrives, and they're like shooting their like rainbows and like destroying the demons. I was like, this is fun. This is really fun. And so I kept making more and more characters. But I think those three are the core that would sort of drive this world. So you have Sexy Slutty Demon Slayer, who's from like this like Miami type space. Then you Pink Beach is what I call it. Then you have the princess, who's like from the royal family, but like is, you know, in Neo Eterna just being themselves and like discovering freedom. And then you have the angel character, who I created like this whole like angel academy space where like angels are trained to like protect the cosmos from, whether it's from cosmic threats or from like, let's say a dragon's coming to scorch Neo Eterna, then the Angel Academy would take care of that, you know? So it's very like soft world building. I'm soft meaning like nothing's fixed, but as like a new character comes, I'm like, oh, how does this like work in the world? And it's been really exciting and really fun. I feel like I've been talking about it for a long time without taking any like real action to build it. So I feel a lot of what I'm focused on now is like I'm taking a lot of writing courses so that I can properly structure the stories that I want to tell for each of these characters. But I imagine having a cartoon that is somewhere between Adventure Time and like Neon Genesis Evangelion, like a whimsical but very cerebral cartoon that follows the angel, but still features like the other side characters. And then I would like to create a video game for Sexy Slutty Demon Slayer that's like Grand Theft Auto meets Zelda, you know, like, something like that. And I'm also separately from that world, I'm working on like live action feature films that are contained in their own universes, but all pull from like the same themes of like exploring sex and gender, exploring morality with like biblical references and biblical lore, and then also trying to understand like what freedom is to me in like an apocalypse landscape, because I feel like we're living through an apocalypse, you know. It's kind of crazy.
Some sort of it, like some form of, I don't know, like A,
Great
B, C, or
revelation. Yeah.
yeah.
A, B, C, or D.
Right. Right. I don't know what apocalypse this falls within, but we in one of them. I feel you on that. Yeah. Wow. Thank you for breaking that down and going into that in depth like that too, because I really just am excited for you, and I love the parallels with like how you started in photography and like doing fashion photography and wanting to be a filmmaker and things like that. And I feel like now it's starting to like come within that cycle of like by accident, you know, there ain't no accidents, you know, but and now with Neo Eterna, you're creating that now. Like you're creating essentially like there's like films that can be brought within that, and you had mentioned like a video game too, and wow, just so many different avenues and different ways that you can take it. That is super, super exciting. Wow.
It feels exciting, but also so overwhelming. I'm like, where do I even focus? You know, 'cause that's also a big problem that I had in 2022 is that I'm like, okay, I'm trying to write feature films. I'm also participating in like Web3. I also was like super interested and curious about the traditional art world. Works on paper and painting. And then also I want to make a video game. I'm like, okay, Tyler, like, and trying to do all that at once, it's like, you need to chill and pick something to focus on, which I have a huge issue with, because I want to do it all at once. But I'm realizing, I think my biggest learning is to pick something, finish it, and then move on to the next thing. Because I'm like, for me, because I'll have 50 little things happening at once, and I don't finish anything.
Okay, but okay, let me ask you this. So, while I think that is a fair approach, but as an artist and as a creative, like some things, like how do you know when something is finished? Like there are, you know, like, and okay, I'll let you speak to it, but I have some theories on that, because I'm again in the similar boat. I'm like, you know, I feel like I got to be doing this thing, and then the world also needs this thing, and but God told me I actually got to be doing this thing over here, you know. So I'm like, really praying for strategy, because I feel like they're all important things. And,
exactly.
And like, you know, hey, you said this wasn't me, you said it, so like, what are we doing here, kind of thing. And if you can kind of speak to your practice on like, how do you go about finding strategy to work on all of these different things, and what that process is like for you?
Okay, I'll start with what I've tried.
Okay.
So I've tried just being like, oh, I'll wake up and decide what I'm going to do. Not for me. I'll just end up on TikTok for 2 hours, and then it's like 12 p.m. and I'm like, oh, I guess half the day's gone. I should go take a walk. and then maybe I'll get an hour in on like it's easiest for me to do works on paper because it's like very immediate. I can feel like that satisfaction of completion. I think the next easiest thing for me to do is, I guess now would be AI. Like I've been working with AI trained on or using some of my work trained against like the Stable Diffusion data set at large. And then, because that's also immediate, it's a matter of prompting. It feels easy in that it doesn't take that long to develop the skill set of prompting,
Mm-hmm.
like understanding all the back ends of what the checkpoints can do or the notebooks. And then the next easiest would be working in 3D. I mean, that's also like a bit easier, but it just takes more time.
Mm-hmm.
And then the hardest thing for me is writing. So originally I was trying waking up and just being like, okay, whatever I want to do. When I have a deadline, I can really plug in and just like finish and like work 12-hour days and feel amazing, and then pick it up the next day and feel great. Because usually I will, like if I'm doing a 3D work, I usually like will do a quick drawing of what I think it should look like first before going in. I've tried some moments where I'm like, oh, let me just open the ZBrush and like, or Cinema 4D, post my character and see what comes out. I think both are kind of rewarding in different ways. But the next thing I tried was making my to-do list the night before. That, I don't know about that one. Because I'll wake up and be like, I don't want to do 3D and I don't want to write today. So now what,
Mm-hmm.
And then lately, I think I told you this before we started, like I'm like pressing pause on my art career, but then I keep getting dragged into it. So by pressing pause, I mean, I am creating a lot for myself when I feel like I need to create something, but the intention isn't for it to be shown to the public immediately. And by public, I mean like Instagram, post on Twitter or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think I was getting so caught up in this cycle of like creating for money or for like other people's consumption that I just started to feel like paralyzed, but still stuck in like this hamster wheel. Like I need to create to stay relevant or whatever the reason was.
Yeah.
So in being like, okay, I'm going to pause in my art and I'm going to really focus on conquering the beast that is storytelling for screenwriting or for screenwriting, and like understanding structure and wanting to pursue like the mastery of craft. It like that being my intention has freed me so much, because now it's like, oh, I'm not writing because I want to like make the next Star Wars and like be that bitch, it's like, no, I'm writing because I want to hone the skill so that I can like create impactful stories in the likes of my favorite writer directors, right? And really, yeah, just present like strong work that I know I worked really, really hard for. And I want to know that I am really good at it because I put in all these hours with myself and with like teachers and like these little boot camps and whatever, honing this craft. Because I feel like a lot of like my other skill sets I've learned just like on YouTube and just like being like in the rat race. But I feel like writing is something that, well, it can be done and taught on your own or learned on your own. I think for me at least, I need some structure and I need like someone who's doing it to be like, no, actually this sucks. Like this sucks and this is why it sucks, And so now my like structure is reliant on signing up for boot camps or like intensives that are giving me homework, that are giving me feedback, and are just giving me things to work on every day. Like I just finished last month an extended reality boot camp that I started in, I think September is when I started it, and we built VR mini golf. So Neo Eterna VR mini golf is coming.
What?
We'll release that. because I like the basic structure of it's done and it plays and whatnot, but I built it without a headset, so I was using like an XR simulator to like test it. I really want to test it with a headset on, and then I want to add. I'm gonna make it funky. Like it's a game, but it's really more of an art piece, and so. And like the difference between that, I think the game is for entertainment. The art piece is more for like I think emotional impact. I would say. And so like we made that, and then we did an augmented reality project towards the end, and I'm like, this is sick. Like AR, that's where it's at.
Yeah.
Especially with the Apple Vision Pro. Not that I'm a fan of it, like visually. I think that seeing that in public, I'm like,
Yeah.
but the potential, like once we have smaller devices that can do all that function, yeah, exactly. Then I'm like, okay, cool, let's start developing for that. That was really cool because like, you know, I had always been wanting to learn how to use game engines. We used Unity for that. And I also decided to move my whole 3D workflow to Blender instead of Cinema 4D. And I was like, okay, this structure like allowed me to like create something sick and learn something I've been wanting to learn but been putting off forever because I'm just not someone who has, at least anymore, the discipline to like teach myself a new skill, because in the back of my mind I'm like, oh, if I sit here and I like teach myself this software, then that's time taken away from me working on something that I know I can do like right away, you know, like creating a new character, dabble in AI, whatever it might be. So that's where I'm at now, is like just paying someone when I can to give me structure.
I love that. I love that. Like being intentional with taking the time to cultivate instead of like just because I mean it is a cycle, and I can't speak to the traditional art world. I don't know how that go, but for Web3, like it is so fast, and you do feel like, okay, what do I got to do next? Okay, what do I need to put out like a I'm in the studio like creating selfie or like work in progress video, or like I'm exhausted. Like
it's horrible.
Yeah, and
like what are we supposed to create as artists if like you're expecting us to like just be online 24/7?
I would actually like to brainstorm ways. I've been starting to like build out an email list and even like on chain email quote unquote, but like ways that artists and creators can have direct communication with collectors on chain, preferably, because that's the address we have. Like
you have to KYC your collectors, you know.
Yeah. This has been.
If you crack that.
Oh, I'm in the back. Trust me, I'm like back here checking it, because again, like we just need like ways to be able to send out like, and not even spamming. It's just like, hey, here's a newsletter of like boom, 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 all of the cool things that we're working on. Because also I was going to say, and I'd like for you to kind of speak on this as well, as creators who, or let me speak from my experience, then I would like for you to reflect on your experience. I find myself, especially now being in Web3, or I guess my art and the things that I create are things that I want to see that I don't see currently, like whether it's a community of like-minded individuals, or like different stories that I think are like inspiring that, you know, mainstream media aren't necessarily covering, and things like that. And I'm wondering for you, you know, dabbling in so many different things, do you feel like a sense of, I guess I'll say duty for a lack of word, to create these things so that they are in the world and that they do exist? Because, you know, sometimes I feel like if I'm not making these things, I don't know if they're gonna show up ever. Like, I don't know if we're gonna see certain kinds of things. So, especially with like Neo Eterna and the world that you're building, where does the motivation to create a world such as that, and just like different characters that you're creating, like where is that motivation coming from?
Yeah, totally. I definitely relate to, like, if I don't make it, then who is gonna make it? You know. But I feel like before, so like let's say, like 4 years ago or something. Not 4 years ago, because I didn't even start New Eterna. So maybe like 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago. I felt like that, but I felt like it was more like an ego thing. Like, oh, like I want to be the one who like makes this world, and like I want to be recognized for it. Granted, when I first started creating the characters, it was because I was wanting to create from a space of joy after George Floyd's murder, and because I felt like my works on paper were very dark and like coming from like a super raw place. I think also the immediacy of like just like mind to pen to paper allows for that, whereas like in creating in 3D, it's just like so many steps, you know? So it's like it kind of like the intention kind of has to like be quite strong, and I think just going into it raw doesn't really work for me, at least not with like character-based work. So I did start with like, okay, I want to make this because one, as a kid, like I wanted to see just like Black characters, and then like obviously Black queer characters being at the forefront of these adventures and like being free and not just being there to serve whoever else is like leading the story, right? And so like I feel like that intention was pure, but then it became like, oh, I want to be the one to do it because I want to be like I don't know, I just want to be that bitch and like recognized for that. And then it became, oh, I need to make this because I need for, like, if future generations can see this, like the younger kids can see just like Black, queer, and trans people being fabulous and looking fab, having most cunty hair and outfits while like saving the planet from aliens or from like a demon takeover, and then going to a rave after and really cute. I was like, yeah, that seems like that would enact some, or rather unlock some bolts in the brain from our programming here, you know, especially in the. And so now my motivation comes from, I guess it's kind of like all of it, but I feel like it's more balanced. Like, hell yeah, I want to like be that bitch who like made this world and like birthed it at first. But I think my intention is more focused on like the impact and building the resources from this project to create like more sustained, I guess like programs and communities that can take care of themselves, like when I'm dead.
Yeah.
And also, what does that even look like anymore? Because all these systems are kind of collapsing. So I'm like, oh, maybe it looks like, you know, just having a plot of land in, I don't know, Montana that's like thousands of acres, and we have a bunch of homes there and schools, and we garden and have like combat classes so we can, like, in the war, like, you know, defend ourselves.
For real though.
And we just create and have some alternative, like hippie ass way of living. I don't know. And then everything that we make kind of just gets shared amongst everyone else. And then the idea would be that everyone who has been impacted can like take their resources and then do something similar. And we just keep doing that. And then by some time it'll be like a totally queer trans takeover of the world.
And just more love and joy and abundance
Yeah,
and freedom is
exactly.
like, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm tracking with you. I feel it. I feel it.
yeah, and like just helping each other build and like taking care of each other. New York was really intense towards the end too, because I just felt like that community is there, but it's also at the split second it could become something so vicious after being something so loving. I'm speaking specifically about like my queer community that was there. Um, it got really intense because once someone starts to pop off, then like that competition, especially in New York when everyone's just like in survival mode, like the competitive mind like just pops up, and then it's like claws go for them, and then it just like there's a huge rip, and like why can't we just like celebrate? And that's not in every community that I've experienced. Like I feel like the London kids, they know what's up. Like they're nice and they raise each other up. Like if one person's winning, then everyone's about to win.
Yeah. Yes. You said that's in London, so maybe we need to go to
Yeah.
London.
Yeah.
Because I'm
Those
looking
kids-
for those kinds of folks, like, because I believe that there is no competition in your authenticity. So if you are creating from your most authentic place and like self, and like I like to encourage people to, I'm like, how do you envision yourself? Like, let's breathe life into that version of you. Like, what do you want in your life? Like, how can I help you get it? Type shit. Like there's so much. The world is abundant, and we don't have to be in competition. It's not us against each other at all. Like, it is. There are bigger fish up here that we need to like be trying to, not focus on, but take out, for a lack of a better term. Yeah. It sounds like we might need a trip to London because.
Yeah, and I feel like someone might get mad at me for saying that, but it's just like from my observation, the London kids are doing it right. And then the New York kids, we do it right sometimes. But I was gonna say something you said just reminded me of what was it? Something about the bigger fish. I can't remember. If it comes back to me, I'll bring it.
Bigger fish, aka centralized entities and networks that are like controlling all of these things. Like that's. Yeah, there is no competition in your authenticity. You just gotta. But right. I think what is tricky is finding that like each individual finding what that like divine version of themselves, or like what their what's in line with like their purpose and what they're supposed to be. That is hard. Mm-hmm. That shit takes time, and like really getting intentional and getting truthful with who you are, because a lot of us aren't honest with like with who we are. I know I wasn't for a while, so like, hey, finger pointing. I'm pointing my fingers at myself right now.
Same.
Earlier you had mentioned your Christian upbringing and your religious background, and I personally am on like this real. I'll say intense. Yeah, this intense like faith and spiritual journey, and really like leaning into it after just last year. We're not even gonna get into last year. I'm happy we're in this year. I'll say. And so if you can just speak a little bit more on that, on like your background and just like your spirituality and just how you feel within all of that and how it relates to your art making too.
Yeah, totally. So I grew up in like going to church every Sunday, which was like something I really appreciate, because I think having like a very strong foundation in just like a practice of faith is really beautiful, and like has really come into play more recently, which I'll get into. But we went to a Christian church. I went to Catholic school, so I had like, I guess, two understandings of like what religion looked like. My Christian church, it was very, I don't know, I felt like as a kid it was very fun, and like loose. But then I think as soon as I started to like, I guess maybe around 12 or 13, when I started to just like be in the adult church, and also I think being Black too, like the notion of being gay or anything outside of straight, anything outside of mask was like very much like a hard no. Like, don't cross your arms like this because that's what girls do. Like, don't cross your legs. Don't limp wrist. Like, if you're gay, you're going to hell. Like, all this other stuff. And so, like, hearing all that, so hearing, like, I guess people be demonized for what I understood as, like, I don't even know how I understood this as a kid because, like, in theory, I feel like I should have been of the same thought, like, oh, like, that person chose to be gay, they chose to be trans, whatever, so, like, they are morally corrupt. But I didn't have that thought. I had, like, oh, but they're just born that way. So if you're, because I think obviously because it was in me too. Like, I remember, like, you know, being at all boys summer camp and being like, like, ah, like this person just like touched me, like, ah, you know, like, or like they just shook my hand or like said hi to me, like, oh my gosh, like, whoa, like, why am I feeling this way? And I think I was really confused because I also had girl crushes, so I was like in this like, I was just a confused little kid, and so hearing all this stuff, I was like, well, I'm like not a bad person. Like, I get straight A's. I'm in sports. I am good to my parents. Like, I treat people kindly, but I'm going to hell maybe. Like, I used to think that I would get like STDs or like HIV from just like jerking off. Like, this is like how crazy my brain was. And so I think I kind of ran away from that. When I moved to New York, I mean, my mom would be like, oh, like, are you going to church? Like, I found this church, which ended up being that church, like Hillsong or something. That's like the cool young church that I think maybe has had some scandals as of late. And like, yeah, I'm going to church, but I was like, I'm not going to church. Like, I don't want to be in these spaces where I'm told like I'm like horrible and that like I need to like give my heart to God because of something that I did not choose, and that's just like a part of me. And so for the longest time, it wasn't that I was like anti-Christianity per se or like anti-God. I definitely still had like a practice of prayer, but I was like, I guess in hindsight, learning to detach it from a specific religion and understand that I believe in a higher source, God, for instance, but that God isn't necessarily like a God that's going to demonize me for my existence. If anything, I feel like they want me to experience everything on this earth. And as long as I'm not hurting people intentionally, then I'm good, I'm chilling. And so that was kind of like where I was at for a long time. And then I had some interesting experiences where I felt like I was visited by like my grandfather who had passed away, like more ancestral situations. And then it was actually at Digital Diaspora, the first one, where Diana's mom like was like, your ancestors are proud of you and like you need to keep going. And that's when I like was like, oh wow. And then we had like a small conversation about like how I can communicate with them and like giving them offerings. And that's when I started to explore more like ancestral wisdom, which I'm still trying to figure out like how to more intentionally like connect to. But for instance, I'll pray to them, I'll give offerings, I'll pray to my spirit guides. Because there's also like around my spiral year, it's funny because I kept seeing like this angel number 222, which meant to like find balance. And like towards the end of 2021. And so then 2022 happened and it was all about that. And I had all these insane experiences that like tied back to that. And so like I was intentionally like working through and against all the areas where I felt imbalanced or that I felt like I wasn't really respecting myself, my body or my mind. And, you know, I like felt like I had sort of like conquered that or like was on the edge of conquering that. And then I felt like, okay, I broke out of like whatever cycle that was I was in there with the help of just like paying attention consciously to like synchronicities, asking for very direct help. Like, can you please intervene? Like, and like when I pray, I'm like, dear God, dear spirit guides, dear my guardian angels, and dear benevolent ancestors. Like that's what happens. And I journal every day, which I think is a very like grounding act for me every morning, just like purge my mind. And then I really want to integrate more, and I'm excited to integrate more because I feel like it's been helping me to like have this. Oh, and going back to like my upbringing, I think it's easy for me to be like, oh yeah, like obviously my ancestors are here with me, and obviously there are like higher forms of energy or like spirit operating with me at all times. Like I look at my life, like I've never been like in lack, like I've been struggling as hell, but something always comes around that like takes me out of that, you know?
Yep.
I think as long as I'm operating like in this balance and operating like with intention and just intentionality, then like, yeah, things happen and like I'm always taken care of. And like that serves as like a reminder that I'm not here by myself and that I don't know. I think everything is quite connected. And I think it's easy for me to understand that because of my religious upbringing. Whereas I think if I had grown up maybe without that understanding, it would be harder to, I imagine, to like give in to the unknown in this sense, or give up control even over like some of the things that I try to control in my day to day. Sometimes I'm just like, you know what? Like I'm about to cry and like, Jesus, take the wheel. I am done here. I can't. And I'm just like this.
That's so relatable because like, and especially like, I cannot stress it enough, y'all. Like pioneering in Web3, this is nuts. Like it gets, it's so much. Every day is some new shit that you can or cannot learn. It's your choice. But like either way, it's going. And so, oh wow, yeah. That's sometimes you just got to give it to God. You just got to be like, hey, you handle it, please. Like
yeah,
I'm gonna need you.
I'm going on a walk.
Yeah.
I'm done.
yeah. Oh, that's so true. You mentioned seeing the angel number 222 and how that reflects balance, and I was wondering if you could kind of speak to just briefly, because I know we're I want to be mindful of time here, and I have 2 more questions after this one. But how do you?
Oh my God, these balloons!
In these, some balloons came up. I didn't even see.
Yeah.
Yo,
that's cool.
sometimes my FaceTime cam will like throw up like a thumbs up or like balloon. I don't know. It does based on my hand gestures. I don't know what I'm doing to like trigger that. But anyways, how do you find now in today? Like, how do you go about finding balance?
Yeah, I think one is, I think in my journals, like my morning pages, I definitely make a point to like checking with how I'm feeling. And in doing that, I've been able to be like, okay, right now, like for instance, yesterday, I'm like, right now, I feel really crazy. Like I feel anxious, I feel nervous, I feel sadness, and I feel alone. I feel like I miss my ex. I feel all these things. And then a lot of times in the past, I've been like, okay, if I feel crazy, I need to get the hell outside or I need to socialize. And so I decide, there's like a park next to me, which I never went to as a kid, like just like a state park called Kinnaton. You know where Kinnaton is?
Oh, yeah.
Like, obviously, you moved to LA for a bit. Okay, so now I'll go to Kinnaton, and it's so big there's so many places I have not been to. So I'll just go walk around and I'm just like, wow, nature, love it. That
Beautiful
gives me like
park.
a sense of like mental balance. But then in terms of just like day to day hustle, I'm just like, okay, like I know that I work really well from like maybe 10 a.m. until 3. After that, my brain is like, it's done. It's
Hmm.
not doing anything. So let me just take a step back. And if I really need to, I'll come back up a few hours to work. But I guess like from a work perspective, I know that I can only achieve so much in a day. From a mind perspective, I know that taking a walk helps me. Sitting and breathing helps me. Making sure I can go to bed by like 11 helps me. And then making sure that I'm getting out and like pushing myself to socialize, because it's easy for me to fall into like a hermit mode and
Hmm.
like isolate myself. But I realize that that works against me as much as I think I'm like helping myself by doing that. I am not.
Hmm.
And so I'm learning to like call friends when I need support, especially like going through a breakup. I'm like, I need support right now. Like,
Hmm.
I need to call someone. My brother's always there for me. Thank God for him. But yeah, I think balance right now just listen is as simple as like just like listening to my body. Like, why do I feel tense right here?
Hmm.
It's like, okay, well, is it because I have a deadline coming up, or is it because I haven't gone outside, or is it because like I haven't like cried in
Hmm.
days? Because
Yeah.
I'm a Pisces, and I need to cry.
I think we
But I
all need to
can't.
cry more.
Yeah,
I think that
it's so
like
nice.
it clears some shit when we
Mhm.
let like tears just like run through. I don't Whenever I cry, I feel way more clear-headed. Like I'm like,
Yeah,
"Oh, I can go and figure that." You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like wipe that shit. And I'm like, "Okay, I make sense now, you know?" And I also think we've kind of been like, I won't say brainwashed, but like with the pandemic, that has like um added to this notion of, oh, I'm an introvert. Like I used to say that all the time, like, oh, I'm introverted. And I think to some degree, but ultimately we're human beings. Like we need connection. We need
hmm,
people, like even if it's just like three people that are your people, we need those connections to just like stay human. I think like if
yeah,
we isolate so much, it makes it a lot harder to just, I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I feel you on that. Like I definitely, I thought I needed to like isolate and like, oh, I'm an introvert, but no, I need the homies. Like I need the connection, and now I'm like in a place of, I'll just randomly call somebody or text like, hey, how's it going? Hi, just checking in type shit. That's,
or the random FaceTimes, like,
yeah.
please answer.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Um all right, so we'll get into the last two questions here. This is culture shift, and I want to know, Tyler, what does culture mean to you?
Ooh, damn. I feel like I use this a lot too. I'm like, it's for the culture. Well, I think it's like a preservation of, and like not a preservation as in like it's um, archiving or something that like has happened and like we're moving on from, but more like a preservation and like a lived. How am I trying to say this? Preserving and living what it means to like be, for instance, black for me or queer for me, and making sure that I'm doing what I can um, with friends, like foster this like embodied experience, right? Um, I feel it has a lot to do with recognizing the history for our communities and
Mm-hmm.
honoring those histories, not letting those histories be warped or to die. I think that's the preservation side of it. And then I think it also has a lot to do with pushing for ourselves as individuals and our communities to like evolve with the times just for like our greater good, but also just take care of each other. I feel like that's where culture falls for me. Um, because when I think of like the lack of culture, I think of the lack of community. I think of individualism. I think of, what else do I think of? I think of accepting people who like accept the reality for what it is without challenging. And usually those people benefit from said reality. Yeah, does that make sense?
Absolutely, that was beautiful.
Okay. I wonder what's the definition of culture?
I know I do the same thing. I'm like, okay, words. Let me.
Culture, the arts and other manifestations of human intellectual achievement regarded collectively. Okay, I feel something was there.
There's definitely some synergy there. Absolutely, 100%. And last question I have for you, Tyler. I guess this is a two-parter. How do you define legacy, and what do you want your legacy to be?
Ooh, another big one. Okay, I think legacy simply is like what I leave behind for others, whether that's positive or negative. I think a lot of people have negative legacy or legacy that oppresses others. And I believe that my legacy hopefully is one that uplifts many. And I think my legacy will just be like the stories that or the films that I make, the Neo Eterna universe. I would love to have built a foundation and an education system for other queer and trans storytellers, just like make it easier to exist and to just mitigate the default survival mode that most of us are in, especially our trans brothers and sisters, because it shouldn't be this hard to exist, and it shouldn't be like this hard to experience joy, to celebrate yourself, to be celebrated. I think the notion of like being tolerated is complete bullshit. Like that should be out the window. So hopefully whatever I do can aid in that area. But also I'm like, with all these systems crashing, I'm like, hell yeah, like let's fucking get into the gritty of the American Revolution Part 2.
Yes.
Let's watch all of this burn. I think I'm a bit right now I have this like maybe romanticized version of the revolution, which I'm working on getting rid of, because I know it's going to be really intense and there will be a lot of death, and in like many ways, like ideological, spiritual, physically. I think it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. But I believe that the next generations will be like, fuck yeah, like thank God, that happened. Because it's, I don't know, I wake up full of dread most days. And yeah, I don't know. I can't imagine that being the reality for the kids growing up any much longer. It's getting intense.
Well, Tyler, I mean, your artwork is already paving that legacy forward, and we honor you, we celebrate you in all that you're doing and creating, and thank you for sharing with us and for joining on this Culture Shift episode. Everyone who tuned into the live stream, thank y'all for tuning in and for
thank you.
Yeah, bearing with us with the intro there. Tyler, do you have any last words, any closing remarks?
Let's see. Last words. Look in your mirror. Be like, I'm that bitch. And it's okay to cry.
I love it.
Thank you, Raven.
Absolutely. All right. Thank y'all again for joining this episode of Culture Shift. and we'll be back on Wednesday with special guest Black Dave. Shout out to Black Dave one
Wow,
time. One time.
nice.
You know what I'm saying? We cooking over this way.
Yeah.
I love it. All right, y'all. Thank you again. Stay hydrated, stay blessed, and we will catch y'all on the next episode. Peace. All right, what's good, y'all? Welcome to Culture Shift with Raven 50mm, where we are reimagining radio and podcasting by merging the two together for immaculate vibes while leveraging blockchain and Web3 tools to experiment with monetization and distribution methods. Today is an extremely, extremely special day, honestly, for a few reasons. I mean, number one, we have a special guest, the first special guest joining us today on Culture Shift. We have Tayo Damn Shoes with us today.
Hi.
And second is a special day because Beyonce dropped new music. So there's that. You didn't know?
I know I did. The
Oh,
country thing. Yeah.
Oh,
I heard it was so good.
Okay. My bad.
I'm here for it. I'm here for this new era for
Yo,
sure.
same. I knew something was up when she was showing up with the
With the
country with that little situation in the hat, the cowgirl hats and stuff. Yeah, I was like, oh, she finna cook.
it's a good thing for Texas girls, girl.
My family's from Texas. Yeah, hook 'em horns, baby. Before we get into the nitty gritty, though, I do have to take a moment to shout out our sponsors. Culture Shift is brought to you by the Legacy Portrait Project and the 50mm Collective. The 50mm Collective is a community of BIPOC, trans, and queer digital artists and allies that work together as we pioneer Web3 and NFTs. The 50mm Collective has a YouTube channel, which we are streaming live to you right now, with tutorials and helpful info on how to get a crypto wallet set up, how to get started in NFTs, and how to start archiving your work on the blockchain. And as for the Legacy Portrait Project, that is a mission-based endeavor aimed at empowering BIPOC, trans, and queer individuals. In a world often marked by adversity, the Legacy Portrait Project strives to create a haven for storytelling, utilizing visionary tools like future framing, visualization, and AR technology to uplift marginalized voices. Legacy portraits are still photographs that come to life with video narration, sharing the subject's story from their perspective. The Legacy Portrait Project's mission goes beyond capturing moments in time. It's about fostering human connection, advancing social change, driving socioeconomic empowerment, and ensuring the legacy of each subject is forever memorialized on the blockchain. Right now, the Legacy Portrait Project is running a raffle for 3 people to win $1,000 off their first Legacy Portrait. So definitely make sure you go sign up for that.
Tap in.
Yep, tap in. We will be choosing the winners once we hit 100 people who have signed up, and you can sign up on legacyportraitproject.com/contact. Okay, now let's get into this incredible conversation with this super dope person. Tayo Damn Shoes is a Web3 pioneer creating art that combines the diaspora using art, fashion, and tech. She loves to experiment with Web3, create artful sculptures, and beautiful wearables. If you're watching on the live stream via YouTube, Facebook, or Twitter, or LinkedIn, we are also live on LinkedIn. Hey, what's good, LinkedIn fam? You can see, hey, what's good? You can see Tayo's artwork being featured here on the live stream, which is an exciting thing. But yo, what's good, Tayo? How are you? How you living? How you feeling?
I'm good. I'm chilling. Just got here to the West Coast. It's a vibe. Trying to navigate the art world again. But yeah, I'm feeling good. How about you?
I'm living the dream, honestly. Like this is like so crazy that we're sitting here doing this live stream. You're on the West Coast. I'm in the Midwest. And when we originally met, where were you based? Remind me again.
I was in Texas and you were in LA.
That's
yeah,
right.
So now we're switched. Yeah.
Yo, seriously, actually though. But yeah, Tayo, I would love for you to introduce yourself. Who is Tayo Damn Shoes, the person, at the personal level, and then we'll get into we'll evolve into the artistry from there.
Okay, Tayo, on a personal level, I'd say that I am a pretty creative person. Is it left brain? the one that does all the art stuff. That's me. I honestly just want to like create art and just chill. That's like my motto, like for life. I'm like, I just want to create art and chill. I love beauty. I'm also in the beauty industry, so I love I'll always see the beauty in people. So combine that with art. So I love doing cosmetics, hair, just like the whole general idea of the beauty industry. As a person, I think I'm like really chill. I'm funny once you get to know me. I'm God fearing. Like I just want to be good. That's it. I'm always like trying to just be a good person and just make art. You know, create the best thing I can and influence as many people as I can in a positive way.
I love that. What are some of your artistic influences, and like where do you find the most inspiration for your artwork?
For me, it probably would be Black people, and I say this all the time. So it's not really like other artists. Like some other artists, like let's say like Murakami, of course, and like the success level, and cause and the collectibles and things like that. But as far as like what inspires me to draw, it would be Black people. Just the way we so uniquely made. I love how our eyes are set, how our lips are like some of them are small, some of them are big. I love the fact that we have different hairstyles all the time. We're all shaped differently. We're so creative. And I feel like people just don't really realize that we're like if you walk around you see a girl with like pink zebra hair and it's like you're so used to it but you don't really think about like she really got pink hair, like you know what I mean. And I just love that. I feel like we're walking art, and I get my inspiration from Black people.
I love that. And you can definitely see that within your artwork. Like, I've been fortunate to see kind of, well, a small glimpse, but like kind of like an overall evolution of when you started with the e-babes and now you've transitioned, not even transitioned, but I feel like they're evolving. And that's what you said from Jump too,
Hmm.
which was super. It's like cool to see everything coming to fruition because from
I
Jump you're
did
like,
say
these are
that.
e-babes, they finna evolve and like they keep on growing. And I'm super honored that we at the 50 millimeter collective we have archived we have some e-babes archived in our vault of impactful artists in the space. So that is super super dope. But in terms of, you had mentioned well, and then I see your sculpture pops up here. You're multidisciplinary, and so you what time, like in what moments are you drawn to like creating new hairstyles versus illustrating new characters versus um, creating sculptures? Like, are there certain times where you're drawn to where you're drawn to creating in certain kinds of ways?
Yeah, I'd say it just depends on like where I am in life. Cause whenever I paint, I really just need to like calm down. Like I feel like painting is such a tedious, like you really have to sit down and just like meditate through painting. So whenever I'm painting, I feel like that's when I really need to like, meditate. Digital is really fun. Digital is honestly like my go-to. And then with hair, that's my day job. Like I do hair for like I'm a hairstylist. Transition into tech more, but I want to in the future definitely want to like experiment more with tech. But digital is usually my go-to. I have my iPad with me at all times, like drawing something. So there's a lot of art in the vault that has not been seen, probably won't be seen. So yeah, the wood cutouts, like the paintings and stuff. I feel like I just want to like have my art be represented as not just art, but also like it's something like useful. Like it's an art piece in the home, but it's also a sculpture. Like something very eye catching. And when I first started, I wanted it to be physical, digital, fashion. So it all kind of goes together as one. So it's just artists just want to see themselves in every single medium. As much medium as I can be.
I love that. Speaking of digital art and getting some more focus into the tech side of things, what is your can you share with us your origin story of how you got started into NFTs and Web3, and like what kind of led you down this rabbit hole that now we're all just like falling down and continuing to learn within? But how did you get started here?
That's such a good question. Okay, so I was in my room, in my room. It was like my depression room. So I was in my depression room, just chilling, and whatchamacallit. Somebody, my sister gifted me an iPad, right? And I was like, I've always known how to draw, so I was like, let me just, start drawing. So I hopped on Clubhouse for cover art, So I wanted to like learn how to draw art for rappers and stuff, and then I found the NFT space at the earliest of the earliest stages before they had the black spaces.
What
You know,
year? Like, can you give us a? Do you remember like the year and like
it was
maybe?
it was November end of 2020,
Okay, word.
hopping into 2021. It was right before, right? So then I just kind of like got into it, and I was started. And the thing is, like, when I was talking on Clubhouse, it was I'm like I'm very good at multitasking, right? So I'm talking while I'm talking, but I'm drawing. So it really helped me. Like I'm talking to black people, I'm drawing black people at the same time. So that was how I started getting into it. And then I met like really cool people. Like I met my developer and my biggest collector, David, on there. And then we started, creating even more intricate, more tech based art collections that's like a little bit more advanced, a little bit more, it takes maybe like 8 months or so to finish this work. So it started getting more serious. And I really love that side of things too. So I feel like that was the part that really got me into the tech side of things because now it's like not just art, it's like art combined with tech. So yeah, that's how I started with that. That was amazing, honestly. The connections that I got from those early days, like you're one of the collections. I mean, the connections from there. So yeah, that was an amazing time period, honestly.
I agree. Those early Clubhouse days in November 2020. Yeah, that's so. I feel like I had gotten into down the rabbit hole December 2020. So like,
Really?
yeah, I
Yeah.
followed you down the rabbit hole essentially. But so I'm just trying to think of like, so for me during that time, I was looking for other ways to earn income, and that's like what led me into those clubhouse rooms. And was that the same? Was it like a similar thing for you, or were you really just were you looking for like folks to connect with and to expand your artistry?
I was mainly like I was honestly new to the art world.
Mm-hmm.
So to me I was just expanding and it just happened to just be there. When I tell you I didn't start drawing until I got into those rooms, like because before I was just sketching and it was just like a little tiny hobby. And then as soon as I was like in there, I was like, okay, and I drew the most I've ever done before, and it just became addicting. It was like became easy for me to like improve on myself. So yeah, I just happened to like, I wasn't pressured at the time. So I think that's also a good thing to not be in a space where it's like you need to like make something because afterwards, after time came and it became my source of income, it became like that and it was not good. It was not good.
Mm.
But when I met my first 1K from art, I promise you, I cleaned up my room so quickly. I was like, okay, we on this now. Like, this is serious. Like,
I
yeah.
do know, yeah.
But I was like, okay, let's get this going. But yeah, it was cool. It wasn't a pressure thing. It just fell right there. Right time. Right.
So that was November 2020. We are now it's now February 2024. And
Wow.
I
4 years.
know, right? And I'm curious on if you could speak to how being involved in Web3 and in NFTs, how that has changed maybe your perspective on some things, and if you could kind of speak to what those things are and how your perspective have changed, and just how being in this space has affected your artist career.
How being in the space has changed or affected my arts career. Okay, it has been a lot of ups and downs. I'm not gonna lie. It made me really. It got me really thinking exactly what I wanted to do with my life and how do I want to like tie art into it, or do I want art to be my main source of income, or you know what I mean? It got me to thinking how exactly am I gonna make this work? And it's not even Web3 because honestly, Web3 as a whole is a concept, and before it used to be live. But to me now it's just a tool, to be honest. Like it's a tool to add on to my art. And working with different developers like David, like Cyprian, like my front end, like both of them, working with them taught me so much. And now it's more like I just want to make my art and just shut up. Like I don't even like honestly because the at first when we first began the closeness and having that community was more raw. It was easier to do, right? Because it was one on one. Now it's just a lot of people, you know. So now it's just honestly make the art and go. That's where I'm at right now, and it's really shifted my views on just not thinking too much about it. Just honestly, just creating. Like I hope I answered that question right.
Yeah. No, there's no wrong way. This is like your perspective, and I'm just curious. Yeah, no, thank you for sharing that. I think what gets me personally excited about this space is the opportunities to innovate and like how you were talking about. It's not just the art now; it's the art plus the tech, which kind of evolves the art, right? Like
Hmm.
we're thinking on different levels, almost like how can I say it?
Yeah, it's more how can I combine the art and tech for me now? You
Mm,
know, that's how I see it. You know, and that's what gets me excited because drawing is cool. I can do that. You know, but it's like once that when if I create something that's like highly like a little bit more complicated and that thing is finished, I'm like, wow, I really just made a whole collectible like on a new blockchain.
do you feel that?
Like
Oh, I'm
what?
sorry. Do you feel that Web3 kind of levels the playing field in terms of independent artists being able to monetize and distribute and find more opportunities essentially to make our art more well known and more to get it out there?
Okay, in the beginning of this, I would have said yes, but now I would say no, to be honest.
Mm,
Okay, at the beginning, I'll say yes because it was new. Everybody was like, people were really like down to support the NFTs. It was really new. Okay, the community was there. Now I would say it's not just about minting something on the blockchain and hoping somebody catches it. You need that connections. You need those networks. You need to like. I feel like now it's like you need to make something outside of NFTs for people to collect your NFTs. Before it was like, oh, NFTs, but like I really do because there's so many artists now and so many new collectors that it's like I feel like you it kind of went back as in you need to have a little bit of a name out there, your name to be a little bit up there. This is just me being honest.
yeah, please.
And
That's
yeah, like just be like if we're being honest for real, I feel like you do need those connections, you do need those networks, and also you need collectors that are patient enough to want to. Because now I don't know. Like I feel like NFTs have had such a bad rep, and now it's like people aren't really. They're not patient enough to like get that whole process in. They're just like if somebody just met you on the street and you're like, "Oh, I'm an artist. I sell my art as an NFT." Like they gotta be patient enough to like get that crypto wallet, do all this, do all that, right? But like, let's say I'm an artist. I have physical stuff already out, but I also have NFTs, right? So it's like I have your physical stuff, but I want to actually invest in my future as a collector and get your NFT too.
mm-hmm.
So that's what I feel like it's turning into, which is it's very smart, but it also is like it's just what it is right now.
Yeah, it's definitely a different time.
Hmm.
From when the early or like 2021 when things really started getting cracking, and I would agree with what you said about it's both now. I feel like we've shifted from NFTs and crypto art being like the sole focus to where you do have to have it's like that and this, and it's like
Hmm.
more of like another tool essentially. It's not just like the end all be all kind of thing. It is like
Yeah.
we can add this tool to our arsenal and pull it out when we need it. And yeah, I agree. I feel like we've shifted from just like the hype cycle of it all to more
Hmm.
implementation on how we can evolve our artistry with this technology. Yeah. Um, another question I have for you is, do you talk to your personal friends and like your family about like Web3 and NFTs and crypto? Like, do they know? Do they get it? Like, do they know like what you've been up to? Can you speak a little bit?
My mom is the one that probably the most, because she was just like she loves the eBays. My brothers and my sister, they kind of like they just their eyes glaze over when I started talking about it. And I'm just like, okay, never mind, you know. So they it's like they kind of understand it, but they really don't, you know. They honestly, it's like, you know, it's a sibling thing. They don't understand it, but it's cool, man. You know, it's like results over, you know, talking, you know, kind of like that. When I make a meal, you know, like
Right, start asking some questions a little bit, get a little curious.
yeah, yeah. But right now they art stuff, you know.
Are any of
So,
your siblings creative and artistic?
yeah,
Do they?
both of them are. Both of them are. My brother does music. My sister is a photographer. Yeah, I
Boom.
have suggested. I have suggested.
It's okay.
You know,
In
it is what it
time.
is. Yeah,
In
in
time.
time.
What were some of the challenges being an artist in like when you were merging, when you started to play around with the tech and things like that? What were some of those challenges early on that you had to face and figure out and go through to get to where you are now?
Ooh, surviving during those times, that was the biggest one. Months. Like I'm thinking, maybe being patient. That was what it was. Okay, because I'll say something. I'll be like, hey, can you like do this relatively high tech stuff? It's easy. Like you can get it done in like 2 weeks. They're like, no, it'll take like 6 months. I'm like, it'll take 6 months to do. And you know, I'm like a really fast drawer too. Like I can draw really fast, right? So to me, it's like it has to do with me being patient a lot. Being patient, having an outside source of income while I was like creating this project was a big thing too. And but it was so fun. It was so fun, you know. But yeah, just being patient was my biggest hurdle during all of this time because it's like I just wanted it out, you know. I just
Yeah.
wanted it already out, and I wanted to like start doing the drop. And it even whenever I did drop one of my, I jumped the gun and I dropped it too early, you know. So it was just like being patient was the biggest thing. I'm not. I've been working on it. I get a little impatient sometimes, but I've been working on it. So yeah.
That's fair, and that totally makes sense. What are well, you have the e-babes, and I've seen that you've been putting some of your artwork on clothing, which is super
hmm
dope. Can you speak a little bit about that and how that came about, and what inspired that?
Okay, so I started out shortly after making Eco. Eco is the 5,555 randomized collection on Solana. So one of the goals is the goal. I don't know there's a word for it, but one of the goals for the project was to have it on clothing and have AR, VR clothing, you know. And so I started to figure out a way, and also people have also told me in the past about clothing. So I made that. I've been doing that for a minute actually. The clothing thing. Like I first started by screen printing, and it's funny because most people don't even know that I do it. It's so funny. That's like been my main source of medium. But now being in the West Coast, I'm definitely going to like even tap into it even more because it's like they're right here. Like the fashion district and all that stuff is here. But honestly, I love it. I love seeing my art on clothes because it has not looked ugly once. And this is me being like humble about it. Ugly once. So so I'm really excited about it. I want to like really get into more intricate designs and just taking my time more with the designs. And you know, yeah, I like t-shirts, but I want to make like a little dress, you know, like little purses and stuff. So I'm really excited about that because I did say the eBiz are going to evolve, and they're evolving on clothes, they're evolving on furniture or something, you know. So I'm really excited about that, and that's also another thing. When I told you that it's a way for collectors to have an in on your NFTs. Like, you know, how does like if you see somebody wearing my clothes and stuff, you know, they'll be like, who's the artist? Boom. They happen to have an NFT, you know? So it's like a way to because you know, if you're not even in the NFT space, it's kinda hard for you to know who's dropping, what's dropping, when it's dropping, who's you know, who's what. But having that physical, because people do love the physical, even though they say they don't. They love the physical, you know. So having that physical wear is a really good way to like just showcase my art. Yeah, and I like fashion.
Yeah, and
Definitely.
you have great style, so it totally makes sense to like merge the two together, and I love it. Like the way the just how placement is a big thing for me when it comes to clothing and just like how things look, and I love how yeah, when I was looking through the collection, I'm like, wow, this is Tayo is on another level. Like you are like the embodiment of multidisciplinary creator because it's just like across the board you got
Thank
it locked.
you.
Yeah,
We're
awesome.
working on my marketing right now.
Yo, can you speak a little bit too on being like the one-stop shop for your own artwork and for what you're building? Like how are you able to what are some tips and techniques that you've tapped into to help navigate and to also juggle, doing the marketing yourself and also creating and just having to wear all the different hats?
Not gonna lie, I'm awful at it. If I'm being honest, you might not think so, but I am because it's just like I'm an artist, not really a marketer. So I'm usually good at like drawing and creating and making sure the end result looks good. But I definitely do think that um, this is advice that I'm gonna take for myself in the future. Probably having somebody that like takes care of the marketing side of things because there is a lot that happens in my life that I do have to juggle. I got school, salon, and art. So trying to make sure that I still focus on that is very, very. It's not hard, but it's like a cautious. Like I have to be cautiously like aware of it, especially when it's like this is me being real, okay? Because art is not a lucrative industry at the beginning, okay? Especially when things are getting tough, like in the art industry, right? It's like I have to like not forget that it's going to work out. So I still have to keep making stuff. So I still got because I want people to have something there whenever it does happen. So I still have to keep making stuff. So being cautious to like not let the day by day overshadow the art is very important for me. And I'm really like trying to like do that, especially right now, because I just have a lot of things going on. So I don't even know if I'm like the person to talk to about that, because I'm really trying, but I think it's gonna work out.
It's most definitely going to work out first and foremost, and you're doing a great job at it. I think it's
Thank
really easy for us as creatives because we are like so about our craft and we know like what we pour into our craft and we see that finished product and we're like that's it. So then when we
you.
shift gears to like the business and marketing side of things where it doesn't feel as natural and as comfortable, it's easy to be hard on ourselves. So you're doing a great job. Like you're most
Oh, tidbit. I'm going to school for business just for this.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like
Like,
you're on
yeah,
top. You're super super on top of it. So yeah, don't be so hard on yourself. A little bit more grace for yourself there, Tayo, because
okay.
you are killing it. And yeah, seriously, it's yeah, you're doing a great job. This has been a
How's the
really
interview going?
this is. I was just about to say, yo, this has been fire. I was literally
That's
about to
good.
say that. We've been going now for 35 minutes. I was gonna start reeling it in a little bit here, but I wanted to ask you like we got the eBabes, we got Echo Labs, the hair salon. Did I say that right? Echo,
Eco. Eco.
Eco, Eco Labs. Okay.
Yeah.
I be doing weird things sometimes with the Michigan accent. So what do we have? What are you? A better question is, what are you currently excited about that is on the horizon? Whether it's personally, whether it's professionally, what are, or actually, what's one personal thing that you're excited about, and what's one professional thing that you're excited about?
Personal thing, I'd say okay, it kind of goes both hand in hand because I feel like personal to me is art. Art is my personal, and the professional is like outside of that. So personally, I'm excited about the AR aspect of my art and t-shirts and learning the skill to be able to do that. And then professionally, I'm excited about school and getting a new degree, and also the hair salon. I'm excited about having more people come into it and getting to know me from that point of view too.
Amazing. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely come check you out on the West Coast at some point. Lord willing, come on,
Yeah,
just go ahead and send me out there.
let me go.
Go ahead and order these facts though.
Funny.
Facts. Thank you so much, Tyle, for your time and for chopping it up. Being the first guest on Culture Shift, we had to
Hey,
get it set up and stuff, and you're on the West Coast too, so I appreciate you, getting up early, especially for this too. And
of course.
thanks everybody who tuned in on the live stream watching. Really appreciate your
Thank
time, energy,
you.
and attention. Yeah, Tyle, any last announcements or anything that you want to share with the fam before we shut it down here?
Thank you to Raven for being a real one and having me on your show. And also, thank you to everybody watching. And also, just keep your eyes out. Keep your eyes out. We got great things coming up. That's it. That's all I gotta say about it.
Perfect. I love it. Yo, thank you again, everybody who tuned in. This is Culture Shift with Raven 50mm and the 50mm Collective with special guest Tayo Damn Shoes. Be on the lookout for the digital collectible version of this podcast because it's going to be on the blockchain. We're archiving legacy and history here, so definitely be on the lookout for that. It'll be a limited edition series, and you'll be able to collect this. And best believe we're going to be implementing something to where, like, as you collect these over time, you collected like 10 episodes, maybe we'll send you a hoodie or something. I don't know, but we're going to have fun with it.
Hey, I want a hoodie.
Yo, right? Who doesn't want a hoodie? Thanks again for
Right.
tuning in, y'all. Thank you again, Tyle, for your time and for joining us on this conversation. This has been the Culture Shift with Raven 50mm, and we will catch y'all on the next live stream /radio/podcast episode. Peace. Have a
Bye.
stay blessed, stay hydrated. Catch you on the next episode. Peace. What is good, everybody? We are live. So grateful that you are here with us for another week of Culture Shift Live. If you're new here, what's up? Welcome. This is Culture Shift, and Culture Shift is the next Marvel, but with Jesus. We are building a faith-fueled cinematic universe and movement using storytelling, creativity, and community to shift culture from the inside out. But before we dive in, drop a comment and let us know where you're watching from so we can give you a shout out. And if you're a Genesis member, let us know so we can celebrate you as well.
Mm-hmm. I know y'all on TikTok, unfortunately, can't hear that. But yeah, on YouTube, Culture Shift XYZ. But yeah, pretty much thank you all for being here. And drop your comment. What's up? What's up, Nye? Nye's back. Yo, Nye, it's tough money. But yo, yes, I know if you can't hear him, that's good. Go to YouTube, Culture Shift XYZ, specifically XYZ to find us. But yeah, drop a comment. Somebody said they can hear both of us. Hey, that's what's up.
Yo,
hey,
for real?
If you can hear us both, that's what's up. Somebody said that.
Okay, love that.
If you can't though, feel free to go to YouTube. But hey, if you can hear us here, that's gang. That's gang.
Truly.
Drop a comment of where y'all are watching from because we appreciate y'all for being here. Oh yeah. Oh man, that's love.
Big love.
Love. Big love.
Big love. Appreciate y'all. Seriously. We're building this movement one day at a time, one moment at a time, and we literally cannot do this without y'all. So every week we stream live, and every week that y'all show up is just like gratitude, endless gratitude to y'all. All right, before we get too far into this, let's start with a prayer, and then we'll get the ball rolling into updates and things. God, just thank you so much for your presence first and foremost, Lord. Thank you for this community and the vision that you placed in our hearts. Thank you for the opportunity to celebrate life, growth, and testimony tonight. We thank you for what you're doing through Culture Shift and through Verlenzo's journey as well. May tonight inspire and strengthen everyone who is tuning in, Lord. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Shout out North Carolina. Somebody said they're from North Carolina. Amen to that.
Yes.
Amen to that. And also, side note, I ain't gonna hold y'all. I'm tripping. Today's my birthday. I feel like I should start off with saying that. So yes. So yeah, I look so blown out right here, man. Anyway, it's my birthday. So I'm 30 years old, officially 30 years old, you know. And I'm happy to be alive. Thankful to have, you know. I feel like I used to be really afraid of aging, like getting older, but now I'm like, oh, hold on now. I kind of feel, you know, as you get older, another year older, another year wiser, you know, situation. So yeah, for sure.
Yeah, this is definitely this is a celebration of life. This episode.
Thank you.
Happy birthday's coming in.
Somebody said that. Chiquita.
Shout out Chiquita. Yes. Yeah, this episode is a celebration of life. We are celebrating Verlenzo and just the way that the Lord is moving and grooving through Verlenzo. Like, it's gonna be a great night tonight. I'm excited to get into your testimony, and
I received that.
Yeah, and just like hear how the Lord has been guiding you and strengthening you and blessing you throughout this year.
Sersky.
But yeah, so you shared it was your birthday. What other highlights from the week? Anything?
Okay. So I'll talk more about it later on at that part, but I will say I am a teacher now, you know. I am you know, and I got my classroom on Monday. I'm a full-time teacher now, you know. So all part of the testimony, all part of the journey. It's pretty insane, you know, in like the best way possible, you know. Like it's a lot. It's oh man. But yeah, that's been part of my week, you know. So, and they all show love today. They came. I got a lot of birthday love from the little homies. Shout out the little homies, man. That's how they wave in
kindergarten.
I rock with it, man. Yeah, kindergarten. I rock with it. It's like
Yeah, that's big, bro. Congratulations on that. We've been that's been like a couple week celebration. But yeah, that's super exciting, and because the youth, that's the future.
It's pronounced Shakita
is locked in with us. Oh yeah, we'll give air horn for Shakita.
Yes, Sersky.
Highlight of my week this week was making chile with my mom and my grandpa, and also celebrating my grandmother's birthday, which was yesterday.
Yes, Sersky. Happy birthday to the grandma. Happy birthday, grandma.
Yeah. Just like celebrating life, you know, and celebrating family time. My family means like so much to me. So being able to, this was like the first time. My grandpa's been making this for years, like years and years and years. But this was like the first time like we got together as a family to do it, and that felt super special. To like, I like family traditions and like the thought of having like family traditions, and
right.
I don't want to say like we've like grown them over the years. Like there weren't necessarily like traditions like passed down, but as like within our family we've like slowly grown traditions over the years. And so I'm hoping that this one, like the annual like chile making day or something.
No word. No, that's that's what's up. Cause I ain't gonna hold you. My mom has mentioned that before, like wanted to have more like traditions like that, and I feel it. You know, so I truly hope y'all get the opportunity, you know, to year after year, you know,
and then like pass that down to, you know, my kids and like
pass the ingredients down.
Exactly.
Somebody said that they can't. They were wondering if we could see the comments on YouTube. I was wondering if you could pull it up.
Ooh, let me see. Oh, yeah, we got some. That was my fault. Yep, we see them.
YouTube, thank you.
Oh, is
Appreciate it? Yeah, Nye.
Okay. Yep, we got the YouTube comments.
Nice with the gang. But yeah, man. Sorry.
No, that was a good catch. Good catch. Yeah, go. Definitely tap into YouTube for the full experience. But if they said that they can hear us both on TikTok,
Yeah, if you can hear us both on the talk, let's rock.
yeah, that's dope too.
Yeah, you know, you know.
So yeah, getting into Culture Shift updates now. I still want to, cause okay, so last week there was some technical difficulties. We'll say the enemy was like trying it, like very much so trying it. So we weren't able to live stream, but we were able to still record. That episode is up on YouTube and on Apple Podcasts, Spotify Podcasts. But I wanted to, since we weren't able to stream last week, I wanted to highlight this week that CultureShift.xyz is live. That is the official Genesis List webpage. And yeah, so now we are able to, and you are able to direct people to CultureShift.xyz to invite them to join the Genesis List. And speaking of that, we are at 142 Genesis members strong.
142 in the clear. Appreciation. That's real.
Seriously, 142 people believe in this movement. It's not just me and you anymore, Verlenzo. Right. Me, you, and the Lord. Excuse me.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's like every day that like a new person joins that up is just like so hype because it's
much appreciated.
So appreciated, like so much gratitude that. When people rock with the vision, like when they get it.
The vision.
The vision. And also celebrating 113 YouTube subscribers locked in.
YouTube. That's
Yup, locked in with us. Yup.
113 appreciation.
I'm about to hit the air horn for that. Imagine we did that 113 times for each of y'all.
That, you know. Theoretically,
yeah.
But we just know it's real.
The love is super real, and we're building this movement brick by brick. So your shares, your clips, your prayers, they all mean so much, and they all matter. So yeah, thank you again. What else we got here?
Much appreciated. Much appreciated. I mean, we appreciate the likes too. Oh wow, I be forgetting that. Thank you. That's real. That's real. We just got a glitter. We got. Oh, she got glitter badge. Shout out glitter badges.
We got some
glitter badges in the game.
We got some glitters getting chucked on the top.
Glitter badge in the game. Glitter badge.
Oh, that's love.
That's love.
One more update. If you believe in what we're building, become a clipper. Help us clip up these live streams and grab your favorite moment from the live stream, post it and tag Culture Shift XYZ so we can repost it, shout you out. Every clip helps this movement build and grow. And so, yeah, that is our ask for this episode is if you are a clipper, if you know a clipper, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Help us out here with getting these live streams cut up, repurposed, and out there. And yeah, man, appreciate it.
And if you're not a clipper, feel free to share the clips that we clip on our own end, if you don't mind. You know, like I said, you know, you ain't gotta. You know, I understand everybody not chopping the screwing and all that stuff. But hey, feel free to send one that you see that you like. You know, send it to somebody. That's somebody that may like. You know, XYZ. Don't just send it to anybody. We don't want to spam nobody. All right.
This is all intentional work. It's intentional.
Yeah, intentional work. All right. We are no shenanigans.
No shenanigans. Jesus' name.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, like we were saying earlier, tonight is special, y'all. Tonight it is my brother Verlenzo's 30th birthday. We are celebrating his life, his faith, in the journey that brought him here. And yo, 30, that's a milestone, bro.
Glitter badge.
Glitter badge. Love a glitter badge.
Glitter badge.
And Yeah, can we drop some like birthday cakes in the chat to celebrate Verlenzo?
I would appreciate some birthday cakes.
Yeah, like drop some cakes in the chat. Cakes in the chat for the birthday.
Where we would like that, man. Cakes in the chat.
Yeah, it's a special day. More life, more blessings, more abundance. In Jesus' matchless and mighty name.
Thank you.
So yeah, let's get into your testimony, into you sharing your story. Take us back a little bit. Like, what has God taught you in the last year leading into 30?
A lot. I feel like the idea that I feel like that my plan is very rushed. My plan at times could be very askewed. Not really like, the idea like his plan is much better, much bigger, more precise, more accurate, all the terms, like there's things that I wanted to do, things that thought that I needed to do, wanted to do, XYZ, that didn't really work out that way, but some of those things really, really worked out in my favor, like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like the idea of patience is something I really like picked up on recently or this past year of like, let's slow down to speed up situation type of, flow. And I don't know, just being obedient, man. Like when God say jump, you got to jump. I feel like that's really what it is. You don't really got to be like how far, how high. When God say do something, you got to really do it. Even if you don't want to do it, even if you want to try to fight against it, like don't try to fight it. It's gonna be hard. But yeah, I feel like that's really something that I've like learned and picked up on. It's like, God's timing is much bigger and much, like, and I won't, and I shouldn't. All the negative terms, I don't want to do this without him, like the idea of trying to do life without God. I tried it, like the idea of just, I say do this, like, no, relax, sit down. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's really been a big thing for me the past year. It's like learning how to listen to the obedience aspect of it, like not just doing what I want to do. Has been a big lesson. And that includes slowing down and being patient, slow down to speed up, But sitting in that slowdown and also the idea of every season is not going to be a quote unquote abundant season in that aspect of financial whatever or opportunity quote unquote situation, just patience, just patience, do what you can, work on what you can control, don't try to do the most, just really so that wasn't like one of course answer because it's been a year.
Yeah,
but I feel like yeah, man, that's that's part of it, bro. It's a lot.
Yeah, well, yeah, do you want to share like your journey like leading up until this point, like ultimately, I mean, and you can start wherever, from whether it's the beginning or just like this past year, but yeah, if you want to share like your kind of like path and how it led you to this new place of like being obedient to God, being left foot, right foot, being patient, and really leaning into the way he's guiding you.
Word. So I feel like the past, the past 3 months, 3 months ago to now are like completely different from my aspect, from personal living aspect. Like I was, 3 months ago, I guess I was living out. I never really said this out loud, I guess, huh? It's funny. But I was living out in LA 3 months ago, doing my thing. I was out there for 16 months. And that shit, I ain't gonna hold you. Shit got rough, bro. Like financially, I was like, damn, bro. I was like, the money I do get, you gotta go to rent. And then that net 30, oh bro, net 30, net 45 was killing me, dog. Oh my God. Like I can laugh about it now, but shit was not funny, bro. Like it
Yeah.
was actually, oh man, like it's like, bro, like imagine doing a job and they give you the money like 45 days later, bro. Like that's like an insane, like what? But God forbid I show up 45 seconds late and y'all want to throw a tantrum and like, come on, bro. Like that shit, man. So that was not the wave, you know, like net 45 was so that was bro. I was like, I'm walking on La Brea Ave, man, trying to find a job. And like I'm like hot. I'm walking down. I walked into this one spot. I tried to be a dishwasher. It was like, okay, you can come back tomorrow. I can't. There was plot twist. Just kidding. It was like just like so much, bro. It was just like, you know. And I was like, bro, what's going on? I legit sat down because remember I got that job offer, and I was like, yo, wait a minute, just out of nowhere, that random tech jump. But it felt like, you know, I was like, yo, is this a distraction or is it like an actual good job offer, XYZ? It was the most money I ever would have made in that aspect before ever. I never touched that amount of money salary wise. But like, it just felt like, you know,
Right.
it was like, it really didn't feel right. You know, it felt like you're looking for a way out to stay here, you know? And then that's when I made that list where I was like, all right, bro. If I stay, why am I trying to stay here? Like, what's really, you know? And, you know, like, everything was like a distraction overall, you know? It was very minuscule, if that. If very important, if very, like, it mattered, per se, it was still, like, minuscule, you know? Like, how I was like, oh, I can't go to Run Good anymore. But, like, even that, like, you know, eventually ends and it gets code or XYZ. Or, like, how I was like, oh, I can't go to One anymore. Like, but then the live stream, you know? It was like, so... everything that was like it wasn't that deep, you know. And so like, and the idea I was like, bro, I'm like really like I really was like it was whack, you know, struggling because again like waiting on my money XYZ, not the wave. And I was praying on it, bro. Like I remember me and you spoke on it too. I was like, bro, like, you know, I was like, it's just the idea of just a distraction, bro. Like, or like, yo, should I go home, you know, like just take a little break, you know, get my mind right, you know, XYZ. Or should I like try to thug it out some more? But that was a lot. And like I said, I prayed on it, man. And it just felt like the idea of like rest, you know, like the rest seemed like something that I needed to do. And I feel like I wasn't going to get rest there, you know, like I really wasn't. Because, you know, like I don't got no family over there. You know, my family live over here on the East Coast. So like I'm legit over there, Dolo, you know, like it's type shit. So, you know, it was like, so like I said, I was praying on it, man. I like, you know, oh man, I'm walking trying to find a job. I got a car, mind you. I legit got a car, but I'm like walking to places trying to find a job. Like, that's how bad it got, you know? I'm like, yo, I just need something. But yeah, so like that, and then like I said, I like, all right, bro, like I feel like God's telling me to come home, you know? I feel like, you know, like no funny, like I can always go home to my mom, you know, like, and it is what it is, you know, like it's crazy out there, you know, like, and like, and that's what I did, you know, you know, and like the idea of I was able to come home, and I've been able to like rest, you know, like I haven't been that tired since. You know, oh, somebody requested to join, but I haven't been that tired since, you know, like it's been interesting to like do these, you know, I don't know, like it's, hello, what's up? I've taken that step back.
Oh,
and like,
my bad. Yo, the way you just said somebody requested to join, I could probably request on my TikTok. And then they could hear us both. Sorry, but we'll test that another time. That just like,
hold on. Sorry, technically you're on YouTube, but like the TikTok has like we have more people on TikTok, but it's like YouTube. I like pinned it in the thing. I don't know how it goes, but I pinned like the YouTube is that. I'm sorry, it's a lot. Yeah, like, yeah. Hello, what's your name? Z. Okay, Z. What's up, Z? What's up? But yeah, we're yeah, I am directing a lot of attention here. But yeah, but yeah, I feel like, oh, background change. That's what's up. I don't know how to work that. I feel like an old head up here, man. That's funny. That's funny. Gingerbread. I'm sorry. Or see, I'm about to learn how to do all that. You got the
Yeah,
gingerbread.
she's going crazy on the live. I'm watching it.
It's the same thing on YouTube. You can just hear him as well if you can't hear him over here. You know? No, we were just talking about that. We were just like, we could probably just do that. You know, it's funny. We were just like, but you can't hear it. But we just, that's funny. Yeah.
Did she say for me to request?
Mm-hmm. Oh, then it could be all of us? Whoa.
Oh, wait. I'm about to hit request.
Oh, shit. Okay. All right. Yeah, Raven, do it again.
Okay.
You're... No. I'm receiving everything you're doing. I really appreciate it. I promise you.
These are tips and
No.
tricks. Yeah.
No,
She's
yeah.
putting us on game.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And you can invite.
I just requested. Did that work?
Sorry, I'm not trying to.
No.
I'm not trying to do that.
You know, you're good.
Invite DJ Ice Easy. I don't know who that is, but sure, I'll invite them too. But you can invite them, and when your live is finished, like after you finished on your live, whether you stay for an hour or so,
Mm-hmm.
you have the Creator Network and your live recording. So you
Oh,
just download
that's
that
fun.
and you put it on YouTube.
Hey. I ain't know none of that. See?
So how long have you been going on live on your TikTok? Is that something that you just
Technically it's our second one. We tried it we was banned last week. They was hating on us. They was hating on us hard. Technically, it's not. It's just so the way that's why I keep looking over here is like it's on his side is like we're cross streaming. Oh, that's so funny. We're cross streaming on so many different things, and yeah, we had TikTok up there, but apparently you can't do that on what the system that we're using. They were like, nah, we're not doing that, and so
please hold.
They cooked it
to the rest of the live stream,
and so that's how we switched it to here. But yeah, Raven, try to join it again, bro.
I did. I hit request. It says you got to do something on your end. Here, I'll cancel it.
I don't know what to do. All right, I'm gonna share it now. Let me see what that does.
Well, I'm in the live, but it says
you're in it.
Yeah,
Review.
I just hit request.
Hey, disconnect. What does that mean? Oh, what happened? Oh no. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. No. I tried to I'm so confused. Okay, so maybe I could request it. Oh no. I'm sorry. I just kicked her out. I didn't mean to do that.
I think it can only do like a couple of people. Oh wait.
I thought it kicked her out. I didn't mean to. I know. I know. Somebody called me out for it. I didn't mean to. Dang.
Can she re-request?
Yeah, can you re-request? No, I'm bad at it. I think we got to be in it. I think she would say she mentioned the TikTok creators thing. Maybe I need to be in it to have more than one? No? Question mark?
I don't know.
Damn, I'm sorry. Okay, that's crazy. That's funny. We're so unprofessional. But hey, thank you for being here. We really do appreciate it. Like I said, it's all part of it, left foot, right foot. And this is honestly us. Like we are figuring it out as we go, but intentions are well, like no shenanigans club.
I don't know how we can get multiple people. Like I don't know if she can request because I'm not the moderator.
There can be more.
But can you see me? Did I replace her?
Yeah. It seems like it.
Well, I guess this is one way to do it. There can be more.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're the moderator.
I don't know how
Oh
to
wait,
do it,
invite
bro.
friends. No friends to invite. Never
I don't
mind.
move. I don't want to hold it up. Trying to figure this out right
Yeah,
now.
no, we'll do it. We can.
My bad. My bad. But I appreciate you. I truly do. I truly do. I truly know you. I don't know. This is a lot. I'm old. I'm 30, man. Give me some work with me, man.
Yeah, and
I'm just
TikTok is really just really affecting things because I mean theoretically y'all should be having the same stream that our YouTube channel is having and our Twitch channel is having, but
Right.
we have to. This was like an
They hating
alternative
on
on
us.
the fly.
Claim your youth. Yes, ma'am. Let's go.
All
You
right,
know?
getting back into it. Sorry, YouTube fam and retake fam for the side quest there.
Side quest.
But yeah, we are.
But no, that's so funny. But yeah, you're there. We're here. Boom, boom. I'm trying to do both. I'm trying to do better. But yeah, like the idea of answering the call to come home, to be, to like swallow the ego and like I said, walk and try to find these places, like realizing that every opportunity I was getting wasn't the opportunity. It was just, something to try to, stick in there and be like, oh, But like I said, I was able to come home, able to rest, man. Then that job fair came up like a few days later, bro. Then I ended up getting the substitute teacher gig. Then I ended up doing like that week there with, I guess I did that week with the autistic kids. And then I did my thing there. And then I did I ended up getting the job, the full-time gig with, it's just like been like excelling and like growing. And, like now I got my own kindergarten class from that. And just like, I ain't gonna hold you, bro. Like, I ain't had a full-time job in a minute, So like, the idea of like, I really was like, yo, I was like, yo, what am I doing for my birthday, bro? I was like, I really just want a job. I want like some like legit, like, I'm tired of like this gig to gig, this, check to check, XYZ situation, man. Cause like, it was messing up the creativity, like that's obviously the main mission is being creative, doing my thing, so that was really throwing me off. But yeah, man, it was just, I'm just glad, like I said, I figured it out, I'm glad I was able to, and that's God, like I said, it wasn't even me figuring out, like God just put me in a position of like, okay, he listened, and like, boom. And like that's really what it is, like I said, being obedient. And I didn't want to leave LA, bro. Like, come on, LA's,
Right,
to come home, like boring. Like I hang around with kindergartners all day, like I used to be on the beach and stuff, but like the idea of like this is literally the most important job I've ever had. And that's like so rewarding and refreshing, and it's tiring. It's so tiring. Like, oh my God, I'd be tired at the end of the day, like I said, it's like what, 17, 18 little homies, like, on a different, but like, it's so much, like, and, I used to work with like A-list actors, like I used to do like stuff like, so I used to do really like cool gigs, like I said, we spoke on, I don't want to name drop, but some of the people I know, so it was like some of the things I've been able to like, the gigs I've been able to work, I was able to like do these things in the industry while I was still even at school, like a lot of that was, I was still in school, still doing. So that was like cool. That was tough, man. But like, bro, like, oh man, like that. But this is like the most important job I've ever had, like this is like the one where like I'm like, yo, lock in and like do this thing. Like, no, like we got to make sure you get this. And like, no, you did a great job. I'm really need to let you know you did a fantastic job here because you did. Like it's really like and again, like I said, the kids rock with me, bro. Like it's so many kindergartners there, and like I know I teach kindergartner. But like, yo, they rock with the boy. Like I said, like, and it's like refreshing. Like I said, this is like the most important job I've ever had, like, and that's in itself is like, you know, like a blessing, you know, like the idea to continue to be a blessing, receive a blessing, give a blessing, you know, like
Have you
pay
ever
it
worked with
forward. Like,
kids before, like in
no,
this?
no,
Word.
no. You know, like I have my nieces and nephews, so like I'm used to kids, like, but like never in this increment, you know, never like me being like, oh, I'm Mr. Hawk, you know. It's like it's like, yo, what are we about to do? And they looked at me. It's like, oh, you know. So but no, this is the first time, bro, and like but I feel like I said, I'm handling it well, and I'm taking it day by day. Like obviously, I understand the importance of the job, the pressure of the job, but I'm definitely taking it day by day. I'm not trying to have everything figured out right away. I'm not trying to, you know, like I'm really trying to take it day by day, subject by subject, you know, hour by hour, half hour by half hour, if need be, you know, like
And the Lord is guiding you too, like
100%.
yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. Like that, even just like how
Definitely in that classroom. Definitely in that classroom.
yeah, like just how the job came about and everything, like it was definitely a gift from the Lord in this season.
Word.
And just like you said, you've been obedient, and so it's pretty wild. And I'm curious to like ask too, like how, like what shifted for you, because I feel like, you know, you said you were going from like working with A-list actors, and that's, you know, I feel like to a certain degree at some point, like that's the dream. And then but then like it sounds like you've had a change in heart posture to where it's like serving the youth and working with the youth is what feels aligned now, rather than like working with, you know, Hollywood's A-list. Cause the roster is deep, chat. Okay, Verlenzo been cooking in Hollywood, so like, to like have the heart posture of like, I love you. It sounds like you like really enjoying what you're doing, and so yeah, like what changed, would you say?
So I feel like, funny enough, teaching is something like, at least subbing. My dad, low key, my mom too. My dad has honestly been in my ear about that for like the past 2 years. Of like, you know, like you could do your subbing on the side of doing your thing, you know, like, you know, it was never like, he was never on it from like do subbing instead of that, you know. It was always do subbing on the side to supplement yourself while you do this thing. But no, yeah, I feel like
Was he a substitute teacher at some point, or like
no.
what? Oh, okay.
Nah, he just, it was a financial thing strictly. But no, yeah, I feel like that. I still want to do. I'm still pursuing the film. You know, I'm still doing film. You know, like, and again, that's not for you, of course. Like, I know you know, but like the idea for chat and like things like that. I'm saying like, but like from the idea, I will say, it's not. Again, like if I'm working with A-list actors, they don't care about me. You know, like not necessarily the actors, situation. You know, but I feel like I was just like usually a production assistant on something. One time I was a base camp assistant, even I was like still a production assistant in a sense. There was one time, shout out Adama Ebo, bro. I was her director's assistant, director to the assistant is what it said, director to assistant, whatever it said. Director's assistant. I was the director's assistant for Adama Ebo on the film Hung for Jesus, Save Your Soul. That's like a little wink laugh from a guy, you know, like, hey, bro, even back when I was, you know, not even locked in, you know, like still trying to do it my way, on my terms, you know, that being like the film that I became SAG eligible on, you know, like, you know, both of my SAG production, like me actor wise, projects have came from Adama Ebo, you know, like, so even that was like, cause even that was God without me even knowing. Cause I was like, yo, bro, I'm tired of working around, no funny, like majority white people, you know, like, I'm like, yeah, like the majority, like, I'm like, cause y'all start saying, I'm like, stop saying that, you know, like certain things, just like, oh my God, like, you know, like this is not a cool conversation, you know, like one time somebody wore a shirt that said like F racism. And he was like, I'm like, bro, like, what you want me to clap for you? Like, it's like, bro, like, get me away from these people. You know,
Yeah.
it's just like, you know, it's like, bro, what's really going on here? You know, like, it's like, what's going? Why do I supposed to care about that? But yeah, like, I truly wanted to like diversity, and I want to be around more, and specifically Black and people of color, and more even specifically Black people. You know, like, I really wanted to like, you know, like get more diverse, and even, you know, if I need to niche down, let it be around these people versus, you know, because the idea of like, it's became like, I feel like I was constantly trying to fight for my job there. I honestly felt like I was like, I never felt secure in my job. And I'll never forget my first interaction with that director versus my first interaction with Adama and her sister, Adane, because that was an interview. And it was like, because mind you, on this job, I interviewed with like the assistants, my department's, his like assistant, you know, whatever you want to say. But like, you know, I didn't even interview with like the top, whatever you want to call it. But like, I interview with this one, like with them, like they're both on a Zoom. I meet them, hey, what's up? Boom, like, you know, like same way me and you on Zoom, like just like that, you know, like that's how I met them, you know, like it was just cool. I didn't even get that job, you know, like at first, and I eventually got like another job on set. Then like I got promoted my day of, like the first day of the job, you know, like mind you, I'm over here thinking I can get fired any day because y'all be having whatever going on. And over here, I get promoted on my first day. You know, it was like, whoa. You know, it was like, guess I got the director's assistant title, became that. On the other show, I sent it. So they send out like the call sheet, or not even call sheet. It's like a contact list, you know, pretty much of like, you know, people put some people don't, obviously like the actors don't, you know, but like some people put like their name, their phone number and their like email in there. One of the people from Showtime, I didn't mean to say the show. Anyway, one of the people from Showtime put their thing in there. So I'm like, okay, cool. I like send him a message, and then I like send him a message, you know, then like he don't respond, but that lady who interviewed me for the thing, we had a talk one day. She was like, hey, you can't be sending emails for XYZ. So I'm like, I'm like in my head, I'm like, oh, so he got it. I'm like, whoever, you know, like, so the email was received, noted, you know, I'm like, instead of just trying to put, bro, I asked for an opportunity, I asked for the audition, bro. What do you like? I was like, yo, put me in a show for, I was like, bro, can I asked for an opportunity. I was like, yo, if not you, can you link me to somebody I just want to audition. I won't even ask for no handouts, bro. I just want a shot. I just want a chance to touch the rock, you know, like I'm not even trying to cut nobody in the line. I'm just trying to, you know, let you know I'm here. You know, I feel like I felt like that for a long time. I feel like nobody knew I was here. And that was frustrating. You know, I'm like, bro, I'm right here. And I feel like nobody cared. I'm like, okay. You know, and so I feel like from that, it's become, I got to care. You know, I got to care the most. And obviously, God first. Because without him, like I said, I changed my, I transformed delusion into faith, you know, like I said, I really like, you know, it's not like, oh, maybe one day I'll figure this out. Maybe one day I'll be able to do this thing. I'm here, you know, like, no, I'm like, you know, like, and with God, I'm inevitable, you know, like not only am I here, like with God, I'm inevitable, you know, like, and that's in Jesus' name, you know, like I said, like Lord willing, but like in the best way possible, following this path, doing this thing, being obedient in that way. I'm like, bro, I'm here. I am. Yeah. You know, so yeah, man, I feel like, I don't even know what the question was, but yeah, bro, I feel like, yeah, man, that's how I feel.
Word.
Mr. Hawk.
Mr. Hawk. How has your walk with God shaped the way that you see culture shift?
I feel like if we keep being obedient, it's going to happen the way we think times whatever. because as you said, which I love, everything we thought about God was too small, so times whatever number he decides to put there, it could be 0, it could be infinity, it could be, but I feel like if we do our thing and stay obedient, we shall see in the best way possible. And I feel like, so I feel like the faith has just made it become like a thing where like, it's, and we're going to do our thing, we're making like, we're doing legal things too, we're really like locking in, like we've been locked in, but like we're really like up in the ante at times, like.
Word.
So I feel like this walk with God has like, has it made culture shift possible, like, so yeah, man. I feel like just is up. The faith is here, like I've, it's not maybe let me figure this out or meet this person. No, like they better hope they meet me.
Word.
Like, but yeah.
Yeah, I feel you. Like you were saying, like inevitability, right? Like being in alignment with God and being obedient is just like the word of God never fails. Like God's character is truth. And so, like you said, it's just like, dang, all right, so we just got to show up, do our job, and we're good. Like, man, what a feeling. All right, one more question. What would you say to someone who's watching who's in that waiting season right now?
Something that I heard in church, I feel like it was Bible study, that I felt was so player and so like, oof, so good, was the idea like, have you ever been in a season when you wanted God to water you, but he handed you a knife? Because I was like, hold on, this season isn't that rainbowy? I'm like, hold on, like what's going on? What's with all this? But like, what do you? Another rejection, another no. Like I'm like, hey man, what's going? But like the idea of like, even within that, you still gotta show up and show out. You still gotta praise him. You still got to be like, I appreciate you for waking me up because you're not done with me. Like I've been in situations where, like, bro, like just down bad, like just bad, but I woke up that morning. Like I woke up this morning. I hope I wake up tomorrow. Like it's because that means he's not done with your boy. Cause I'm not done. Like, so I hope I get tomorrow. I hope I get Thursday and Friday and so on and so forth, man. I hope I get my 31st birthday. It's my birthday. But yeah, man, just keep praying, man. Keep going. Because it's going to suck at times. Like, it's not like the idea of like you walk with God, you get baptized, you do whatever you feel like you do with that relationship, but it's not like you just do that and then everything's gone and everything's better. It's not how life works. Like I said earlier, I was doing life without God. Now I'm doing life with God. Like you get two options and then they're separate. That's why they're on two different fingers. They're so far apart. They don't, nope. They're like the magnets that ow, hit my elbow. But yeah, so I just had to pick one, and I hope this is the right one. I'm rocking with God. Like I said, I'm living my life with God, trying to do my thing. I'm not perfect. Like I said, I don't like in the idea of we're not trying to be perfect. We're not trying to be perfect. I'm not trying to be perfect. We're not trying to do this, do that, do that, do that. Like I feel like I said, I don't feel like most people's problem isn't even sin. I feel like a lot of people just put a lot of stuff in the sin bag. But I feel like we just gotta be obedient. I feel like as a person, we should be obedient. Did God tell you to do that? No. The God showing you to do this. Whatever your signs are, you seeing your numbers, you seeing your favorite verses, you just hearing whatever the case is, whatever your signs are. That's between you and him. But whenever you get those signs, are you doing what you're supposed to be doing? You know, because that's really all we're supposed to be doing. Not worrying about the next man, the next woman, all that. No. When God say jump, jump. Okay? That's between you and him. Figure it out. It's between you and him. And so, if you're in that season, stick with it. Just stick with it. It's not always going to be, rain. Like I said, sometimes it's going to suck. You in the mud. It's not just for a season, too. Sometimes you in the mud for like some seasons that feel like long. But if you keep getting up, man, if you keep getting up, it's going to be good. And that's really, like I said, I swapped out the optimism for faith. And so, like, if I'm here, thank you. I'm here. Like I said, like day by day, I'm not done yet. Today might not be the best day, but tomorrow might be. I told you today was a really good day. Today was really good.
It's your birthday, dog.
Shout out to it was a really good day. Today was really good.
It's your birthday, dog.
Shout out to the Newsom Park Navigators. Shout out to the homies. Shout out to the homies, man.
Shout out to the homies.
Yeah,
Truly.
man.
Shout out Yahweh.
Gang. Shout out Yahweh. But yeah, man, that's yeah.
Well said. Well said. And yeah, man, thank you for sharing. And yeah, dog, the Lord is just getting started. Like, he's just starting to cook, and more life, more abundance, more blessings on the way in Jesus' name. Left foot, right foot. Yeah, so just to kind of, I don't know, we can start closing it out here, bringing it home. Thank you for every single person who has joined, whether you're on the TikTok, whether you're on Twitch, YouTube, Retake. Just like endless gratitude to each and every person. Shout out to Nye, dropping comments, showing love. Who else we got here? Shout out to
I ain't even seen it in a while.
God name. It's cut off, but you are always showing love and sending encouragement on TikTok. So shout out to you as well, and shout out to Z who pulled up and gave us the insight for the double request situation on TikTok, so we could still be live on TikTok, even though it wasn't like how we envisioned it. The Lord saw fit something else. So thanks for that. Yeah, what we're building here is bigger than us, y'all. Culture Shift is a reminder that when you walk in purpose, God will multiply your faith and your impact. Verlenzo's story is proof of that. And again, thank you for sharing, brother. And yeah, thank y'all for celebrating with us tonight as we celebrate Verlenzo's 30th birthday, dog. Like the big 3-0. Big 3-0. And just thank you again for being part of this growing movement. Definitely be sure to join the Genesis list if you're not already on it. CultureShift.xyz is live. Share a clip and invite a friend to join the Genesis list. If you have a friend, if you got a homie where you're like, yo, this is right up your alley, you know what I'm saying? Go ahead and send them the Genesis list. Extend that invite. Next week, we're going to keep the testimonies going. I'll be sharing my story and the faith lessons that have brought me here to this point. Yeah, another great episode. Episode 3, Moving and Grooving. Verlenzo, you got any closing words?
Thank y'all for being here with me, with my homie Raven. Appreciation on my birthday. Really appreciate it. My phone about to die, but it's all good because he rocking out. Shout out God, man. I'm so blessed. We're all blessed. I'm happy to be here.
Life is good.
Life is good, man. Life is good.
All right,
That's
y'all.
all I got.
Until then, keep walking in faith, keep creating with purpose, and remember, we're just getting started. New day 1. All right, stay locked in. What's good, y'all? Welcome back to Culture Shift Live. So grateful that you're all here with us. This movement, Culture Shift, is all about building something bigger than ourselves. And, it's about using faith, creativity, and community to shift the culture from the inside out. Me and my brother Verlenzo started this thing out of pure obedience, just saying yes to what God placed on our hearts. And now every week we get to show up here and build this thing with you. We're not perfect. We're not perfect by any means. I just got my wisdom teeth out, so doing the best with what I got. Verlenzo's been fighting a cold all week, but we're here because part of the mission is consistency and showing up even when it's not easy. So tonight's going to be short and simple, just some quick updates on how the movement's growing, what's new, and how you can help us keep spreading the word. But before we dive in, as always, let's start with a quick prayer. God, just thank you for giving us the strength to show up. Thank you for each and every person on the opposite side of the screen here listening and tuning in. May this movement continue to inspire, heal, and unite people through your purpose. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
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 How you feeling today, Verlenzo?
Man, I'm feeling better. Like I said, the church code had a brother, not necessarily down and out, but I was a little sad. I was a little sad about it. But I'm definitely, feeling much better. Got my vocals back a little bit, got a little more energy in me. So, yeah, brother, man, feeling blessed. Another day to be great. Another day to put right foot it. Even when, again, the stream may be messing with us a little bit, hey, we got to show up and rock, So I can't complain, but I won't.
Word. Word. Well, yeah, let's get into some updates here. We have shipped the new website. Cultureshift.xyz is officially live. That was a big milestone to get through over the weekend. So very grateful. Glory to God that is up there now. So now you can go to cultureshift.xyz and join the Genesis list from there. Trying to make this as straightforward and simple as possible for our first 1,000 believers who are moving and grooving with us with this movement. And so if you haven't joined yet, make sure you go sign up tonight.
Or tomorrow.
Or tomorrow.
Or the next day.
Or the next day.
Or just right now. Actually, don't put it off. If the Holy Spirit puts something in your spirit, in your heart, don't wait. Go do it. Be obedient. The next update is we are at 141 Genesis members strong, consistently growing there. So that's super hype. Shout out to each and every one of y'all.
We had a button, but it's not working. But just know we got claps for y'all.
Yeah, we gonna clap him for real instead of pushing the button.
For real.
And then the last update is we are at 108 YouTube subscribers. And again, that's
YouTube subscribers.
Yo, for real, that's a massive milestone, and the numbers are growing because of your consistency, the community's consistency of just like showing up. So
we had like 12 before, we had like 12 subscribers on YouTube like last month. So this is really cool. So we really appreciate y'all. We don't take it lightly or for granted, Greatly appreciate it.
Truly. We can't do it without y'all. Like, this movement is a movement. We need motion. We need each and every person. And so you're critical. Every week, every person who shares a clip or joins the Genesis list, it helps this vision come alive. And that's what building a movement looks like. And so, again, just thank y'all for showing up.
Really?
In Jesus' name. One believer at a time.
One believer at a time. Left foot, right foot. Okay?
Truly. I do want to shout out and or I guess make like a call to action. We need help continuing to spread the word. And so if you believe in what we're building, we're calling for clippers, people who can help clip up this long form content, people who want to grab a moment from the live stream, post it, and help get this message out to more people. Every clip, it matters, and it helps a lot to spread the word. What's up, Verlenzo?
Nothing. I made myself laugh.
I was doing this. But yeah, if you join us as a clipper, make sure you tag Cultureshift XYZ when you post, so we can repost your clips and shout you out during the live stream next week and the following weeks to come.
Let us know. And we really want to Again, if you're able to do this, we really want to like appreciate you and let it be known that we see it. You know, that again, whether you become a Clipper, which is much appreciated, copy it in the stream, watch it on the retake, the recap, whatever you do, everything is greatly appreciated. But the Clippers, if that's something you might be into, tap in, okay? Because hey, I know we're first day out here, first day in the, we don't, but hey, lock in what is now early, and best believe we got you.
Exactly. Um, yeah. Did you want to get into your testimony?
Yeah, man. So for me, me personally, man, I wanna. So I do have one, but I do want to share the aspect of like I'm very I'm very grateful for today. Okay, I'm gonna just talk on the idea of me being grateful, the idea of being because oh man, it can get rough. Okay, sometimes it gets really hard out here. Okay, sometimes it's really hard to stay afloat. Sometimes too much things on the news becomes an issue. Like I've literally kind of had to like separate myself from social media a little bit recently because like everything seems kind of like not negative, but like like it's just like this guy's doing that thing or this is happening that the country's doing this, country's doing that. So I do feel like just taking that step back and really just trying to focus on things that I can really control for myself. And I don't know, I just feel like I get it's just really hard to lose yourself in the moment. That's what I feel like that's the important thing I'm trying to say. It's really easy to get lost in the world, everything that's going on. So I feel like I'm just very grateful for today. Like I know I've said grateful and I'm kind of elaborating on it, but just the idea of like I'm just truly, truly grateful for today. I'm truly grateful for the aspect to potentially do it again tomorrow. Just really, I don't know, 'cause people don't wake up every day. Like I was talking about this with somebody last week. Like I was saying, my birthday's coming up next Tuesday. I turn 30. And then like I know people who didn't graduate high school. I know people who didn't even make it to high school, and it's just like like when you like really sit back and reflect on that, it's like crazy. Like the idea of like think about all the things we were able to like do and experience and mess up on, like all these things we were able to do past 17, past 21, past 25, like coming up on 30. So again, like my whole spiel, my whole tangent right now is just to say I'm truly grateful, man. I'm truly grateful for God. I'm grateful that God gave me my mom, gave me that family I'm with. I'm grateful that God aligned me with you, Raven. I'm grateful for the Culture Shift family as we grow and community, the community grows. And again, it's not necessarily much of a testimony per se. I know I said testimony. I might, say that for another time. But I just wanted to focus on like me just being grateful. Like I just really just it's trying to sit on that recently. Sit in the idea of like, yeah, this is really like this is the time. This is a time, an important time in our lives. It's a time to really step up and do something for yourself, step up and do something for other people. Kind of rambling now, but man, I'm just really grateful, bro. Like I said, I was really grateful. Like I said, the stream wasn't working at first, and that was the issue, but we're still able to like do it. Like we're still able to get up and just. That's big. I don't know, man. Yeah, left foot, right foot, bro. Like I said, I know this wasn't like scripted, so I know it's kind of like left all over the place. But I'm just saying, I'm so like just so grateful, man. And I think that's it. I feel like just me expressing the gratefulness, and sometimes you can't really. Sometimes it just comes out. Sometimes it doesn't. I don't know. But man, I'm just grateful. Like I know I keep saying it, man. I'm just so happy. I'm so grateful for this moment, for us to push through this, man. Just to try again next week and the week after and the next day and the next day, man. Just this is cool. I don't know. God, you're awesome.
Right. Shout out Yahweh. Shout out Yahweh all day. Word, grounded in gratitude. No, I mean, that's good. I mean, what else is there, you know? We woke up today, we got another chance at it to get it cracking in Jesus' name. And despite, like, I honestly am grateful for just like the intimate relationship that we're able to build with God and be able to, like, because I feel like when I met you, we were talking about how we were creative entrepreneurs, and I feel like now with Culture Shift, we've shifted into founder mode, and I've been kind of like thinking about that progression, I guess, because I feel like creative entrepreneur, there was a lot of like hustle, grind, constantly like just like the grind culture almost. And now with like settling into this founder mode and like having this revelation of this is why God spoke us into existence to create Culture Shift, and like finding like peace in knowing like this is like my destiny in a sense, you know, like rather than like waking up like, oh, what we about to have to creatively create in our minds to go and make an income this month.
Sure.
But just like settling in the fact that this is the thing that not only is going to like set us up individually, but everybody, because that's been my prayer, is like as I've been on my journey with the Lord, is like, God, I just want something where I can just like talk about you and it be a blessing to not just me, but to me, everybody who's connected to me and everybody who's connected to them.
Right.
And so like having this gift from God that is Culture Shift that we're able to like build in collaboration with him, and knowing that it's going to be a generational blessing, even though it's like so hard to see it right now. Like, bro, full transparency, yesterday I went to the grocery store. My card got declined on $28 worth of groceries at Aldi. And I was like, wow, humble yourself, King. Like,
all been there, bro. I'm still on EBT, brother. So you know, we're all
be in that position, but also have like the deep knowing of like what we're building. It was like, I feel like 2 years ago I'd have been like, what the I'm like had a meltdown in the store. Yeah, but I was just like, interesting. Okay, noted. Let me see if I have another card. Glory to God, I did.
Right, no, for sure.
Like, it was definitely like one of those like, because like knowing, I don't know, just having that knowing, like we talk about it off like every day, honestly, about like how the Lord is cooking through us with like what we're building with Culture Shift. And yeah, just like you said, like settling in that gratitude of like, this is our calling. And it just feels, it's like a sense of, there's like a different sense of peace, I guess, that comes with like that knowing. It's like, I don't have to go and figure all these things out myself. I can just like take a beat, tap in with the Lord. What we doing today? Who do I need to be? How do I need to show up? Get my download. And what's been really beautiful is I can feel how the Lord is working through both of us simultaneously. Like we're so like super locked in. That's like, I know the Lord is like, okay, download to Raven, download to Verlenzo, download to Raven. And it's just like, it's like this really incredible like ebb and flow of like perspective, but also like knowledge and how we're working and stuff. So so yeah, like grounding myself in the gratitude of like the promise, I guess it is like We don't see how it's all unfolding. We don't know, like, the $100,000 goal hasn't hit the account yet. All these things, right? But it's like, I'm finding peace in the promise. Like, God promised this is going to come to fruition. He's not going to show me something. He's not going to show us something and then be like, psych, just kidding. It's more of like, no, here's this gift, and stay connected to me and be obedient and watch how it unfolds. And yeah, I guess, grounding myself in gratitude of the promise that's unfolding.
100%, bro. Like, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, but my thing was being weird. But yeah, 100%, bro. Because like literally, like I my birthday's next week, entering 30, and I was even reflecting just this morning. I was like, I really used to be, oh God, I'm 25. Like, oh God, I'm used to have this fear of not aging, but like getting older and like kind of still feeling lost or like feeling like I'm not quite where I would like to be, which by the way, it's normal in your 20s to not be where you want to be. But like obviously with social media maybe or our generation or just seeing, certain aspects that happen, you're like, oh my God, I'm here, but I'm not there yet. And like now how I view it, it's like, bro, I feel like my 30s are gonna be like my best decade yet, So I'm really like looking forward to stepping into that, like that's why I'm really grateful to be tapped in with God like this, because again, I feel like I swapped out my delusion for faith, like I feel like it's different now. Like I'm not like I might get it, but maybe this might happen. No, I feel like these are the steps that I'm taking day by day, daily deposits, reaping what I sow, Hugo in the cut, like just all these things, like the idea of like wait till y'all hear the story about Hugo. That's God, like all these things are God, all these gods and everything, and so just and God's in another year of me aging, like waking up all on him. I get the opportunity to cook, thankfully, but like that's all because of him, like, and so it's just beautiful, like I said, just being grateful, like so. And look, so I guess the term for the stream, is grateful.
Gratitude,
gratitude. This is a very grateful stream about gratitude. Okay, we are. Hey, again, bro, like I was like, I set up my webcam, it was like, no. I'm like, oh, okay.
Y'all, you have no idea. Like just to even
find my speaker.
Just to set this up to record this. I know technically we're not live, right? But like just to set this up to record this was the enemy was working overtime. Like I don't know. Like, yo, it's gonna happen. Like just let us cook, bro. But enemy was trying to really hold us down and stop this from happening, from like the stream wasn't working to the equipment wasn't working to the computer stopped working.
Had to reset it.
Like
what? Yo, we're passing the test. I feel like every time like little, and then I feel like God's like,
we gonna cook regardless for you, Lord. Okay.
He's like, take that, sucker.
Exactly, man. Because what we were just talking about this the other day. Like, I don't expect opposition necessarily, but I'm not surprised when it happens. Like, I'm not gonna go into things like, oh, the enemy, like have that mindset. No, but when when it starts like piling up the way it was, come on, dog. Like, all right.
But the weapons may form. Won't prosper.
They ain't
no
finna
prosperation.
prosper.
From the rope.
Right, exactly. That's how bro, for real. I'll be like, oh, really,
know?
enemy? Like,
Oh, really?
we only got one enemy, and it's just like, bro,
That's
that's okay. We gonna
okay. That's okay.
left foot, right foot.
You need people like me.
All right,
But
y'all.
nah,
I mean,
yeah.
I personally don't. I think
That was hey, we spilled the gratitude, brother.
spill.
You
Okay,
know, I guess
let's wrap it up. Okay,
spilled
but
the-
truly though, I know this was a little all over the place for whoever is listening, but you're so like we love you. We appreciate you because
Mhm.
we know, like,
Right.
and so yeah, just thank you for
We
being.
know.
Thank you for being on this journey with us. Thank you all again for just like showing up
That's
and
funny.
growing with us. CultureShift.xyz is live. The Genesis list is growing. The vision is moving.
The
And
visual.
the vision.
You got visual.
That vision. Next week we'll be back full strength, Lord willing, diving into
My birthday.
our personal stories and testimonies that shape this movement and why we're so committed. But until then, share a clip, invite a friend to the Genesis list, and definitely keep believing in the culture shift because we're just getting started. Verlenzo, you got any closing words?
No closing words, but outside of I appreciate y'all, man. Don't forget to praise God. Don't forget to be kind to people. All right. That's all we gotta do.
Truly, left foot, right foot in the
That's all
name
we
of
gotta do.
Jesus.
That's all we gotta do. Be obedient, you know. Be obedient. We ain't asking for much. You're not asking for much. You just gotta do what we gotta do.
See what God has for you, all that. All right, y'all. Thanks again for being here, and we will catch you on the next episode of Culture Shift Live.
Locked in, baby.
Peace. Stay locked in. To start tonight with gratitude. We're thankful for each and every one of you who are tuned in live and who may watch the replay of this. You're not random. You're here by appointment. God has ordered your steps to this live stream and to be a part of this movement. So yeah, just thank you for being here. We're gonna open up with prayer, and then we will share the story of how we met and also our origin story, our testimonies, and also like why we believe this movement matters and why we're building it. And so, yeah, we're just getting started. So lock in with us. This is a new day one, and it's the beginning of something really special. All right.
Literally day one of this.
Day one. It almost feels like day zero, but
Zero.
we'll consider it day one. We launched a live stream, we were obedient to that calling. So, all right, yeah, let's open this up.
Wait, hold on. Sorry, hold on. Before we do the prayer, I'm not. You said we are live on YouTube.
Yeah, we should be.
Like, I'm not seeing it on mine. If we are, then it's cool, but I'm not seeing it on mine.
All right, let me check.
Bearing with us. You're welcome, Johnson family. And Ashley, we are. I'm double checking the YouTube now. We thought it was up, but we will check it out. He's just trying to get it. Yeah, Ashley says she does not see it on YouTube.
All right.
Thank you for that, guys, by the way.
Yeah, thanks for the heads up.
It was working last time we did it.
It sure was. Let me see here.
Gotcha. So yeah, so the count's popping up, but not the live. Is what the Johnson family show. Excuse me. You got your show. We need to be on your show.
You're right.
Johnson family.
All right, let's see here.
Johnson. Pray. Somebody ought to pray, Lord. I don't want no rocks. Come on, YouTube. Let us be great. That's a good point, Johnson family. They said we might need to add the XYZ to our
To what?
I guess like how at the top of I guess at the top. Wait, I don't know. Which part, Johnson? Johnson family. Where should we? Hey, we got a pusher. But now, Johnson family show. Which in terms of adding XYZ to the marketing or the advertising standpoint, how would that look? There are two others. Noted. Oh, are you saying there's other culture shifts up there? Is that what you mean? You don't. Yeah. There's two other culture shifts. I see for sure. There's another one. Yeah. Noted. Thank you for that, Johnson family.
Shout out to your family. I'm trying to.
Gotcha. Okay.
Well, I think just for this one, it's not going to be up on YouTube, but it'll be uploaded. We'll upload it later.
Word.
They'll all live on YouTube.
Word.
But
for sure. But we really do appreciate y'all helping us out because again, this is our first time doing all of this. Yeah. All for the kingdom. That is correct.
In Jesus' name. All right. Now let's not get distracted from.
All right. Yeah.
Let's circle back to the prayer.
My bad.
All right, let's do this. Heavenly Father, just first and foremost, thank you for your presence, Lord. Thank you for just, guiding us here. Thank you for the gift of vision and placing this vision in our hearts and linking me and Verlenzo up to bring this into the earth, Lord, and just as we left foot, right foot in Jesus' name, just guide our steps. This project is completely yours. We lift this movement up to you, Father God, and just we are just your humble vessels, Lord. We just are your middlemen bringing this into the earth. And so just guide us, Father God, and bless each and every person who tunes into the stream, listens to it back. Like, let this just be a pouring into their spirit as well, a pouring in of hope, a pouring in of joy, and just let the meditation of our hearts and the words of our mouths be acceptable in your sight, Father God. Verlenzo, you got anything to add, brother?
Amen.
Amen. Let's get it.
Amen.
Yeah. And again, shout out to y'all for letting us know about the YouTube. We will have that.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Lord willing, everything is Lord willing. You know what I'm saying? Like, we are just moving with the Lord. And so, Lord willing, we'll be cracking on YouTube next time. But again, thanks for pulling up to TikTok.
To the
right.
talk.
To the talk. TikTok is fun, bro. We're having fun with the talk.
Yeah.
Gotta be honest, bro.
No,
having
yeah.
fun with the talk, for real.
Nah, seriously. Hopefully that orange man doesn't ruin it. But for the time being, this is lovely.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. All right. Should we get into some get into the origin story?
Let's get into the origin story, brother.
Kicking it off.
So in terms of like, I know y'all know what origin story means, but for us, this is pretty much where Raven initially got the download, like the drop on like, you know what, I should probably do something like this. We should, X, Y, like, so.
Wait, should we start with the origin? Oh shit. Shoot. That fell over. Should we start with the origin story of Culture Shift, or should we start with our individual stories and then bring them together with Culture Shift? What do you think?
Yeah, we can do individual. Mine's pretty brief, to be honest.
It doesn't have to be. This is like, this is the origin. Like, how did Verlenzo start? Like, where? Mm-hmm. I feel like like just like sidebar, I feel like we don't often get asked like what's your story, and
That's fair.
like get the opportunity to share it. And so yeah, bro, like even maybe not even like maybe like we'll like settle and like come back like origin story part 2 like next time, and we can tell like our individual stories and like kind of meditate on that. But I just feel like it's powerful like sharing your individual Verlenzo Hawk testimony of like how you were moving and grooving to get to like the convergence of our origin stories, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So
okay.
yeah,
Nah, for sure.
maybe we'll do that like part 2 like next week or something. But okay, yeah, we'll kick off with how we met. You go.
Boom. Okay, so me and Raven met. We met in LA. I moved out to LA June 2024. Yeah, so it literally last year. I don't know why I was making it sound like it was so long ago. Literally last year. And yeah, man, I went there. I had a roommate at the point, somebody I knew from back at home. That fizzled. And then around that time, though, I was really looking for like community, because I think that's really big in general, but definitely out in LA. I feel like being out in LA and like kind of like not knowing nobody, you know, like just being like the new kid on the block per se, just being like, you know, it was a lot, you know, it was a lot. So I was actively trying to find community spots and spaces that like were open and welcoming, you know. And from that, I was working. Somebody from my work, they told me about Walk Good LA. So pretty much Walk Good LA for those of you who are not out on LA. Okay, sorry. Yeah, Johnson family, appreciate you. Sorry, I just saw it. Thank you, Johnson, for tuning in. But no, yeah. So pretty much Walk Good is like a community, Black and brown community at that. You know, it's open to everybody, but it's definitely Black and brown. Like you know, it's definitely for us for sure. But no, yeah, it's like a community space, and they had like a run club. And not jokingly enough, but me and him were talking. I was like, "Yo, man, I ain't gonna hold you. I'm trying to find my wife." And he was like, "Yo, join a run club." I did not find my wife there, but I found community. You know, like I said, it wasn't like, you know, so that's part. You know, it was a really big. The wife would have been a plus. I'd have been like, "Yo, this is amazing." But you know, so I went there. Started just running, you know. I was trying to get in shape, you know, because I was really trying to get back into shape. So I'm really big on. I don't like being like sluggish. I don't like running and like, oh my God, I can't run. And then I was in that era of running where I'm like, bro, I can't run. Like taking off was a lot. And I'm definitely more in shape now. But anyway, like me starting that, you know, it was like, you know, I started going there consistently. I was going there every Wednesday. Every Wednesday I was there. I was there from like September until like they stopped for that year.
Okay, word.
But then
so
from that,
you started going in September.
Yeah, August, September time frame.
Word.
Yes, sir. And then Walk Good, they have a lot of community events. It's not just running. It's not just, you know. So they have a thing called Film Good. Man, shout out Walk Good, bro.
Shout out,
man,
dog. Shout out. For real, dog.
Shout out Walk Good. But yeah, so they have Film Good. And then even this is God, because I was like, oh, that's dope. But I was like, I can't afford this.
Oh, Film
you
Good.
know,
word.
It felt like
the festival.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It felt like, yeah, I really couldn't afford it at the time, pretty much. So I was like, oh, dang. And then they like cut the price in half. So it was like $100 for the whole event. So $20 per day. I was like, yeah, that's, and out in LA, that's like really good. And so, you know, I ended up buying the ticket, ended up doing that thing. And then we moved forward from there. And then on the first day, it was like a run. And like early, it was like early run, like 6, maybe 8 in the morning type thing.
Word.
And then I just show up, and I'm like seeing people, and then it's like, oh, I see Raven, and I'm just like, oh, you know, because like I see like a lot of people who I don't know as well. I'm still learning people. Obviously, you know, like you meet people, but everybody you meet isn't at every event. So you know, so I was like, oh, okay. And then yeah, so literally I'm looking around like, yo, okay, I see Raven, and like I talk to people. I'm not a person who just gonna like not talk to nobody. Especially if I'm like by myself, like I know, like why are we by ourselves in this event, this community space, you know? So I was like, hey, I just said, hey, you know, like, what's up, man? And no funny, we just haven't stopped talking. Like, this is back in December, this is back in December. So we're almost at our year friendship situation. Like, literally, bro, like, it's like, we just haven't stopped talking.
Facts, bro.
And like, and it wasn't even like on no business situation back then. It was just
not
a
at
conversation.
all.
It was just like, it was like, hey, what's up, man? Oh, where are you from? Okay. And like, then we ended up going to the, we didn't even go together theoretically, but the TDE Christmas event concert.
Word. Yeah.
Like, I ended up going to my car for something because it was like a long line. I ended up going to my car to get my chair because I was not trying to stand. I ended up going to my car, get my chair, and like, I kid you not, Raven like parking his car as I'm going to my car. I'm like, yo, what?
So,
and so I'm like,
yo, so what? That was definitely God. That was 100% God. Because I was like, dang, I don't know nobody pulling up. I almost didn't go, but I know we had been like, I was like, I'll hit you if we end up like crossing paths, whatever. And then to pull up and see you there, I was like, thank you.
Literally, like what? Because again, you'd have been in the back. It'd have been so hard to find you, like, because it would not have happened. It would not have happened.
Exactly.
You know what's what? I went back to my car because I had that bag. I had like a bag, and they were like, you can't bring certain bags in. So I was like, I ain't trying to like go in there. Like, it kicked me out, and they got to like. So while we were still in line, I was like, okay, let me just go do this.
Word.
And then it was like boom, and then like I was like, oh man, So shout out to but no, yeah, shout out to God, man. Like, that was literally like God. And so again, that's how me and Raven met. We just like kind of just again started kicking it, started chatting, started talking. It's my homie, and then just kind of progressed. And I saw you were like faith. You were very into God and very into like faith, stuff like that. And like I wanted somebody to talk to about that with, and I feel like you were kind of like that person for me at the time. I was like just asking you questions because again, like I didn't find my church yet out in LA yet. I was still figuring out where I would go. Right. I was still figuring out a lot of things. I was just really tapped into the music. Like music is really YouTube's working now. Somebody said that.
Yo, are you serious?
But no, yeah, I don't. God. Hey man,
it's because we prayed, bro. We prayed. Like we literally, I was like, all right, hold on, let's pray real quick, and then I promise. After
that. But yeah, like literally, like the idea of just somebody to kind of tap into and talk with more, like kind of like ask questions. Like for example, I was like, yo, I want to get baptized again. I got baptized as a youth. Is that like a thing? And again, like because depending on who you ask certain questions like that, those. Like I've heard people say, no, you only do it once. You only like. I was like, even if you got done, your mom forced you at 2. Like, yeah, you're like, I'm like, but I'm like, I don't really, I'm like, I don't really understand, like why. I don't see why personally I should be able to get baptized whenever. I know, like, I don't know, man. I just don't know. I don't see the limit aspect of it, like not. So I was like, okay, then like the way you kind of explained it to me, like where you kind of like that was for that. This is kind of for you, like, it's like you kind of asked me, well, why would you want to do it? Why are you feeling like this? What do you? Just those conversations really like it was like opening. Yeah, like from that, obviously we started talking more about other things, other conversations, and they just got deeper and started getting more evolved. We started getting more like, just like you're a really good friend, man. Like I don't know, like really like
same, bro.
That's really what it is, bro. Because again, like even when I got back, you came with me, bro. We shot the video.
Yeah,
you pulled up on me. You record. You got like all of that stuff. It was dope, So like just the idea again, like I was trying to find community, trying to find these things, and so like based on that, man, it was just I don't know, God. Like I can't take credit. The fact that guy had my credit card balance low enough to even put that film good, like look at that. That's all God, man. I am just a man. I'm God's child. Trying to be as right, just trying to be a good person. Like trying to continue that. I feel like I've always been a good person, but now I'm like a good person deeper because like it's like I know I'm with Jesus now. It's not like it's kind of like like before all of that, before like the past I guess year or two, I always believed in God, but again, it's like if you're not necessarily in a church or in like this thing like that, it's like an outside looking in thing. It's kind of like, ooh, it's kind of like, am I going to be welcome here? Am I going to be like, and how do I find the right church? I don't want to just go to a church and say I'm in church. I got to find the right church. You know, I got to
Right.
like what is your pastor talking about? You know, like there's so
Right.
many there's so many things, you know, that went into that. But again, shout out to one LA church.
Yeah,
Like that's
facts.
where we ended up. So you put me on there, like they're dope. Shout out Pastor Ebenezer.
Yeah,
Shout out
yeah.
PTA.
Yeah.
You know, like it's just So I guess that's my ramble story, about how we not a ramble, but how we met and whatnot. And I don't want to take it from you, but I feel like I kind of said a decent amount of that.
No, that was perfect, bro. That was
our
perfect.
origin story.
Yeah, no, that was perfect. Like, I was catching.
What's up, James? Welcome. Sorry.
I was catching up on some
you
of
wanna say
the
something.
because we're also live on Retake. Oh, what did I just click?
Word.
And so some of the homies over there they were commenting in the chat, and I was like, oh dang, they were saying community is just as good. This is a crucial topic, and yeah, saying like how community is great because you get to share your thoughts with people who share similar interests with you. And
Yeah.
what's good, Retake family?
Shout out Retake fam. D Royal. Shout out you. Shout out everybody in any chat. Anywhere.
Yeah, shout out
Like,
to the
literally.
just to the chat in general. Much love.
I can't
to the
stress that enough, man.
Yeah, it's like truly. It's been. First of all, yeah, the origin story, our origin story, how you told that was perfect. Like, because, like, it's definitely been. Like, so to kind of like back up a little bit, I had lived in LA 2015 to 2023, and then the Lord hit my spiritual reset and like sent me back home, did the whole reset thing, and I came back. And so December was me coming back to LA, and when I came back to LA, I was like, Lord, I prayed for people, for community, for like who I was supposed to meet while I was there during this time, because I was like, it's exhausting out there, like trying to find the right groups that are value aligned, and you can just be running and gunning everywhere, trying to go to whatever event, trying to see if it's aligned and that kind of thing. And I was like, I don't want to do that this time around, God. Like, I really want to find my people and like and grow and build with like my people that you have set aside for like me in this season and this calling. Like, yeet, and then here come Verlenzo. What up, dog? Like, I film good, bro.
Yeah.
Like, and
literally,
and like honestly, like I got to give you a lot of credit of like you know, putting yourself out there, because that helped me to put myself out there more and just be like, even just like more open to the people that God is sending, and also like speaking through. Like, I feel like God speaks through you a lot, and so just being open and receptive to like the way in which God wants to, you know, use his people, and I'm super grateful for you, brother. Like, bro.
Hey, vice versa, man. Likewise. Like, seriously, bro. Like, I can't stress that enough, man. Like,
It's
seriously,
different
bro.
when you find like friendships. Of course, they're important, but when you find like a spiritual homie that like you can really like lock in with, and it's one thing to like have a spiritual friend that, you know, like how you had mentioned, like we have like great talks about just like our faith journeys, but it's another thing to like be working on a kingdom assignment with a soldier for the kingdom of heaven. Like, to like have, it's different. Like, I've worked on so many projects with so many different people, and it's just like, and all of them, you know, serve their purpose, and they were great in their own regards, but like this is an assignment, you know, like this is it's bigger than me, it's bigger than you, like this is an assignment from the Lord. And so to have like a collaborator that understands like kingdom and like in that sort of like that posture, you know, like, bro, it hits different, because it's like we're we're in the flow. It's not like grinding and we gotta do blah, 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 and do this. It's like, well, what did God check in with the Lord? Like, what CEO?
Right.
What the CEO say to do today?
Right.
And
we are just employees.
Exactly, bro. And like we have that understanding too.
Yeah, literally, man. It's like, sorry, somebody bothered me.
No,
I didn't hear
you're
what you
good.
said. Somebody came and tapped me. What'd you say?
But yeah, no, just like having like that understanding of like the Lord is our CEO, our accountant, our everything,
All that,
and we are just the middlemen, employees, and like that's like I feel like that's like not. I don't hear people like talking about that in terms of like their assignment or even like business of like whatever the Lord has put for them to do, but in terms of like business and building something.
Mm-hmm. I can honestly say, again, I can't say you made it up, but I never heard anybody before you say it that they're employed by the Lord, because because like, and again, you know me, I'm doing like a lot of my like back then I was doing a lot of my like staffing events, all that. So so I was like, so in my mind I'm like, is this like a fancy way to say we don't have like a full-time job? I was like, hey man, what you do for work, man? I'm employed by God. I'm employed by God, man. What you mean? You work at Hilton. You work for Delta. I work for God. But no, like, but no, seriously though, it's like the but no, like again, but then on top of that, kind of after I got out the, like it's because again, I remember because I remember when you were telling me the idea, like when you kept saying like when you hurt yourself. So okay, backstory for you guys. Raven hurt himself playing basketball one day, and I was like, oh, it looked like it was bad. And he was like, he was feeling all the pain, and then this dude said, oh, thank you, Holy Spirit, thank you, God. That I'm like something. I'm just like, what? And again, I didn't say nothing to him in the moment because I was, he's going through pain. I want to be like, yo, what are you talking about? You're hurt. But I was like, in my mind, I was like, yo, why are you praying? Like, you just hurt yourself. But then, like I said, the idea how we can help each other and we evolve each other, like that's evolved me. Like I told you that one day when I stubbed my toe, and I was like, yo, thank God I didn't break my toe. Because like the idea of like, it's a little silly and it's still like, but I'm like, but no, literally like, it could have ended right there.
Yo, facts, bro.
Like facts. That could have been the last step either one of us took, bro. Like there's so many, like even like when I got in my ear, like I said now, bro, like even when at the time I was like a few times I was driving, somebody did some weird thing in LA. You're like, thank you, Holy Spirit. I'm like, bro, we almost died. I'm like, no, you're right. Like it took me like a while to like really like, and again, I never like was like, what? Bro? In my head, I was like, interested. It was like a thing where I like just registered. Okay, noted.
Yo, this is
so again, like I said, it all makes sense now because we are employed by the Lord, bro. Like like we are employed by the Lord. It's not even, and it's not like an idea of like we don't got full-time employment. But it's like the idea of like no, we literally like we're God's children, and this is kingdom business, and we're doing kingdom business. It's not even like we're not even trying to like. It's no shenanigans. Yeah. Like anybody who's here in any one of these chats, anybody who watches it on the whatever, or anybody who taps in at any point throughout this journey with us. Again, this is only the beginning. So if you're here now, that's freaking cool.
That's super fire. You're like if you're here right now, you are goated. Like you are goated in Culture Shift universe extravaganza. Like I can't even express the gratitude for real, because like it's day one. Like we've been. Like, anyways, I didn't mean to cut you off, but yo, No,
you're good.
I feel that.
No, you're good. Anybody here? Imagine this is like back when they made Blade. Imagine like you're like at the table read before they even bring Wesley Snipes onto the picture. It's so early y'all are to a big thing. And shout out to Celeste, by the way. I already said shout out to her, but she's one of our writers too. She's in the chat. She's dope. She's like, we went to school together. She's also one of my best friends. She's super cold with the pen. Y'all will see soon.
Yep.
And this aspect in future endeavors. But no, yeah. But no, yeah, man, it's just so yeah, y'all are early and it's cool. But no, like that literally shifted that like changed my mind. That like changed my world. Literally.
I don't think
like,
you told me that before. Like how you was like how I would say that. You'd be like,
no, I was like, bro, what are you talking about? Every single time I clocked it, bro. You enjoy your ministry, Nye. Thank you for being here. We really do appreciate it. But no, yeah, no, yeah, I was like, oh, okay. Because deeper, when people would ask you, like, I remember we were start hanging around other people, and they were like, oh, what's up? How you feeling? He was like, I'm blessed. I'm blessed.
Word.
And like, I was like, it doesn't matter who you were talking to. You were like, I'm blessed. And I was like, interesting. And then, because again, like, I know you see my video now, how like when I was like, you know, like if you walk, bro, like life instead of saying I'm good, I'm okay, you know, like look at a life hack, bro. Like that's such a game changer. Because one, nobody's really expecting you to say it.
No.
Like that's one thing I've noticed. Nobody, because I've started doing it more, and people are like, you know what? Yeah. You know, they be like,
and then
they kind of like pipe up a little bit. Yeah, you know, they're like, I'm blessed too. I'm like, yes, you are. And like just idea, because you're like, you're not always in a good mood, bro. You're not always okay, and it's okay to not be okay. You know, like, and as long as you're working on it, you know, you can't just sit in your not okayness, you know. But like, as long as you're, you know, praying about it, and then after that, because again, faith without works is dead. So after you praying about it, put your, you know, work in. You got to go, you know, do what the work is, whatever set. Even if the work is rest, okay? Because yeah, that's another thing I picked up from you. The whole grind culture, bro. Like, because I used to be such a grind culture mofo. It was like, yo, what? It was like, oh man, like you know, I got to get. Why am I not working on this? I don't got it yet. Why am I not working on this? You know, but I'm like, no, bro. It's like that's not how it works. Like me being tired and trying to work on this to get through this is not going to get me there. You know?
Yeah.
So. But nah, bro, because again, sleep is so amazing. Come on, Bible.
Bro, a midday siesta will take you a long way. Honestly, bro, like a midday nap is a cheat code to get 2 days for the price of one. Like you take that midday nap. People be like, "How you do so much in a day?" I take a nap, and then I come back and keep working. Like the Lord leads me to rest. And I lie in the green pasture, and then I wake up and get it cracking in Jesus' name.
Get it cracking in Jesus' name. Nah, literally that, man. Good stuff.
Great stuff, man. All right, let's. I'm gonna circle back to the chat here. Somebody said, "Sounds like y'all's origin story was mad eventful." It was. W stream so far, guys. I appreciate that. W in the stream. W to the chat. W chat.
No, W in the chat. No word.
Day one. I literally said, you know, people probably won't show up. It's cool, man. We just got to keep on. And people here.
Yeah. I kid you guys not. Who right here? We were literally like, yo, we were like, I was like, because we did a test last night. I was like, hey, man, I'm not expecting nobody to be here, but we still got to do it. We just gotta talk, even if it's just us.
So shout out W chat, dog.
W chat. Again, we would really be here just talking if nobody was here. Like again, it's what we do. But so it's very refreshing though that y'all like it's literally like this show got 19.3 likes. Hold on. Somebody in TikTok said being stretched is something, but the Lord is faithful, never going to push. Exactly that. That is true.
Amen.
That is true. Nothing. Yeah, we are equipped for this. We built for this in Jesus' name. So respect on that.
Receive that. We receive that. Yeah, homie. W chat all day. Like we definitely. If you're watching now that YouTube's working, you're able to scan. If you're watching on your computer, you can scan the QR code, and that leads to the website. On the website, you'll see the vision of what we're building here. You'll also be able to join the Genesis list, and the Genesis list is our first 1,000 believers of this movement that we're building. That will be like our first point of communication Last night we sent out our first email to the Genesis members, letting them know about the live stream. Shout out to you if you opened it.
Right.
And,
real.
so yeah, the website has a Genesis list linked there. It also has our Fractured Atlas page, which Fractured Atlas is how we are crowdfunding this vision, this movement of culture shift. Excuse me. And yeah, we're going a little bit or not even a little bit. We're going non-traditional route here. You know, we're pioneers, and we're interested in exploring like different ways to, you know, get this thing going without waiting for Hollywood, without waiting for a green light. Like, we're really here to let the Lord lead and pave like a new way. And so yeah, we're using Fractured Atlas. You can make contributions to Fractured Atlas, and they are tax deductible. So that's like the first entry point to be able to contribute to the project. We're going to continue to brainstorm some ways on other ways, you know, to contribute as well. But yo, you just showing up and like being in the chat and like sharing the videos and dropping comments, like that is received in so much gratitude. So yeah, I just want to be very clear, like don't feel like you have to make a monetary contribution to feel like you are part of culture shift.
Right.
Like this is a movement. Like we need motion, baby. So like we need all y'all to every single individual who this resonates with to share it to your homie, to join the Genesis list. When you get the Genesis sent, we have been manually DMing each person the Genesis link because a workaround that we're trying to figure out with putting the link in our TikTok. And so we've sent literally over 200 DMs to people. And so if you were one of those lucky people and you have the Genesis link, send that. If you are willing and able, pass that forward to a homie, send that out to a friend who you feel is aligned with this. You know what I'm saying? Don't just do it to anybody, you know what I'm saying? But who you think like, yo, I was just talking to a homie about this. Like we were thinking about this the other day. Invite them to the Genesis list, and to become a Genesis member. 'Cause yeah, this is day one. I feel like the next 6 months is day one. Like we
literally
just left foot, right foot in the name of Jesus, just wanting to just fulfill the assignment. Like I'm just in the season of obedience at this point. Like I'm trusting God. The Lord is faithful. The Lord is good. And yeah, I'm just, once you receive a word from the Lord, I feel like lately that's really all I've been needing. And I'm like, all right, you got it, big dog. Yes and amen.
Right. Right.
And yeah.
Now that's where kind of how, like, you know, Dr. Anita said, you know, people like to, you know, sin isn't the problem. Obedience is, you know, like a lot of people aren't answering the call necessarily when God's like, get up. When God says do something, you just got to do it. You know, you can't just why, when, how, where. No, just no. If God said do it, you got to do it. Okay.
Left foot, right foot.
And that's literally, and like, again, it's not always gonna make sense. And like, but that's something that, you know, like I said, walk by faith, not by sight. Somebody said they want to ask a question. Yeah, for sure. You can ask a question in the chat. But no, yeah, left foot, right foot, man, in the name of Jesus. Literally. And I even like that, how you said the next 6 months, like, gonna be every day is gonna be like day one, you know? Like we're figuring this out, bro. Like, this is my first time ever live stream.
Word.
You know?
Word,
like,
yeah.
I've never, like, I don't do it. And again, this is good for me because people who may not know, I kind of want to do like a Saturday Night Live situation one day. I want to host it one day in my future. So like, this is kind of good for me. Fun fact, since we're talking about it, I used to have a really bad speech impediment when I was younger. Like, I ain't do this talking. No, like I was like, yo, you know, like I wasn't like necessarily, and it sucked because I enjoy talking. Like, I like talking to people, and obviously, you know, as y'all can tell, based on that, you know, but like, it was like, I can't. I don't know what's gonna. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get it out. And that was like scary. Like I don't know if anybody's ever, like it's kind of a visual representation of this would be you're trying to say something. This is your, but like you can't get past this.
Word.
And like that's how stuttering it feels. It's like it's like you can't. It's like you try to. It's like it's like that sometimes.
Totally.
It's like or you get stuck on a word.
Yeah.
And like you feel it coming too, or like you just feel like the idea that it might happen just scares you enough to like be like, I don't know, because like the idea of like if you think you're gonna miss a jump shot, you're probably gonna miss it. If you think you're gonna do, so like the idea of like you think you're gonna get up here and stumble on your words, you might more than likely want to get up here and stumble on your words. So it was like, so yeah, like. I'm glad that I'm able, again, like even that's God. I feel like that was like that's even still one of my challenges to like kind of work through to get through, like the idea of like, okay, you gotta, nothing's easy, and how they said in the chat earlier, he's gonna give us nothing that we can't handle, nothing that we're not equipped for, so I feel like, like that was like, okay, you want to do this, we got to work on that too. So yeah, 100%, man. I shout out God.
Shout out Big Yahweh.
Moral of that story. Hold on, somebody. I said, are y'all gonna do a Zoom meeting for people who want to actually be hands-on? So I don't know if you've done the. You probably have done it now. The Genesis list. If you haven't, there's like a section where it's like a creator. Like you can like say you're into. I guess Raven can explain it better. He actually made it, but that little that section there.
I just commented the Genesis list link in the chat. Why is it sending it so many times?
I've only seen it once, but
okay, it's like 5 in a row on my end. I don't know. It's tripping me out. But I just dropped it in there, and on the form there's a section in there where you can select if this feels aligned as like you want to be a creator. Potentially on the project, if you're interested in that, if you're a believer of the project, someone who just wants to help support, spread the word, that kind of thing, and also a contributor. So if you are an investor, a donor, want to financially contribute to the project, that's also an option. And so, yeah, fill out the Genesis list. I believe that there's also a section for like notes if you want to like drop a comment of like what you're interested in and how you would like to participate. When we get to that part in the roadmap, but
right,
I guess we can I'll give like a brief overview of the roadmap, and then we can start to like wrap it up and kind of get into like what we'll talk about next week, and then close out episode 1.
So sorry, but before you get into that, to answer your question, I feel like maybe potentially in the future, yes. But the best thing to do now is like you already done it, is to fill out that, and then you're in our system, and then we'll be able to once we get to those levels, we can like reach out and do that aspect once we get there. But we are full transparency, not there.
Yeah,
I don't. Yeah, right. So yeah. But yeah, again, she said, I don't know if it's a guy or a girl. I keep saying she. But yeah, we are tapped in. We are tapped in. So for sure. But yeah, sorry, Raymond. You go. I just wanted to
No, all good. No, thank you. Yeah, I get like just to kind of like give a bit of
girl. Noted. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, she said she confirmed. Woman.
Oh,
yes, ma'am.
Word. Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna pull up the website real quick so I can have some context about what I'm talking about here.
Right click this video for additional
so
options.
we're the current roadmap right now is like first and foremost was launching Culture Shift Live so we can bring y'all on this journey with us, and also building the Genesis list. And so having and I kind of want to give like context as to why like the Genesis list is so important, because like yes, following us on socials is great, and like interacting with the videos and stuff like that is great, but I mean we're seeing like what is happening with TikTok, how it could potentially go away, and we don't want to depend on different social networks to for our communication with the believers of this movement. And so building out our Genesis list, aka our email list, is how we're able to, you know, be in communication with you as the landscape of social platforms changes or whatever happens. We're at least able to, you know, be like, yo, this is happening. We're still in communication with y'all. And so, yeah, we're those two things, the Culture Shift live show and the Genesis list. And then from there, we're going to be working on a comic book. That is going to be our first collectible that we're going to introduce. And that is really to like ground this universe that the Lord has put in our hearts. And so, yeah, that'll be a limited edition comic book. Again, Genesis list members will be the first to know about it. Like, y'all will be, it's going to be only a certain amount of copies. Y'all going to get first dibs. And so, again, join the Genesis list. The next chapter, chapter 3, we'll get into short animations, experimenting with animating and beginning to build out our animated series, which that's like the big vision of this is like, we're building Marvel, but with Jesus. And so everything that you can imagine with Marvel, like that's what the Lord is saying we're doing. So animated series is to start. And, you know, we'll go from there into films, into toy collectibles, into merchandise, into whatever the Lord has in store. But it's still day one, you know. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's day one for the next 6 months. And so, yeah, just really, I think the focus right now is sharing the movement, you know. Like, this is a new concept. It's a newer idea. And so, like, telling as many people about it as we can, and that was like the vision with the live stream is like we have all this technology and these tools to be able to like be in communication in real time with our community, and so it's like let's do that. And
let's do that.
Yo, I'm so freaking grateful, dog. Like, this was I mean it's the first one. We had a couple hiccups at the beginning, but I feel like we ironed them out. And yeah, how you feeling?
I'm good. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling great.
Feeling good, feeling great.
Yeah, man. But no, yeah, bro, I am Gucci gang. But and again, thank you everybody still joining. I appreciate y'all. But yo, brother, man, I think it's time you can let them know like about that night at the Bible study. How you feeling?
Okay. Should we close it out with that story of like?
I think we should. Appreciate you, Nye. Thank you. We'll see you next week. Yes, ma'am. Take care.
Of the night of the download for Culture Shift.
The night of the download, man. The night of the download.
The night of the great download. Yeah, we can do that.
Because that was a big night. I thought that's a huge night. That's where, you know.
It's where it all began. No, you're right.
Yeah. I felt like, you know, like I felt like if you would have pulled a me and not went, who knows where we're at.
Yo, that's great. If you would have pulled a me and not went. Yo, I almost didn't go. I feel like every night I almost don't go, or every time I almost didn't go. But the Lord leads.
It's a long Bible study. I ain't gonna hold you. It is kind of, and it's late at night. I'm not a late night. Like even now, I'm like, bro, it's 8.
It's at night.
Like,
it's in
it's like 3 hours.
Bro, it's literally 3. Bro, the first time I went, first of all, I didn't even know I was going to a Bible study, bro. Like Jamie literally told me like, yeah, just come through. We be hanging out with homies and like, yeah, we'll get into the word a little bit and we eat dinner. And I was like, oh, bet, like food. I could use a meal on a Monday.
Right.
Nah, wait a minute.
Hold on now.
Hold on now. But yeah, I freaking walked into a 3-hour Bible study that I had no idea I was going to. But it stuck and I kept going. but yo, no heads up, bro. Just like at least I told you what to expect. Like
yeah, you told me.
You know, like
and I still wasn't ready. Like it was like what, bro? It's like it's at the end of the day. It'd be like it's like I'm a midday. You know, like I said, I would like take my midday nap, then go there, then do my midday nap after that. But like to be, and again, I enjoyed it. I did enjoy it. I don't want to act like I didn't like it. It was just long, bro. It was
Yeah,
like,
it is long. It's an endeavor.
And it was cold. It was cold in there. What's with that? I hate being cold. I don't like being cold.
Me
all right?
neither.
Like,
I'd rather
hey,
be sweating.
like,
I'd rather be dripping
yeah,
sweat than
like-
be cold.
yeah. Cause I'm not gonna fall asleep if I'm hot.
Exactly.
I'm not gonna get tired if I'm hot, bro. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna be doing stuff. But like, yeah, I was like, that lady I saw somebody fall asleep. Cause it's so late, bro. Like what, bro? Like
People been working all day. Like then we get there and we
I'm
eat. Like now I'm really got like
eat first.
Yeah, nah, facts.
Eat
Okay.
first, and then we can.
But yeah, shout out to Break Bread. That's the Bible study in LA, and it's great. It's a great community. We're just joking around. It is long AF, but at the end of the day, like, you know, when the Lord finna move, like let the Lord move.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I have been going to this Bible study for a couple of months, and so for a little bit of context, how the Bible study is structured, you go there, you just kind of mix and mingle for the first hour or so, or not even the first hour, first like few minutes. First hour is like worship, then we get into the word. Oh wait, hold on. I don't know if this is working or not.
What happened?
I have this other camera set up over here. I wasn't sure.
Oh, you got some angles on them. Yeah.
But I don't
I
know
got
if the
my
audio
one.
is working, so it's like I don't even know.
Yeah. Right. It's all good, man. We gonna get there. In Jesus' name.
Bro, you should have saw the stream during the 14-day challenge I was doing in Detroit. Those were atrocious. I don't even know how people were
Right.
pulling. Those were like so experimental. Like I'm like,
Huh?
but
Some
anyways,
people like that.
yeah, it's the real deal Holyfield. You know what I'm saying? Like figuring it out.
Right.
But yeah, so get into the word, and then we'll break off into small group for prayer. And so that night, we broke off in a small group. I was in a group with 3 other women, prayer warriors, and that night I had asked for prayer for healing over my hand, because it had been like, man, it was just giving me the blues. I was like not able to work. It was hurting so bad. Like my whole situation was just like angry. And so asked for prayer over my hand. But there was a woman there, Mandy, shout out Mandy, who had shared about a family, about a boy specifically she had been working with. He had just been just going through a really challenging time in life. Like he had, he was in and out of foster care. He had quite a few siblings who were also, going through that. His parents were just going through their own challenges, and so yeah, she was working pretty closely with this boy, and he had been admitted for suicidal ideation, and so yeah, she had shared that with us and was asking for prayer over him and his family. And yeah, I just went home after Bible study that night, and my heart was broken for this kid, and I just like I could not stop thinking about it. Like I would like try to go and like work on something else, and I was like, but then I just started like catching myself like thinking about this kid and like what he's going through, and it really like brought me back to like my childhood and just like dealing with my own darkness, and like dealing with suicidal ideation as like in myself as a kid around that same age, like around 12, 11, and just like feeling really heartbroken for this kid, and just like, all right, God, like, what can I do? Like, how can I help him? And I'm like, okay, wait, no, not me, Lord, you. Like, what can you do to like help this young kid and his family? And the Lord, you know, he showed me like faith training when I was, you know, developing my relationship with him, or what I call now faith training, and just like how to actually build a relationship with God in like a structured framework. And I was like, okay, cool. Like, all right, so we have this faith training. Like, what if this was like a superhero training or something like that? Because like my nephews, like, they love Spider-Man. If them dudes could go to a Spider-Man training camp and learn how to like slang all around and do, they would be there every summer at like they'd be in that job.
And I too would be there.
Right, and
I'm Spider-Man.
Right, as learning slanging webs.
You know, because like
all that, right? And so I'm like, I'm thinking through this, talking with the Lord, wrestling with God, and I was really I got the revelation of like Jesus as a superhero, like Jesus as my superhero when I was at my darkest hour and I needed somebody to come and save me. It was Jesus. And so the Lord,
not
like,
Tony Stark.
What do you say?
Not Tony Stark, Iron Man. It was Jesus.
Right, it was Jesus.
The billionaire did not come through. Spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert.
It
was Christ.
You think if billionaires want to save you, it's Christ.
It's Christ.
Sorry.
No, it's good. It's all good. I actually was trying to watch that movie the other day, and I was like, bro, I can't. I'm like, I cut it off. I watched Doctor Strange though. That one was good. But yo, Iron Man, I'm like, it starts with like the missile. I'm like, bro, it's like too much violence, dog. Like, why are we relax? But anyways, yeah, the Lord really just made the revelation clear that, you know, Jesus is the original superhero. And yeah, I just received this divine download of like Jesus as a superhero and the disciples as training and learning how to unlock spiritual gifts. And it was literally like I was up until 5 a.m. just like talking with God. I didn't even know where the time went. I'm like, what? It's 5? I don't even be up like that. Like, I'd be asleep. We was just talking about it. Like, and I'm like, yo, this is wild. And so I'm like, all right. I'm like, okay, God, if we're going to do this, if this is like what you saying is about to be, which I know it is, because you don't lie, you the truth, you know, you be saying the truth and things. Like, I need help. Send help. Like, who is gonna help me with this? Like, I need help ASAP, no Rocky, like today. And
you're the truth.
Verlenzo popped in my heart, popped in my brain. I was like, all right, I'm gonna talk to Verlenzo about this, see what he thinks, see how he feels about it. You literally came over the next day, and you were talking about what you was going through. I'll let you, get that off.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Yeah. I was like, okay, yeah. All right, bro. So I got a download from the Lord. And then,
literally. You literally, I don't even remember what it was. That's the funny part of it. I don't even remember what I was, but I definitely talked. I definitely let it out.
Yeah, like it was something was going on in your day, and like, yeah, you just came over venting. I was like, yeah, man, that's crazy. Yeah, man, whoa.
It was something about food stamps. They was playing with me, bro.
Oh,
that's
yeah,
what it was.
Yeah.
I was like, yo, I'm trying to eat, bro. They think I'm a joke. I can't eat.
Yo, yeah.
So
you were like pacing and shit. My guy was stressed, and I was like, all right, I hear you. I acknowledge that, and I'm sorry, but listen. But wait, there's more. And
right.
I shared the download that the Lord had placed on my heart, and you were like, this is it. Like, you didn't even, I didn't hear another word about a food stamp like that. Like, you were like, yo, what? Like I saw like your brain like in real time. You're like, what? Like, yo. You started immediately cooking with ideas and like in alignment too. Like ideas that the Lord had already placed in me, and then you were saying them. I'm like, this the help. Thanks, Lord. Like next day airmail.
Next day airmail. Yeah, no, we're literally.
And it has that was in what, like end of April, because that was after April
like
showers.
April. Yeah, because I was still moving and you were still at the other spot.
Yeah,
so
it was like right in, but and we've been like chipping away ever since, like
ever since.
In Jesus' matchless and mighty name. And
Literally. Yeah, man. It's like, and then just the way, like, it was, that was. I never been like that excited about like receiving like downloads and like about like something to create. I mean, I was, I like my stuff. I like a lot of things I truly believe. I'm like, oh yeah. But I don't think that level of it. I thought that was the first time I was like, yo, this is like much bigger than me. Like this is like a lot of my other stuff. It's big. Like it's cool. It's going to be big. It's going to be whatever God allows it to be, should I say? But like it's good, at the very least. But like everything there was like, I don't want to say self, because I was, but like a lot of it was like, okay, how does Verlenzo Hawk elevate off of these films, or how does he get these films made, or how do whereas like, it was all of these eyes are like, it was like, who's gonna be in it? Who's gonna be my for the rom-com? Who's gonna be my, I want to be Keke Palmer. Throwing it out there, Keke. If you ever see this in the future, just know you were first on my mind about it. But but no, like the idea of like this, like I was like, yo, this is like, it's again like the idea again from where what you brought up and told me how you thought of it, and then like when I started thinking about it, I was like, yo, no, like again, like we spoke about, because we had a separate conversation about like how like kids, youthful, not even obviously anybody can go through these dark, depressive thoughts, but like how like, because again, me and you shared our personal experiences with that, but then it was like the idea of like it like for the kids, because obviously, because like especially nowadays where I guess back then we were suffering in silence more. I feel like nowadays it's a lot. It's able to like, you can say words like mental health or like anxiety or depression. It's not like, what? It's not like, like, why are you sad? And then you just sad. Go outside. Like, no, that's not what it is. It can help. Going outside can help for sure, but it's not like a cure. End all be all. So, yeah, man, it was like so like us talking about that, and then like again, like that is like, that's huge, because again, like a lot of kids don't have that person to talk to or rely on, or maybe they don't trust people anymore because of XYZ,
Right.
So there's a lot of these things, and then, and again, like once I started to tap in, because I've always believed in God, but once I was like, God's with me, and I started acknowledging that, and I was like, wait a minute, Jesus is in me. I'm Christ-like, like that transformation. Then I was like, the whole woe was me turned to like, like the whole, it went from optimism to faith.
Word.
I feel like that was that shift, and I feel like a lot of kids are either stuck in optimism, not stuck because optimism is good, but have the optimism, or they don't have any at all.
Right.
Yeah. And so it's like a lot of them unfortunately are lost. And I know political and economic and eggs are $25. I know everything's crazy right now, but like the idea of they're still the future, and like they're it, like they have more time than me and you got on this earth, and God willing, me and you got at least 50 plus years left, so it's like,
Word.
So things like that, to where I don't know, like it's just like, but it's like I'm understanding that and hearing everything, like, yo, this is really big. Like, this is not just a project that I can just say, oh, I wrote this, I co-created this, I can slap I direct, it wasn't, I just, it wasn't like that. It was like, yo, this is big. And like, it's still hard to grasp how important it is and how big it can be. But I think it's more so like, it's again, like, it's not like it's big for us. Like, like, oh, we're about to we're gonna get that and yeah, us, go us.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like that at all. You know, it's like, of course we would like, we would like something, we would like some monetary thing like that in the future, but it's not like we're doing this for that. It's like literally, it's again like it's bigger than money because you can't serve God in money anyway. Okay, Matthew 6:24. Like you literally can't.
Okay,
like,
okay.
You literally can't. Like you literally can't serve God in money. It's you got to pick one. You got to hate one or love the other. Like you can't do both. And I'm rocking with Yahweh, big okay, like all day. Shout out Yahweh at all times, So like and again, like even talking like this, bro. 2 years ago, I was not talking like this. Where like I was like, I mean, I'm trying to figure out what I'm trying to do. I got some stuff in the works, but now I'm like, nah, like it's faith now. It's not like optimism. It's not like, oh, it's not. And when things don't work out, it's not like woe is me. It's like, okay, that wasn't for me.
Yeah.
And again, like I told you, bro, like a week last month, I'm walking on La Brea Ave, bro, trying to find some employment, and then like a month later, I'm like, I got a full-time employment. I'm working in the schools, just a complete shift. Because that wasn't for me. The stuff I was trying to do, he was like, no. Like for anybody who's listening in the chat, bro, I applied to be a dishwasher, bro. Like I literally was like, yo,
no. That's crazy.
I was like, yeah, I wash y'all dishes, bro. And he was like, and to be fair, like it kind of, he was cool with it. I went back the next day and like it was like we already got some. I'm like, oh, okay. But like the idea of like even under that, because there was another spot I was looking at, like some frozen yogurt spot. They had like some part-time hiring or whatever like that, and I was going to go check it out, but then I missed the whatever deadline. I was like, okay, bro. All that means is that that's not the job for me. That somebody else needed that, or that needed that position for their situation. But for myself and my whatever, that's not what I need to do.
Higher, bro.
Yeah, and that's what it be. That's really what it be. Like God, he's like, yo, you're not meant to scoop frozen yogurt anymore. You're not meant for. So I used to watch dishes at Panera for $8. He's like, bro, you did that. And not saying I can't go back because again, like shit, stuff happens, like it's not like whatever, but like the idea of God was like, not for you, and then it's even like wild that we're having, like, again, how you said this is day one, and then I literally ran into my second grade teacher today who literally got me writing, bro. Like that's just
and it's
talk
no
about day
coincidences. Like I do not believe in coincidences. Like
talk about day one. even she was like, "You still writing?" I like actually,
Right?
So like,
and I feel like,
so yeah, man, it was. Oh, what?
Yeah, I really resonate with like being in, like how you like just being in the flow. Like there is no. It's just like very, like you said, like having the faith of knowing, like. I guess I can speak for myself. I don't know if this is how you feel, but I genuinely feel like Culture Shift is my purpose. Like building this is like what the Lord has sent me here to do. Like I'm like fully like settling in. Like I will probably work on this movement for the rest of my life. And I'm like, cool. Like I'm glad that I finally have like my assignment instead of like trying to figure out all these projects and do this and do that. And I'm like, bro, I got the ultimate assignment now, and now it's just like, so what are we doing next? All right, cool.
Right.
And if there is no instruction for what's next, then it's rest. It's like go watch a movie, go like eat some snacks, go hammock, like go for a walk.
Go relax. Like go relax a little bit.
Being in the flow of faith is a beautiful thing.
Hey, you've got 3 people watching on YouTube.
Hey, shout out to y'all. Shout out to
we don't take these numbers lightly. We really don't.
For real, like,
I don't know.
You're a person. Like, shout out to you. WU.
Yeah, you are WU, okay?
Yeah.
Dubs in the chat, and you are the chat, and you're in the chat, so dubs to you.
Dub.
What's the Jameis say? We eating W?
What?
It's a football dude. He may be a little off the rocker, but he was like, we eating W's, and he like made it.
I don't want to eat anything.
Nah.
But
Bro,
yeah, no, W
this
chat.
dude was like,
oh, he was being silly. All right. Being a silly goose.
Silly goose. Shout out Jameis Winston. But yeah,
I wish there was a way to
That's
bring
hilarious.
all the chats together because I keep on forgetting to check retake. Somebody was like left foot, right foot in the name of Jesus. Love that. And they were like, couldn't
I
tell
love
this
that.
is your first stream ever. Crushing it.
Hey, I'm a rookie at heart, but I got that dog in me.
True to it, not no to it.
True to it. I like that.
All right, dog.
Speaking of dogs.
Oh yeah, go
Sorry,
ahead.
speaking of dogs though, it's a side note. I don't like how people be like, people try to make fun of like you got a dog in you, and they be like, oh, it's Courage, the coward. Like, bro, that dog. First of all,
Shout out Courage.
You're like dogs be barking at nothing. Like dogs will like you can ring a doorbell, dog will bark nonstop. A car can ride by, a dog will bark nonstop. But some like a lot of dogs are either scary or just like they just bark at nonstop, bro, for no reason. This dude Courage did not have a normal life. They lived in literally the middle of nowhere. Imagine your door, somebody knocking on your door, you live in the middle of nowhere, first of all. Like there's people every episode with somebody new at the door. I'm like, how are you here?
And also his name Courage for a reason, dog. Like, come on now.
Courage, okay?
Relax.
Come on. They was they put him in these situations that nobody would like. Come on, I'm trying to put my man Courage, bro. Return to Slab. That show was scary though. Sorry. Anyway, that was a side note. But yeah,
It kind of like late night as a kid, like yeah, nah. I do remember what yeah. Shout out Courage.
Return to Slab.
Dog. All right. I feel like first stream,
yeah.
first live show. What a blessing. I'm super grateful. I feel like we worked out the situation. We got the situation situated.
Right.
And it's only gonna get better. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
we can only go up from here.
Yeah.
So
Literally, that is true. We can only do better. And this went pretty well.
This went pretty well. You know what I'm saying? Like,
But, like I said, our like it's. We obviously had our moments at the beginning, but even then, that's normal. Again, it's not what's the law of physics? It's not what happens; it's how you react to it. I don't know.
That
sounds
sounds
not the
right.
exact quote, but it ain't.
You bounce back.
But yeah,
fall down 7,
bounce
get up
back.
8. Exactly. Same. It's all the same. All the same thing. But yeah, as a reminder, we will be here every Tuesday, 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, taking y'all through this journey. Be sure to join the Genesis list. You can scan the QR code in the corner and
post it. It was in the corner. Okay, damn. I was about to say post it one more time, but if it was in the corner, then that's good.
Yeah, it's a QR code in the corner, and we dropped it in the chat. Hold on, I'll drop the link in the retake chat as well. For the home.
Shout out Retake Fam. No, I don't even know. I'm still learning what Retake is. I said shout out the Retake Fam.
Yeah, bro. An experimental platform, man. We just trying it, trying it out.
Hey, let's get it.
But yeah, they over there showing love, and that's appreciate y'all for real. But yeah, I just dropped that in the chat for y'all to join the Genesis list. It's also in the chat on the TikTok comments. We will link it in the YouTube description for the playback of this. What else can I say? Genesis list. That's really like the focus right now is building that out. 1,000 people. We're currently at 120 of each and every one of y'all. So yeah, send it.
We
send
appreciate
it.
y'all.
The one ask, I guess, to close this out is if we have sent you the link to the Genesis list, if you are willing and able, send it to one homie, just one other person that you think that this is aligned with, and pass the Genesis link to them and have them fill out the form and join to be a Genesis member.
If I have an ask,
I
would say just because of I don't know, people say that in the videos, subscribe on YouTube.
Yeah, subscribe to the channel.
You don't have to. I promise you. Like, life is going to go on if you don't. But we would appreciate it. We really would appreciate it.
And to be honest, like the way the Lord is working with this movement, like you're gonna want to be locked in. Like Truly, you ain't gonna want to miss this, because this is the Lord. We're just middlemen. That's the thing, is like, this is not about us. We are literally just middlemen for this assignment that the Lord has placed on our hearts. And so, yeah, subscribe. Go ahead.
I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but just to piggyback on that, this is me speaking things to existence. This is me, God first and everything. He's gonna follow through. We're gonna get LeBron on one of these. We're gonna get LeBron. Okay, again, I'm not just he's not. He could be in here anytime soon. So don't be telling me he's gonna be here next week. I'm not saying that.
On the live stream, is that what you're saying?
It's gonna be on the live. Yes, either or. Either or. But like, yeah, that's something that
we're gonna beam him in.
Putting it out in the air. I'm putting that out again. No time soon. So don't tell people LeBron's gonna be here next week. No, I'm not saying
not
that.
Next week.
Hey, no, but in the future, okay, it's gonna be a thing that we will notify in the Genesis list. We won't be like, oh, LeBron's in the chat live, but we'll be like, hey, Genesis list, we have a special guest. You never know what's going to be.
Yeah, we got a list of LeBron is on there. We won't go through the list now, but yes,
we won't go a whole list. But just know LeBron's
but LeBron is up there.
LeBron is on our list. So
King James.
Hey,
in Jesus' name.
Shout out Keke Palmer. Shout out LeBron.
Yo, shout out to Issa. While we're going through the list. But yeah, okay. Let's close it out. Verlenzo, any closing remarks before you got a song to queue up?
No, I don't. I gotta work on how I don't want to get kicked off.
All good. Well, no, all good. we'll just shut it down.
But okay. I can share a song. I can share a song though.
No, I was gonna say
I'm not going to play it.
No, play it, and if we do, because we're ending
play it. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if it does shut down,
is it gonna? Is this even? Hold on. I gotta close out TikTok for that to happen. Sorry, Tik. Wait, hold on. Wait, no. Wait. Hold on, guys. I promise it's a cool song, guys.
It's a cool song.
Yeah. Yeah, oh, that's funny. I was like, how do I hear myself back? I forgot the TikTok joke. Hey, don't want no.
Sindreka, is that how you say your name? I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it. I see your comment in the chat. We receive. God is going to move. Receive that, and also, if you'd like to be a part of it, the best way to get in the loop is to join the Genesis list, because that's going to be our first touch point as opportunities start to arise as we move forward and that kind of thing. So join the Genesis list.
Tap into the list. Advertisement, man, come on.
Wow,
don't forget to vote, guys. It's a vote advertisement. Don't forget to vote. Don't forget to vote. I can't even skip it. Like, okay, we get it. I'm already voting for her too. It's like, bro, you already got my vote. Get off my way.
you got my vote. Next.
She literally has it, bro. Like, she's running because the lady she's running against is like, why are you running? like what? I don't know if y'all can hear that.
Oh man, somebody on Instagram said that they couldn't hear. Instagram's cooked, bro. I'm just gonna.
Dang.
I'll watch it back and see, but I feel like that's cool.
Thanks, Insta. But no, yeah. Dang. Wait, that's another sign to tap into the YouTube and to the Genesis list and all that other stuff.
Yeah, watch on YouTube. Instagram's cooked.
Yeah, Instagram's booty butt cheeks.
All right. Closing it out. Heavenly Father, thank you for this gathering, Lord. Thank you for, just the vision. Thank you for your presence, Father God. Thank you for my brother Verlenzo. Thank you for our families. Thank you for your love, your light, your goodness, Father God. And thank you for just left foot, right foot. And thank you for Jesus. Thank you for giving us Jesus so we have the way to follow, Lord. Okay? Thank you, Lord. That's really the... But yeah, in Jesus' name, we pray. And please bless the chat. Let's not forget the chat. Lord, please pour out a blessing for every single person who has entered the chat, dropped a comment, dropped a like. The hearts we learned is clapping. Thank y'all for that. And Father God, just bless the rest of this week, Lord. Until we see y'all next week, stay hydrated, stay blessed, stay locked in. All right.
The song, if you can't hear it, guys, the song is called "Don't Want No Rocks" by Reverend Paul Jones. It's the picture on the cover art. I promise you, you're gonna play this song like, oh, they know So yeah, that's
right.
my final gift to everybody.
Yep. All right.
Don't
y'all.
Want No Rock, Reverend Paul Jones.
Stay locked in. See y'all next week.
Peace out, guys.
And the person who opened right after me was Kendrick Lamar.
Yo.
So,
Yo. What's good, y'all? Welcome to Culture Shift Live, where we highlight the creatives, innovators, and change makers shaping culture today. I am your host, Raven Trammell, and I'm grateful to have you here for another live conversation that pushes the boundaries of art, music, and technology. Culture Shift is presented by the 50mm Collective, a community dedicated to documenting and elevating diverse narratives. This is a space for real conversations, unfiltered creativity, and a deeper look at the people redefining what's possible in art, tech, and culture. And today, we've got an incredible guest who embodies all of that and more. Please welcome Latasha. Can we please get some W's in the chat for Latasha? Throw some W's down there, please.
what's good?
Please, y'all. Latasha, let me just give you a little brief intro. If you're not hip to who Latasha is, even though you should be, but we're going to give you a pass. I'm going to speed you up here. So Latasha is an artist, innovator, and true pioneer at the intersection of music, blockchain, and space dedicated to uplifting and educating artists in Web3. And Tosh 55, her groundbreaking creative project, redefining what it means to be an independent artist today. Her work isn't just about making music, it's about creating ecosystems where artists can thrive, build wealth, and reclaim ownership over their craft. So we are honored today to have her here to talk about her faith journey, her work, and what's next for her and the future of music, culture, and tech. Latasha, welcome to the Culture Shift.
What's good? Thank you so much. What a beautiful intro. I appreciate you, Raven, always.
Absolutely. How are you feeling today?
I feel good. I'm really grateful to be here, really excited. And, I always love hanging out with you, Raven.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I received that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, chat, and you know how we get down over here on the Culture Shift. Of course, what's a great conversation without some great food? Midway through the stream, we'll be diving into some incredible eats from Stevie's Creole Cafe on Pico.
Oh,
Yes,
hype,
right. I've been waiting for this all week. All week.
Let's do it.
Obviously, the conversation. You know what I'm saying?
The conversation, obviously.
The good eats.
The food.
Stevie's Creole Cafe on Pico is a black-owned spot serving up rich, soulful Creole flavors right here in Los Angeles, California. Big shout out to Stevie's for holding us down today. If you're in LA, make sure you tap in with them and support local businesses as always. And happy Black History Month.
Happy Black History Month.
Okay, you hit that.
You know me.
You hit that. Yeah. Yes. All right, y'all. Hey, I think that's a great segue to get into the conversation. I want to talk a little bit about, let's just origin story, right? Like, at what point did you realize, like, I'm meant to be a creator? Like, I am an artist. There is no other way for me. Like, this is it.
My breaking point as a creator was actually as a child. I kind of already knew that I was going to be a creator, but I just didn't say it. I just was very quiet about it. Also, I grew up in Brooklyn, so the walls are super thin. So you can't be like yapping mad loud or doing anything crazy. But I would, catch myself wilding in the crib and my mom be like, hey, But I always was just into art, tech, and anything that allowed me to be creative. So I would dress up in my Barbie doll outfits. Like I had the life-size Barbie and I would take her fit and I'll just dance around the house with it. And then I would just be acting like I was TLC all the time and just like rapping all the TLCs. I was always Left Eye, so that was like my thing. And then every Christmas, I was all about stationery. So I needed a whole pack of markers and crayons and the whole jam. So coloring all the time. And then I was really into VTech computers, and like I don't know if you know what a VTech computer.
Nah,
I'm aging myself a little bit out here, but VTech computers is like these like kid computers.
Okay.
So I would be acting like I would have like a hi-fi, like like lab where I was working and stuff.
Right.
So I was always into just creating and always imagining worlds. That was like always a thing that I did. And in Brooklyn, I would put on my headphones and walk down the streets and like imagine myself in music videos and things like that. So that was just always me. But the moment that it came to life was when I was in college with hip hop and music.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Beautiful. And do you have any siblings? Did you have like anyone around you?
I have like half brothers and sisters, but we didn't really connect. So I really consider myself an only child.
Okay. Word. I was just curious because I'm the oldest of 5.
Oh wow.
What up, fam? Some of y'all might be watching. I love y'all. Yeah, oldest of 5. So the house was always jumping. Yeah, always yapping.
That's popping though. That sounds fun.
It was a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun, and now we're all grown now too. So it's like it's even more fun. Shout out to my siblings all day.
Shout out to the siblings.
So starting with was it always music, like creatively with music, like because you
tight.
That might be Stevie's.
Comida. That's the comida.
Oh, nearby. Oh, I'm outside. Yep, they're here. Oh yeah, they are here. Do you mind? Yeah. Yo.
Bless Chris. Shout out to Chris.
They're gonna ask for a what is this shit called?
A pen.
Yeah, it's 1673.
His name was Chris, right?
Kristen.
Kristen. Okay, got it. Just making sure.
Yeah, shout out to him. The GOAT, man. This is, I just taking a deep breath because I'm trying to get settled into this is a new space. Chat, you know where we started from.
I loved where you started from too, though. I'm always here for an attic.
In the basement.
We was in the basement.
In the basement, yeah.
Oh my God. I thought it was in the attic.
Nah, my aunt's basement. Shout out to Aunt Nina also all day because like she just held me down. This is not my story to tell right now. Come on, but I'm just like
we love a good story.
I'm just getting settled into this new space. Like
but
we're
it's
here.
Beautiful. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The evolution is showing up.
I appreciate that. I receive it. Okay, getting back into it. Ooh, I'm sweating now.
You breathe.
Let me get some water.
It's just some homies chatting.
Yeah, thank you.
You already know.
With some bigger lights, that's all.
It's just some bigger lights, a little comfier couch. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is. It's nothing.
Yeah.
You deserve.
Thank you. All right, Latasha.
Oh, yes. I already know the food gonna be busting just off the bag.
I know, right? How they got it wrapped up.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
It look heavy.
Ooh.
How I'm about to?
Some stuff, y'all. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
I'm like, how I'm about to do this with this mic?
We'll get into that in like 5 minutes because it's gonna smell through them, and I can only take so much.
Oh, worries.
Getting back into it here.
So was it always music? Was the last question you asked?
Yeah, like because we see now you as an artist and as a creator, you are expansive, and I'm wondering. I'm curious on how that evolution came about, and like, and early on, like you had mentioned, you got the Rose Art crayon set?
Yeah, no, I was Crayola girl.
Crayola, okay,
I was all Crayola.
Yeah, that's better quality, honestly. Rose Art was they was snapping and stuff.
Yo, the way Rose Art used to snap used to get me tight, yo, straight up.
But yeah, just like how did you discover that part about yourself? Like, what was your process with like exploring that as even like young and as you evolved as a creator?
Yeah, yo. As a kid, I was just always just into all of that stuff. And as an only child, you just kind of tap into whatever you could tap into to, make the day go by and not be bored. And so I would just always be making little worlds, as a kid. And then when I got into my teenage years, I started writing poetry. That's like what really started to like catapult for me. I loved writing poetry. And me and my cousin Sharika, shout out to Sharika, she was like really about like writing like spicy love songs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
As we were like way too young to be writing.
Yeah, I was
that
like,
kind
how
of
old were
stuff.
y'all with?
We also listened to like Little Kim, way too young, and Foxy Brown, way too young, and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, but anyway, that's very New York.
Word,
So started getting into poetry, and then had a significant other who passed away, who like really just pushed me to do poetry, and so I kept doing poetry as a healing mechanism when he passed. And then in college, I studied hip hop, psychology, and African American studies, and like performance. And that's where I found my like deep love for performance art and like how hip hop should be seen as a fine art and like an entity that is a spiritual essence to a lot of folks.
Ooh, I
and
like
the
that.
culture of it. So I got really into the deep weeds of hip hop and just was like, oh, I want to go into journalism about hip hop and poetry, or write plays about it, because I was writing plays, but that were like poetry plays. So not very Lin-Manuel, but people compared us a lot when I was in college. And so would write these plays about hip hop and its journey and stuff like that. So I was like, okay, maybe I could go do theater or go into journalism, because I was also really into interviewing rappers. So I would go to parties or shows and interview rappers. And if you dig in YouTube, you could find some, like I interviewed Big Sean and J. Cole and a bunch of people. And
cooking.
Yeah, I was cooking. I was like, when I was like out, I was a party girl, wilding out. And then, I was like, all right, cool. I got back to New York from college and started working at Chase Bank, hated it. And
Wow, that's quite a turn.
It's such a turn, but I had to pay my bills.
Pivot.
Yeah. Big pivot. But at night I would go to the poetry slams and the like clubs out there in New York and start doing like verses or little poems that I had. And a homie was like, yo, I think you could rap and you just not trying to rap. And I was like, nah, like that's crazy. Like, what are you talking about? And he was like, yo, pull up to my cipher and just like do a verse. So pulled up to the cipher and I was shaking in my boots, Raven. Like, I mean, like intense, like visceral, like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm about to do this. Pulled up to the cipher, all these rappers was there and all became homies later. And I killed the cipher. It took some time, but I finally killed the cipher. And homies was like, yo, you need to be rapping. And so I started doing like mixtapes and just like other homies features. And before I knew it, I had my own mixtape and it was called The Presentation. And you guys could find it, you could dig for it somewhere. And it was all like old Kanye West beats, because I was a huge old Kanye West fan. Old is the key word.
Yes. Yes.
And then that year I started opening for a bunch of crazy people.
Wow.
Like I opened for Big Sean, and then I opened for Kanye and Hove. They did a show in New York for BK Hip Hop Festival, and I opened, and the person who opened right after me was Kendrick Lamar.
Yo.
So
Yo, come on.
So
what? I don't know if you chat. I know you heard that.
Yeah, so
wow.
So really been in this crazy journey with music,
Amen.
But honestly, the industry just didn't speak to my soul, I just didn't connect with ownership the way the industry was doing it. I didn't connect with how women in hip hop were treated.
Yeah.
And I always kind of seen myself as an artist of full spectrum. I couldn't be just like Little Kim or be just like Lauryn Hill. I was somewhere in all of it. and they didn't understand that at that time. And so I just was like, all right, I'm gonna figure out how to do this as, by myself as much as possible. And what I would do is just do 1 million shows. Like I
Okay.
performed all the time.
Wow.
I was like, I think I did over 300 shows in my career now, or
Wow.
400 shows.
And with doing so many shows, what's your overall goal, like as an artist, to like get your face and get more, okay.
Connect with my real fans.
Right.
At the time, social, of course, was a good outlet to do it too, but at the time it was about being in real life to me.
Yeah.
Like that's where you got to really catch my energy, who I was 100%. And what my music was about. And performance is my heart. I love to perform, and so people get it when they see the performance too.
Absolutely.
So that's why it was like music videos and performances that were like my big things. And so I just kept running with that, and before I knew it, I was Latasha the artist, and then got into other things like visual art, because I needed to learn how to do my own flyers. So I started learning how to do graphic design by myself, and I started doing other people's graphic design, and then started kind of taking the graphic design and making it into weird art stuff. And then I started building like immersive performances with my artwork showing.
Wow.
And it became like this world.
Yeah.
And it wasn't about just the music anymore. The music was, of course, the seed, but then everything else kind of evolved out of that seed.
Yeah.
And just made me. So yeah.
Dang, that's really beautiful. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, thank you.
Are you a first generation entrepreneur?
Yes, I am.
Okay, same. and I when you were speaking about the different just different things that you learned along the way as being an artist, like you had mentioned graphic design. Can you speak a little bit about like being a first generation entrepreneur and what that journey is like as you learn different things to help further yourself as an entrepreneur, but it's also furthering yourself as an artist?
You know what? I'm lying. I wouldn't call myself the first generation entrepreneur in my family, because my grandma owned a store. She owned a botanical store, like a spiritual store, to help people and like assist them with their spiritual journeys. And then my dad, can't really say what he was, but he was also
an entrepreneur,
a street entrepreneur.
Yes.
That's what we will call it, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So witnessed him when I was growing up. And then I just witnessed a lot of like other forms of entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
Growing up.
Right.
Because I grew up in the hood. So I respect those forms of entrepreneurship as well, because as much as they were left, they got me right.
Hey, that's
and so if we're talking entrepreneurship, I think like artistic entrepreneurship, I'm the first in my generation of my family, and doing that has been really a spiritual journey more than anything. I must say, I've learned how to think of entrepreneurship as hard work. I've learned to see entrepreneurship as an energy exchange. And I've learned my form of entrepreneurship is a form of decolonization and reaffirming the balance of work ethic in our communities. Like there's like I think people of color, we just have a different understanding of how to do like exchanging and bartering and working together as a community and things like that. And that's what entrepreneurship has offered me in my journey, is like real to the gut core understandings of how to move in this capitalistic society that we're in. So
yeah.
But I also learn, I learn from these white boys too, and like,
it is a bit of a strategy though, because like, you mentioned your spirituality, and like we're gonna get into the faith journey a little bit in a minute, probably after we eat, because definitely getting hungry. But yeah, like finding that ebb and flow of like extreme capitalism here in America, but like also like kingdom business in terms of like I know
something's up there. Something's working.
Yeah. I actually can you speak to a little bit like how you like, I don't know, like navigate that or find that balance? Because that's where I'm trying to figure out right now is like I'm seeing parallels of like, well, that's just business, and I'm like, but that's like shady and like not that's still a person on the other side of that business. So
yeah, there's like really interesting ways that I've figured out how to parallel my spiritual journey with like the financial business journey. I've read a lot of books, but like just so many books, like
shout out to books.
But I've read books on both sides.
Yeah.
So I read like the super finance tech conversation book, and then I'll read like Making Money, which is like this very spiritual like manifestation kind of metaphysical conversations on money. And then I'll read like hood stuff and like street dialect on how to do money. And, you know, all of those things kind of have allowed me to merge ideas and make my own, I don't know what to call it, like my own ecosystem, right?
Yeah.
And so some of the stuff that I learned from the finance bros and all that stuff is important in the sense of holding your power and being about your power and whatever you're creating, right? At a root conversation, right? And then you want to know the logistics about money and like taxes and all the stuff. And I'm still very much so learning all of that as I go. But what I have that they didn't have was this like innate hustle fire that I got from the street.
Yeah.
Like I got that from like knowing how to pivot, knowing how to like take my bread and flip it, or learning susu when I was growing up in Brooklyn, which is like this opportunity. I'll tell you a little susu. Susu is where in like Caribbean cultures, everybody comes together and they put their money in a pot, and then whoever needs it for that month takes that money and then they pay it back, and it's like this process of community wealth, pretty much, and just sharing the wealth and helping people pay bills and things like that. So I learned that.
Beautiful.
And then the metaphysics and the spiritual aspects of it is very similar to the work we do a lot in crypto, which is super interesting to witness. Also because if you talk to these boys in crypto, they talk about metaphysics all the time and like manifestation and all these spiritual cases on how to like make money. But one of the root things is like risk, and like how risk is reward at the same time, and like knowing how to like trust, like no matter what, it's a game of trust.
Yeah.
And when you could like bring together the power aspects of yourself and believe in that power you hold, and then have that trust at the same time and that faith, you're unstoppable. At that point, like that makes you have value, like you see your value at that point. So that's like some of the entrepreneurship stuff that I get into. I'm really big on just like spirituality being at the like the core of everything. So yeah, I don't know if I would have ever made it as far as I have without my spiritual core as an entrepreneur. If I didn't have my my belief systems and the way I move, I probably wouldn't have gotten anywhere, to be real. Yeah.
Or like get so far and then got so far.
Yeah, got so far.
Yeah.
And now like in my life, I'm like learning how to level it up, you know, and like
that part.
Scale. It's like scale is the next level. Because I feel like I have a good like foundation now and ground, but now it's like scaling.
Yeah. Ooh, this is exciting. Yeah. Okay. Let's get into the food. Yeah, let's get into the food.
Yay.
Jeez, smelling up the room. Chat. Like I said earlier.
Hype.
Hold on. We're just gonna swing this here so you can still hear me. Hopefully, we have ordered some grub from Stevie's Creole Cafe on
let's
Pico.
do it.
Yo, first of all, I have to shout Shout out Jackie Grubbs. You probably aren't watching this. You might see it in the future, though.
Yeah.
Shout out Jackie Grubbs. Jackie is an incredible content creator. Jackie be putting the community on to all of the great food around LA, and she's currently doing a series highlighting all of the Black-owned restaurants.
Amazing.
In LA, and
let me follow them. Jackie Grubb.
Yes, Jackie Grubbs, and
following these foodies out here. Yeah, because I need to find oxtail, Jackie. Find me some Jamaican oxtail that I could really bang with, and then you really got my heart. Because that's the one thing I haven't found here. You all good?
Yeah, I just saw mac and cheese on here, and I didn't order mac and cheese, but they might have ran out of the yams.
Got it.
It was an audible, which that's okay. I respect that.
That's fair. Oh, it's okay.
Oh,
it's okay.
What do you say?
I've been to Taste of the Caribbean. Still not hitting. Yeah, it's tiny portions. It gets me tight. I like their food, though. I will say their patties are pretty bussin'. But I still haven't found the oxtail. The closest I found is this spot called Country. And I don't know where they are. I feel like they're in Inglewood. And that looks amazing.
I'm about
This is like my meal for the day
and the
week. That's crazy.
I'm so hyped. Okay, I was having a little trouble because like the gluten-free thing,
Yeah.
that's just out of my wheelhouse.
No
and
worries.
so when Jackie had posted, I was on ChatGPT asking like, all right, Chat, so what kind of cuisine can I be? Should I be searching here?
I appreciate you.
And Chat was like, yo, you should check out some Caribbean, and I was like, okay, cool. Now we have a foundation to work from. And I saw Jackie's video talking about Stevie's, and then I dropped a comment, hey, they got gluten-free options. Stevie's came through and responded, and then also DM'd me some recommendations.
Oh, amazing.
That's why I'm shouting y'all out so hard, because you really helped me out. Truly.
You guys pulled up. I appreciate that.
So we got the jambalaya, we got the
this is insanity.
We got the cat. Yep, this is the jambalaya.
Oh my god.
Chad.
That looks bussin'. Oh my goodness. Do you have plates?
See, and that was I requested,
little like plates and stuff. It's okay. We're gonna make it work. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
What's that? That smells crazy.
Shrimp and grits.
What?
Shrimp and grits, chat.
Why is Raven trying to ruin me? This looks
trying to feed
crazy. Yo, this is crazy good. Let me get a little video of the grub over here. Oh,
and these are I think these are the fried onions that go on top of the shrimp and grits.
Okay, Raven went crazy with the meal.
Yeah. We do it the right way over here.
I respect it.
I treat my guests royalty coming through here.
I am royalty.
You are. And we gonna eat like it.
I am hungry, so I'm excited.
What is this, childproof? Okay, no, there we go.
Not childproof.
Okay, yeah, we got the crispy onions for the and this
grits.
is the blackened catfish.
That looks amazing.
Over rice with collard greens, and we were supposed to have candy yams, but we have
it's okay.
We have mac and cheese.
Mac and cheese is so delicious. Incredible. Chat.
Come on.
Chat. They went crazy.
Oh, wow.
All right. We just gotta wait see if we got some plates.
If not, you'll take that one. I'll take this one.
Yeah, we'll split it up.
Yep. Exactly. Cheers.
I love the right on time water drink.
Yeah.
That was perfect. Coordinated.
Dang.
This looks great. Thank you, universe. Thank you, God. Thank you. Because I needed some food, and I never had this meal either. I haven't had like soul food out here a lot. Actually, I'm lying. We just went to Serving Spoon.
Ooh.
Have you ever been?
No. What's that about?
Shout out to Serving
Talk to
Spoon.
me.
Serving Spoon is like a breakfast joint out in Inglewood.
I love breakfast.
Oh my God, it was so good. The chicken was crazy.
Ooh, what'd you get?
Catfish was crazy. Ja and I went crazy. Ja got the chicken, so I just stole some, and then I got the catfish with some grits and waffle on the side.
Ooh. Of course they got the chicken waffle. Of course.
Ja got these home style potatoes that were insane good. Oh my God, like seasoned. You know what I mean?
Were they crispy?
They weren't
Crispy
actually.
on-
They were pretty soft, but they were seasoned
Interesting.
really well.
Okay.
So it's like, usually I'm a crispy home
Yeah. I'm very particular about the home fries.
Nah,
like-
I'm telling you. I'm telling you, these home fries.
Okay.
I was like, dang, I should have got the home fries. Ja got them. I was kept sneaking them.
Okay, word. I might have to check that out. Okay.
Nada? Ah, dang.
That's all
All right,
good.
we'll make it work. All right. How we gonna do it? I was considering if we want to just... Nah, that's kind of crazy. Because this is a lot of food.
It is a lot of food. I love a good strategy session in the moment.
Yeah, me too. Do we have scissors? Because we could chop this and codify it a little bit.
Scissors is probably a better idea because I'll just...
I think they got a little... Thank you. Blessings. Yeah, you know, the hood plate. That's how you got to do it sometimes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They did come clutch with the extra utensils, which I asked for.
Thank you. Love.
Got the hood plates,
You
y'all.
know, well
Hood plate, chat.
designed, ready for anything. You know what I mean?
Ready for these good eats.
Oh my gosh. Okay. How we doing this? I really want to try the fish. That's fish, right?
Yes, this is catfish right here.
Oh my God, it looks so good.
Yup, blackened catfish.
Oh yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Bring it through. Oh. I love how quiet everyone's getting with the food.
Activate.
Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. Some collard greens.
There's different utensils here. We can
Run it. No worries. No worries. Oh, give me oh yeah, that's perfect. I was gonna say you don't want none. Okay, you got enough there.
absolutely.
Okay, cool. And then
then-
I'm gonna do the rice. Thank you, honey. This is crazy. It's getting
Oh
crazy.
Yo, Tosh, what?
This is insane.
I'm so happy to be sharing this meal with you.
Same.
Like something like this.
This is great.
This has got to be shared amongst friends. I'm just gonna eat a little bit of
Yeah,
that.
I'm not about to go too crazy because
The way my stomach is set up.
talk about it.
It'd be a little disastrous.
I
But
did want to try these grits.
got to.
Do you have another utensil for grits? I could use this one,
Yep,
but
go ahead.
I didn't know how you felt about mixing it.
I love it.
Okay, great.
Yep, mix it all up.
Oh my God, this is insane. These are some soft grits. I don't want to say what I was about to say about grits because I feel like the world's gonna judge me, so I'm not gonna.
There's
do
no
it.
judgment. No.
There is judgment. There is judgment about grits. The community has judgment, but I'm Latina. I'm like
Same.
part Latina, so
Mhm.
you know, my family didn't grow up eating grits salty. We actually made our grits sweet.
Okay.
And so when
What
I
is
eat
it?
grits, I be looking for the sweetness sometimes.
Okay.
And I feel like the community
He
community be like,
he agrees.
really sweet? Oh, look, you see? I'm not alone. Yeah, right? But I don't want to judge because, you know.
Also some sauce in here.
I'll take a little mac and cheese. Probably not gluten free, but we're gonna play
Got
around
some extra
today.
jambalaya for you too, homie.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Hey, we all eat.
Hey, hey, hey.
Oh wait, mind if I say a prayer real quick?
Yes, go for it.
Okay. Thank you, God. Okay. Heavenly Father, thank you for this meal. Please bless the hands that prepared it. Please bless those that are less fortunate than us, and may they strengthen and nourish our body. And thank you for this moment to gather and just enjoy this incredible food. God bless Stevie's and everybody in the chat as well. As we continue this conversation, I pray for breakthrough, revelation, and continued insight. Thank you, Heavenly Father. In your mighty name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
The mac is crazy.
I know, it looks so good. And these shrimp, though?
The mac is insane.
These shrimp,
They went crazy.
bubble gum.
Mm-hmm.
These bubble gum shrimp. Damn.
Collard greens go crazy.
Oh,
Everything's going crazy.
Going crazy.
I love good food.
Same. I'm really a simple guy, Tosh. You know.
I know.
Like, it ain't much. I don't need much. Just some good eats.
If I got good food, I'm pretty happy.
Good folks.
Mm-hmm. Listen, if the food good,
yes, Lord.
holla at me.
Do it one time for the one time. I don't even know where to. Oh my. Okay.
Stevie's, you got my approvals. I gotta pull up.
Whoa.
Where are they?
Nah. Whoa.
Where are they?
Stevie's on Pico.
Pico.
Nah, I'll send you. Dang.
Mm-hmm. Wow, you know the food good when nobody could talk.
Bruh. I'm just taking like little bites of everything just to like, you know. Just first.
This jambalaya rice is insanity. Come on now.
Nah.
This is crazy.
The flavors of this.
I'm not.
Yo, have you ever
pull
had
up.
Stevie's before? Chris? Nah.
Is this a like sit down restaurant?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm pulling up.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. Like, if it is this crazy delivery,
That's what I'm
Stevie's.
saying. That's what I'm saying.
Stevie's.
I gotta pull up.
Dog. Y'all doing something special over there.
Wow.
I didn't even get to the grist yet. I'm gonna dedicate this bite to my mother.
Shout out to moms.
Shout out to moms. Shrimp and grits for you.
This is joyful.
Yo, I for real could like, I could shed a thug tear right now. Like,
shed a little thug tear.
Yeah, just like a flavor tear real quick. Just like, God bless the seasonings. What were we talking about again? No, I'm just playing.
Not dead serious though.
I'm very happy with this, and I'll be honest, chat. You know me. I ain't gonna cap just for the cameras.
You
now.
trashed food before?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm respectful. My mother has raised me right, but yo, save some for Ja. Chat is saying save some for Ja. Shout out to Ja.
Shout out to Ja. Sorry, babe, you're not getting nothing.
Man. You gonna have to pull up, bro. You're gonna have to pull up for a conversation. I'll order it again.
He definitely would want it too. Okay. This is nuts.
Yeah, this is bananas. I'm like
what I'm scared of is itis. That's what I'm scared of.
Same. Same. I usually try to plan it to where it's delivered a little closer to the end of the conversation to be mindful of the itis creeping in. But they were punctual.
It's all good. I'll stay up.
This is amazing, though. Wow. Great food, great company.
I'm gonna get some more rice.
Also, thank you for the recommendations, Stevie. You went the extra mile, sliding in the DMs.
I went crazy. Really went crazy.
I'm a happy guy.
Yo, this rice is insane. It's giving jollof rice a bit, but I don't know the difference. Okay, y'all gonna judge me. I love jollof rice, and I grew up on Latin rice. So
Wow,
I'm
so
like,
good. What the?
Jambalaya has some more stuff in it
Yeah.
because we have arroz con pollo and we have arroz
Where the ginger beers at?
marisco. Oh no ginger beer.
Nah.
It's all good.
Dang.
It's all good.
I was wondering. I was like, there's something missing in the palate.
We have arroz marisco, which is similar to this kind of jambalaya vibe.
I had jollof for the first time.
From where?
It was in Seattle.
Oh, nice.
And it was, I think it was called pasta jollof. Pastor Joloff in Seattle. Day. Shout out to Day. Shout out to Day.
We love Day.
Love Day.
My girl.
Love Day. Day. I went there with Day. She put me onto it, and flavors just.
It was amazing. Huh?
Yes, and I hear what you're saying with this is like
similar world.
They're cousins.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this got a little bit smoky seasoning and flavorings to it coming through. You know.
Agreed. Definitely cousins though.
Yeah, exactly. Wow. So good. What in the world?
I'm so happy. Thank
Steve,
you.
absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. Dang. Clutch too. I was in kind of in panic, Latasha. I was like, what we finna eat? But it's LA. You gonna find something.
You better.
I hope so.
Sometimes I be stressed with LA because I gotta find the spots.
Jackie Grubbs, yo, now you tapped in. She the one. She the truth. Whatever y'all paying, pay her more.
I just follow her. All right, cool.
Yeah.
So back to the chat.
Yeah, we're gonna get into hold on. What's good, chat? Let me check in with y'all real quick. How y'all feeling?
Hi, chat.
Thanks for pulling up. Appreciate y'all being on this journey. Hey, you see the level up though? It's cause of y'all.
Hi, Angel.
What's good, Angel? Peen Poon, what's good? Thanks for watching. We are live on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube right now. This will also be uploaded as a podcast episode and on chain on Pods. Culture Shift recently got on Pods, which that's been dope.
That's been fire.
Yeah.
I didn't know about Pods.
Pods is cooking.
Nice.
Pods is cooking, and nowadays you gotta be doing a lot for me to say that.
Wow, that's a fact. That's a whole fact.
Like, the times are a little different in 2025.
A whole fact.
But yeah, no, I really like it because, especially like now, I approach these platforms and stuff with like their clickability. You know, like how many times I gotta click to do some shit.
Yup. If you got me clicking way too much, I'm out.
Yeah, cause
A
like
whole fact.
Yeah, but Pods they got it locked in. I would like to see something. Because you do have to have your podcast on RSS, so like through Anchor or Spotify or something like that. So I would like to see something that's like relatable for like just video specifically, you know. But anyways, nonetheless, it's a cool platform.
Hi, Job. Hi, babe.
Come on, family pulling up. Yeah. What's good? What's good, King?
Yo, Job, we gotta go to the spot, babe. This place is crazy.
Yeah.
We pulling up.
Got to. I'm truly. They doing something special
Love
over
you
at
too,
Steve's.
Angel.
Is that Lighthouse Angel? Word, yo, cause the YouTube handle was throwing me off a little bit.
She said I got 2 clicks max.
You.
Facts.
2
Big facts.
Ja.
We ain't 2 clicking. We ain't sticking. Let's go.
King. We eating good over here. We eating like royalty, truly.
It's mighty tasty.
Black excellence only.
I just. Woo.
But we are about to get back into this conversation. Before we got into the food, we started to kind of transition into the faith journey, the spiritual journey, which was a great segue. I'm curious on. Ooh, this be getting me excited. Okay, so what's your process for like not only like building faith, but keeping your faith strong and like to where, you know, we were talking about with the crypto bros, like how there's this energy of like you are worthy of this abundance, deserving. Yes, thank you. And then like how that parallels with the spiritual part of it. And so yeah, just like what's your process with keeping that faith strong and like what's your process of keeping your faith strong? I'm trying to do too much.
Yeah. You know, I have my own practices of like continuing to stick with my like ancestry lines and things of that nature. I speak to my spirit often and continuously. I like to say I talk to God all day, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Like I'm literally, people think I'm talking to myself. I'm like, I'm talking to God.
Yeah.
Yeah, I talk to God continuously. And yeah, faith is one of those things that is just very innate at this point for me because I've taken so many risks in my life, and every risk has offered me something. Even if it was like hard and challenging, it still offered me some really amazing insight for the next step I take. So I'm a big fan of just like saying, hey, God, you got it. I'm about to do this thing because I'm led to it. If you didn't want me to do this thing, I wouldn't have been led to it. So I'm always like, just make it with ease, and make me learn whatever I need to learn out of this experience. And I do that just constantly. That's my way of just riding the wave. And I don't know. I have a really strong connection with spirit. It's a part of my everyday. I'm a huge meditator. I pray every day. I also like do readings for myself every day, like different kind of spiritual readings to check on myself and see where I'm at. And that's how I start my like mornings after I go to the gym. Like it's like one of the biggest things. And long walks are actually a big part of my spiritual practice as well.
Like how long? Like 45 minutes?
Yeah, like about 45 to 20 minutes of a walk, depending on like what my schedule is looking like. But yeah, I take these long walks and I usually like clear all the stuff and gunk that's going on and listen to answers that come through for whatever kind of decisions I'm about to get into. Yeah, so those are some of the practices that I take on. And talk to community also. Like, Ja and I really have helped each other in our faith, and the Lighthouse family is a big part of like keeping the faith as well. We all talk to each other about things that we're going through. So yeah, those are some of the parts.
Okay. Yeah. Beautiful. I love that. Thank you for sharing that.
Of course.
I'm curious on I was reading your recent Substack article, Chaos. And when I was reading it, I came across binaural beats. Am I saying that correctly?
Yeah.
And can you speak a little bit about that and like how it relates to like your process and just like, because I'm curious about that from my own perspective of having a TBI and getting into like frequencies for like heal, and I'm
for
like
healing.
Yeah, I just noticed I feel better. I'm like, what is this about? And so
it's very similar work actually.
Yeah, can you speak on that a little bit?
Yeah, I think music is like a healing source for sure.
Yeah.
And so I listen to like binaural beats. I also do the practice of EFT, which is like these tappings on certain points of your body to help with like releasing your nervous system. And all of those. So binaural beats is pretty much like these sound waves that have like frequencies that could help you in some sort of like journey you're on. So if you're looking for support in your positivity, or if you're looking for manifestation support, or if you're looking to heal certain parts of your body or things of that nature, they usually have a binaural beat for everything. And what it is very similar to TBI. It has a frequency within that sound that is embedded into it. And then you kind of meditate with that.
Got you.
So I use that in my meditations a lot. It's very similar to using like a crystal bowl or a singing bowl, and like the frequency within it helps some sort of part of your chakras or like a part of your body to just heal up. So binaural beats help me to like connect to higher source and like just listen without word. Because in my perspective, I don't know if God has a language.
Right.
I think God is an energy force. And I don't know if it speaks English or Spanish or no language, probably, right? And so it's about that energy, and it's about the frequencies that you have within yourself to connect to that energy, And so the binaural beats help me attune to a specific energy and then connect to like I'm always in connection with higher source. I do believe that. But me personally as a human being, I got a lot of gunk going on.
Right.
So this helps clear the gunk and channel like easily.
Yeah, I like that. Clear the gunk. No, truly, because we were talking earlier before we got started chat this morning. I woke up and I was just feeling like super anxious and I was doing like I was kind of groaning. I was like, I don't like doing all that shit. But then I noticed I was like, that kind of like I don't know what's happening, but I kind of feel better a little bit. And so I just started doing like deeper ohms, like and it felt like it was like
attuning you,
breaking up the gunk, like shaking.
It's clearing it out.
Yeah,
that's all it is, some clarity. You know, because we find blocks within our systems and in our beings, right? And a lot of my work, I grew up Christian, and then I like also have family that grew up with voodoo and santeria and like other forms and spiritual practices. And then as I got older, I kind of like became more agnostic and figured out like all the things that work for me.
What does agnostic mean?
So to me, it's like the ability to like tap into the parts of certain spiritualities that speak to my like what I believe is carrying for me. And also being like an African American studies major, I had like I'll be honest, I had a lot of complications with Christianity at first because of just how white supremacy utilized Christianity to you know
do what they do,
do all the things they do. So it was, I've had a journey with Christianity, and then in Haiti there's voodoo and Christianity, and Catholicism is a big part of voodoo as well. So I grew up with all of that. But then as I got older, I started to just get really into energy work and get into like metaphysics and find like connectivity with the science and the spirit a lot. And that's when I was like, okay, how can we do like certain practices within the self to connect with spirit? And like that's the science to me, right? And I think they all kind of work together in some parts. And so, yeah, binaural beats is a part of that practice. I know we went into so many
No, this
places.
is great. This is great. I love this.
Okay, good.
Yeah. No, this is perfect.
So binaural beats found me in that practice in metaphysics, because it's a very like metaphysical conversation to use those things. But metaphysics is like this ability to get into the meta of yourself, and that's like connecting the physicality of the body with the higher source energy of yourself. So it's all about like energy and frequencies and how all of that taps in.
Okay
Yeah.
And that work that we're speaking of, you had talked about in that Substack article about chaos. Can we dive into that a little bit and then kind of like transition that into what chaos is and what's coming?
Yeah, for sure. So a lot of my journey as an artist, I have dealt with anxiety and depression and even like suicidal inclinations at certain points, and just like some lower vibrational energies because of the music industry. I don't want to just blame the music industry. That sounds so cold. But like just because of the state the music industry is in, right? Gotcha. And so I found myself kind of lost at certain points and listening to way too many people and suppressing me. For a long time, I felt like there was a lot of suppression within myself, to the point that my art, I was finding that I was kind of in a loop, like constantly looping the same kind of raps or the same kind of like thought processes and stuff like that. And it was just like, why am I only doing this? Why can't I kind of expand? If I know that I'm an expansive being and I want to go further, why isn't my music channeling that? And why am I afraid to channel beyond myself in my music? And it was many things. Like as a music artist, you find yourself sometimes in an industry and they kind of put you in a lane, and my lane for a long time was like this badass female rapper, and or activist female rapper, and and it was just like, okay. Or it was like, I can't express myself sensually or sexually or anything like that, because then I'm just like all the other girls, and et cetera, et cetera. And that doesn't make me a whole being.
Yeah.
It doesn't make me a full whole being. And so I made the decision when I was writing this upcoming music that I'm working on to bring in new people to help me write. So I brought in a bunch of homies from Web3. I brought in a bunch of homies outside of Web3 as well. And I was like, yo, y'all gonna help me write these tunes.
Mm-hmm.
And so they helped me, and they just were expressing things I would never even say, right? But their expression helped me open up and helped me realize what I like, other things that I should be channeling, should be like integrating into myself, so I could feel like a whole being. And so shadow work and the stuff I was talking about in the Substack is about this opportunity for yourself to let yourself be in all of the parts of you and give room to the gunk and give room to the shit that you're like, oh my God, I'm sorry for cursing. Oh my God, I am so scared to go into that dark tunnel.
Yeah.
And give yourself that moment of going in there so that you could see yourself come out of it. And so this new record, Chaos, is me expressing a whole different version of Latasha, which is really exciting and terrifying, and comes with, that excitement, anxiety that we talk about, right?
Yes.
But it also allows me to channel a new version of myself that I'm like ready to channel.
Yeah.
Because the whole point of being an artist to me is to find oneness and inspire other people to find their oneness too.
Amen.
And so that's what Chaos is for me. And I think sometimes when people hear chaos, it's immediately, oh my God. But chaos to me is important.
Mm-hmm.
It's a ladder for you to go and get your stuff right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when you guys see the music video and stuff for Chaos, it's connected to the Attend music video. But the character in it, she, as much as she seems like a villain, she's also a hero in the fact that she is moving us along in the journey. Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah. So that's what shadow work offers you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds like some serious business. I was reading the article and I was like, do I need to do this?
I think everybody, when they're ready, should practice just going in there.
Yeah.
Because it allows you to look at your inner monsters and your inner demons or whatever you're working through and realize they're just parts of your inner child that you didn't get to like tap in with.
Right. Ooh.
That's all they are. They're just your inner child that you just ignored for a long time. They turn into little monsters and then they turn into big monsters.
Yeah.
You know? So yeah, that's the work.
Wow.
I'm sorry if that got way too deep, but
Nah. I feel like we need to have, like, especially as more people are finding their own paths and becoming entrepreneurs and there's so many creators and like so many different versions of being a creator. Like we need to have these conversations of like, how are we able to stay elevated and keep our vibrations high so that we are able to continue to answer the calling, because the calling is high.
Exactly.
It's up there.
It's up
God
there.
call it.
It's up there. But it's also like God wants you to see those parts of you too.
Yeah.
The parts that you've been fronting on.
Yep.
God's like, oh no, you need to check all that stuff out too and see why you have those things within yourself. Because I think sometimes what I found oftentimes that was complicated for me with Christianity is like there's this blockage of a part of people because there's this like necessity to not, and this is not coming to any Christians because I have so many Christian homies and the community has helped me in so many ways, in different ways. But sometimes I feel there's that hypocritical sense that they always talk about with Christianity, and it's like just kind of putting us in boxes of what you're supposed to be.
Yeah.
I'm not saying go out there and kill people and do craziness. That's absurd. But I am saying those energies of jealousy, those energies of greed, those energies of all the things like the 7 deadly sins we talk about, right? If you take time to resonate and look at why you have them, you will find an answer on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
And oftentimes I feel like people avoid these parts.
Absolutely.
And then they don't find the answer on the other side. And it's always like, what do they say the quote is? You'll find your greatest self when you look on the other side of it. You know?
Yeah.
So that's the practice.
Because it's hard work. It's
work.
And you got to be honest. And it's a lot of times hurtful.
It's hurtful. It's stressful a little bit. But it's good stress.
Yeah.
I think I am praying it's good stress for me at this point when I'm opening up this way. But I'm excited because it's something I've never done before. And if you don't do what you fear, you're going to be stuck in the same place always. So,
absolutely.
Yeah.
And I mean, your courage, how you show up, I mean, where you're at it's a testimony.
Thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank
I mean,
you.
it's.
But a lot of it came from this kind of work. Like all my art and everything only comes from the spiritual work that I do with myself. If I'm not right, it's not right.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. You know, for real. And that's why I'm saying like we got to have more of these types of conversations because it's like Latasha ain't just out here killing it because Latasha out here killing it, which there's you know, she's doing the work to continue to show up and show out.
Yeah.
And
I'm doing my best every day. God knows that my schedule gets too busy some days and I'm like, oh, come on. But it's making time for the ritual of connecting to your higher self is super crucial to being an artist.
Yeah.
There's you know, I thought you were gonna say something. That we talked about, I said it in my TikTok the other day. Doechii has been talking a lot about the artist's way.
Shout out to Doechii.
I love Doechii. She's so incredible. She is such an incredible being, yo. But Doechii was talking about the artist's way, which is one of my favorite books of all time. And that book talks a lot about that kind of spiritual journey and like the continuous connection with higher source energy and God to like see yourself through.
Yeah.
And so just highly recommended if anybody is looking for that kind of work.
Beautiful. The Artist's Way. Yeah, that's on my reading list now because of you. You had told me about it and I was like, well, let me go ahead and add it.
Please get it. It's one of those for real.
All right. Good to know. Artist's Way, y'all.
Pick it up.
Artist's Way.
Pick it up.
Speaking of, if you know, we have a lot of creators watching the stream, listening to the podcast. What advice would you give a young creator who is just trying to figure it out? They're doing the best they can with what they got, and you know they listen to this, and you inspired them. What would you say to them?
Create constantly, always, no matter what you got. Create with what you got. Something that held me back for a long time was this idea that I needed to have all the right tools and, you know, devices and stuff to like make something.
sure we're streaming on the gram. I'm gonna adjust the OBS scene just a little bit because it's a little shifted. Okay, that should be good. Sweet. All right, I'm gonna go live on the gram. Yeah. All right, cool. Let's get it. What's good, y'all? Welcome back to The Culture Shift with Raven 50mm, where we are reimagining radio, podcasting, by merging the two together for immaculate vibes, while also leveraging blockchain and Web3 tools to experiment with monetization and distribution methods. Brought to you by the Legacy Portrait Project and the 50mm Collective. The 50mm Collective is a community of BIPOC, trans, and queer digital artists and allies that work together as we pioneer Web3 and NFTs. The 50mm Collective has a YouTube channel with tutorials and helpful info on how to get a crypto wallet set up and get started with archiving your artwork on the blockchain. The Legacy Portrait Project is a mission-based endeavor aimed at empowering BIPOC, trans, and queer individuals in a world often marked by adversity. The Legacy Portrait Project strives to create a haven for storytelling, utilizing visionary tools like future framing, visualization, and AR technology to uplift marginalized voices. Legacy portraits are still photographs that come to life with video narration, sharing the subject story from their point of view. The Legacy Portrait Project's mission goes beyond capturing moments in time. It's about fostering human connection, advancing social change, driving socioeconomic empowerment, and ensuring the legacy of each subject is forever memorialized on the blockchain. Right now, the Legacy Portrait Project is running a raffle for 3 people to win $1,000 off their first Legacy Portrait. You can sign up for that at legacyportraitproject.com/contact. Okay, let's get into the conversation here. This is a very exciting day, and I know I say that every time we have a guest on Culture Shift here, but it is. It's super, super hyped to be highlighting these people. Let me give you all a brief intro to our special guest today, Lizzie. Lizzie is a Canadian-Nigerian self-taught multimedia artist, creative visionary, and filmmaker, majoring in communication, culture information technology, and double minoring in film studies and sociology at the University of Toledo. She also received a diploma in digital communications at Sheridan College. Lizzie is well-versed in the Web3 ecosystem and was the first social media manager at the largest marketplace, OpenSea. When it comes to her art, her work explores a variety of motifs such as expressions of Afrofuturism, nostalgia, and body positivity. These motifs are presented in different ways across different mediums. Lizzie, thank you so much for joining us today here on Culture Shift. How you living? How you feeling? What is good?
Hey, thanks so much. You did a great job. Like, I love a little intro, love a little cheeky intro to get through all things. Yeah, like that's basically me. I will say just a little tiny correction because I know the Americans always think everything's in America. You said University of Toledo. I'm like, that sounds like an American university. It's the University of Toronto. Which is okay. No, it's like, look, if you're here and I'm up here and we have 2 different like places, things happen. So, but I did go to the University of Toronto. And I did all the things in Web3 at a really cool, prominent Web3 marketplace, which was very interesting experience. Artists, yeah, doing that. I like to say I do not keep all my eggs in one basket, and I do a lot. So that's just been me since I was a kid, and we're gonna carry on that torch. Yeah.
Thank you for that correction, because like I literally read Canadian Nigerian artist, and I'm over here talking about Toledo, Ohio. Like, come on, Raven. Like that was just like a brain like.
Yeah, no, it's like muscle memory in a sense, because like if you're very used to specific places, you're gonna be like, oh no, it's probably like I currently am working in a specific company, and I just found out that they write Canada with a K. What? But
wait,
look, culture difference.
So I'm assuming that they're based in a different country. If you know, okay,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, I can. We're here to learn. We're here to learn and grow. And I love that. All right. Well, we're gonna get right into the questions here. What sparked your career as an artist?
I think for me, I've always been an artist since I was a kid. I was conceived as an only child, and I kind of grew up as an only child. So arts and crafts, like all of that, was always my way of entertaining myself. So I was always molding things. I was always playing with things. I was always building little miniature sets. Like that was what I was interested in, and I loved doing it. And I was given the grace to just like experiment with it. Now, growing up in a Nigerian household, it was like, oh, you're gonna be a doctor. She just loves it, but she's gonna be a doctor. Like, yeah. So I was never really embraced as in like, oh, this could be a great career because as an immigrant parent, you're like, this isn't a career. Like, we came out here to make sure that you settled. So it wasn't up till university when I was in like the science program, like trying, but it just was, I was okay with it, but not in a way that I could apply myself and actually excel because I didn't really care for it. And I think this is self diagnosed, but ADHD, I don't really, things I don't care for, I don't really apply myself. And it just has always been that way. So it was finally like, okay, I need to make a decision on whether or not I want to do this or do something else. So I decided to do something else and figure it out. And that was a whole crazy journey as well. I've always lived life by taking on a risk and just kind of going with the flow of it and having faith that like it will work out. I just have to like do the leap of faith. So I did that, and it finally ended up in a program that kind of merged my artistic senses with an academic program, which was CCIT. I got to do a lot of cool like things. Like I was in like a photography class, I was in a videography class. I minored in film studies, so I was watching a lot of film and analyzing it, and really developing my artistic, uh, analytical, and then creative space. And that's when I took a photography class. I actually that was the first time I started painting, because I wanted to take my photography in a different approach. It was a very small class, and I was like, what if I painted like realistic fruits and then I did photography of that and like made it like a multimedia piece? And of course, I had to paint them. And I was like, oh, wow, I can paint. I always used to sketch, but I never dabbled in painting because I was like, oh, that's not for me. But when I did it, I surprised myself and I was like, oh, you can do this. Like, just keep doing it. So I started painting more and I just didn't really stop. And it always tumbleweeded into something else, like getting into digital and then getting into Web3, merging my physical stuff with the digital. During the pandemic, I started sculpting. And there's a funny story with that too, because in university, I had taken I think it was a painting class or it was a drawing 101 class. And I thought I was going to be drawing, but clearly it wasn't. It was very different. It ended up being that I had to sculpt and they wanted us to do other things. And I'm a very stubborn person. So if what I'm not getting is what I didn't sign up for is something different, I'm just like, oh well, I didn't sign up for this. So I didn't do the class, and then I ended up sculpting in 2020 when I wanted to, right? So that kind of birthed bodied art form, which they're my little sculptures, they're functional pieces, like incense holders, diffuser holders, but in representation of bodies. And yeah, like I've always just kind of stumbled in my art practices. But yeah, that's like the long version of how yeah.
Wow, I love that. Just being like honestly guided into like different mediums almost. Like I thought that was interesting that you had said that you took the photography class and then you ended up painting and discovering this talent within you of painting. Can you kind of speak to that, of how you went from photography to traditional painting to digital painting? Can you talk kind of about like that, just like the different kinds of processes and the transition from those like across those mediums?
Yeah, so I've always loved photography, and like just capturing moments. So that was something that I loved to do. And then being able to like really do it more with like a professional camera and actually have prompted things worked out for me. I was taught a little bit of the feedback is wait, maybe I should just talk a little bit lower. No? Okay, hold on.
You're getting feedback on your end.
Yeah, I'm hearing myself.
Uh-oh. Because I have spaces muted. If this, do you think it's coming from the spaces?
Let me do that again. Oh, I just muted myself. So it's coming from me, but from your spaces. Should we like end the spaces?
Yep. Ending it.
Yeah.
Say less. Please.
Okay.
Done.
Yeah.
How's
All
that?
right.
Check.
Okay. I can.
Testing.
It's perfect. Like I don't hear anything. Okay. So if that didn't work, it's okay. But no, I loved photography. I loved being able to be in a class that all of us were kind of working in. It was like a group effort of like documenting and structural comments on work and actually working on cohesive projects. And like it was very pivotal in a way of like how do you work in a group effort, but how do you also critically critique people's work and also critique your own work. So that moving into then to paint, like it merged into painting because now it was like I'm doing something really really different and people are like, oh wow, I love this, you painted this, but then you also took this, you also there was also thought in how, okay, you're going to paint this, but now you're going to make it a photo series. Like, what are you doing that's different? Like, I went in, like, I painted the portrait, but it was a multimedia piece, and I used like material to spell out the names of each piece. And the series was called GMO Fruits because my whole thought process behind that was I want to create the most realistic version of this fruit, which is what a GMO is, the most desirable version of fruit. So, like me depicting that on a portrait and trying to make it as perfect as possible was where I was lying in, and I was playing around with each name, like GMO orange, GMO strawberry, and like working with people and them seeing like, oh, you have this talent in you should just keep doing this, like, this is beautiful work, also allowed me to like have more faith in like doing painting and like actually trying to paint more portraits. Like there's a portrait over there, I haven't finished it, but like actually doing more portraits and like people. And then getting into like digital, well, I was always very excited to do it, I just didn't have the equipment. So I remember I had a client, I did like I used to do so many weird things. I did like lyric videos.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
did
yeah.
like lyric videos for artists. So like I would do a bunch of those, and I had an artist, and I remember at the time it was like 20 videos for like 2K. And I remember that 2K, I bought like an iPad, and I was like, this is great. They didn't end up using the lyric videos, but I still got the 2K.
Right. Okay.
Great.
And the new iPad. Like, let's go.
And a new iPad, which was amazing. So allow me to buy the newer version of the iPad. First thing I got was Procreate, and then I just started like playing around with Procreate, and like just to me it made sense because it was like pencil on paper, but this time pen on iPad, and it just worked. So me creating things on that was like that same element of painting in a sense. And then I just, I stumbled into Web3 and found a place for that art to exist. But my first pieces were somewhat of my portraits merging in with digital edits to give birth to like a new hybrid form, which is to me how I saw, what art can be on the blockchain when you bring in like pieces that exist in the real world. Like you can just, upload a really crisp image and then put it up, and that's the art piece, or you can like do something new to it to give it its own identity. And that's kind of how I approach that. And then yeah.
Very, very dope. Yeah, I think, you had spoke on that a little bit about how blockchain and the tech we're able to now as artists and creators like really explore and kind of experiment and shift and things like that with our artwork. Is the piece that's on Super Rare, is that your photography mixed with some digital multimedia editing and things like that? Okay, cool. If you're watching
That piece is
Go ahead.
That piece is actually me. I had a model era. I had a model era in university when I was just like, oh, I want to model and I just want to like, but I want to be part of all the creative. Like I never really worked with like professional, like an agency or anything. I would just work with my friends and my photographer friends, and I would come up with the idea, and a makeup artist that is a friend as well. And so that one piece was from a day that me and a friend, she's a makeup artist, so she would just use me as like a model and we'd take pictures and whatnot. So I was like, ooh, what if I like she had this like diamond. I'm like, ooh, what if I had this diamond and I put it over my head? And it just looked like a really cool editorial image. And then from there, I was like, well, I love how this is me. Like this isn't someone else that I have to kind of like ask and be like, hey, can I do this? And what and I had a few people in that way where I used the art where I took the photography and I still was like, we'll figure something else. But because it was me, I was like, well, I can do whatever I want. So then I did a digital edit to that, which was part of the series of that first series that I had dropped. And yeah.
Beautiful. So cool. I love that piece.
Okay.
If you're watching on the live stream, you can see it cycling through some of the art pieces of Lizzie's here, which is so freaking cool. So earlier you had mentioned your faith and how that has kind of like guided you through, progressing as an artist and navigating and figuring some of these things out. I personally am on this like super heavy faith journey right now, like just getting to it in the word and just like that kind of thing. I was wondering if you could speak to how your spirituality and how your faith plays a role and shows up within your not only in your artwork but just like also in your process, because you wear a lot of hats. You're a full-on entrepreneur. You're doing social media. There's a lot of different things. And so how does your faith and your spirituality show up and like help you navigate these kinds of different things?
I feel like when I think about just the load of stress of everything of like being an artist and wanting to give up and or being a professional, being burnt out, or like all the things, doing it all at once, if I don't have like a solid foundation of faith, um that it can be overwhelming. And even in the last year when like the devil was testing me and saying like, here, I'm just gonna like ruin everything for you, I was like, well, I'm gonna I stood like very strong on my faith that like, God's good. God has me. God is always, I've always gone through some kind of like crazy thing that was like a test to how much you want something, or how hard are you going to work for it, or how long are you going to sit in the uncomfortableness of it before you're ready for that like blessing. And so because of that, I've just really much have always had a very strong faith, but like sometimes it like wilters. So bringing that back and being like more, I would say, being more thoughtful in showing up every day and speaking to God, because that to me is really what's important. Like waking up, going to sleep, like actually thanking God for taking me to another day, to like be ready for this next day is really what keeps me going. So that's what's helped me in how I've been able to just like go through the wheel of life.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that, because as I feel like especially in Web3 in particular, that's not really talked about so much, is just like how we are able to keep, like, what are the tools that we're using to sustain ourselves, to be able to keep going and stay steadfast on the vision, because there ain't no blueprint to none of this. And it's in crypto too, it's just so fast. Like, we think life is fast, crypto life is faster. And so
exactly.
Yeah. So no, thank you for shedding light on that and sharing that. I kind of want to shift gears a little bit here from artistry to media mogul Lizzie, and talk about social media a little bit. Can you speak to some of the shifts that we're seeing in terms of media and social media with like themes around the media, and then also like short form content and long form content. Just like your insight. There's no like pressure or anything like what's the latest, but just like what you're seeing and what your thoughts are.
Well, I always, because I use so many different platforms, I'm always very curious to see like what's working and what people are trying to change to. And the one thing that, people come back to is long form content. I would assume it's because like short form content can get, it's like a quick dopamine rush, and yes, it can get you hooked, but sometimes people crave a little bit more depth. Like when I think about using, let's say, TikTok while I'm doing things, I don't want to watch short 15-second videos. I want to watch like a long think piece or something because I'm doing something and I don't have to keep on going like, oh, because I'm not just mindlessly scrolling. That's for a different time in the day. But like, and that happens a lot. Like if I'm doing something and I want to be able to actually, I'm again neurodivergent, focusing on two things is fine with me. I want something that feels longer form so that I can also do the other thing. But I'm seeing that like platforms are, encouraging longer form. Like TikTok now has brought back 10 minutes, and they took it away, brought it, now they brought it back again. And they're encouraging horizontal videos, even though their whole platform is like vertical, because they want people to actually create longer form YouTube style videos. And then YouTube, of course, is trying to take a cut from the short form videos, so they have YouTube Shorts. But in my mind, that kind of content comes from TikTok and then is posted to YouTube. So it's not like a lot of people are creating like natively YouTube content shorts for YouTube. They're just kind of repurposing, and that's happened across social media. Like people just repurpose across to make sure that they can capture the most amount of audiences they can. But like it's going to be this like tug and pull of short form and long form for a long time, just because people are going to get tired of just those quick little rushes of videos and stuff, and they're going to crave for a little bit of substance also, right? Like what am I wasting my time on? Am I actually listening to something that is insightful? Am I learning something? Because let's not waste our time watching someone's, I just unboxed like this $15,000 like, you know what I mean? It's gonna be substance. I'm like, how can I get this money? Like, can someone teach me, please? Yeah. So there's a crave for that. There's a crave for, and that's where Web3 can come in, because if people can like actually learn something that can be useful for them, or why learning about this space can really help them in what they actually want in life, which is stability, then that can be interesting too.
Okay, you said a couple of things in there that were interesting to me personally. The TikTok situation, to where you said they're encouraging long form and horizontal videos. You said that they're encouraging, which like I'd be stressed trying to like, I'll have my horizontal because I edit in Premiere and stuff, right? And then I'm like, all right, now I got to make a vertical version of this, and so. Oh, I would actually like to know, what do you like to edit your videos in? If you had to like make like a short to mid form video on Instagram or on TikTok, like I go back and forth.
2 video editors that I'll only ever use. I'll say 3, but okay. 2 that I'll only ever use. One of them, the top one being Video Leap, because I've used that for years and I use it on my phone. And then the second one is CapCut, and it's close to being first just because now they have a desktop version, and that's game changer, because you can get all the things and all the benefits of the mobile app now on desktop. So if you're actually trying to like edit YouTube videos, you can use CapCut, and CapCut has so many cool features that are very easy to use. Like I was taught how to use Premiere Pro, but like to me that's like brain, just takes up too much brain space for me to like it's just so intricate, and like sometimes I want a quick edit. I want the thing I want quickly, not that I got to make everything within, which is what you can do on Premiere, right? So CapCut really becomes that like OG, and it connects to TikTok too, because you can connect to sounds that are within TikTok through CapCut because they have a deal. So
Even
it's
on your computer when
very
you're editing,
cool.
you can.
Yeah. Yeah. And they have really good templates and really good like text boxes, and like all the girlies are using CapCut, and it's actually really amazing. Like it's really good. I like it. And then the last one would be actually just editing on TikTok, because they have a good video editor as well. You don't have as many things, but you still have a lot. Like you have FX sounds and like different things that you can add to. You just can't do as many things, but if you're looking for a quick edit that's simple and easy, like you can't reverse, you can speed up, but you can't do like reversing and, play around with stuff. But it's still very, very, very good for quick edits. Like I will record with an app and then just edit within the app. And yeah.
Wow. Yo, first of all, wait, what'd you say?
So those are my top 3.
Yeah, yo, first of all, I ain't even ever heard of Video Leap. That's like new on the radar. So
years. I've been using that thing for like maybe 5 years or more.
And so you're
that
saying
was the OG.
Video Leap and CapCut editing in that are easier than editing in Premiere Pro?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Dang.
A Video Leap you can only use on your phone and your iPad, but CapCut they have the desktop version.
Go ahead and circle that in these notes, because that's good to know. And because Premiere, man, you gotta pay for that for life.
Yeah, and like it's very, I think with CapCut it's like a one-time payment if I'm not mistaken, or it might be a month, but it's like $3 or it's nothing crazy. Like it's not. Yeah, and Adobe Suites, though I love it, it's very expensive. So I'll leave that to the professionals, like the film, like making movies in cinema professionals.
Yo, facts.
And anyone else who wants to pay it.
Dang. Hey,
I used to use it a lot when I was in school, because we had we got it for free.
Right.
But after that I was like, all right, bye then.
Yo, that's real. Thank you for sharing that, because you just put us on. You got a affiliate link that we can, what I'm saying, you should be getting breaded the way you just shouted out, CapCut, hey, CapCut marketing. You heard it here first. Lizzie putting this on. Go ahead and cut the check. All right, I just have a few more questions here for you, Lizzie. This has been an incredible conversation. Thank you for your insight and just knowledge, perspective, putting this on. What advice would you give to someone who is aspiring to be in your position right now? An artist who is killing it, somebody who is, providing and within this new ecosystem, you're really a beacon for representation, being a Black woman, doing your thing, breaking down doors. Like, you're a big deal. Like, I just want to give you some flowers real quick and just like acknowledge, like, you're a big deal, Lizzie. And so truly so what advice would you give to somebody who comes across this Culture Shift episode and is like, yo, I'm trying to get like Lizzie, dog?
I mean, I would say you gotta like really, you're throwing your ideas at the wall and seeing if it sticks. I'm still doing that. So when I think about my art, I'm still throwing ideas at the wall and just allowing myself to be an artist, and not making it about I need to be the successful artist, because I think that removes away from the creativity, which it took me some time to learn. Like I thought after leaving OpenSea, I was like, oh no, I'm going to be the artist and be the content creator. But I realized that I love doing those things. So when I put that pressure on having that to be the form of like income that I have to rely on, that isn't the most ideal thing for me. And that because I thrive in doing other things, that I need to be able to find the balance that works. So, that's why for me, like getting into having a job again was really important, because I still need to like I love living good. So I need sustainable income. And that's really, really important to me. But I also need to be able to balance being able to do other things. So I had to find that right thing that allowed me to still be an artist, because it was kind of hard when I was at OpenSea, because it was very art focused and I couldn't really do my own art. I couldn't really support my own art. So it was like, it was really hard. So, now I work in the L2 space, and it's more focused on developers and building the ecosystem. So it's very not far off. There's still very an art component, but it's not the main thing. And I can focus on my art and do other things and cultivate that while still also building out this Web3 space in a more like sustainable way. So when I think about the advice, it's really about throwing ideas at the wall, seeing if it sticks, but also knowing yourself and knowing your needs and meeting yourself there. Because if you don't, then you find yourself struggling. And I definitely was 2023 was it was not good to me. And it was a learning lesson, so that's fine. But that was rough. That was rough.
Well, thank you for that insight. And you know what I'm saying? Happy that shout out to 2024. You know what I'm saying? Like we made it here, and thank you God for bringing us.
I didn't know how I was gonna make it, but thank you God.
Like we just, jeez Louise. Goodness gracious. And you had mentioned we're not going to get into what happened in 2023, because we're not going to give the enemy all that glory. You know what I'm saying? We're just going to praise God. We made it to 2024, and we're going to keep on moving. You had talked about your time at OpenSea and working there, and like how it was that trying to find that balance of like being an artist and then also working at a crypto art company. Like, can you speak to that a little? Because I had my own experience, being an artist and working at Quantum, and that's an episode for another day. But Lizzie, I would love for you to share, and I also have to acknowledge, it's a different experience when you are a person of culture, when you are a black person, a brown person, etc., and probably one of the few who are in that ecosystem. And so I just want to also acknowledge that. But can you speak to your experience and what you're taking moving forward, like as you progress within this ecosystem?
Yeah. I would say it was hot and cold. I loved it for all the cool things I was able to do while I was there and also learn, but I also recognized it as being a place where people kind of only like would want to be around you because there's something that they can gain from it, right? Like I was like the face of OpenSea for a good amount of time, and that's really, really big. So it's like a popularity boost, which to me didn't really, it never went to my head, because I was like, I'm doing some serious work here. I gotta make sure people are seen. But at the same time, it was like, oh, I want to, Lizzie, can you do this for me? Or, oh, Lizzie, come and be around me. And like little things like that. And then it was like, oh, when you're not there anymore, oh, you don't hear from those people anymore.
Talk about it.
Cool. So that was a learning lesson of like, okay, you have to remember that a lot of people are only going to be around when they just need something. But how do they show up for you as well when, you're either going through it or you're just not doing what you were doing before? Like, do they actually care about you as a person and what you put out there in the world? So that's something that I learned, but I did some really cool things, and I got to go to cool places, and it was a really good experience in that sense. And now it's like, okay, I got to do other things now that is also really big and important. And even if it's not the most popular thing, like to me, it's really, really big and important. And that's what excites me. So I'm motivated by that, not like, oh, how many people care enough? Like, oh my God, do they see me do? I don't really care. I'm just like, wow, there's some really cool things that we'll get to do, and I'll get to help build and showcase about this product Lisk. So I'm more excited about that.
Well said. And yeah, to be honest, we ain't rocking with OpenSea like that over this way. The only reason they even got mentioned on this show is because of Lizzie. So I just gotta say that.
No, I have no hate. I have no hate to OpenSea. I'm just like, well, when I was in my era, it was great. I don't know about now, but like, good luck to everyone doing what they're doing.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Let me calm down, because there's been I've had some friends who have worked at some of these Web3 companies, and you can tell when they're not there anymore. You can even if it's just the internet, even if we're online, etc., you can feel it, and that's all I'll say about it. So
yeah, that's the Black effect. I would say that the reason why so many things are so good is because like I was literally the face. Like there, like
look
when
at
you
this
think
face.
platform wise, how many
Hello.
face card never declines.
I'm sorry.
At the same time,
at
the same time, not a lot of platforms like were engaging in ways that had someone that was somewhat of a spokesperson. And realistically, I'm like, I should have got a bigger check for that because we used my likeness and my likeness did some things. So.
And now, yes, hey, I don't want to get too carried away, but I'm glad you said it because, truly, I think as we come into this next bull cycle, this bull market or whatever, I really am feeling and starting to see more artists like step into who they really are and like own that and be like, you know what? Yeah, my likeness is a thing. You know what I mean? Like my personality, who I am, this is all a package deal. And my art is like the cherry on top and just part of like the vehicle that's driving this kind of this shift and this change. So own that. I'm in agreement with you. They should have definitely cut you a check, and we're gonna move on. But now we know moving forward, the price has gone up to work with Lizzie. So
and the price has gone up. I gotta say, I am very happy where I'm at. So that's good. That's good. I pray for that shit. So
amen.
God answer my prayers.
Exactly. Always coming through. Faithful. What is something that you are currently excited about?
Something that I'm excited about. Well, that's so funny. I'm very excited to not be in debt. I think that is an underrated thing, but it's like hella important to me this year. Like, and I'm talking about like student loans, like all the things that I just back of my mind. I'm like, well, there are people in this world that got to start in the world and have their inheritance or all these things, and they start at a different level than people who start with debt. It's time to clear that shit out. I want to be debt free by 30. And I will be. But that's just like one financial excitement that I have. When I think about like art side, I just recently like went through a bunch of these artist calls for like artist mural work for like digital artists here in Canada. And I was like, oh my God, I definitely need to like, I want to work on things like that and, do more with my art in that way. And then there are the smaller scale ideas that I have that I've been working on that I'm really building out. And I hope that I'm going to give it time. Like a lot of the ideas I have, I'm going to work on them, but I want to give them time and not feel too rushed. But one of them is the Broken Hearted card collection. It came to me when I thought about heartbreak and how there aren't really cards for that. Like if you like fall out with a friend or you get a divorce or there are breakups, like nobody really goes like, hey, like I'm gonna send you a card or send someone a card. You give people cards for their birthdays.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, like a card. Yeah. So you give people cards for their birthdays and holidays, but like there is none for like, something like witty that makes someone feel like better about the shitty situation. So I'm like, I want to make a card collection about that, and kind of incorporate my ether puffs, which are like my little Web3 avatars that I really want to build. And I just recently got my trademark certificate for my ether puffs to like be able to actually, like, I trademarked that shit. So that's exciting. That's some real business shit.
Yo, come on with it. Go ahead and add business mogul.
I did that in 2022 and I just got that letter. And I'm like, okay.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. It took some years. So it's very exciting to like get back at like really incorporating them in different designs. So I'm incorporating them in my like Broken Hearted card collection and all of that. So I like, and this is like a low lift idea where these pieces are inexpensive and they're not supposed to be expensive because it's like they're cards, right? And really building out a bunch of them, different like funny little lines. You know, like the Kiki Palmer when she's like, sorry to that man, I don't know that man.
Yeah.
You know what? So like I'm writing like really cute quotes where it's like, sorry to that man, but we do not know that man, girl. Like, let's go to Miami. Some stuff like that. That's like supposed to be like make you feel better about situations. So that's like one thing I'm working on, and then God knows so many other things. I do UGC now, and I've like actually have reoccurring clients. So I create art for like I have an art UGC deal where I have like a tool and I basically just create artwork for them for their socials. I also have another one where it's a hair care brand and I create content for their socials. So it's really just like, okay, how can I spread myself in ways that is efficient for me? I'm not overwhelming myself, but I'm collecting those checks.
Yo, I love that for you. That is like, and for those of, if you're not familiar with UGC, UGC stands for user generated content. Is that correct? Okay, cool. Wow. Yeah, that's a lot to be excited for. And come on with it. Just wins after wins after wins. All 2024. Let's go.
And it's like after losses and losses and losses, and it's just wins. It's like those feel good. And I'm very excited for them.
That's amazing. I'm excited for you and for all those wins for you. I just have two more questions here for you, and then we will wrap this up. This has been just so dope. I'm so happy that we were able to make this happen and that you graced us with your presence here. Lizzie, what does culture mean to you?
Culture to me is very like, it's funny because I never really think about that term, but when I think about culture, I think about like a collective understanding to experiences, to traditions, to in a sense trends. And when I say trends, I'm like at the time it could be trends of fashion, it could be trends of music that is specific to like a generation or sometime an era. So like all of that amalgamation of things, traditions, experience, trends can create a culture.
Okay, taking all of those different parts and boom.
And then you put it together because again, you have experiences that can be had by specifically, let's say, Black folks that also experience different trends in fashion and different music and then different experiences at the time. And that is the Black culture, right? And there are different subcultures within because there are different experiences within the Black experience. So to me, it's really all of those things that would create a cultural movement and then subcultures from that. And then you have different cultures and different experiences based off of all those different factors. I never really thought about that, but I really put that together. Huh.
Yeah, that was a great answer when you started off saying like, I never really thought about that, and then boom, you cooked.
Just click.
Yeah, let it flow. I love it. All right, last question here. It's kind of in two parts. How do you define legacy, and what do you want your legacy to be?
Legacy is that documentation of the different phases of someone, something, or yeah, someone or something. It's like the documented phases of that person, place, or thing. And to the end of it, or to the end of that person, or that in the era, you get the legacy of them, the documentation of everything they've done, what they've maybe impacted in the world, or how they're what they put out there in the world and how that has impacted other people. That's how I see legacy. And for me, my legacy, I've always said, was that I would love to have my art all around people's houses, but I also would love to impact other young girls that look like me, that either grew up in the same area as me, or have experienced life similar to me, and see themselves within me, and like have the ability to do similar things, like feel like they can see themselves in me, so that they can do those things. Because I never really kind of saw anyone when I was younger that was like, oh, they did tech and they also were an artist. Like I just had to like pave my own way. So I would love for my legacy to like help impact other young girls in that way, to know that, hey, you don't need to listen to every outside noise. You can really just do what you want to do and be successful out of it. I'm still writing the story, so yeah.
I love it. Very well said. Lizzie, where can people connect with you and find your artwork, maybe work with you on some social media strategy, some UGC content? Let us know.
So I guess for like my art, it's Miss Lizzie Art, MissLizzYart. That's, you'll find like my art in those spaces on Twitter and Instagram. And then Bodied Art Form is my like sculpture work, and that's on Instagram only. Instagram and TikTok, my bad. And then me personally, the official person, Miss Lizzie 6, because that's a Toronto thing. Sorry, but you can find me on Instagram as Miss Lizzie 6 with the number 6, and yeah, that's how people can find me. And I think my email's like connected to that. So if there's anyone who ever wants to connect professionally, just shoot me an email. If you can't find it, shoot me a DM.
Perfect. Well, Lizzie, this has been incredible. Thank you so much for joining, and thank you all of you who joined in and listened via the live stream, especially to everyone who's going to collect this when it hits the blockchain. That is what sets Culture Shift apart, as these episodes are being archived on the blockchain. Not only that, but they're being sold for crypto, and every guest earns a percentage of those sales for being so gracious with their time, energy, and perspective. If you listen to this and are wanting to learn more about crypto art, digital assets, and the blockchain, reach out. Let's connect. There are so many resources, and I would be honored to help you start your journey. This is the Culture Shift with Raven 50mm. Thank you all again. We will catch y'all on the next episode. Stay hydrated. Stay blessed. Peace. All right, what's good, y'all? Welcome to Culture Shift with Raven 50mm, where we are reimagining podcasting by leveraging blockchain and Web3 tools to experiment with monetization and distribution methods. Brought to you by the Legacy Portrait Project and the 50mm Collective. The 50mm Collective is a community of BIPOC, trans, and queer digital artists and allies that work together as we pioneer Web3 and NFTs. The 50mm Collective has a YouTube channel with tutorials and helpful info on how to get set up and get started with archiving your artwork on the blockchain. The Legacy Portrait Project is a mission-driven endeavor aimed at empowering BIPOC, trans, and queer individuals. Legacy portraits are still photographs that come to life with video narration, sharing the subject's story from their perspective, powered by AR technology. I'm super excited to announce that the Legacy Portrait Tour, that's right, this project is touring around the country, bringing these innovative portrait sessions city to city, with the first stop being in Austin, Texas during South by Southwest. The tour will be connecting with folks at 2 major events. Number 1, the Brand New Summit hosted by Boys Club. Shout out to the wonderful ladies of Boys Club. And number 2, Rest Fest, a wellness and healing festival hosted by Mutual Love. Shout out to the good fellas of Mutual Love. Next stop of the Legacy Portrait Tour will be in New York during NFT NYC. We'll be putting together a creator house and meetup for our community. We are currently reaching out to value-aligned brands and companies to be part of this initiative. I'm so freaking excited, y'all. It's going to be a good time. If you're thinking to yourself, what, AR, huh, video narration, what? Go check out the demo at legacyportraitproject.com. Get on the list. Let's get it. This project is innovation at its finest. All right, let's get into this conversation. We have, like I said, this is a family affair. We got Ibrahim Leone in the building today. Ibrahim Leone, actually not in the building. Ibrahim is in Sierra Leone. And but Ibrahim, let me give you a brief intro on this gentleman right here. Ibrahim Leone is a Sierra Leonean American multidisciplinary artist and storyteller who uses mediums like photography, film, and poetry to tell and preserve essential stories. He is the founder of The Tapestry, a project that explores how blockchain can play a role in preserving oral histories, beginning with the oral traditions in his country of origin, Sierra Leone, and extending to locals around the globe. Yo, Ibrahim, thank you so much for joining us on Culture Shift. How you living? How you feeling? What is good, family?
Come on. Happy to be here. It's been a long time in the making. Our paths have been intersecting at various points in our individual journeys. I feel like at flashpoints, at important moments in our journeys. And so I think this is a cool moment just to be reconvening and checking in and doing it in a way that other people can get a glimpse into, what we're working on. So I'm excited for the conversation. I'm chilling. And I'm also being in Sierra Leone. It's like, I'm sensitive and spoiled when it comes to weather. And I was in California and it was just a little frigid. And I was like, I don't like this. Being in Sierra Leone now, I feel really blessed and happy about it.
Yo, man said frigid in Cali, bro. Like, oh my, you want to know where I'm at right now, Ibrahim? Like, I know we connected in Cali and so we got those roots together, but I am in Michigan. And you want to know what it did? You know what it did yesterday? It snowed here in Michigan. And so, when you showed me that beautiful view off the coast right there, it just like, oh, wow. I needed that. That was for my soul right there. And you knew, too. You're like, yo, you're going to appreciate it. You already knew. All right, well, we're going to get right into the questions here. What sparked your career as an artist?
Ooh-wee. It's hard to define the point where I would say it turned into a career. And I still don't even know if I identify with being like a career artist per se, although perhaps some metrics would suggest I am. But I would say just my journey with art generally started very young. Like I was always playing around with crayons. I used to like to draw a lot. One of the earliest pieces of art that I have, my mom showed me in recent years, and it was like I drew a desert and a palm tree in the middle of the desert and some water. It was like an oasis. And I wrote something along the lines of, in every desert, there is an oasis, because Allah has given no soul a burden more heavier than it can bear. And so I guess I must have been like,
spitting. You spit.
6, wow. So really young, I was like communicating ideas visually, but also pairing that with words. And so I've been doing that as long as I can remember. And I would say Web3 is really where it turned into a thing that was something that I was compensated for. The intention happened before Web3, but I think Web3 really is what enabled me to, be able to benefit from it financially and also sustain myself in pursuing my artistic and creative pursuits.
Awesome. Yeah, I love that. In our intro, we had mentioned The Tapestry and you being the founder of that. Can you speak on that project a little bit and just speak about the different components of it and what inspired that?
100%. Yeah. So The Tapestry is something that I live and breathe, and I've been doing so for the last couple of years. This is very tied in with the 50 Millimeter Collective because in 2021, the 50 Millimeter Collective was the first Web3 gallery to showcase my work. And at that Meta Masquerade in LA in 2021, towards the end of the year, I displayed a photo from a collection called Homecoming. And so that collection was a collection of photos from Sierra Leone, and I released them with the intention of using the funds to get back to Sierra Leone again and very specifically explore my culture, document it, explore how I could preserve it, and leverage the technology I had already started to explore, which was blockchain, to preserve it. And so it was successful. You know, folks who were there at the Meta Masquerade ended up collecting, you know, from that collection. Shout out Trish, shout out Domino. You know, Amina hosted me out there. So it was like, that was the kickoff, right? And, you know, made it to Sierra Leone, and then I began to document oral tradition, so poetry. And the reason I did that was because coming from a West African super oral tradition, we have a beautiful written tradition as well, but a lot of our history, our knowledge, our spirituality is transmitted orally. And due to globalization and just this imbalance in terms of mass importing of culture here and less exporting, so a devaluing of the culture that we have here, some of these oral traditions are dying out. And there's a lot of factors, and we can talk about that at some point. But, you know, that led to a state of urgency for me as someone who is exploring and learning to appreciate my culture and also making sure that's something that stood the test of time. And so I came and I began documenting traditions in my grandmother's backyard. You know, started off with like people that I knew, and that evolved. And then I was documenting poems and songs from chiefs, different tribes in Sierra Leone. And it fueled this mission, which was to, one, document for myself what is important for me to preserve, what are the legacies that are important for me to preserve, be it that of my great grandfather who I came here and I started to digitize his old correspondences with like the Queen of England and the Sheikh of Al-Azhar University in Cairo. So these correspondences, I started digitizing them, whether it was on that level or like my tribe or my father's village in Sierra Leone, just following these threads and documenting them. But beyond that, looking at what the net positive is of a society that's able to retain access to its records, and particularly its oral records. And so it expanded beyond myself, and to a degree, honestly, which I had not anticipated. Because the more that I did it, the more I realized that there were all these threads of connection between different regions, different tribes, different faith practices, ethnic groups, and also locales around the world. And so it very quickly became clear to me that what I was doing was important for me, but in the process of doing that, I wanted to build infrastructure that would enable other people to do the same thing, you know, and lower the barrier of entry for people who maybe are intimidated by the idea of sitting at the foot of their elders and asking them questions, you know, maybe sensitive questions or questions that they're not used to being asked, and like recording that, right? But that's super important. It's really on us to do that. And so the tapestry is both a collection of song and poems, oral traditions, starting in Sierra Leone, but has since gone on to include 5 other countries around the world that I've traveled to and documented oral traditions in. And beyond it being my collection, me following these interests, these threads, it's also a archival tool that other people will be able to use to preserve stories, but also connect with other people through them. And just the underlying principle, the guiding ethos is the idea that, you know, threads of poetry and song, because songs and poems and stories connect us across generations, and they connect us cross-culturally, and we're all a little bit more similar than we think. And so us examining those threads of connection, I think, is really important, you know, for the world, you know, as a human race, and making sure that those threads are also accessible to people over the course of time. So that's what I'm working on. It's my collection, but also a tool that other people will be able to use